This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. I traveled to the road of escape from famine. The flames were fierce, and the bullets were woven into a net, leaving her nowhere to hide. Yin Yang closed her eyes in desperation. Although the world was already riddled with holes, although her relatives and friends left her one by one, and although she had experienced life and death more than a dozen times for survival, she was still reluctant to leave. She never thought that the good sister who fought side by side would put her to death. But she regretted not expressing her feelings to the captain. Yen Yen. Ning Yuan's scream suddenly came to her ears. Yin Yen opened her eyes suddenly, and her body was hugged tightly by someone. Captain, why are you here? She looked at the person in front of her in surprise. Ning Yuan had a smile on his face. And the next moment, he led people out of the hospital and entered the supermarket opposite. Yin Yin breathed a sigh of relief and was saved. However, before she could speak, a violent explosion sounded from the center of the supermarket. And what caught her eyes was a dazzling white light. And a purple lightning flash suddenly appeared on Ning Yuan's body. Before she felt the pain, she disappeared in the halo of white and purple interweaving. Woo! Mother! Save me! I don't want to leave, Mother! Mother! Please save my sister! Woo! Yin Yin seemed to hear the hoarse cry of the child in a daze. Xiaoyong, stop making trouble. Your sister is enjoying herself. Let go quickly. Third uncle is lying. You want to sell your sister for food. I know. You little bastard. If you weren't the only child in the second brother's family, I would have sold you as well. Yen Xiaohua. You jinx. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and take Xiaoyong away. The other party cursed and slapped him hard. Yin Yen instinctively grabbed the other party's wrist and opened a pair of vigilant eyes with a hint of murderous intent. What caught her eye was an old woman in rags and a mean look. There were many people sitting or lying around. All of them were disheveled, pale and thin, and their eyes were dull. There was a big sun above her head, with no clouds in the sky. The surroundings were bare, with no green in sight, and many cracks on the ground. Not far away, two skinny and dirty children were looking at her pitifully with tears on their faces. Their faces were too dirty to look at. Although their faces were unclear, they could be identified as a man and a woman based on their hairstyles. The girl was being dragged by a man, and the boy was holding the man's legs tightly to prevent him from taking his sister away. Yin Yin frowned slightly. Where was this? 3 years after the alien species came to the world. More than half of the human population had been lost, and the major forces had already united. After the establishment of the base alliance, it was rare to see such a scene. You know, people are a scarce resource, more precious than food. The old woman couldn't slap her, and couldn't pull her hand back. She couldn't help but get angry, and shouted in a hoarse voice. Yen Xiaohua. You bitch. Are you looking for death? How dare you fight back? Don't let me go. Yin Yin glanced at her lightly. There was no energy fluctuation. Just an ordinary person without any threat. So she let go. The old woman was startled by her gaze. And then she was furious. She didn't expect that her daughter-in-law, who had always been submissive and didn't even dare to fart, would dare to resist. It was outrageous. If she didn't teach her a lesson today, she wouldn't know who was the boss of the Song family. Grandma, I'm hungry. An 8 or 9-year-old child came over weakly, shaking the corner of her clothes in dissatisfaction. The old woman who was about to get angry saw her grandson, immediately turned off the fire, and coaxed him softly. Tabeo, wait, your father will be back soon. As she was talking, Song Dajwan came back holding a crying girl. Seeing that the other party hadn't finished it yet, he urged dissatisfiedly. Why isn't it done yet? Hurry up. The complaint man seemed a little embarrassed. This kid won't let go. Or change him. Anyway, your family has a lot of boys. Song Dajwan waved his hand impatiently. Anyway, the second one is dead. You can take one away at will. The old woman objected immediately. No. You have to leave a route for your second brother anyway. Mom, it's still 10 days away from the provincial capital, and I don't know how long this one can last. He reminded his mother that when there is nothing left, they still have to exchange. If they don't use the second child's child, can they use theirs? The old woman hesitated, looked at the silent old man, and then looked at the hungry children around her, who were starving and dizzy, sacrificing one child in exchange for the survival of the whole family. There is no other way. Thinking of this, she hardened her heart and turned her face away. The man's face was happy, and he immediately pushed the girl away, grabbed the boy who was holding his legs, and was about to leave by holding his collar. The boy did not struggle, seeing his mother's dazed look, and then looking at his thin sister. If he could exchange his sister and mother to survive, then let's exchange. Brother, brother. The girl got up, staggered and cried and chased after him. Song de Bao grabbed her and the girl couldn't struggle free. So she lowered her head and bit his arm. Mom. It hurt so much. He let go of the person in pain, and the other members of the Song family hurried forward to stop her from making trouble. The girl had no choice but to run to her mother. Yin Yin looked at all this indifferently. She instinctively wanted to dodge to the side, but suddenly a lot of memories flooded into her mind, making her move a step slower, and she was hit by the child. Home to 3 years. 3 years of drought. Fleeing famine. So she traveled through time? This is not Blue Star? She staggered and almost fell down. This body was too weak. Fortunately, she silently cast a healing spell on herself as soon as she woke up. Otherwise she would faint directly after the child hit her. Mom, save my brother. Otherwise my brother will die. The girl shook her mother's arm and cried and begged her. In her opinion, her mother was her only hope. Looking at the thin and dark little girl, her big eyes filled with tears, her tearful little face dirty, and her mouth cracked with a big hole. She felt uncomfortable for no reason. I thought it was human trafficking. But after receiving the original owner's memory, I realized that it was cannibalism. Although she was not the original owner, she borrowed her body to be reborn. So she had to protect her child. Wait. You can't take people away. Yin Yin suddenly spoke, and then slowly stood up. The original owner was already at the end of her strength. Her body seemed to be hollowed out, weak and powerless. Her stomach cramped with hunger, and her whole body trembled. She put her hand on her abdomen, and a faint white light flashed. The hunger was relieved a little, and she stabilized her shaky body. The Song family looked at her in unison. Would they change their minds? The old woman rolled her eyes, stepped forward and scolded directly. You unfilial thing. Do you want to starve your parents to death? Get out of here quickly. Otherwise, I won't give you anything to eat in a while. Uh-huh. She doesn't care. She won't eat even if she starves to death. This is the bottom line as a person. Yin Yin looked at everyone in the Song family expressionlessly. If you want to exchange, use your child. I won't exchange my child. Yin Xiaohua. What did you say? Are you crazy? Old Lady Song came over angrily and habitually raised her hand to slap her. Yin Yin narrowed her eyes slightly. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she blocked her slap with her left hand and slapped her in the face with her right hand. Not to mention that this is just an ordinary world. Even in the era of Blue Star where superpowers are rampant, no one dared to slap her. Chapter 2 Yin Xiaohua is possessed? Snap. A crisp sound. Old Lady Song was thrown 3 meters away while spinning in circles. She covered her face and was completely stunned. What happened? Was she beaten by this bitch? Yin Xiaohua, who never fought back or cursed back, actually dared to hit her? Don't say she didn't believe it. The whole Song family was confused. What happened? Was this the cowardly and incompetent Yin Xiaohua? Was she possessed by a ghost? The little girl looked at her mother with admiration. This was the first time since she could remember that her mother was so tough and domineering. Yin Yin didn't care what they thought at all. After adapting to her body, she strode towards the man. Give me the person. She stretched out her hand and ordered coldly. The man was stunned by her momentum and subconsciously handed the child over. But he woke up in an instant and became a little angry. I asked you to bring my niece here. Do you want to cheat? Yin Yin glanced at the little girl lying on the ground with her hands and feet tied, and said coldly, Go to whoever caught you. I won't change my child. She stepped forward and grabbed the man's wrist, looking at the hand that was as thin as a chicken claw. The man didn't care at all, and even felt that he could hit the man away with a slap. Who knew that the next second, his face changed drastically, and he let go of his hand in pain. Mom. The little boy escaped from the clutches of the devil, stepped forward and hugged his mother's waist tightly. His little face was panicked and full of anxiety. The girl grabbed her brother's sleeve and smiled at him. Brother, don't be afraid. Mom is awesome. The boy nodded vigorously. It was incredible that his mother dared to resist his grandmother for him. At this time, The image of his mother in his heart instantly became tall and full of security. Yen Yen lowered her head and looked at the two children's unreserved trust and attachment. A warm feeling rose in her heart. A feeling of long-lost family affection. The man covered his still trembling wrist, and never dared to underestimate this woman, who was a head shorter than him, and as thin as a gust of wind. Damn. Even a grown man doesn't have such great strength. This woman is too scary. He dared to say that none of these disaster victims could match her. Then the Song family can do whatever they want. Thinking of this, the man was so scared that he ran away. And he turned back and shouted while running. Song, you are so cruel. You dare to play this trick on me. Right? Wait. Brother Gao. You misunderstood. Wait a minute. Song Dazhuang shouted from behind. And the man surnamed Gao ran faster, fearing that he would be killed if he was a step slower. Looking at the people around him, they all retreated in fear, fearing that the Song family would set their sights on them. Song Dazhuang was so angry. If everyone thought that their family broke the rules, who would trade with them in the future? The beaten old lady Song also came to her senses. She screamed and clapped her hands and jumped in anger. Yen Xiaohua. You bitch. You are so rebellious that you dare to hit me? Big brother. Third brother. Beat this bitch to death for me. Old man Song still leaned against the dead tree and closed his eyes to rest, completely ignoring the noise from the outside world. The other two daughters-in-law, Zhang and Zhang, looked at them with gloating joy. And at the same time, they felt malicious in their hearts. It would be better if they really beat them to death, so that they would have less to eat. As for the children, no matter how old they were numb. For them, it was normal for the second aunt, second mother, to be beaten. It would be abnormal if she was not beaten one day. However, the next second, pa, pa, two crisp sounds. The two brothers of the Song family also turned around and retreated 2 meters away. Yen Yen moved her wrist and said with disdain, You are so thick-skinned. What's going on? The two brothers looked at each other blankly. They were slapped by Yen Xiaohua, looking at the slap marks on each other's faces. They couldn't deny it. Careless. The two said at the same time, I'll do it on the left. You on the right. Don't hold back. The two glared and rushed over fiercely. Pa. Pa. 2 more crisp sounds. The two people 2 meters away. The slaps on their faces were symmetrical. Seeing her son being slapped one after another, Mrs. Song jumped up and down in anger. You two idiots. Hit her with a stick. The two were reminded by their mother and looked for a stick everywhere. Mom. The two children grabbed the corners of her clothes tightly. Their little faces turned pale with fear. Yin Yin touched their little heads and said soothingly, Don't worry. You wait for mother on the side. Xiaoyong was worried. Mom, please send me away. I don't want you to get hurt. Yin Yin's heart warmed and her eyes became gentle. Don't worry. Mother knows martial arts. Watch my movements carefully later. If you can remember 1/3, I will teach you martial arts. Xiaoyong's eyes lit up, and he took his sister's hand and hid aside, finding the best viewing position. At this time, the Song brothers came over with 2 sticks. Second brother's wife, hand over Xiaodan. Then kneel on the ground and slap yourself 20 times. Today's matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Song Laoda had a ferocious expression, but it looked a little ridiculous with 2 red and swollen palm prints. Yin Yin smiled faintly, with one hand behind her back and the other hand spread out. Stop talking nonsense and get started. Seeing her reckless look, Song Dazhuang was very annoyed. But I was careless and let you scratch me twice. Do you really think you are good at it? Well, if you don't want to live, then go down and keep company with the second brother. The third brother will do it. After the words fell, the two of them swung their sticks and smashed them down at her with a fierce wind. Many people turned their heads away, unable to bear to watch, as if she would bleed on the spot in the next second. Only Xiaoyong suppressed his fear and panic in his heart and watched with wide eyes. He couldn't be afraid. If his mother really got into trouble, he would keep this scene in his mind and avenge his mother in the future. The next second, his eyes were filled with tears and he cried with joy. A miracle happened. His mother really knew martial arts. In the howling of the Song brothers, the two became sandbags. Halfway through the boxing demonstration, the two men had become pig-headed and could not stand steadily. But Yin Yin did not let them go. She kicked Song Dazhuang into the air. The 8th move. The tiger subduing fist. She bent her waist, like a tiger, and punched out with both fists. The man who had just landed flew up to the sky again. The ninth move. The thunderbolt fist. As soon as she finished speaking, she tiptoed, and the man followed her up, punching down from top to bottom. My God! Looking at the man flying in the sky, Song Sanjuang was completely dumbfounded. Is this man still a human? Bang! With a muffled sound, Song Zhuang fell heavily to the ground. In the dust, Yin Yin walked towards Song Sanjuang step by step, like a devil who was asking for his life, and frightened him to kneel down with a plop. Second sister-in-law. I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to the instigation of my eldest brother and mother. Please forgive me. Yin Yin watched coldly and calmly narrated the facts. There are still 3 moves left in the boxing. Xiaoyong is waiting to see. She is a person of her word. Song Sanjuang immediately crawled to Xiaoyong and begged him. Xiaoyong, please ask your mother for mercy. If you continue to fight, Uncle San will be beaten to death. Killing is against the law. When it comes to killing is against the law. Xiaoyong's dark face is tense. Because of his thinness, his eyes look big. Uncle San, when you wanted to exchange Xiaodan for food before, did you think that killing is against the law? When you and Uncle took sticks to beat my mother to death, did you think that this was against the law? He was very angry. Why didn't anyone say it was against the law when he killed his sister and mother? Now it's their turn and it's against the law? Chapter 3. This is not good news. Uncle, you are right. Killing is illegal. But on the road of escaping famine, the way of death is never the same. Especially in the drought with food shortage. Uncle, don't you think so? Song Lao San shuddered at his nephew's threatening words. How could he be a 5-year-old child? He is just like his mother. A devil. Xiaoyong said it well. Yin Yin nodded with satisfaction. If this little guy was released in her world, he would definitely survive and live well. After the alien species came to the world, the superpowers appeared and a new era arrived. That year was also called the first year of the alien world. In the 3 years of the alien world, except for those who became alien species due to infection, the kind-hearted people were the first to die. And then those who couldn't bear it and wanted to help were mostly pitted by the people who helped. In troubled times or disaster years, human life is as cheap as grass. Only by being cruel and ignoring death can you live longer. She moved her wrist, and Song Lao San was frightened and begged for mercy immediately. Second sister-in-law, spare me. I was wrong. I'm a bastard. I deserve to be beaten. Pa pa pa. He slapped himself in the face, hoping that the other party would vent his anger, compared with his half-dead elder brother. What's wrong with him slapping himself a few times? Seeing this, the third wife, Xiao Zhang, ran over with her child, knelt down with a plop, kowtowed to her and cried, Second sister-in-law, please be kind. If something happens to the head of the family, we 3 mothers will not be able to survive. Please forgive him for the sake of the 2 children. I beg you. If something happens to her husband, it will be their children who will be taken away next time. Yin Yin suddenly frowned. Her body was too weak. She had recovered less than 1/10 of her original energy. In addition, she had just used up a lot of energy in beating someone. So her body began to weaken again. The road to escape from the famine was no safer than in the alien world. Although there were no alien species that ate people, there were people who ate people. She now had to protect not only herself, but also her 2 children. Moreover, she was new here, and was not familiar with this place. It would be safer to follow the Song family. Get lost? She shouted coldly. We will get lost. Right now. The third family ran away as if they had been pardoned, fearing that this evil star would regret it. The eldest daughter-in-law of the Song family, Dong, also hurriedly called the children to drag the person lying on the ground away to see if they could be rescued. Yin Yin sat cross-legged on the ground and said to Xiaoyong, help me get a stick. Okay, mother. Xiaoyong ran away and picked up the 2 sticks that fell on the ground. Yin Yin took them in her hands and closed her eyes. The 2 children were guarding her, feeling safe around their mother. The other members of the Song family watched from afar. Even though she looked particularly weak and seemed to have no killing power, they did not dare to go over and cause trouble. They had lived together for 5 or 6 years. How could they not know how powerful she was? Old Mrs. Song squatted behind the dead tree. She touched her face, which was still burning with pain, and hated it so much that she had to find a way to deal with this bitch. As for Old Man Song, who had been silent all the time, he opened his cloudy eyes and glanced at his second son's daughter-in-law. I don't know what he was planning. Yin Yin ignored them directly. She was not afraid of alien species. So she would be afraid of these people who were half dead from starvation. It was not that she was arrogant, but the bodies of people with superpowers were evolved and transformed. Whether it was physical strength, endurance, speed, or strength, they were constantly evolving with the upgrade of superpowers. She retracted her thoughts and put her consciousness into her mind. As expected, she found the superpower core at the location of the pineal gland. Perhaps because of the time travel, the original pure white fist-sized superpower core shrank by half, and her healing technique was also reduced from advanced to intermediate. The light of the superpower core dimmed a lot, and the energy was slowly flowing into the meridians to transform this body. Superpower downgraded? Don't panic. She can practice again. Yin Yin began to try to absorb the energy in the air, but the next second she opened her eyes in surprise. There was no energy material to absorb here? It shouldn't be. The environment in ancient times is much better than modern times. She didn't believe in evil and tried to sense it again, but there was still nothing. Yin Yan's heart sank. This means that she can only rely on the existing energy of the superpower core, which is not good news. It's this family. They are playing rogue. Don't worry. No one wants to bully our Gao family. There were chaotic footsteps in the distance, accompanied by shouting. Yin Yin opened her eyes and saw 7 or 8 people holding sticks and walking towards the Song family aggressively. Where is Song Dazhuang? You want to go back on the agreed exchange? The leader was a relatively strong tall man with a face full of flesh and a butcher knife in his hand. It was not easy to see such a strong man on the road of fleeing from famine, which also means strength. Song Lao San was so scared that he quickly pointed at the person lying on the ground. My eldest brother is there. The man took a look. If it weren't for the other person's pig-headed face, he would have thought that Song Dazhuang was lying on the ground arrogantly to provoke him. He stepped forward and kicked him, shouting, "Are you dead? If not, make a sound." Crack. Ah. The other party kicked Song Dazhuang's dislocated shoulder and broke it. He screamed in pain, rolled his eyes and fainted. Boss, don't die. De Zhang screamed in fear, then rushed over and cried, "If you die, what will we do?" Huh? Am I so powerful? The man touched his head. He didn't expect that he could kick someone's shoulder and break it. Since Song Dazhuang fainted, let's take charge. Old Lady Song glanced at Yin Xiaohua. Her eyes turned, and she had an idea. I am Song Dazhuang's mother. If you have anything to do, come to me. Old lady, your son went to Gao's house and said he wanted to exchange children. Do you know about this? Gao's child has been brought here by Song Dazhuang. According to the agreement, your family also has to give birth to a child. Why do you want to regret it? As the man spoke, he waved a knife in his hand. It's okay to go back on your word. We can take it ourselves. Who gets taken away at that time will not be decided by you. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the Song family members with ill intentions, as if he was looking at food. The Zhangs were so scared that they quickly hugged their children, fearing that they would be chosen by the other party. Old Mrs. Song smiled and said, "Don't talk about this juncture. Even in normal times, our old Song family's words are counted. It's impossible to go back on your word." That's good. Hand the person over. The man also wanted to save some energy, and it would be best if he didn't do it. Old Mrs. Song immediately pointed to Yin Yin. You can take one of the 2 children. I don't believe that this bitch can beat 7 or 8 big men. Cousin, be careful of this woman. The man who came before reminded him that his hands were not strong now. The sturdy man looked at Yin Yin, and the other party's expression was too calm, with a look of disregard that didn't take him seriously at all. Usually, people with ability will look down on others. Looking at the eldest brother Song lying on the ground, and the bruised and swollen third brother Song, his intuition told him that this woman was not simple. He thought for a moment and wanted to change people. Chapter 4. As long as you have the ability, you can exchange a big one for a small one. Old Lady Song sucked her back teeth. Damn. Her gums are loose. She must not let this little bitch get away with it. Her eyes were full of viciousness. And she added more. As long as you have the ability, you can take the big one with you. The Gao family's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Children are definitely not comparable to adults. There is profit, and such a great temptation. They don't mind taking action. Yin Yan's mouth corners slightly hooked, and she smiled playfully. It seems that 2 slaps are still too light. Old Lady Song gritted her teeth. This bitch is still talking nonsense at this time. Originally, she wanted to teach her a lesson through these people. But now? Die. It's true. As long as you can take the person away, we'll trade one big for one small. The Zhangs were terrified and held their children to hide beside their men. It was too scary. Will it be their turn next time? The person next to him whispered to him. Brother, this woman is not simple. The man planned to take a chance for the benefit. She's just a woman. Even if she's good at fighting. Can't we 8 men handle her? But let's make a deal first. If you trade her for a big one, I'll get a bigger share of the benefits. The person next to him nodded immediately. No problem. No matter how you look at it, he's making a profit. A hint of greed flashed in the man's eyes, and he stared at Yin Yan as if he was looking at prey. Woman, if you know what's good for you, follow us. Otherwise we brothers will not be careful. The other party's calm eyes responded to him. Calm and composed. And there was even a hint of ridicule at the corner of her mouth. The man was a little annoyed. Damn it. Brothers, go ahead. After the words fell, several people rushed over. Mom. The 2 little ones were so scared that they grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly and dared not move. Be good. Close your eyes. It will be fine in a while. Yin Yan comforted them softly. And the next second, a fierce light flashed in her calm eyes, and her whole momentum changed. She tried her best to use the power of the stick, because the energy was limited. So she used it as little as possible. The 2 sticks in her hands flew up and down, and they were beaten and screamed before they could even touch a hair of the other party, let alone catch people. The arms, hands, and faces of several people were all purple and purple. They were beaten fatter, seeing that the deterrence was almost enough. Yin Yan said coldly, next time I will beat your knees. If you don't want to become a cripple, just continue. After this, the 8 people dared not act rashly. The arms and faces were beaten, and they were swollen for a few days at most. But if their legs were broken, how could they walk to the provincial capital? The end result would definitely be abandonment and loss of life. They really didn't expect that this woman was so powerful. She sat there steadily, and it seemed like she had eyes behind her. None of the 8 men could get close to her. But they just left like that. Not only did they lose someone, but they were also beaten up. They were unwilling to accept it. Yin Yang glanced at them lightly and said, your deal has nothing to do with me. The implication was that as long as they didn't have any ideas about her and the child, they could do whatever they wanted. When the men of the Gao family heard this, their eyes lit up. This sentence was enough. The man picked up the knife and looked at the old lady Song, whose face was twisted and unwilling. This old guy had no good intentions. It was clear that he was using them as a gun. He would definitely avenge today's revenge another day. The current goal was to take the person back. Old man, you've seen it too. We can't afford to offend this woman. Let's change her. No. It's you who can't beat her. Not us who won't give her. Old Lady Song wanted to cheat. But at the same time, she was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. How could Yin Xiaohua be so powerful? 8 grown men couldn't do anything to her. Damn it. The man glared and waved the butcher knife in his hand. You old woman dare to cheat me. Do you believe I will take you away? Although the few people were beaten badly, they had no problem with their actions. 8 grown men could still crush the Song family. You dare. I'm Yin Xiaohua's mother-in-law. The old woman took 2 steps back in fear and threatened him. The man subconsciously looked at Yin Yan, and when he saw her closing her eyes to rest, he let go of his heart. Funny. You wanted to harm someone just now, and now you want to be their mother-in-law? It's a pity. They don't care about you at all. Old thing. I'll count to 5. If you don't hand over the person, you can go back with us. 1. Wait. Yin Xiaohua. Don't forget that I am Ershu's mother. If I have any accident, how can you face your man in the future? 2. Yin Xiaohua. You jinx. If it weren't for you, would your man have died outside? You harmed my son, and now you want to harm me. Old Lady Song was afraid of being beaten, so she didn't dare to step forward, and could only shout at the people on the ground. But Yin Yan ignored her. The man from the Gao family sneered. 3. Old Lady Song was anxious. She glanced at the Song family. Yin Xiaohua and her son were not good enough. The eldest family still relied on him for their old age. If he was replaced, the eldest couple might be alienated from her. Finally, only the third son's family was left. When the mother-in-law looked over, Xiao Zhang held the child tightly in her arms and looked at her pleadingly. 4. 5. She. Old Mrs. Song pointed to the baby girl in the arms of the third son's wife. No. No. The third son's wife held the child tightly and shook her head. Song Lao San closed his eyes, as if he had accepted his fate. In fact, as early as when the second sister-in-law took action, he guessed that the matter would fall on his head. Boss, please say something. She shook him desperately. This was her only hope. Song Lao San struggled for a moment, sighed deeply, and said helplessly and weakly, "Give the second sister to them. You bastard. Isn't the second sister your own daughter? How can you be so cruel?" Xiao Zhang slapped him hard like crazy, hoping that he would change his mind. Enough. Song Lao San pushed her away, his eyes red with anger. Don't I know that my second sister is my own daughter? But what can I do? There are so many people waiting. Especially if my parents don't eat anymore. They will not be able to survive. If they were not forced, how could they choose this path? Dad, don't you want me? Dad? Song Ermei hugged his thighs and cried and begged. Although she was young, she already knew what she was going to face. Looking at his daughter, Song Lao San felt a pang of pain in his heart. But he had no choice. Second sister, if you want to hate Dad. Who made you my daughter? He. His smile was bitter and helpless. Not to mention the second sister. Even if his mother wanted his life, he would give it. He pushed the child away with a hard heart. The Gao family immediately came over and wanted to take the person away. Dad? Mother? Song Ermei struggled and cried hoarsely, staring at her parents with big eyes, not understanding why they abandoned her. Seeing the child's desperate eyes, Song Lao San turned away. Little Zhang couldn't ignore it. This was her flesh and blood. She couldn't help but rush to snatch him away. Chapter 5 Supermarket. But she was just a weak woman, and she had been hungry for so many days. So how could she have the strength? She tried her best, but it was not as good as the other party's push. After trying several times, she finally fell to the ground exhausted. Take it away quickly, the Gao family urged. This time the delay was too long. The main reason was that there was someone in the Song family who they couldn't afford to offend. And they were afraid that the other party would go back on his word. Mother! Save me! Mother! Second mother! Song's second sister shouted at the top of her voice. Hearing the name of second mother, Xiao Zhang's originally gray eyes had a light. She looked at Yan Yan fiercely, and the hope in her eyes grew bigger and bigger. Second sister-in-law, please save my second sister. I will repay you in this life. Please. She crawled towards Yan Yan with her hands and feet. This was her only hope. Yan Yan was a little moved. But things were not that simple. I can save them. But what will happen after that? Have you thought about it? Unless the problem is completely solved or we can reach the provincial capital tomorrow, the same thing will happen again. If she can't find food in the next few days, she will have a hard time protecting herself. Not to mention taking care of 2 children. She doesn't know how long her special ability can last. So what she can do is very limited. Protecting herself and her children is the first priority. In the first year of the alien world, she saw the cruelty of the world. And the current scene can no longer arouse her emotions. Yin Yan's words made Xiao Zhang stunned. She looked at the Song family members, who were watching coldly, and her indifferent husband, and suddenly laughed up to the sky. Ha ha. Ha ha. The laughter gradually turned into wailing. Song's second sister was also taken away with her shrill cries. De Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, and her hands holding the child were sweating a lot. Yin Yan sighed slightly. During the years of famine, especially those who were starving, they could no longer be called human beings. Emperor Hongda had been in office for 3 years, and the world had suffered from drought for 3 consecutive years, and the people had no harvest. After 3 years of disaster relief, the court had no surplus food, and the drought continued to worsen. It had stretched for thousands of miles, and most of the Zhou kingdom was affected. More than 10 million people had no food to eat. Unable to wait for relief from the court, they had to leave their homes in order to survive. The towns along the way had long been deserted, and the gates of the county were closed, not allowing the victims to enter. Millions of victims poured into the provincial capital. All the food that could be eaten along the way had been eaten up. Not to mention the bark. Even the roots of the trees were dug up. Now there was really no way. People had to survive. Didn't they? If there were 10 million people affected by the disaster, it would be good if half of them could be left after the disaster. After Yin felt better, she cut off the improvement of the energy to her body. She wanted to retain the energy, and the supernatural power was her trump card. The journey was supposed to take more than half a month. But the Song family has been walking for almost a month. This kind of thing will definitely happen again in the future. They also have to prevent being knocked unconscious and taken away by others after being left alone, and never seeing the sun tomorrow again. This is also the reason why Xiao Zhang dared not take the children away, no matter how much she made a fuss. I thought they would not be able to eat for the first time. But people who are very hungry don't care about these things. They are like hungry wolves at this time. Especially Xiao Shang's face is very gloomy. Just looking at her gives people a creepy feeling and makes people shudder. Do you want to take some to the second brother and sister-in-law? De Zhang looked at the big and two children in the distance and asked her parents. Old Lady Song rolled her eyes. Don't worry about this ungrateful person. Take it. Old Man Song, who had been in the background, spoke up. We are all family, and we should be united at this time. How could that bitch treat us as family? She deserves to starve to death. She cursed. Old Man Song glanced at her. Aren't there many cases of people being robbed along the way? Now that the eldest brother is injured, with her here, at least we can be guaranteed to be safe. Old Lady Song curled her lips and said nothing more. But she couldn't swallow this breath in her heart, and she must find a way to kill this little bitch. De Zhang looked at her husband lying on the ground. And there were 3 children, and the second brother and sister-in-law must not fall. So she hurried to send them to the other party. Yin naturally understood the Song family's thoughts and refused directly. De Zhang advised, you have to think about the 2 children. They can't hold on for long. Yin looked at the 2 children. Although they were dizzy with hunger, they shook their heads firmly and said in unison, Mom, we don't want to eat. Yin nodded with satisfaction. Sister-in-law, you take the food away. De Zhang had to give up temporarily. Okay, I'll take it back first, and come back when you're hungry. Seeing the eldest daughter-in-law coming back, Old Man Song didn't say anything, but Old Lady Song snorted coldly and muttered, It's better to starve you to death. Yin touched the heads of the 2 little guys. Believe in mother. This situation will soon pass. The 2 little ones nodded vigorously. As long as they were with their mother, an almost negligible white energy entered their bodies, helping them relieve hunger and repair their bodies. Feeling that the 2 little ones were in a much better mental state, she cut off the energy. The sudden crossing caught her off guard. I wonder how the captain is doing. Although the explosion power of the new bomb is very large, it is still no problem for him to leave the supermarket at his speed. I wonder if he will be sad because of his death. And will he help her revenge? Suddenly, a small space appeared in her mind. Yin thought she was hallucinating, and blinked hard. But the space still existed. What is this? The space flashed, and 2 shelves appeared, with items that only exist in the modern world on the shelves. On the first shelf were various boxes, including pure milk and milk drinks, with price tags on them. Pure milk 51/box. Yogurt 31/box. Real fruit grains 31/box. Soy milk 10/row. On the second shelf were gift boxes and snack gift packs. Fuwang gift pack 21/pack. Fuji pastry gift box 31/box. Little squirrel gift box 51/box. A large red sign appeared above the shelf, with an inscription saying Supermarket Grand Opening Sale. All merchandise is sold at 10% discount. Valid for 5 days. Followed by a countdown of 4 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 50 seconds. Chapter 6. Once the goods in this store are sold, they are not refundable or exchangeable. Supermarket? Even the price has become the currency here? So this is not an illusion? Yin thought to herself, and then tried to communicate with the supermarket. I want a row of soy milk. Dear customer. Hello. You don't have enough money. You can't buy it. A sweet voice appeared in her mind, and it was very polite. Yin asked, What are you? System or intelligent robot? No response this time. Yin tried again. I want a box of milk. The sweet voice sounded again. Dear customer. You don't have enough money. You can't buy it. It seems that it is not a system or an intelligent robot. She retracted her thoughts and looked at the two children around her. Xiao Yong. Xiao Dan. Do you have money on you? As for herself, there was no need to change. As long as she had a penny, she would buy the things in the supermarket directly. Xiao Yong shook his head, and Xiao Dan took out 5 copper coins from her rag bag. Mom, I picked this up on the road. Here it is. Now, let alone copper coins. Even silver can't buy food. And few people really don't care if a few copper coins are thrown on the ground. Yin Yin took the money and tried again. I want a row of soy milk. Hello, dear customer. A row of soy milk is on sale for 1 cent. Would you like to buy it? Yes. The next second, a row of 6 boxes of soy milk appeared in her hand. Sure enough, Yin Yin narrowed her eyes slightly. It seems that the problem of eating can be solved. Mom, what is this? Looking at the things that suddenly appeared in the mother's hand, the two little ones were very surprised. Can the mother perform magic? Shh. Yin Yin signaled them not to make a sound, and then covered the soy milk with clothes. Water is also a scarce commodity. The last time I drank muddy water was 3 days ago. I can't let others know. Supermarket. Do you have an item bar or space here to store the items I bought? Once the goods in this store are sold, they are not refundable or exchangeable. This time the voice is much more serious. Yin Yin. Xiao Yong. Bring our package here. Okay. Mother. Although Xiao Yong didn't know what it was, he could guess that it was a good thing. He immediately stood up, picked up the bundle not far away, and patted the dirt on it. Yin Yin put the soy milk into the package and planned to give it to the children in the evening. Not far away, Mrs. Song squinted her eyes and watched. I don't know what Yin Xiaohua is hiding. This bitch. Why did she suddenly become different? Or was she pretending before? When we get to the provincial capital, we must find a way to deal with this bitch. After resting for an hour, the sun was not so fierce, and the people who fled famine continued on their way. Yin Yin took her 2 children and followed the Song family not far away. After walking a short distance, we saw the Gao family. There were quite a few Gao family members, but most of them were adults. There were only a few children left, and they were all boys. This also explains why the Gao family members maintained their physical strength so well. Along the way, there was no green at all, only bare ground and dug pits, and desolation was the main theme. Mom, wake up! Mom! There was a cry in the distance. An old woman fell to the ground and could not get up again. Her family members only cried for a while, wiped their tears, and continued on their way with her body on their backs. Yin Yin even saw a relieved smile on their faces. This happened 4 or 5 times along the way. When fleeing from famine, especially drought, there is no need to worry about plague, because nothing will be left. Yin Yin shook her head slightly and continued on her way. After walking for more than half an hour, this body could not hold on any longer, and she had to use her supernatural powers again. There were still 2 children, and she could not ignore them. During this period, De Zhang came to her with food, but she refused again. With the supermarket, she would not eat even more. As long as she persisted, she could take out the things at night when everyone was asleep. She was not idle on the way, and sorted out the original owner's memory and had a general understanding of this world. The original owner was Yin Xiaohua, 23 years old this year. Xiaoyong and Xiaodan were twins, 5 years old this year. As for the original owner's husband, his name was Song Erzwang. Song Erzwang learned skills from a hunting master since he was a child, and he could go up the mountain to hunt alone at the age of 14. With him, the Song family married wives for the eldest and 3rd sons, and married off the youngest daughter in a glorious way. And he himself didn't get married until he was 20 years old. Why did old lady Song hate Yin Xiaohua so much? Mainly because she felt that the Yin family was too poor. Half of the prey that Song Lauer hunted had to be sent to the Yin family. It would be strange if she could be happy. For years ago, the old emperor suddenly passed away. There was unrest in the country. The court recruited soldiers, and Song Erzwang went to serve in the army. A year later, the news came that he died in the war. Since then, old lady Song scolded Yin Xiaohua for being a bad luck to her husband and said that she was a jinx. Without the support of her husband, Yin Xiaohua was beaten and scolded by her mother-in-law every day. In order to survive, she could only endure it. What if she couldn't bear it? Her brother and sister-in-law on her natal side would never let her go back. Even if she died, she would die in the Song family. After the new emperor ascended the throne, the country began to suffer from severe drought. The harvest in the fields was halved, and their family's food was eaten up after half a year. And then, they had to receive relief food from the court. From then on, the original owner never had a full meal again. From the second year on, he often went hungry for a whole day, and the original owner could only go to the mountains to dig wild vegetables. When there were no wild vegetables, he ate tree bark and roots. As for buying food, 1 tael of silver could only buy 1 liter of rice. How could ordinary people afford it? Now even if you have money, you can't buy food. There is a village ahead, someone shouted, and people on the road ran towards the village on the right. Because Song Dazhuang was injured and couldn't walk, Song Lao San carried him on his back. So the speed of the Song family slowed down a lot. Seeing this, the old lady Song became jealous and hurriedly said to the people around her, "Lao San, put your brother down. You and your wife go to see him quickly." "Okay, mother." After Song Lao San put the man down, he picked up a small bucket and dragged Xiao Zhan to run towards the village. Yin Yin did not move. She looked at the village in the distance and had an idea in her mind. Old lady Song glanced at Yin Xiaohua and wanted to order her around, but she knew she couldn't do it, so she didn't say anything. When they arrived, the whole village had been turned upside down. As expected, the village had been looted several times and nothing was left. The Song family chose a house at the entrance of the village to rest. After a while, Song Lao San came back with a bucket. "Mom, there is still some water in the well in the village. You and Dad can have a drink." Seeing the water, the Song family members showed joy on their faces. Now the biggest use of the village is water supply. Although there is a severe drought and God has not rained for 3 years, the well water has not dried up. However, even if there is still water now, the amount of water is very small. A total of half a bucket of water, half of which is sand, and the water is turbid. The Song family members held the bowl and drank carefully, fearing that a drop would be spilled. Except for Yin Yin and her son. Everyone else in the Song family had drunk it, and the last bowl of muddy water was placed on the table. Chapter 7. Prepare to hit the duo with a club. Old lady Song sat cross-legged on the Kong, looking at Yin Yin with her chin raised, thinking to herself, "Let's see if you will give in." Yin Yin ignored her and led the child to the yard. Old lady Song yelled at her angrily, "Little bitch, I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. If you have the ability, don't eat or drink the things of the Song family." Old man Song frowned. Although he needed Yenshur on the road, this attitude really needed a knock. So he didn't care. "Didn't you find anything to eat?" Old man Song asked. Old third Song shook his head. "No. The tree roots were all dug up." "Forget it. You go to the well and guard it again. And give more water." "Okay, Dad." Old third Song went out with a bucket. Old lady Song wanted to lie down for a while, and suddenly felt a chill around her. She turned her head and faced a skull. "Oh my God!" She screamed and fell off the Kong in fear. "Mom! Grandma!" Everyone hurried to help her up. I saw Xiao Zhan holding a skull and smiling sinisterly. Old lady Song was so angry that she cursed. "You idiot! Why are you standing behind me with such a thing? Do you want to scare me to death? Is it scary? It's obviously cute." Xiao Zhan stroked the skull as if she was holding a treasure. Old lady Song shuddered. "Is this guy sick? He actually thinks a bone is cute? Take it away quickly. If I see it again, I will beat you. It's such a waste to throw it away." "Mom, don't you want to eat it?" As he said, he handed the skull to her. Looking at the dark eye sockets, old lady Song was so scared that she quickly hid aside. "You idiot. Throw it away. Throw it away." Little Zhang took a bite and found that she couldn't bite it. She shook her head and said, "What a pity." She shook her head and said it was a pity as she walked out. Old lady Song looked at her back with lingering fear. "Another one is possessed? What kind of sin have I committed? 1 or 2 are unfilial." Big Zhang didn't say anything, but she felt very sympathetic to her cousin. If it were her, she would also go crazy. Besides, Yin Yin took the 2 children around the village. Most of the houses in this village are made of mud bricks, and only 4 or 5 households are thatched houses. And the thatched houses are only a frame, and the grass on them has long disappeared. There are not many people in this wave of disaster victims with them. About 200 or 300 people. And a family lives in a yard. There are still more than a dozen empty houses. Yin went into every empty house to take a look. Mom, let's help find it. The two children thought their mother was looking for food. Okay. Xiaoyong, take your sister to look for a cellar. Okay. Mother. The two kids started to search everywhere. People passing by sneered. If there was a cellar, the things in it would have been gone long ago. How could they wait for it? If they had that time, they might as well go to the well to line up and get more water, so they could spend more time on the road. Yin continued to look regardless of what they said. After confirming that this family did not have a cellar, she took the children away and went to the next one. Mom, someone is following us. Xiaoyong pulled his mother's sleeve, and he caught a glimpse of two sneaky shadows behind him, and reminded her. Mom knows. Don't worry. In fact, someone followed her when she left the Song family. Was he planning to hit her with a club? Haha. She didn't mind sending food to the Song family. The two thin men hiding behind the house stared at the mother and her two children like wolves, their stomachs growling. Brother, I can't help it. Wait a minute. It's still too close to the Song family. Brother, do you think the second uncle won't blame us? No. Yin Xiaohua was not welcomed in the Song family. Besides, what if the second uncle really found out? We are members of the Song family. Will the second uncle ask us to pay for Yin Xiaohua's life? The man thought what the eldest brother said made sense, and the two of them followed behind on tiptoe, planning to find a suitable opportunity to take action. Yin searched two more houses and finally found a cellar behind a courtyard where a house collapsed. Going down the ladder, she was quite satisfied with the cellar, which was about 10 square meters wide. Then she opened the package and took out the soy milk. Xiaoyong, Xiaodan, drink it. After inserting the tube, Yin handed them 2 boxes of soy milk. The two children took it curiously and put the tube in their mouths like their mother. A strong bean flavor with a hint of sweetness filled their taste buds. It tastes so good. The two sighed. Their eyes narrowed into a line, and they exuded joy. Unlike the two who drank in small sips, Yin quickly finished a box of soy milk and called the supermarket in her mind. The supermarket appeared in front of her instantly. It was still the same things. Nothing changed. Only the countdown changed to 4 days, 18 hours, 23 minutes and 10 seconds. Looking at the 4 copper coins in her hand, she said, I want to buy a row of soy milk and a box of Fuji cakes. Dear customer, a row of soy milk is on sale for 1 won, and a box of Fuji cakes is on sale for 3 won. A total of 4 won. Would you like to buy it? Yes. The next second, the copper coins in his hand disappeared, and a row of soy milk and a box of cakes appeared on the ground. Wow! The two little ones covered their mouths in surprise. Did their mother perform magic again? Yin opened the red gift box, which contained a variety of snacks. Red bean paste biscuits, butterfly biscuits, shaki ma, walnut biscuits, custard buns, sour jujube lokwa cakes, 6 kinds of cakes, 2 pieces each, and 5 pieces of crispy candies. Looking at so many delicious foods, the two children wiped their saliva and their stomachs growled. 3 pieces each. Take whatever you want to eat. Yin didn't let them eat too much at once. With the permission of their mother, the two looked at the gift box and took the smallest crispy candies. Yin sighed slightly, and the two children were sensible and made her feel distressed. Take the biggest one. Mom, you eat? The two kids said in unison. This much is enough for the 3 of us. Xiao Dan couldn't help but reach for the bean paste cake, while Xiaoyong still didn't let go of the candy. Yin had to add, Mom can still get these snacks, so don't worry about eating them. With this sentence, Xiaoyong finally picked up the bean paste cake carefully. The two of them held the cake and ate it in big mouthfuls. Delicious. They looked happy and satisfied. Not to mention the famine. Even before they had never eaten such delicious snacks. Soon after a piece of bean paste cake was finished, they licked the residue on their hands, not willing to waste it at all. Yin brought them another custard bun, and then opened 2 boxes of soy milk to prevent them from choking. The mother and her 2 children had food and drinks in the cellar, and the 2 people upstairs were getting a little impatient. Brother, will they think too much? The short man asked. Not really. The tall man couldn't make up his mind. Why haven't they come out yet? They've been in there for a long time. The tall man pinched his chin, and couldn't figure out why they stayed in the cellar for so long. Could it be that He suddenly opened his eyes wide. Is there really food in the cellar? Chapter 8 treat us as farts. The short man clapped his hands and suddenly realized. No wonder she wanted to find the cellar. It turns out there is food in it. Big brother. Let's go and take a look. Okay. The two came to the entrance of the cellar. There was a ladder inside. From the outside, it was dark and a little creepy. I'll go down first. The tall man walked down the ladder and was soon covered by the black. Ah! The other party's cry suddenly came from inside. The short man was startled and shouted at the entrance of the cave. Brother. What's wrong? What's going on down there? There was suddenly no movement inside. The short man was a little scared and asked again, Brother, are you okay? It's okay. I saw so much food and couldn't help it. You come down. With the words of the big brother, the short man's face was happy. And he hurried down. The oil lamp in the cellar was lit. The light was dim, but the situation inside could be seen clearly. A big man and 3 small ones were sitting on a bench eating leisurely, while 2 big men were kneeling on the ground next to them, tied up. The short man stared at his brother with resentment. How could he deceive his young and innocent feelings? The tall man shrugged helplessly, with a knife across his neck at that time. What could he do? We should share the trouble. Yin Yin finished the cake, clapped her hands, and stood up with the dagger. The two were so scared that they quickly tried to get close to each other and beg for mercy. Second brother and sister. Calm down. We are relatives. I am brother Dinyo. Yes. I am brother Ernyo from your uncle's family. These 2 people are indeed members of the Song family. But they don't have a good relationship with the Song family. Old man Song and their father are cousins. The relationship between the 2 families became strained because of some things back then. And they didn't interact much. Otherwise, they wouldn't have separated this time to escape from the famine. Brother Dinyo. Brother Ernyo? It's us. Sister-in-law. You see? It's all a misunderstanding. Let us go quickly, Dinyo said with a smile. While trying to stand up, Yin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light flashed, and the knife in her hand was thrown out, and then flew past Dinyo's ear. Puff. With a muffled sound. The whole blade sank into the wall, leaving only the handle outside. Ah! A strand of hair fell to the ground, and Dinyo was scared out of his wits. The knife almost touched his neck, and he was finished. Oh my god! Ernyo was also scared by her move, shrinking his neck and dared not move anymore. Strength determines everything. The 2 of them became honest in an instant. And at the same time, 1,000 grass mud horses ran through their hearts. How could the cowardly Yin Xiaohua become so powerful? Did she pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger before? How did they offend this evil star? Will she be eaten? When they thought of the possible outcome, fear and regret surged in their hearts. They regretted that they had planned to attack Yin Xiaohua in the first place. Now, the hunter has become the prey. Second brother and sister-in-law. We were wrong. Please forgive us for the sake of being a member of the Song family. As they said, the 2 cowed out and begged for mercy. Yin Yin glanced at them and said in a cold voice, What do you mean? Brothers? Do you want to harm me and the 2 children? When the 2 heard it, they immediately shook their heads like rattles. No. We definitely didn't want to harm you. Yes. I swear we didn't want to sneak behind and hit you with a club. What are you talking about? You idiot. Dania bumped him and told him not to talk nonsense. Ernie reacted and quickly changed his words. I mean, we are good people and will not do bad things. Good people? Yin Yin sneered in her heart, but did not expose them. It seems that I misunderstood the 2 brothers. Misunderstanding? All misunderstanding. The 2 of them smiled flatteringly. In their hearts, they said that they were indeed a woman. Easy to fool. They were attacked by her before. As long as they can escape, they must avenge today. Yin Yin flicked her fingers, and 2 small stones flew over and cut the rope of the 2. Thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is very skilled. I wonder who learned Kung Fu from. Yes, I haven't heard of anyone who knows Kung Fu in the village. Could it be that sister-in-law secretly learned it outside? The 2 pulled the rope down while testing, and also implicitly said that she left the village without permission and was not a good wife. Yin Yin glanced at them lightly. What does it have to do with you? The 2 were frustrated and looked a little unhappy. Yin Yin sneered in her heart. Did she think she was good enough again? Or did she think she could be manipulated at will as a weak woman? Sister-in-law. Are these foods left by the original owner of the house? The two of them set their sights on the snacks. As the saying goes, share half when you meet. Since we brothers have seen it, shouldn't we have a share too? After hearing this, the two little ones, who had been silent all the time, immediately hugged the snack box and soy milk in their arms. These were their mother's things, so they didn't want to share them with these two bad guys. Yin Yin nodded calmly. Okay, but whoever can pull out the dagger can get the food. It's just a dagger. Simple. Daniel, who was originally planning to grab it if it wasn't given, laughed. What kind of condition is this? As he said, he came to the wall and casually pulled the dagger out. Huh? He made a surprised sound, then tightened his grip on the hilt and tried again. The dagger still didn't move. Hey, I don't believe it. He held the hilt with both hands and kicked the wall with all his strength to pull it out. Ernie laughed at him. Brother, have you been weak for 2 days? Not to mention that this is just a mud brick wall. Even if it was built with blue bricks, it wouldn't take so much effort. Daniel scolded him angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Come and try if you have the ability. I'll try. But it's just a dagger. Huh? Ernie tried it and found that the dagger couldn't be pulled out at all. He also changed to using both hands, and the dagger still didn't move, just like it was in the long wall. Hey, this is weird. Brother, let's do it together. Ernie held the hilt in front, and Daniel pulled it out behind him, and the two brothers worked together. Ouch. Ernie couldn't hold it anymore and let go, and the two fell to the ground with a plop. At this time, Yin Yin suddenly stretched out a hand. The two stared blankly, wondering what it meant. The next second, the dagger flew out of the wall with a whoosh and landed in her hand. The two stared with their eyes wide open in shock, thinking to themselves, is this still a human being? It would be fine if they hadn't tried it before. But two grown men couldn't pull out the dagger. But she took it out through the air? Dania thought of what he had just said, and cold sweats ran down his face. Originally thought that Yin Xiaohua had caught the two brothers by beating them with a club, and after being released, she was still unconvinced, and even thought about revenge in the future. However, the next second, he was slapped in the face by reality. This woman is unfathomable, and must not be offended. Who knows if a knife will fly over one day, and his life will be gone. Although Ernie's brain was a little slow, he also understood this truth. The clothes wrapped in starch were soaked with cold sweat, and stuck to his back. Sister-in-law, we were just joking. The food is all yours. We don't want it. Yes, just treat what we said as bullshit. You guys eat. We're leaving first. I always feel a chill on my neck when I stay here. Chapter 9. The supermarket has become a ferry? Wait a minute. Yin Yin spoke coldly. The two paused, not daring to move, fearing that the knife would fly over the next moment. She picked up a custard bun and came close to the two brothers. Do you want to eat these foods? Looking at the big buns made of white flour, the two swallowed their saliva, thinking, of course they didn't want to. But they didn't dare to say it. Yin Yin continued. It's not difficult to eat, as long as you help me do something. The two brothers' eyes lit up. Second brother, what do you say? We will do it. After a cup of tea, the two came out of the cellar, looking at the gift box in their arms. The two felt like they were dreaming. Daniel pinched his arm hard. Ernio screamed in pain. Brother, why are you pinching me? See if it's a dream. Does it hurt? Daniel asked. Nonsense. Why don't you pinch yourself? Ernio retorted to him unhappily. I'm afraid of pain. Right? Forget it. Let's get down to business. If all this is true, we won't have to worry about food. What do you mean? We don't have any money either? They had a total of 30 coins on them, all of which they used to buy this snack box. Daniel slapped him on the head. Stupid. Isn't the opportunity to make money right in front of you? As middlemen, we should make some commissions. Ernio scratched his head. Brother, what you said makes sense. What if they don't give it? Simple. We control the entrance to the cellar, and we won't let them make a wish if they don't give us a commission. Brother is still smart. The two brothers left one by one. After an incense stick, 100 people came here in a mighty manner and surrounded the yard. Daniel's family had already surrounded the entrance to the cellar. Did the immortal really appear? If it's fake, where did the things in their hands come from? I've never seen such a delicate box in my life. Everyone discussed it half doubtfully. Daniel said loudly. There have been famines for years, and countless people have starved to death. God couldn't stand it anymore. So he sent the supermarket immortal to save us. The supermarket immortal values us. So my brother and I acted as messengers to call everyone here to feel the immortal's protection and mercy. What does the supermarket immortal mean? Why haven't I heard of this title before? Someone asked. Daniel glared at him and scolded him. There are thousands of gods in the sky. What's wrong with giving yourself the title of supermarket fairy? Do I need your permission? That's right. Who do you think you are? How can you question the fairy? Get rid of him, and don't let him make a wish. People who question the fairy are not qualified to be protected by the fairy. Get him out. Dania's family took the lead in accusing him, and others followed suit and wanted to drive him away. The man was so scared that he quickly knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. Supermarket fairy. I won't dare to do it again. Now the people who wanted to make trouble didn't dare to come forward. Before they are sure whether there is a fairy. It's better to be honest. And they have never seen the box that Daniel and his brothers took back. So it's not an exaggeration to say that it is something from the fairy. That's why they followed Daniel and his friends. Seeing that the effect is almost there, Daniel waved his hand. The fairy is kind and won't bother with you. But he will never let you off easily next time. I won't dare to do it again. Thank you, Immortal, and Brother Daniel. The man kowtowed to express his gratitude, and then climbed up. Ernia secretly gave his eldest brother a thumbs up. This trick was good. Everyone. I'll let my mother demonstrate it. And everyone can make a wish. As she said this, an old woman came to the front of the cellar and knelt directly on the ground. Supermarket Immortal, please bless me. Give me some food. She took out 10 coins, threw them into the cellar, and then kowtowed 3 times very devoutly. As soon as she kowtowed, a row of 6 boxes of soy milk appeared in front of her. Wow! It really showed up. Oh my god! It turns out that there are really immortals. What is this? Open it quickly, and let us see it. Seeing the soy milk appear out of thin air, more than 100 people instantly exploded. At first, they were still worried that Song Dania was deceiving them, or had some conspiracy. Until they saw it with their own eyes. They were convinced. Under the enthusiastic gaze of the crowd. And Song opened the soy milk, inserted a straw, and drank 2 big gulps. Ah! It's delicious. She couldn't help but sigh. It tasted better than sugar water. It was simply a delicacy on earth. She didn't drink it, but handed the soy milk to her grandson. As for the remaining 5 boxes, she held them in her arms like a treasure. Dania cleared his throat and said loudly, everyone has seen it. The food appeared out of thin air. As long as you put money into the cellar and make a wish to the supermarket fairy, you can get food. I want to come. I also want to make a wish to the fairy. I'll go first. I have money. I have money too. Why should I let you go first? The victims squeezed forward one after another, all wanting to make the second wish. Dania quickly took control of the situation and shouted at the top of his voice. Everyone, be quiet. The immortal is kind and everyone has a chance. Listen to me first about the rules. If you break the immortal's rules, no one will have anything to eat. When the rules were mentioned, everyone immediately quieted down, fearing that they would anger the immortal. First, let me tell you the prices of the items. Drinks cost 10 or 30 cents, and food costs 20 or 30 cents. Each person has 1 chance to make a wish, as long as you kneel down and kowtow devoutly and throw money into the cellar. The supermarket fairy will send out the food. Of course, as the first 2 brothers to discover the fairy and can pass on the message, we should at least give some benefits. Right? Every person who makes a wish should give us 2 copper coins as a reward. An old man asked. Is it a one-time payment? Or do you have to pay it every time you make a wish? Ernia snorted coldly. Of course you have to pay it every time you make a wish. You should know that without us brothers, you would have no chance to make a wish to the fairy. There are many people who don't want to pay. 2 cents per person. 2 cents of silver for 100 people. I don't know how much food and drink they can exchange. In the crowd, some victims rolled their eyes and discussed with the people around them, trying to snatch the ownership of the cellar. It was obvious that the immortals accepted money through the cellar, and the messenger was the first person to discover the secret of the cellar. As long as they could put money in, they would definitely get food. Daniel looked at the people who were ready to move and said coldly, you can try to replace us brothers and see if the supermarket immortal will get angry and give you food? Threat. Ernio continued. We can definitely sell you food at a high price after getting the food. Will the money we get then be more than these 2 copper coins? It's because we are kind-hearted and feel that the disaster victims have a hard time. So we didn't hide it. Expressing goodwill. The 2 brothers sang in unison. And those who were tempted at the beginning showed guilt on their faces. Because what they said was right. If they brought steamed buns and snacks to sell, let alone 2 cents, everyone would give 10 or 20 cents. Just for a bite to eat. Chapter 10 Make a Wish. Brother Daniel. We were wrong. Here are 2 coins. I'll go first. A man came out and handed over 2 copper coins. Ernia took them with satisfaction. The man took out another 20 coins from his ragged pocket and threw them into the cellar. Then knelt down and made a pious wish. Supermarket immortal, please have mercy on me and give me some food. He kowtowed 3 times. The next second, a bag of Fuwang gift bags appeared in front of him. Seeing the gift bags, the man covered his face and cried excitedly, Thank you, immortal. Thank you. He kowtowed 3 more times. Then stood up with the snacks. What's in it? I've never seen this bag before. Is this what the immortals eat? They all look so high-end. Open it and take a look. Many people surrounded him, wanting to see what was inside. The man's family surrounded him, fearing that someone would rob him. He looked at the big bag, thinking about how to open it. When he saw a small hole on the side, he tried to tear it open. And it really opened. There were 20 snow cakes and sabe inside, which was worthy of the word big gift bag. When the snow cakes were opened, a strong rice fragrance spread out, and everyone swallowed their saliva. This is definitely something from the immortals. If it weren't for the famine, we wouldn't have the chance to eat what the immortals eat. That's right. And this food is not expensive. 20 cents is so much. It can last for a long time. I want to change. Here are 2 copper coins. I want to change too. This is my money. This is mine. Everyone handed over money and rushed to make a wish. Daniel hurriedly said, Don't worry. Everyone come one by one. Those who want to make a wish line up. Those who have already made a wish, make way. Daniel maintained order. Ernio collected money. And their parents and children watched the cellar. The 3rd person who made a wish took out 50 coins and got a Fuwang gift bag and a Fuji cake gift box. The 4th person looked at the money in his hand. 92 coins. If he made wishes separately, he would have to pay a bribe next time. It is better to make a wish at once. If he gets more food, he can make it to the provincial capital. Now no one wants to exchange this money for a bowl of rice. And it is useless to keep it. So it is better to use it all. After thinking it over, he threw all 90 coins into the cellar. Immortal, please give me more food and less drink. Then 2 bags of Fuwang gift bags, a box of cake gift boxes, and 2 rows of soy milk appeared in front of him. The old man was overjoyed. Thank you, immortal. When the disaster is over, I will definitely set up a tablet for you and offer incense all year round. He was about to ask his family to take something, when suddenly, a white light flashed in front of his eyes, and another box of cakes and pastries appeared. The old man was stunned at first, then counted and shouted, The immortal has appeared. The sudden extra box of snacks attracted a lot of people to watch. It turns out that this way you can get more food. The 5th person who made a wish learned it. And when making a wish, he added the words of offering incense to the immortal. As a result, he waited and waited, but no extra food came. What? You are an immortal, and you treat me differently? He couldn't help complaining. The next moment, the food on the ground flew up, and the man was startled. Daniel took the opportunity to say, You are blaspheming the gods. Be careful that the immortal will confiscate your food. Hurry up and apologize to the immortal. The man immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to apologize. After his experience, those who wanted to cheat the immortals gave up the idea. Of course, there were also many people who really planned to set up a tablet for the immortals to offer incense. As long as they prayed sincerely, they would naturally get more food. There were more than 100 people gathered here, and more than 60 people made a wish and got food. There were also 50 people who didn't even have enough money in their pockets to get 20 coins. Brother, I have 8 coins in my hand. Can our 2 families make a wish with the immortals together? And the food we get will be divided according to the share of money we pay. It happens. I have 14 coins in my hand, and I can get a big gift bag. The 2 families hit it off, and put the money together. Seeing this, many people followed suit, and the remaining 50 people also put together a few hundred coins. After half an hour, the last person who made a wish got the food. More than 100 people did not leave. They didn't know if the immortals had any instructions, and they all looked at the two brothers, Daniel and Ernio. Daniel looked at his younger brother. He didn't know what to do next. Everything he did before was done according to Yan Shihua's instructions. As for what to do after making a wish, he didn't know. At this moment, a thin figure walked out of the crowd. Seeing the newcomer, Daniel and Ernie immediately smiled. Second brother's wife. You are here. Yan Xiaohua. What are you doing here? Old man Song's family was nearby. Seeing Yin Yin, old woman Song was immediately furious. Yin Yin said lightly, make a wish. Haha. What a joke. Letting you, a jinx who is not filial to your parents-in-law, make a wish is a great disrespect to the immortals. Get back here. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. But old lady Song didn't care at all, and wished that everyone knew what kind of person she was. The opportunity to show off came, and Daniel immediately stood up for her. Second aunt, what you said is wrong. The immortals save all living beings, and they don't care who worships them. On the contrary, it is disrespectful to yell in front of the immortals. After a hat was put on her, old lady Song immediately shut up. Ernio also shouted, Second aunt, don't let us get involved by being so disrespectful to the immortals. You are talking nonsense. I didn't. Old lady Song immediately retorted. What if the immortals really listened to them, and didn't give them food in the future? These two little bastards are too bad. Old man Song's face darkened, and he scolded her. Shut up. Stay away. Old lady Song curled her lips, stared at Daniel, Ernio, and Yin Xiaohua fiercely with her small eyes, and cursed all their 8 generations of ancestors in her heart. After the episode, Yin Yin took off the bag she had been carrying, and a rustling sound came from it. Damn. It's not all copper coins. Right? Someone couldn't help asking. It sounds like copper coins. I didn't expect someone to take so much money with them to escape famine. Before today, I would have thought it was stupid to keep so much money without buying food. But now I've met the supermarket fairy. Damn. This woman is too lucky. Isn't she? Such a big package. There must be at least 2 taels of silver in it. How much food can she get? I'm so envious. Can you see that this woman is not liked by her in-laws? Who knows where the money came from? No matter how it came from. As long as there is money. The crowd was noisy. Some were envious and some were jealous, wishing that the money belonged to them. Others rolled their eyes and secretly moved forward. If a lot of food came out at once and the other party couldn't take care of it, they would secretly take one, and she wouldn't notice it. Even if she found out, he would run away with the food in his arms. Would the other party give up so much food to chase him? Anyone who moved forward probably had this idea. Only those who had seen Yin Yan's tough side stood still and didn't dare to have any bad ideas. Yin Yan didn't care what these people said or thought at all. She deliberately weighed the bundle in her hand, asked everyone to listen carefully, and then threw the bundle into the cellar. Chapter 11. Her purpose. She put her hands together and bowed, making a kneeling gesture. The next moment, a white light enveloped her, and then her feet left the ground and slowly flew up. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. How could someone suddenly fly up? The supermarket fairy appeared. Someone shouted, and everyone except a few people knelt down and kowtowed devoutly. Dania looked at her with complicated eyes, and he was not convinced. It was obviously the 2 brothers who did everything, and it was also the 2 of them who made everyone believe in the supermarket fairy. Why did the miracle appear on Yin Xiaohua? A woman? Was it because she was the first to meet the fairy? Or because she gave the most money? Did the fairy also look at the money? As for Yin Yin, she opened her hands and made a gesture of accepting the baptism of the fairy. After an estimated minute, she slowly landed, and the white light on her body disappeared. Everyone. My name is Yin Yin. Just now, the supermarket fairy was moved by my sincerity, and specially taught me some fairy power, and authorized me to purchase items, making me the agent of the supermarket. She paved the way for the use of supernatural powers in the future. There is no better excuse than meeting a fairy. And it also gave her a good reason to use the supermarket at any time in the future. This is her purpose. To use the golden finger openly. Wow! Everyone exclaimed. And the eyes looking at her were different. Dania felt jealous. But he had to accept this fact. What he had to do now was to build a good relationship with Yin Xiaohua. As for the existence of the fairy, he did not doubt it. Whether it was the means of making items appear out of thin air, or the food he had never seen before, it was not something that Yin Xiaohua, an ordinary person, could do. But Old Man Song's family was in a complicated and mixed mood. No one in their family was kind to Yin Xiaohua and the twins, and bullying and beating were commonplace. After Song Erzwang died, they became even more unscrupulous. Now Yin Xiaohua was suddenly favored by the immortal, and took control of the supermarket. But they were not happy at all. Didn't you see that she even changed her name? This is to draw a clear line with the Song family. Looking at the ugly faces of the family, Old Man Song reminded quietly, no matter what, she is the mother of 2 children, and the daughter-in-law of the second son. Yes, even if she becomes an immortal, I am still her mother-in-law. Can she still rebel? If she dares to disobey me again, I will complain to the immortal. I don't believe that the immortal will not care. Old Lady Song was in high spirits, imagining how to control her in the future. When she thought about the endless snacks and food in the future, she was very excited. Mrs. Zhang looked at the 3 children around her, and then looked at the second brother and sister-in-law who were the focus of the crowd, and suddenly felt that the future was bright. Mrs. Zhang looked at her with a strange expression, and the aura on her body became more and more gloomy. I wonder what she was thinking. As for the third brother Song, and the eldest brother Song who was leaning on a cane, their thoughts were simple. That is, they should be better to their sister-in-law, brother-in-law, in the future. With such a family member valued by the immortal, maybe the Song family will be able to rise to prominence and bring honor to the ancestors from now on. Yin Yin directly ignored the eyes of the Song family and looked at the victims. From now on, anyone who makes a wish to buy food from me will be exempted from the commission. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, Miss Yin. Everyone thanked them. 2 cents is also money. Damn. The 2 brothers Dania looked very unhappy. This is going to cut off their money. Why didn't they tell them before making the decision? If they are not satisfied, the money can be split in half. If it is just waived, no one will benefit. Yin Yin waved her hand and continued. To celebrate my becoming the supermarket agent, all purchased items will be half price for 4 days from today. Great. We are saved. Long live Miss Yin. Long live Miss Yin. Everyone cheered, even happier than before. What? There's a problem with this title? Are immortals not as good as the royal family? Besides, whoever feeds them is their heaven now. Old Lady Song's face darkened. How much money will this prodigal woman lose by doing this? I must give her a good scolding when I go back. The 2 brothers Dania also felt the pain. You are generous and noble, but if you have the ability, don't deduct our benefits. As for whether the victims still had money, of course they did. How could they not keep some? After all, no one knew whether what Dania said was true or false before they came. Everyone took the things they exchanged and went back happily. It was still a group of hungry and skinny victims, but there was already a light of hope on their faces and eyes. Only the 2 families surnamed Song were left here. Although Dania was unhappy, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He smiled and explained to Yin Yin, second sister-in-law, we didn't have time to tell you about the bribe. The original plan was to split it with you. Ernie gave half of the money to the second sister-in-law. Ernie was reluctant, seeing that his eldest brother winked at him. He had to open the purse. There were more than 200 copper coins inside. Yin Yin waved her hand. I don't want it. This is what you deserve. Ernie was delighted and immediately covered the bag. And Dania's heart sank. Was he going to leave them alone? That wouldn't do. Thinking of this, he snatched the bag and handed it over with a smile. Second brother's wife. We were wrong before. This money should have been yours. If you hadn't been chosen by the immortal, we wouldn't have made any money. And we might have starved to death before we even reached the provincial capital. The other people in the Song family were a little confused. Could it be that it was Yin Xiaohua who met the immortal at the beginning? Not the Dania brothers? No wonder the 2 changed their attitudes when they saw Yin Xiaohua. Thinking of this, Old Lady Song stepped forward and snatched the money bag, cursing. This money should be ours. You too, Dania, are such bastards. It was obviously the second son's wife who found the supermarket fairy. But you 2 bastards stole the show and made everyone owe you a favor. Luckily the fairy showed his power. Otherwise all the credit would have been taken by you 2. My money? Ernie wanted to take it back with a pained heart, but was stopped by Daniel. If he wanted to continue to get benefits from Yin Xiaohua, he had to be willing to give up such a small amount of money. Old Mrs. Song was very happy with the money in her arms, although it was very unpleasant for Yin Xiaohua to be valued by the fairy. She suppressed her unhappiness when she thought about having no worries about food and clothing in the future and having endless money. Song Dania's family looked a little ugly, and Uncle Song came forward to get close to his cousin. Second brother. It is a great joy that the second brother's wife is valued by the immortal. There will definitely be greater development in the future, and it is possible that she will need help. Of course, this helper is from our own family, which is the most reassuring. Right? It was rare for the cousin to come to mediate, so Old Man Song naturally gave him a way out. Brother, what you said makes sense. We are a family, so we should not have two different opinions. I will need your family's help in the future. No problem. No problem. Uncle Song laughed so hard that his eyes could not be seen. Others also greeted each other to keep in touch. Yin Yin sneered in her heart, but did not deny what they said. Chapter 12. Set the rules. As her supernatural energy is used up, she needs to rely on the supermarket to quickly accumulate assets for herself, so that she can have the capital to fight before being noticed. This requires help from someone, and at present, the Song family is the best choice. As for her own team, she can't be impatient. She needs to slowly select them, not asking for how capable they are. Loyalty is the first priority. She was plotted against by her good sisters, who had been through life and death together in the other world, which is an indelible pain in her heart. Everyone, you have talked about it. Listen to me for a few words. She wants to set the rules and take the lead. As soon as she spoke, everyone stopped chatting and looked at her. Old Lady Song habitually found fault. Yin Xiaohua, do you talk to your elders like this? Second brother's wife. Niece's wife is the one chosen by the immortal, and can also be said to represent the immortal. You can't always use the seniority to suppress her. And Song spoke for Yin Yin. She knew that this old lady was very bad to Yin Yin. Just as Mrs. Song was about to retort, Old Man Song glared at her fiercely. Couldn't she hear such obvious provocation? What's wrong with your brain? Shut up. Go back if you keep talking. Being scolded by her husband? Mrs. Song didn't say anything even if she was dissatisfied. She just glared at her sister-in-law secretly. Mrs. Song said flatteringly, Niece-in-law, just say whatever you want. First of all, thanks to the immortal for changing my name. From now on I'm Yin Yin. She wanted to use her own name and leave a legend of her Yin Yin in this world. Everyone had no objection to the name change, and they also wanted the immortal to change their names. Secondly, I do need manpower, but I need employees, not helpers. What do you mean? Yin. You want us to be your servants? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? It was Old Lady Song who was the first to stand up and object, spitting saliva everywhere. Yin Yin glanced at her lightly and said in a cold voice, If Mrs. Songley disagrees, who else can stand up? Old Man Song couldn't save his face. As a father-in-law, he was a servant to his daughter-in-law. If he told others, would he still have face? Forget about me and your mother. Let the eldest and the third son help you. Old Master Song also wanted to refuse, but was pulled hard by his wife, so he didn't say it. As for Song Dania's family, none of them felt embarrassed. Miss Yin, we are all willing to work for you. You will be our master in the future. Their family changed their names directly. For the sake of survival, everyone eats. Face is shit. Yin Yin was a little surprised by the performance of Song Dania's family. She thought the two old people would be embarrassed. She nodded slightly and continued. I will pay wages every month. Of course, you can also choose to exchange it for food. Children under 10 years old are not allowed. Why do you have to stipulate that they are 10 years old? De Zhang asked puzzledly. Her oldest child is only 9 years old. The three brothers of the Song family got married late, and their children were not old enough, so they lost a lot of labor. If the eldest sister-in-law is not worried that they will go out alone and never come back, then I don't care. Yin Yin's words made De Zhang speechless. It's okay in normal times, but it's different in years of famine. Not to mention a child. Even adults who act alone can easily die. Yin Yin continued. Anyone who brings one person to buy things from me will be rewarded with an extra penny. The more people you bring, the more rewards you will get. The rewards will be settled on the spot and will never be delayed. When this rule came out, everyone was overjoyed. There have been 3 years of drought, and there are more than 100 or 200 victims. It is estimated that there are millions of victims gathering in the provincial capital alone. If one person is rewarded with a copper coin, what about the 1 million people? It's exciting to think about it. Old Man Song, who has figured it out, regretted it a little. Well, second daughter-in-law, Dad suddenly wants to work for you. Do you think it's possible? No. The 2 words were so clear and succinct that Old Man Song didn't know what to say for a while. The last point is that you and I are in a boss-employee relationship. I pay you for your work. It's that simple. Don't talk to me about feelings, morality, seniority, etc. Anyone who plays the emotional card will be dismissed. This is very important. Don't talk nonsense with her. In another world, because of the invasion of aliens, as a superpower, she had to bear all kinds of burdens on her shoulders. She worked hard every day for the future of mankind. To be honest, she was very tired, and there was no future to be seen. There were very few newborns, and people died every day. The future of mankind was dark, which was the most desperate. After coming to this world, she felt relieved, and the sword hanging over her head was finally gone. As for the drought, she didn't care at all. Now that there was a supermarket, she didn't care about it at all. Now she wanted to live for herself, and don't think of anything to put on her. Her last condition made many people's faces stiffen, and at the same time, they were nervous. This sentence was obviously knocking on them. Not to rely on the status of relatives to do something out of line. Daniel, who had some ideas, shrank his neck and thought to himself that he should be honest for the time being and think of ways to make money after gaining her trust. The next step is to determine the number of employees. Old Man Song has 4 people, including the eldest and 3rd sons and their spouses. Uncle Song has an old couple, 3 sons and their wives, plus 3 children over 10 years old. A total of 11 people. Looking at the number of people in the eldest cousin's family, Mrs. Song was jealous and couldn't help but mock them. Brother, sister-in-law, you 2 are so old. Your grandson is about to get married, but you still have to bow and scrape in front of the younger generation, pretending to be grandsons. Isn't it embarrassing? Mrs. Song ignored her ridicule and raised her chin and said, "It's better to be embarrassed than to be hungry. How much is face worth?" Mother is right. Is face more important than money? Besides, Miss Yin has obtained immortal power. At least half immortal. Working under the immortal. It's very face-saving to say it out. Dania's words made Mrs. Song wake up instantly. Yes, Yin Yin is backed by an immortal. And she is the immortal's mother-in-law. Isn't she more prestigious? Thinking of this, she looked down on others with her nose in the sky. And she wanted to look down on others with her chin down. Looking down on everyone. Dania sneered in his heart. Yin Yan's last condition was enough to explain everything. He was waiting to be slapped in the face. It would be best if they had a falling out with Yin Yin. And he took the opportunity to invite her into their house. Yin Yin assigned them tasks, and then went down to the cellar. After a while, she led the 2 children out. As for money, when she bought items from the supermarket more than 100 times, the supermarket opened a permission. She could spend 100 coins to buy a junior membership. The functions of membership include 10% discount on purchases, opening an account to save money, and of course, you can also withdraw money, and there is an additional item storage cabinet. Items purchased from the supermarket can be temporarily stored in it, but not for more than 24 hours. And things from outside cannot be put in. And items that have been taken out of the supermarket cannot be put in. The storage cabinet is only 1 cubic meter, but it is enough. This membership is very worthwhile. She wants to take advantage of the store celebration to increase the number of purchases as much as possible to see if she can get other functions, even if it is to upgrade the membership. This is also the reason for her half-price discount. Chapter 13. Want to sue me for being unfilial? I'll help you. Why isn't the price lower? Because I'm worried that when the price is restored to the original price, people won't be able to accept the huge difference, thus reducing their desire to buy. Besides, she's a businessman. After so much trouble, the sun has already set. As soon as she got back to her residence, Old Lady Song couldn't help but scold her. Yen Xiaohua, did a dog eat your brain? How can the price be halved? That's money. Don't think you're great just because you were chosen by the immortal. No matter what, you're still the daughter-in-law of our old Song family. And I'm still your mother. I tell you, everything in the future must be approved by me and your father. If you dare to make decisions on your own, you will be punished by the family law. She directly showed her power to kill her arrogance. Old Man Song also helped to criticize her. What your mother said makes sense. Even the local rich don't spend so much money. If our family had 20 taels of silver, your husband wouldn't have to join the army. It's all because of poverty. Second sister-in-law, I know you are pitiful victims, but you should always take care of your family first. Right? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about Xiaoyong and Xiaodin. They will need a lot of money to start a family in the future. If you don't save money for them, do you still count on your old parents? Song Laosan also went to the battle, with only one purpose: to let her not act willfully, and do whatever she wants. De Zhang felt that she should say something, but before she opened her mouth, she found that Yin Yan's eyes became colder and colder, with a hint of impatience. So she shut up very tactfully. Are you done? Yin Yan asked coldly, holding back her temper. Seeing her like this, old lady Song got angry and pointed at her. What's your attitude? Isn't it enough for me, your mother, to teach you a lesson? Yin Xiaohua. Don't take chicken feathers as a token of authority and act like a big shot. What if the immortals value you? I tell you, the laws of the great Zhou dynasty stipulate that the younger generation in a family cannot yell at the elders, let alone fight. Otherwise it is a great disobedience, and you will go to jail. If you dare to touch me again today, I will go to the government office to sue you and put you in jail. I don't know where he got the law from. So he dared to be arrogant with her. Oh, sue me? Okay, I'll help you. As he said that, Yin Yan raised his hand and slapped him twice. Old lady Song was confused. Shouldn't a normal person beg for mercy after hearing this? Why didn't she play by the rules and even resorted to violence? Was she not afraid of going to jail? Pfft. The bloody smell filled her mouth. She spat out a mouthful. The loose back molar couldn't resist and fell off. Back molar, I took it all in the end, Yin Yan said coldly. Is it enough? If not, I'll give you 2 more. As she was about to raise her hand, old lady Song was so scared that she quickly hid behind her son, fearing that she would be beaten again. She glanced at everyone. If anyone else wants to sue me, I'll help you. Everyone shook their heads immediately. They would only come closer if they were stupid. If you really want to sue her, you have to be close to the government office. Otherwise, it's unknown whether people can get there. I didn't expect her to be so cruel. She beat people without hesitation, and was not even afraid of going to jail. She was simply a living bandit. Old Man Song coughed to ease the solemn atmosphere. Second son's wife. You know your mother's personality, so don't blame her. Old lady Song, damn. Is she the only one who is beating up this evil star? She is the one who is wrong? Old Man Song continued. Since the supermarket fairy has chosen you, you can do whatever you want. However, if you have any difficulties, you can come to us. After all, we are a family, and can help you with some ideas. Yin Yan glanced at him lightly and reminded him. I told you not to play the emotional card with me, father-in-law. You are old and dim. Didn't you hear me? Old Man Song, damn. Are you born in the year of the donkey? You don't take any soft or hard words. He suppressed his anger and forced out an ugly smile. Old second wife. You misunderstood. I am not playing the emotional card. I am stating a fact. Your husband, Song Erzwing, is my son, and your 2 children are my grandchildren. They are all blood relatives. Since ancient times, this society has existed mainly on the basis of family. The family and the ancestral hall are one person. I have no blood relationship with you. Yin Yan interrupted his preaching and yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to rest, said, pulling the 2 children to the next room. Old Man Song, damn it. Flip the table. No one can stop him. Seeing that she was about to leave, old lady Song hurriedly said, Yin Xiaohua, wait a moment. Bring out some food and drink before going to bed. The person who left did not stop. She was very annoyed. Yin Xiaohua, I'm talking to you. Do you hear me? The other party still ignored her. And old lady Song was so angry that she jumped up and down. Yin Yin. De Zhang spoke. This time Yin Yin paused and said coldly, if you want to eat, pay for it. There is no free food. After saying that, he led the child away without looking back. Old lady Song was so angry that she cursed. Yin Xiaohua. You bitch. You really think I can't deal with you, right? If it weren't for the fact that you were chosen by the immortal, the slaps you gave me today would have been enough for me to divorce you. Can you stop making trouble? Old Man Song frowned. And he was restless all day long. Old Lady Song felt wrong. What do you mean I should stop making trouble? Look at her attitude. She is arrogant and disrespectful to her elders. The immortal is also blind to like such a person. Mom, don't talk about the right and wrong of the immortal. Old Third Song reminded his mother that what if the immortal was unhappy and didn't give them food? Old Lady Song didn't care. What am I afraid of? Anyway, Yen Xiaohua. This bitch doesn't give me food. I can't rely on her for anything. Why should I worship her like an ancestor? She thought she would have no worries about food and clothing in the future. But this bitch didn't give her any face. So what should she worry about? Today I will divorce this bitch on behalf of the second brother and drive her out of the Song family. Then what will happen if she is invited back by the eldest uncle's family to be supported? The eldest brother Song persuaded his mother helplessly. Mom, think about how our family treated the second brother's wife in the past. Is she a little emotional now? The old woman Song was stunned. And the past came to her mind. She slept in a straw hut, ate pig food, worked in the fields, and was beaten and scolded. In the past 4 years, she really didn't give her a good face. She was much less arrogant, but still unconvinced. I am her mother-in-law. What's wrong with setting some rules? Everyone has gone through this. Besides, if she hadn't killed my son, would I have treated her like this? She deserved it. But things are different now. My second brother's wife is valued by the immortals. Her ability is too important in the famine era. Even a word from her can mean that our family has no way to survive. But she didn't do that. She gave me and the third brother the opportunity to work and earn money. What does this mean? Chapter 14. Yin Yin confessed. The old woman said unhappily. What else can it mean? She wants us to worship her as our ancestor and enslave us for revenge. But mother, people who want to worship her can line up from the head of the village to the end of the village. And there are many people who want to work for her. And in the end, didn't we still get this opportunity? This shows that the second sister-in-law has this family and our relatives in her heart. Song Laosan continued his eldest brother's words and said, for so many years, the second sister-in-law has accumulated a lot of resentment in her heart. It's hard to avoid getting angry when she finally has a chance to come out. Mother, you should be patient for a while. Don't make trouble for her. Let her vent her anger. Then, what she wants to eat. Isn't it just a matter of your words? De Zhang secretly rolled her eyes, thinking that it was not only the second brother and his wife who were resentful, and it would be difficult for her and her cousin to meet such a mother-in-law. If one day she becomes outstanding and is chosen by the immortal, and no longer afraid of this old woman, she might do something more extreme than Yin Yin. Little Zhang in the corner didn't know what she was thinking. She stared at the back of the old woman's head, smiled sinisterly, and felt a sense of pleasure in revenge. Old woman Song touched her neck and felt a chill on her back. The words of her two sons calmed her anger. After careful consideration, she felt that they were right. Well, I can't afford to offend her. I'll just hide from her. She couldn't smile and say nice things, so she simply turned a blind eye. Seeing their mother compromise, the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that their mother would ruin their jobs. And they were even more afraid that Yin Yin would leave the Song family in anger. That would be the biggest loss. The performance of the two sons made Old Man Song nod with satisfaction. In fact, there was one more thing that they overlooked. Now there are few disaster victims. So it doesn't matter. When they arrive in the provincial capital, Yin Yan's role will be reflected. And that will be the time for the Song family to rise to prominence. He asked the old woman to play the villain and scold her, not to be complacent and forget her identity, and let the children play the red face and speak well for her, giving her a way out. This is Old Man Song's purpose. As for whether the second son's wife will leave, he is not worried. Apart from anything else, as long as the two children are there, she can't run away. This is the bargaining chip. Be nicer to Xiaoyong and Xiaodan in the future, the eldest and the third child. Take good care of your children. If anyone dares to bully the twins again, I will let your mother beat you. Dad, we have already told you. Okay, take out the food you exchanged today. Make an exception to eat a meal tonight. Stay alert, and get more business tomorrow. Ordinarily, after lunch, you have to wait until the day after tomorrow to eat. If you are hungry, just bear it. It's okay as long as you don't starve to death. But now that there is a supermarket fairy, you don't have to be so strict. When they heard that there was something to eat, the whole family's eyes lit up, and they became energetic. As for Yin Yin, she led the 2 children to the house next to them. There was only a brick bed in the room, covered with straw, and nothing else. The windows and doors had disappeared long ago. Yin Yin gathered the straw. The 3 of them didn't take up much space. The straw was thicker, so they wouldn't feel cold or uncomfortable when sleeping at night. The weather at the end of September was 2 different temperatures during the day and at night, with a large temperature difference. The mother and her 2 children sat opposite each other. Yin Yin looked at them seriously and decided to confess. Xiaoyong and Xiaodan, I have something to tell you. The 2 children didn't understand why their mother was so serious, and nodded seriously. You should have discovered that my skills, personality, and what I do are completely different from your mother's. She was not worried that the 2 children were too young to understand these words, because the 2 children showed maturity and stability far beyond their peers. The 2 of them looked solemn at the same time, and Xiaoyong's hands were tightly clasped together. Yin Yin observed his expression and movements. After only a moment, Xiaoyong let go of his hand and acted as if nothing had happened. She really didn't make a mistake about this child. It was not easy for him to have such a mind at the age of 5. I believe that as long as he is guided a little, he will have a promising future. Xiaodan's performance was worse. Tears appeared in her eyes, but she tried hard not to cry. Can I ask you a question? Xiaoyong said seriously. Yin Yin nodded. Okay. During this period, I felt that my mother was abnormal, so I kept staring at her and didn't dare to leave. I don't understand. When did you replace her? And where did she go? Is she still alive? In the years of famine, if his mother acted alone, she would definitely be in danger. Yin Yin knew that he had misunderstood and explained. It's not what you think. This body is still your mother. I am an outsider who occupies your mother's body. What do you mean? Xiaoyong was a little confused. You are my mother? He had never read the story book, and didn't know what possession was, so he couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence at all. Let's put it this way. People have souls. You can think of me as a lonely ghost, occupying your mother's body and replacing her. Yin Yin didn't want to say that, because it would easily attract hatred. If she wasn't more straightforward, the 2 children wouldn't understand. Xiaoyong asked in confusion. What about my mother's soul? This question stumped her. As soon as she woke up, she became Yin Xiaohua, and she didn't know where the original owner went. The knowledge about the soul was too profound, and she knew very little. Xiaoyong continued to ask. You said you are not my mother, so why did you save us? This question is easy to answer. Because I occupied your mother's body. How do you know that this body is our mother? Because I have your mother's memory. As soon as Yin Yin said this, Xiaoyong suddenly grinned, then threw himself into her arms, rubbed against her like a spoiled child, and said softly, Mom, you scared me to death. I thought you were really gone. Yin Yin was startled, and the next second, she understood that when she had the original owner's memory, she was already the original owner. Her reluctance and concern for the 2 children were the best proof. She reached out and patted the little guy's head. Mom is not as clear as you think. Xiaoyong, you have a strong understanding. Hearing her mother calling herself Mom again, Xiaodan burst into tears, pouting in grievance. Mom is bad. Xiaodan thought Mom was gone. Woo woo. Xiaodan was scared to death. Yin Yin was slightly embarrassed and hugged her in her arms. It's Mom's fault. Mom was wrong at the beginning. However, from now on I will exist as Yin Yin. Of course, no matter what my identity is. I am your mother. Suddenly she became a mother. The process was a bit fast. However, she planned to keep this bond, which was also the first bond in another world. Mom. The 2 little ones called sweetly, each smiling brightly. It's good to have Mom. The song Only Mom is Good in the World suddenly popped up in Yin Yin's mind. Don't worry. My mother has had an adventure, and our lives will only get better and better. Adventure. This is what Xiaoyong thinks. My mother is still my mother, but she has had an adventure that has changed her. Chapter 15. This problem must be solved. It was getting late. Yin Yin spent 5 cents to buy a box of pure milk, gave 1 box to each of the 2 children, and let them sleep after drinking. After the 2 children fell asleep, she sat cross-legged and tried to absorb energy again, but failed again. She had to extract a small part of the energy from the energy core and began to repair the meridians of this body. Mainly because this body was too bad. Not only were the meridians blocked, but the internal organs also had problems. Plus long-term malnutrition. If it was not repaired, this body would be a burden. It was originally thought that the meridians could be opened in 2 hours, and the remaining 2 hours were for repair. But it was not until the sun rose the next day that the meridians were completely opened. Everyone had an unforgettable night. Early the next morning, many people gathered at the place where the Song family stayed. In the past, everyone would have set off before dawn, and when the sun came out, the temperature would rise and the consumption would increase. But today, none of them left, and they were all waiting for the Song family. They left, and they left. The Song family was already entertaining them warmly. If they wanted to buy something, they had to line up in advance. Through the window, Yin Yin could be seen meditating and practicing. Everyone kept quiet very consciously, even speaking in low voices. The two little ones sat at the door, not letting others in to disturb their mother. Seeing that everyone was consciously protecting this bitch, Old Lady Song snorted in dissatisfaction. Out of sight, out of mind, she was going to go back to her room and lie down. But when she turned her head, she saw little Zhang standing behind her like a ghost. Silently. My God. Old Lady Song was startled and cursed angrily. You bastard. Do you want to scare me to death? Little Zhang half lowered her head, staring at her with a pair of dark eyes. Seeing her like this, Old Lady Song felt a little scared and thought about sending her away quickly. What are you doing standing there? Go and greet people. You just eat and slack off all day. Why do I raise you? You just make me angry. What a sin you have committed. Mother. Little Zhang suddenly spoke, and her eyes moved to her neck. Old Lady Song suddenly felt a chill on the back of her neck. What? What are you doing? Little Zhang looked at her back. Her eyes gradually became gentle, and suddenly she smiled. You have to be good. She left a gentle and weird word and turned away. What? Old Lady Song was confused. Was he talking to her? Was that motherly expression evil? If not, then she turned her head sharply to look behind her, and turned around twice. But there was nothing. But for some reason, she always felt uncomfortable in her neck, not knowing what she was thinking of. Her face changed. She suddenly turned around, looked at the position behind her, and shouted, Back, back, back. She stomped her feet while shouting, like a shaman. Everyone looked at her, not understanding what she was doing. Zhang had always been paying attention to her cousin, Zhang, so she certainly knew what her mother was doing. But thinking of her cousin's gloomy look now, she swallowed what she wanted to say and pretended not to see it. The third child ran over with an embarrassed look on his face and whispered, Mom, we are enough here. You go back and rest. It's fine if you don't help, but you're just making trouble. Third child, this place is not clean. Old Lady Song looked around nervously and touched her neck. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? You must not have slept well last night. Let me help you to rest. Not clean? They even ate people. They were afraid of that thing. Among the victims, the most terrifying thing is people. Ghosts will retreat when they meet them. He forced his mother to go back to the house to rest. Old Lady Song wanted to explain. Mom didn't lie to you. Your wife saw it, and she was talking to that thing. Do you believe her words? Ever since the second sister was taken away, she has been suspicious. She picked up a piece of bone and kept it as a treasure, saying that it was the second sister's. Speaking of this, Song Lao San sighed and begged with a miserable look. Mom, my family is not easy. You can bear with her more and give her some time to come out. Okay? TSK. Song Lao San was so angry that she wanted to curse. She wanted to avoid that bastard now. Isn't she bare enough? Unfortunately, Song Lao San didn't have time to listen to what she said. He turned and left the room. He still had to pull people. That was all money. It was past 8 o'clock, and the sun was high in the sky. When Yin Yin finally finished her meditation, she got off the Kong and stretched her muscles. Her efforts throughout the night were not in vain, and her body felt much better. As her sense of smell improved, she smelled a pungent smell, and Yin Yin almost vomited. Since the water level dropped sharply a year ago, people had problems drinking water. So how could they have extra water to take a bath and wash their hair? Her hair, body, clothes, and shoes were all so dirty that they could not see their original appearance. The various smells mixed together, and the feeling was really intoxicating. Yin Yan's eyes were red from the smoke, and she quickly weakened her sense of smell until she could no longer smell anything. And then she stopped. She looked at her arms that could rub out half a pound of mud, and her hair that was as messy as a chicken coop. And she really couldn't stand it. She could go hungry, but this problem must be solved. Mom, seeing their mother get off the con, the two children ran in, hugging her on the left and right. Have you had breakfast? She didn't leave breakfast for the two children. The two children nodded, then pointed at the person who maintained order. We ate it. Uncle Dania gave it to us. Yin Yan looked at the Song family who had been calculating, and couldn't help sneering. They kept saying that they were a family, and talked to her about family and big principles. But when she gave them the opportunity, they couldn't catch it. Who could they blame? Let's go out and take a look. She led the two children to the yard. Seeing her appear, the victims gathered around and looked at her eagerly. Miss Yin, can we still make a wish to buy food today? Miss Yin, are we going to travel today? Miss Yin, my family doesn't have much money. Will you accept this silver bracelet? Everyone asked about the topics they were concerned about. Yin Yin raised her hand to let everyone be quiet. First question. As long as you have money, you can come to buy items at any time. Items are half price for these 3 days. Second question. I plan to rest in this village for one more day and go to the provincial capital at dawn tomorrow. Third question. You can only use copper coins and silver to buy food, but you can also provide what I need to exchange for food. It's not that she doesn't accept it, but the supermarket only accepts copper coins, silver, and gold. Even if it is equivalent, the supermarket will not accept it. When they heard that they could exchange for food, some people with little money immediately had hope. Miss Yin, what do you need? Work, run errands, be a servant. All are fine. What I need now is water. Half a bucket of water can be exchanged for a box of snacks and 2 rows of soy milk. If a bucket of water can be exchanged for 2 boxes of snacks, a box of milk plus a row of soy milk. Anyone who suggests a milk bath will be taken out and spanked. I have water at home. The half bucket I drew up yesterday has not been touched yet. I watched the wellhead all night yesterday and drew a bucket of water. I only have half a bucket less at home. If I had known that I could exchange it for food, I would have kept it. Soy milk. Milk is not better than turbid well water. Not only that, there is also a box of snacks to exchange. But it's a pity that I didn't know it earlier. Chapter 16. The experience pack is coming. Song Lao San asked in confusion. Second sister-in-law, why do you need water? Yin Yin ignored him and continued. I need water every day. Today I need 6 buckets of water. Starting tomorrow, 3 buckets a day. First come first served. When they heard that the water was limited, those who still had water at home ran away, fearing that they would be out of water at night. And the smart ones ran to the well with buckets. Now everyone is gathered around the Song family, and there must be few people at the well. Some people who don't have much water will gather together with 2 or 3 families, and the exchange things will be divided among the 3 families. As expected, when they encounter a village later, the most sought-after thing is definitely the well. Watching the victims discussing and thinking of ways to solve the problem, Yin Yin can feel a huge vitality bursting out from the crowd. Her healing technique is to convert energy into vitality, repair the body's functions after entering the human body, and mobilize the vitality to complete the cell circulation, thereby actively repairing the body. So she is very familiar with this invisible energy. When life has hope, even if you are still hungry and skinny, people's mental state is different. No longer muddle-headed, no longer hopeless. Who wants to die when they can live? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, people will hold on to it. The purchase activity started. Because it was a limited time discount activity, many people took out their money to spend. And as for the future, they exchanged it for water. If you don't spend it now, you will spend twice as much money later, and buy the same things, which is a loss. People all think this way, so they will buy what they bought yesterday today. The silver brought out from the famine finally has a use, and its original purchasing power. This time, there was no need to kneel down and kowtow to make a wish. Just give the money to Yin Yin, and then tell her what you want. This way, the process was much faster. It took only a quarter of an hour to complete the task. The victims took the food and went back happily. Yin Yin began to calculate commissions for the Song family. Even though many of the victims lined up automatically without them pulling people, Yin Yin would calculate commissions for them as long as they followed them forward. On average, each person got 10 coins. Uncle Song's family got 110 coins, which could buy a lot of food, while Old Man Song's family only got 40 coins for 4 people. The advantage of numbers was immediately reflected. Second brother and sister-in-law. This job is not tiring anyway. Why not let Debao and Erbao do it together? At the instruction of his father. The eldest brother Song mentioned it again. Yin Yin glanced at him lightly, then looked at Daniel. Brother Daniel, come here for a moment. Okay. Miss Yin. Daniel, who was about to go out, ran over. Miss Yin, are you going to wash up? I'll get some wood and install the windows and doors. Yin Yin gave Boss Song a look. Look at his awareness. And then look at you? Do they really not know what they need water for? No. They know. But they are just too lazy to do it. Or they are too disdainful to show their courtesy to her. Brother Daniel, thank you for giving breakfast to the 2 children this morning. This is your reward. Yin Yin took out a box of snacks. Daniel was a little flattered. Miss Yin, this is what I should do. But my family really needs food now, so I won't refuse. He refused without any courtesy, which made Yin Yin very satisfied. She hated false politeness. If Daniel pretended to refuse, she would take the things back immediately. Song Dajwang looked very unhappy. It was obvious that she did this for him to see. It was not his fault. She had so much food. Who knew that the 2 children had nothing to eat? Second sister-in-law, Daniel is so nice to you. Obviously, he wants your money and food. You have to be careful, he kindly reminded. Yin Yin shrugged and said indifferently, I know. I said it a long time ago. Just say what you want. Don't get close to me and play the emotional card. Because it's really disgusting. She spoke the last 3 words clearly. A group of selfish guys, in the name of doing good for others, are full of calculations in their hearts. Which is even more hateful. If he really treated her as a family, he would not exchange the twins for food. Song Dajwang's words at that time. Take any one of them away. Both the words and the expression were very cold-blooded and ruthless. Mrs. Song at least still cares about the second son and wants to leave him a root. But Mr. Song has no brotherly love at all. If it weren't for Song Erzwing, he wouldn't have been able to marry a wife. Why did he only slap the old woman in the face, but hurt Song Dajwang internally? This is the reason. Ignoring Mr. Song's angry and dark face, she led the child back to the room. There were 6 buckets of water in the house. Although the water was not very clean, it filtered the mud and sand, and was not so turbid. She asked Xiaoyong to take off his clothes directly, and then she wanted to help him take a bath. Mom, do you have to wash it? The bucket is smaller than the household bucket. Looking at so much water, Xiaoyong felt that it was too extravagant for him to take a bath, and he was angry and guilty. Wash. It doesn't need to be particularly clean, but it must be washed. Seeing that his mother was so determined, Xiaoyong had to compromise. Okay, then I'll do it myself. He is a big boy now. Okay, you wash first. I will wipe your back later. Don't throw away the first bucket of water after washing. Wash the clothes, and then wash them again with the second bucket of water. If nothing unexpected happens, the first bucket of water will definitely turn into mud soup. Then it was Xiaodin. She was a girl after all. After Danny installed the windows and doors, she and Xiaodin washed. The sun was still quite strong at noon, and they dried their wet clothes in less than half an hour. Yin Yin stretched and finally felt refreshed. It would be better if there was soap or shower gel. I don't know if it will appear after the store celebration. De Zhang sat at the door holding the child, looking at the second brother and sister-in-law with envy, thinking, if they wanted to take the bath water she used, I wonder if she would give it to them. Xiao Zhang held a bulging package, talking to herself, forming a world of her own. As for her other child, he followed his grandfather, staying far away from her. Afraid. Basically no one came in the afternoon. But the well was surrounded by people. After a whole day of rest and food and drink, everyone was in a much better state of mind. Not as sick as before, as if they were about to fall at any time. Early in the morning, when it was just light, everyone set out on the road together. After a whole morning of travel, they did not encounter any village, so they had to rest on the spot and wait until the sun was not so strong before continuing on the road. Many people opened up cartons or plastic bags and built a shed for the elderly and children to rest. On Yan Yan's side, before she said anything, Danny and Ba Song came over at the same time to help her build the shed. Ba Song's flexibility made Yan Yan look at him with new eyes. You know, he was beaten up yesterday, and he still has to walk with crutches. It is impossible for him not to bear a grudge. But not only did he not show it, he also imitated Danny to please her. This is not a question of being thick-skinned. Tell me, what do you want as a reward? Yan Yan asked directly. Ba Song thought for a while and said, a box of milk. Danny shook his head. I am helping voluntarily. I don't want anything. This answer made Ba Song stunned. Why don't you play by the rules? Yesterday you licked your face to collect things. And today you pretend to be kind. Does it show how selfish he is? Damn. Ba Song wanted to scold him. He had to change his words. I don't want anything either. I am helping voluntarily. He must not let Danny outperform. Yan Yan chuckled. Brother, I wanted to give you a box of milk. Since you don't want it, forget it. She kicked the cardboard box on the ground and let them work. Ba Song's face flushed with anger, and 10,000 grass mud horses ran through his mind. The sun slowly moved westward. And around 3 o'clock, just as everyone was getting ready to get up, pack up, and continue on their way, a group of people rushed over from a distance. Chapter 17. Save your breath and wait for death. At first they thought they had run into another group of disaster victims, until they saw the other party rushing up to them with steady steps and kitchen knives in hand. And then they realized what was happening. Bandits are coming, someone shouted, and the disaster victims picked up their things and fled. There were 40 or 50 bandits. Although they were not big and strong, they were not as fast, strong, or as imposing as the refugees, who were weak and thin. Soon they were surrounded, and many of those who escaped were caught back. Only a dozen people managed to escape from the clutches of the bandits. The leading bandit was named Brother Chong. He pinched his chin and looked at the confiscated things in confusion, especially the exquisite packaging, which he had never seen before. Looking at the small sheds for cooling off. There are food and drinks. How can they look like refugees? If these people were not pale and thin, and their clothes were ragged, he would believe that they were out for vacation. At this time, Guzi came over. Brother Chong, I have checked it out. Most of these disaster victims escaped from Sanji town. After more than 10 days of travel, the number of people has decreased by nearly 1/3. Brother Chong pointed to the snacks, snow cakes and drinks on the ground and asked, where did these foods come from? Did you ask clearly? Speaking of the source of food, Guzi suddenly lowered his voice and said cautiously, Brother Chong, we may be in trouble. Brother Chong turned his head to look at him. His expression became serious. Is there a big shot here? The man nodded and shook his head, then pointed to the sky. The sky? The royal family? Brother Chong raised his eyebrows, and his previous nervousness disappeared. He snorted disdainfully. You have been fooled. Right? Look at these people. Which one looks like it? The only special thing is that the woman sitting on the ground eating is the only clean one among the disaster victims. And there is no panic on her face. Even so, the other party cannot be a government official. All government officials are arrogant and can't find their way. How could they mix with the disaster victims? Let alone the royal family with guards. The boss misunderstood, which made Guzi a little anxious. It's not the royal family. It's the heaven. The gods. Ah? Gods? Brother Chong laughed as if he heard a big joke. Haha. It's so funny. Gods will care about the lives of disaster victims? Haha. This is the biggest joke I have ever heard. The other bandits also laughed with the eldest brother. If God was in charge, would there be a war first, and then a drought for 3 consecutive years? With a war and natural disasters, more than half of the people in Dezhou have been killed or injured. Damn God. Brother Chong suddenly pointed to the sky and cursed angrily. My parents died in the war. Why don't you care? My wife and children died in the hands of refugees. Why the hell don't you care? Haha. I vowed from then on that I would no longer be a good person and would kill people. If you have the ability, you can kill me. Brother Chong was a little crazy, pointing to the sky and cursing with red eyes. The other bandits looked at the boss quietly. Some looked miserable. Some were sad. And some were angry. They were probably all people with miserable lives. Don't be arrogant. We are blessed by the immortals. That's right. We met the supermarket immortal. And the immortal will not ignore our lives. Some victims shouted fearlessly that immortals were their confidants. How could mortals compare with immortals? Brother Chong didn't believe it at all. He shook the machete in his hand and threatened. I don't care what immortals you meet. I'm going to kill them today. I want to see if there are any immortals who can stop me. The victims were frightened by his sinister eyes and hugged each other. In the years of famine, they would only be slaughtered by bandits. They would not want the bandits even if they had money. Miss Yin, help me. Immortals, save us. Immortals, please show your spirit and kill these bandits to eliminate harm for the people. The victims knelt down and asked Yin Yin for help. This was their hope. Yin Yin calmly assessed the strength of these bandits. Although they were a mob, they could not withstand the large number of people. Her ability was not an attacking one. It was the best choice to lead with the children. Brother Chong thought to himself. It was indeed this woman who made her the most conspicuous among the group. Are you an immortal? He walked over with a machete in his hand, looking down at her, seemingly arrogant, but actually wary. Yin Yin shook her head. No. Yeah. The victims looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to deny it. Miss Yin, didn't you say you were the agent chosen by the immortal? Why do you deny it? Yin Yin nodded. I don't deny that I'm an agent, but I'm not an immortal. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Then why didn't you deny it when I kowtowed to you and called you an immortal before? But now that you're in danger, you deny it completely. How can you be an agent like this? That's right. There were so many people at the time. And since the immortal chose you, you should be responsible for us. That's right. If you don't want to take care of it, give up the position of agent and hand over the immortal power given to you by the immortal. Facing life and death, these people's true faces were exposed. No one in the Song family dared to stand up, for fear of being targeted by these people and then handed over. This kind of thing has happened before. Dania also hesitated. No matter how powerful Yin Yin was, she was only one person, while there were 40 or 50 bandits. Brother Chan looked at the woman with a playful look, thinking of himself at the beginning. Because he killed his wife and children because of his kindness. These selfish and ungrateful victims are not worthy of pity at all. He will not let them go if they are won. The two little ones held their mother's clothes tightly. Their bodies were tense. They didn't know what their fate would be in the next moment. They were very scared. But they gritted their teeth and tried to reduce their presence as much as possible, so as not to cause trouble for their mother. Looking at the excited victims, Yin Yin completely ignored their accusations and complaints and smiled slightly. If you have the guts, ask the immortal to take back my agent and immortal power. If you can't do it, save your breath and wait for death. It's impossible to save her. She was still a little hesitant. But now she chose the path that is most beneficial to herself. What do you mean? Are you not going to take care of us? Her words made the victims even more excited. We trust you so much. But you actually ignore our lives. You damn immortal. The immortal is blind and actually chose you. A heartless, cold-blooded and selfish person. As an agent, heaven is unfair. Supermarket immortal, please open your eyes and look at the person you chose. She actually wants to abandon your believers and escape alone. How can we set up a tablet to offer incense to you? Each of them, as if they were betrayed by their significant other on their wedding night, was so excited that they cried to the sky and asked the immortal to take Yin Yin away. However, the miracle they expected did not appear. Brother Chong had seen enough of this farce and waved his hand. Take the people away. There are so many people. Enough for us to eat for a while. I will fight you. Some victims were so angry that they took sticks to fight with the bandits. And the next second, they were lying on the ground covered in blood. Brother Chong wiped the blood off the knife with the sole of his shoe and kicked the corpse on the ground. Dragged them back and killed 2 more old people. Among this group of victims, there were obviously fewer children. But there were many old people with half of their necks buried in the loess. You don't need to think about what happened. Chapter 18, I'll go to the nuns offering incense. After he robbed people and took them back, he would kill these cowardly old guys first. To survive, they would eat their own children. Pa. It was disgusting. These old guys deserved to die the most. Thank you, big brother. The bandits cheered. But the victims were like bereaved parents. Especially the old people in the crowd. The bandits' words were like thunderbolts. And several of them fainted. Old Lady Song felt dizzy. She had tried every means to stay alive for 3 years. But the result was to send rations to the bandits? No. She couldn't accept such an ending. She pointed at Yin Yin and shouted, "She can make a lot of food. As long as you catch her back, you will have endless food." This word awakened the dreamer. And everyone reacted. All our food was given by her. She has more food than she can eat. If you want to catch her, just catch her. She will never have to worry about food and drink in the future. At this moment, no one stood up for her. The Song family would not. And Dania chose to remain silent to protect himself. Only the two children held their mother's clothes tightly. No matter where they went. Even if they died, they would not leave. "Are you sad?" Brother Chong suddenly asked. Yin Yin turned her head slightly to look at him. Smiled. "Why? I didn't expect them to be grateful. But they were right about one thing." She paused, stretched out her hand, and a row of soy milk appeared in her palm. Brother Chong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at the thing that appeared out of thin air in surprise. And his heart was shaken. "Are you really?" She shook her head slightly. "I said, I'm just an agent appointed by the immortal. As long as you give me money, I can take out food continuously. So, what they said is true. With her, there is no need to worry about food." Brother Chong looked at her with a fiery look. Yin Yin continued, "Rather than saying that I saved them, it's just a normal transaction. In this case, why should I be sad?" Brother Chong was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered the past. "It's okay if you want me to take out food, but the premise is that you have to have money. If you have enough money, I don't mind going with you." She changed her mind temporarily. Instead of looking for people to trade all over the world, she might as well consider this group of bandits. They have robbed so many people, and probably saved a lot of money. She got money. They had food. Reduced the number of robberies. And fewer people died. It was a good deal. The main thing was that she had a feeling that the store anniversary event must be grasped well, and not wasted. There must be surprises waiting for her. Brother Chong looked at her carefully, and sized her up. This woman is not simple. There is money in the village. How much you can take depends on your ability. The implication is that there is enough money. Just don't be unable to take out the things when the time comes. Yin Yin smiled but said nothing. Seeing that they had reached an agreement, the victim secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Brother, do you think you can let us go?" "Let us go," Brother Chong said with a smile. "Who knows when the drought will end? Who would complain about having too much food?" "Ah," the victims wailed. Could they still not escape the disaster? "You don't keep your word. We clearly gave you the agency. In order to survive." They also offended the immortal. Brother Chong sneered. "Your brains will be eaten by dogs if you try to reason with bandits. Besides, what did I promise you? It was just your wishful thinking. Take them away." He waved his hand, and the bandits shouted and drove the victims away like animals. Yin Yin frowned slightly and suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Brother Chong raised his hand, and the bandits quickly quieted down. "Miss Yin, are you going to save them?" He had a faint sarcastic smile on his lips. Yin Yin ignored his sarcasm and lowered her voice and said, "I want to do an experiment and don't want to miss anyone. Please cooperate." Brother Chong was stunned, although he was confused, but nodded in agreement. Yin Yin pointed at two people at random. A man and a woman, both in their 30s. "Come here, both of you." The two looked at each other at a loss, and then walked over nervously. Yin Yin looked at all the victims and said loudly, "Now I give you a chance. As long as you can convince them that they are willing to be killed by the bandits, I will ask the bandits to release half of you. However, if any of you are willing to die for them, I can ask the bandits to release all of you." "But really?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Seeing hope, Brother Chong nodded and agreed with her. "Great. You two quickly let the bandits kill you, so that we can be saved." Immediately, someone asked the man and woman to die. The two frowned. "Why?" "They didn't want to die," the woman said. "Even if I have to die, my family must be among the half of the people who can survive. Otherwise, why should I die for you?" The man meant the same thing. He could die for his family, but not for irrelevant people. Mrs. Song's mind suddenly turned quickly at this time. "Are you stupid? If the two of them die, only half of the people can be saved. If someone dies in their place, how can everyone be saved?" As soon as the voice came out, everyone looked at her. The woman's family was very grateful. "Old sister, you are such a good person. Then why don't you send one person from your family? Why? Mrs. Song was furious. Why should my family die? If anyone has to die, it should be your family that has to die. The woman's family was angry. My daughter-in-law has been chosen. What else do you want? Mrs. Song said, as a matter of course. Of course, it's your family that will replace her. And the man too. So that none of us will lose anything. Everyone said that this was a good idea. And persuaded them together. Anyway, someone from your family will die. So isn't it the same to replace one person? 2 for 200. What a good deal. We will definitely remember the efforts of your two families. We will set up tablets for the two dead and offer incense all year round. Fuck the incense. The two families were so angry. Want to sacrifice my son's life to save you? That's wishful thinking. Anyway, my son has been chosen. So what does it matter to us how many people are saved? The woman's family agreed. That's right. I ask that whoever family sends people will let the rest of the family go. I won't accept it if half of them can survive. The two families simply broke the jar and didn't want to save these bastards. If you want to survive, send people yourself, and everyone will suffer together. You are really too selfish. We are from the same village. What's wrong with saving a little? Think about it. Our family helped your family a lot in the past. As the saying goes, a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. Our two families have been neighbors for many years. So take us with you. Why beg them? A bunch of selfish guys. Just hand over their family members and keep all of us safe. Which can be considered a good deed before they die. Fuck you. Zhao Lauer. If I die, I will definitely take you with me. Everyone calm down. Listen to me. If you want Mission to save us, we must first unite instead of... Fuck. Who the hell hit me? Danny originally wanted to control the situation and make good use of this opportunity. But suddenly someone jumped out and punched him in the face. The scene was instantly chaotic, and even out of control for a while. And a fight broke out. Chapter 19. Don't worry. Let her pretend to be cool. The two people who were chosen looked at everyone in confusion, not understanding how it turned into a big fight. Brother Chong watched coldly, with a mocking smile on his face. Did you expect this ending? He asked the people around him. Yin Yin didn't say anything. Brother Chong continued to ask, are you looking forward to seeing the kindness of people? Without waiting for her answer, he chuckled and shook his head, not knowing whether he was laughing at Yin Yin's naivety or at his own stupidity. What was he looking forward to? Goozy, take everyone back. The bandits rushed over to separate the crowd of people who were fighting, and whipped them like animals again to make them go on their way. Everyone woke up and panicked. Didn't you say you would let us go? My daughter-in-law has been offered. Why don't you give us some time? And we will find two people to replace them. However, the opportunity has disappeared. The bandits didn't listen to what they said. They whipped those who dared to cause trouble. If beating didn't work, they used knives. They didn't treat them as human beings at all. The victim screamed. They regretted why they quarreled just now. Why didn't they seize such a good opportunity? Miss Yin, please give us another chance? Some people asked Yin Yin for help, but unfortunately, they would not get a response. Yin Yin was very disappointed. Originally, as long as someone volunteered to stand up and die for the two of them, thus saving all the victims, she would help. She just wanted to prove that kindness also exists in times of crisis. Even in the face of danger. Even if they have to sacrifice their lives. There are still people who are kind. But she overestimated her expectations and underestimated human nature. She thought of the other world, where there was a group of special people who protected ordinary people without regrets. After she was rescued by Ning Yuan, she became one of them. But after all, she was a latecomer, and she did not have the same high awareness as her teammates. She always felt that selfish and cold-blooded people were not worth saving. Ning Yuan did not force her to save, but let her choose the people who were worth saving. That is, people who always keep a kind heart. This is also the reason why she plans to give these disaster victims a chance. For fear of missing out. Alas, she is not cruel enough after all. Ning Yuan often said that her heart was soft, so she could get the healing ability. But she was still not convinced, because she always felt that her heart was cold. And what she did was just out of responsibility and professional ethics. Yin Yin shook her head slightly, retracted her thoughts, and regained her life. No matter whether she was soft-hearted or not, she decided to follow her heart. She led the children and Brother Chong back to the village. The village was built on a mound more than 200 meters high. The village was not small. And there were cells. All the victims who were brought back were locked up in the cell, with the only exception being Yin Yin and her 2 children. Even though Yin Yin said she was not an immortal, Brother Chong still respected her and invited her into the lobby. There were 2 large red boxes in the lobby. Brother Chong asked someone to open them, and inside were ingots of silver. He picked up an ingot of silver and showed her the seal on the bottom. Miss Yin, this is 1,000 taels of silver. Do you dare to take it? These are all marked official silver, which cannot be spent at all, unless someone is found to cast and melt it. But these departments or craftsmen are controlled by the government, so it is difficult to deal with this batch of official silver privately. Seeing so much money, Yin Yan's eyes flashed with a light. As long as it's silver, the immortals won't care whether it's official silver or not. Brother Chong's face was happy. This is what he wanted. Okay. Then Miss Yin, please exchange this silver for food and water. Yin Yin walked over and put her hand on the silver. She called out the supermarket page, and at the bottom of the screen, there was an additional information bar. Junior supermarket member Yin Yin. 305 purchases. 4 taels and 50 coppers. Recharge, she said silently. The rechargeable amount is 500 taels. Do you want to recharge all? Yes. The next second, the 500 taels of silver in the box disappeared, and Brother Chong and his brothers were shocked. They rubbed their eyes, and the silver in the box was really gone. Fuck. I really believe in immortals now, Gozi muttered to himself. Although Brother Chong didn't say anything, it can be seen from his shocked expression that he no longer doubted it. Yin Yin also recharged another box of silver, and the amount column has become 1,004 taels and 50 coppers. Brother Chong, the products I can currently represent are limited. Drinks include milk, beverages, and soy milk. Foods include gift packs, snack boxes, and nut gift packs. After she finished speaking, the thing she mentioned appeared in the center of the lobby. Brother Chong put away his inner shock and opened these things one by one to taste them. This is the first time he has drunk milk since he was a child, and the soy milk tastes different from the one sold on the street. Snow cakes, sabae, and rice flavors are full. Snacks are the easiest to fill the stomach, and it is not difficult to preserve them for a long time. The snacks they seized before were all dried, so they can be soaked in water when eating. Finally, there was a big gift pack of nuts. The quantity was not as large as the previous 2, but the peanuts, broad beans, and green beans in it were the only ones that could be used as dishes. Salt is not cheap now, and it is hard to buy. Brother Chong pondered for a while and asked, Miss Yin, how much does this whole set cost? 200 coins per set. So cheap? This was something he had not expected. In a normal year, this box of snacks could be sold for 1 or 2 taels of silver. There was also milk that ordinary people could not afford. He thought it would cost several taels of silver per box. But it only cost 200 copper coins in total? Did I hear it right? Not to mention that he did not believe it. The younger brother next to him did not believe it either. Wouldn't it be a loss to do business like this? Suddenly, Brother Chong put his hands together and bowed to her. You are small. I am small-minded. Immortals are here to save people. So how could they set such a high price? No wonder the victims intercepted had food and drink. Others also figured it out and bowed to Yin Yin, becoming extremely respectful. Yin Yin put her hands behind her back and accepted their gifts. If it weren't for her limited energy, she would have wanted to pretend to be a fairy. This was the best in ancient times. If it were modern times, she would have been captured long ago. Brother Chong, you don't have to be polite. I'm just the agent of the supermarket fairy. The prices are also set by the fairy. How do you plan to buy? Brother Chong calculated. I have 50 people here. 1 set of food for 3 people for a day. 50 people are 17 sets. Plus those little guys. Let's say 20 sets. That's 4 taels of silver a day. 1,000 taels of silver can last about 250 days. He shook his head. These are not enough. Gozi, go and move another box of silver. After a while, Gozi and 3 men came over with a big box. Also 500 taels of official silver. Miss Yin, these also bought food. By the way, can these foods be kept for a year? Brother Chong, look at the words on it. Yin Yin took out a box of milk and showed him the instructions. The food is still the same. But the shelf life has changed. Except for snacks, all items have a shelf life of 3 years. And the production date is the moment of purchase. It is indeed a mutant supermarket. Brother Chong was relieved and let her start the exchange. Chapter 20. A surprise is coming. Yin Yin opened the supermarket page. Supermarket. Can I buy 100 cartons of this milk at one time? The supermarket did not respond. But a plus sign suddenly appeared on the milk on the shelf. She was moved and clicked the plus sign with her mind. Then 10 numbers from 0 to 9 appeared. She directly entered 8,000. Dear junior member. Hello. Would you like to buy 8,000 cartons of milk? Special price 40 taels of silver. She glanced at the lobby, and it was definitely not enough. Brother Chong. Is there a warehouse? There are too many things. Yes. There is a big warehouse in the back mountain, which is specially used for food. I will take you there. The warehouse that Brother Chong said was very big seemed very crowded after putting in 8,000 cartons of milk, real fruit grains, and 16,000 rows of soy milk, leaving less than a quarter of the space. Then there were 8,000 bags of gift bags, which didn't take up much space. The nut gift box could not be put in half, and the remaining nuts and snacks were still placed in the lobby. Brother Chong. This snack has a shelf life of 1 month, as long as it is not opened. You can dry and preserve 8,000 boxes of snacks in this month, and the rest can be eaten for a year. Finally, Yin Yin reminded him. This time, she spent a total of 160 taels of silver and purchased 56,000 times. The surprise she expected also came. When the number of purchases exceeded 10,000 times, her membership was upgraded to intermediate level. And when the number of purchases exceeded 50,000 times, her membership was upgraded to advanced level. At the same time, a permission was activated, not to mention the benefits brought by the advanced membership. Just the activated permission made her very satisfied. A dialog box appeared in the middle of the supermarket. Hello, dear member. Since you have spent 50,000 times in one day, and the amount of consumption exceeds 100 taels of silver, your membership level has been upgraded to the highest level. Now a privilege is open for you. Would you like to spend 1,000 taels of silver to purchase the qualification of intern employee of this supermarket? Intern employee and supermarket member are two completely different concepts. One is the host, and the other is the guest. Yin Yin did not hesitate at all and immediately chose yes. The information bar below disappeared, and her avatar appeared in the upper left corner of the screen, with the words intern employee under the avatar. She clicked on the avatar, and a new information box appeared. Yin Yin, intern employee of this store. 0 internship days. 344 taels of funds. Benefits, a basket of fruits per month, can be withdrawn in advance. Employee card, 50% discount on purchases. Promotion path, supermarket turnover reaches 50,000 taels within 3 months. And develops 3 junior members. There is a line of small words at the end. The conditions and benefits of becoming a junior member. Click to see the relevant instructions. She read the instructions, which are different from her junior membership. Authority, 20% adjustment of the price of goods in the store. Weekly specials, authority to adjust the categories of goods in the store, defined as gifts or limited sales. Can develop 3 junior members and have the right to recharge cashback, with a cashback amount of less than 10%. This authority allows Yin Yin to see many possibilities. It would be better if there were more types of goods. There are still too few things to sell now. There is also a turnover setting, which is probably to limit her to using the employee card. Think about it. She collects the full price from customers and only gives half to the supermarket. Isn't this a will grabbing? Therefore, the way to promotion directly stipulates the turnover, so that she can't make money by making a difference. She still has to make money. She still hopes that the supermarket will make money, but she has to focus on the tasks. However, the benefits of the interns made her feel a little strange. The salary was actually a basket of fruits. Could it be that there was no fruit here? Seeing that she could withdraw money in advance, she decided to withdraw it after leaving the village to see what kind of precious fruit could be equivalent to a month's salary. Then, there is the privilege of being promoted to a senior member, which does not conflict with her becoming an intern. Senior members are issued 20% discount coupons every month. And the storage cabinet is expanded to 100 cubic meters. And the storage time is also extended to 30 days. The temporary storage time was extended for 1 month, when the supermarket gave the task of developing members. Yin Yin understood that this temporary storage space, which was useless to her, was very useful to others. Because not everyone is like her. The supermarket is on hand and can buy whenever she needs it. Senior members also have an additional valuable safe. The cabinet is not big, 3 cubic meters, and a storage fee of 100 taels of silver is charged every day. It's really shady. Yin Yin couldn't help but complain in her heart. 100 taels a day. 10 days is 1,000 taels. I've never seen such expensive storage fees. She has always wanted a free storage space. Finally, she got it. But it's so expensive. She doesn't want to use it. After closing the information box, the supermarket screen changed and new goods appeared. 3 refrigerators appeared next to the left shelf. The first one is a 3-dimensional freezer with 4 rows in the upper and lower parts. The first row is functional drinks, which can refresh your mind and stay up late without worrying about fatigue. The second row is carbonated drinks, which let the bubbles dance in your mouth. The third row is fruit juice drinks, which are rich in nutrition and supplement vitamin C. The bottom row is water, mineral water, purified water, mountain spring water, natural water. Let you return to the embrace of nature. The uniform price is 5 won/bottle. The second one is a shorter freezer. There are quick frozen dumplings in it, with leek and pork, corn and pork, cabbage and pork, and vegetarian 3 fresh. A total of 4 flavors, priced at 10 won/bag. Next to it are quick frozen steamed buns, with 4 flavors of taro, red bean paste, milk yellow, and peanut brown sugar, priced at 15 won/bag. Seeing dumplings and steamed buns, Yin Yin felt that this was a supermarket, not just selling snacks. And water also appeared. She was really not used to drinking milk as water every day. The third refrigerator contained ice cream and ice cream, priced at 10 won/stick. This price is not ordinary high. Yin Yin estimated that ice cream is not easy to sell. Why would the victim spend so much money on a food that they can only eat a few bites and can't fill their stomachs? However, taking advantage of the store's 10% discount during the anniversary celebration, she bought more for temporary storage. There are other food and water, so buy more. Otherwise it will not be so cheap. 100 cubic meters? Oh my god. It smells so good. I said so much. But in fact only 1 minute has passed. There is cheering outside. The bandits are already excited when they see so much food, which means they don't have to go hungry anymore. Yin Yin thought about it, and thought that the bandits should still have money. It would be a pity not to squeeze them dry. Brother Chong, the immortal just gave me a quota. Do you want it? Brother Chong was stunned at first, then overjoyed, and shouted excitedly, Yes, yes, of course. Calm down. I'm not the agent. The agent can only be me. The quota I'm talking about is the membership selected by the supermarket immortal. I want to be a member too. Although he didn't know what a membership was, Brother Chong was still very excited. What did it mean to be valued by the immortal? His ancestors had accumulated great virtues for 8 generations. And even emitting green smoke would not work. It would take something to work. Chapter 21. What is the meaning of the existence of the Heavenly Palace? You need to pay a membership fee of 100 taels. And then, I will give you a membership card. With this card, you can enjoy the benefits that members should have. Supermarket. The rule is 10 taels. Yin Yin, don't make a fuss. I'll give you as much as I say. I'll pay. Brother Chong doesn't think the money is too much at all. He thinks it's worth 1,000 taels, let alone 100 taels, to be chosen by the immortal. Goozy, bring me 100 taels of silver. After a while, Yin Yin got 100 taels, and earned 90 taels of silver with tears, and got the junior membership card. The membership card is yellow, with 6 big words Supermarket Junior Member engraved on it, and nothing else. She handed the card to Brother Chong, and when he got it, he received relevant information about the membership. First, he can buy food no matter how far away he is, and the supermarket will open to him once every 10 days. The second is a 10% discount on purchases, and a 20% discount coupon is issued every month. The third benefit is that he has a temporary storage cabinet. The cabinet is not big and can only store items purchased from the supermarket, and it cannot exceed 12 hours. The last item is that he can open an account and deposit money into it. When withdrawing money, the supermarket will charge 1% of the amount withdrawn as a handling fee, up to 500 taels. It took Brother Chong a long time to digest this information. Now he is shocked and grateful. When he came to his senses and wanted to keep the card well, he found that the card was gone. Where is my card? His face changed instantly, and he shouted angrily. Who took my card? Dare to rob the opportunity given to him by the immortal. It's a death wish. Gozi and his friends were so scared that they quickly raised their hands. They didn't do anything. Yen Yen said. The card is not lost. It was given to you by the immortal. No one else can take it. Try to recite the membership card silently. Brother Chong, who was on the verge of rage, forced himself to calm down, and then silently recited the membership card in his heart. The next second, the yellow membership card appeared in his hand. Huh? He shouted in surprise, thinking about collecting it. The card disappeared in an instant, and it appeared again after reciting it silently. Don't worry this time. Even if the body explodes, the card will return to me, and no one else can pick it up. The implication is to use it with confidence. Brother Chong smiled and collected the card. Looking at Yen Yen again, he not only respected but also appreciated it. Miss Yen, I'll be honest with you. At first, I didn't plan to let you go, but wanted to send you and these children to Tianji Palace. What is Tianji Palace? Yen Yen asked in confusion. The original owner's memory did not have relevant information. There is an existence in this world that is above the imperial power. That is the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace has set up branch palaces in every country, namely Tianshu Palace, Tianshin Palace, Tianji Palace, Tianquan Palace, Yuan Palace, Kaiyang Palace, and Yoguang Palace. Our country has 2 branch palaces, Tianji and Tianshu, named after the Big Dipper. I was rescued by people from the Tianji Palace on the way to escape the famine. And then I knew about the existence of the Heavenly Palace. Yen Yen asked puzzledly. Then why did you send the children to the Tianji Palace? Let the Tianji Palace adopt them. Otherwise these children will die. If you don't kill their parents, how can they die? Only a few people eat their children. Yen Yen refuted his words. Brother Chong shook his head. No. The envoy of the Tianji Palace said that the drought in the Great Zhou lasted for at least 10 years. If there is no food for 10 consecutive years, how can these children survive? Not to mention the children. Even the adults will starve to death. Then the question is, how can they be sure that the drought will last for 10 years? Can they predict it? I can't answer this question. But it is said that the Lord is a messenger from heaven, sent to the mortal world to patrol on behalf of heaven, and has lived for hundreds of years. Every emperor of a country must go to the Heavenly Palace to receive the blessing of God when he succeeds to the throne. I also heard that the current emperor of the Great Zhou did not receive the recognition and blessing of God. So the country will suffer from a severe drought. So, he believed the messenger from the Heavenly Palace saying that there would be another severe drought in the future. Ha. Yen Yen sneered. I don't even know what the meaning of this Heavenly Palace is. If the emperor's succession to the throne is not recognized by them, they will bring disasters and ignore the lives of the people. What is the difference between them and demons? Even if the drought in Zhou Kingdom was not caused by them, since they can be above the country, why don't they let the surrounding countries help the people of Zhou Kingdom to overcome the difficulties? Or like me, they can sell things instead of turning a blind eye. Or is it that whether people die or how many people die has nothing to do with them? Then what qualifications do they have to say that they are messengers sent by heaven? What qualifications do they have to patrol the world on behalf of heaven? Why do they have to recognize the succession of the emperor of a country? Who are they? She felt that there must be something wrong with the Heavenly Palace. Brother Chong didn't expect her to be so disgusted, even hostile. Miss Yen, although I don't know about the Heavenly Palace, in this case, they are willing to adopt children. Isn't this doing a good thing? At this point, he asked in confusion. Miss Yen, doesn't the supermarket fairy behind you know the Lord of Heaven? I don't know him. God? He's a big name. But who knows if he's a charlatan who's deceiving the public in the name of God? God, you have a clear idea of your position. Brother Chong felt that she was disdainful and looked down on God. But he could understand that, because she really had the support of the gods behind her. But who knows about God? The reputation of the Heavenly Palace is only circulated in the upper class of various countries, and ordinary people don't know the existence of the Heavenly Palace and God at all. If he hadn't been rescued by the people of the Tianji Palace, he wouldn't know what the Heavenly Palace is. As for whether there are people in the sky, only God knows except them. However, the supermarket immortals really exist, and he is now a member selected by the immortals. This is real and can't be faked. In contrast, he certainly stands on Miss Yen's side. Originally my mission was to collect the children and send them to Tianji Palace. But now I have met Miss Yin and have been chosen by the immortals. So I have changed my mind. Wait, robbing is a mission given to you by Tianji Palace? Then what did you do with the others besides the children? Kill them. You can understand the use without me telling you. After all, there are too many children in Tianji Palace. When he said this, there was no expression. Just as natural as killing animals. Yin Yin took a deep breath. And suddenly felt uncomfortable and blocked in her heart. She knew that human life was as cheap as a dog in troubled times. And people could starve to death, die in battle, or even be tortured. But the way they died now was too shocking. She thought she had experienced 3 years in the alien world. And was used to seeing aliens eating people. So she would be numb and cold-blooded. But now she was still touched. There were no bloodthirsty aliens here. But there were rational humans who threw away their bottom line. Feeling that Miss Yan's eyes had changed when looking at him, Brother Chong felt that he needed to explain. Miss Yan, you must have seen all kinds of situations along the way. People can do anything to survive. The drought continues, and it is basically impossible to have newborns. If all the children die, will there be children in 10 years? This country will be finished. Chapter 22. Cute little package. Is this how they brainwashed you? Let you kill without scruples? Yin Yin glared coldly and asked back. Saving children for the future of the country is a good reason. But have you ever thought about whether the people who survived like this are still human beings? Is there no other way? How big can Zhou Kingdom be? Can't they leave and go to other countries? Is the ruler of this country a fool? Watching the country being destroyed? Can't they think of a way? If it were me, I would die anyway. And if the surrounding countries don't help, I would not live. I would drag them with me even if I die. If it doesn't work, I would take the people and relocate the whole country. Trees are dead. People are alive. What is the purpose of having a head? Brother Chong opened his mouth wide. He didn't think so much. He just felt that what the messenger said made sense and was right. And even felt that he was doing a good thing. The victims who were killed, thank you so much. The ruler is smarter than you. There are more than one think tank. Not to mention those aristocratic families. If the country is really going to be destroyed, they are more anxious than you. You really don't need to worry about them. Brother Chong didn't know what to say, because he really hadn't thought about it, let alone consider it from the perspective of the ruler. It was too far away for him. He lowered his head in frustration, and suddenly lost his goal and motivation. Don't be discouraged. As long as the membership card is there, you can do a lot of things. As for money, official silver is good. The implication is that you don't have to pick on ordinary people when robbing. The way is pointed out to you. Come on. Thinking of being valued by the immortal, Brother Chong immediately became energetic again. He couldn't be discouraged and couldn't disappoint the immortal's expectations. He must make good use of the membership card and make a name for himself. It's getting dark after all this time. Please arrange a room for me to rest, and we'll continue our journey tomorrow. Even if there are no aliens in this world. She is not used to traveling at night. And repairing her body requires concentration, which is dangerous outside. What if someone suddenly appears and hits her with a club? Force her to get the first kill? Brother Chong personally cleaned up a room. At night, Yin Yin still gave the 2 children snacks and snow cakes, but did not take out dumplings and steamed buns. After eating and washing their faces, the 2 children were tired. For the children, this day was full of thrills, and they were always worried. The danger was lifted, and the 2 of them relaxed and began to feel sleepy. Before going to bed, Xiao Yong wanted to say something, but he didn't say it in the end. Yin Yin knew that he wanted to ask the other people in the Song family what to do, because they were his relatives after all. For the 2 children, the Song family couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Otherwise, how could they establish their values? Now is the time for the children to form their values. My identity as the agent of the supermarket fairy was well arranged. Give yourself a thumbs up. As for the Song family, if she gets impatient to deal with them in the future, there are many ways to solve them. So there is no need to rush. The 2 children fell asleep, and she called the supermarket out. Clicking on her information, there is an additional column of member information below. Junior member, Li Chong. Recharged 500 taels. But the next second it became 0. And after a while the recharge amount became 5,500 taels. There is still so much money. Yin Yin thought to herself. This member has developed well. He is a rich man. A red question mark appeared on the member information. She clicked it, and a dialog box appeared. Junior member Li Chong recharged a total of 5,500 taels. The default refundable amount is 550 taels. Employees can also adjust it by themselves. Is it refunded to the customer account or directly withdrawn in cash? Is there any need to ask? Of course. 550 taels are directly withdrawn. The next second, 11 ingots of silver appeared in the room, each weighing 50 taels. It's different to be an employee. Yin Yin smiled and took the 11 ingots of silver for herself. Her small treasury became bigger again. She was not in a hurry to repair her body and started to buy items. The storage cabinet for senior members was tailor-made for the store anniversary event. It was a perfect match. Buy more ice cream. 3 bars for myself and my 2 children in the morning, noon and evening, which is 9 bars. 30 days is about 300 bars. Round it up and count it as 1,000 bars. The original price was 10 taels of silver, but now it only costs 1 tael of silver. It's a great deal. Then there are water, dumplings, steamed buns, snacks, gift packs, and various drinks. There is no limit on these. The more the better. Once the store anniversary is over, she will use these to enrich her own coffers. Finally, she will get a big wool. And then she should concentrate on doing tasks to make herself a formal employee. Only when she becomes a formal employee can she stand firm. And it will not be too late to go out and have fun at that time. If Ning Yuan was here, seeing her cunning look, coupled with that obscene smile, he would definitely be shocked and exclaim that he didn't recognize her. After a crazy shopping spree, Yin Yin stopped looking at the amount of less than 50 taels. I accidentally spent too much. This money is really hard to spend. The cabinet is not full. Supermarket, haha. If you have the ability, wait until the store anniversary is over before you say this. Next is my salary. I want to see if the supermarket is stingy or if the fruit is really expensive. When she came to the salary column, she chose to withdraw her salary. A flash of white light appeared in front of her eyes. She squinted her eyes slightly. With such a big scene, could it be a fairy peach? After the flash of white light, there was nothing in the room. She was confused. Are they kidding her? Just when she was about to confront the supermarket, she suddenly glanced at the lower right corner. The 2 small words package were shining with golden light, which made people feel rare. She quickly opened the package. Sure enough, there was an independent space inside. The space was divided into 6 grids, and a basket of apples occupied the space of 1 grid. Yin Yin picked up the teacup casually and silently said to collect it in her heart. There was indeed an extra teacup in the package. Even though the teacup was small, it still occupied an empty space. She tried to put the teapot in, but it was not put together with the teacup, but occupied a grid alone. From this, it can be inferred that these items do not overlap. Thinking about taking it out, the teacup and kettle appeared on the table, which was very convenient to collect. Yin Yin was very satisfied with the package. Not at all that it was small. It was much better than the safe deposit box for valuables. And it was free. She finally had her own space. For this package, the matter of giving fruits as wages was over. She was satisfied, and did not even take out the fruits to look at them. She directly withdrew her mind and began to meditate and repair her body. Because the meridians were unblocked, it did not take long to repair this time. In less than 2 hours, the meridians of the whole body were repaired, and the functions of the body were restored by more than half. And it could circulate and repair the internal organs autonomously. Even if she did not use her superpowers, her body would gradually get better. Then it took an hour to repair the heart, and she cut off the energy. A lot of energy was used today, so she used it sparingly. It is said that there were martial arts secrets in ancient times. Maybe she should find a secret book to practice. Although it is not as good as superpowers, at least she has the ability to protect herself. As an immortal, I am not omnipotent. If I encounter someone who doesn't believe in me, I will take action. And that mysterious heavenly palace always seems to be the villain. She muttered to herself. Chapter 23 earned 55 taels with tears. She was too kind. Why did they adopt so many children? To cultivate believers from a young age? And is the Great Zhou's 10-year drought reliable? Is that god really a charlatan? The information she could get was very limited, and she couldn't guess it. Forget it. Such a high-ranking power is too far away from me. I'd better make money and become a regular employee. The goal of 50,000 is not high. If you do business with the victims, you will need a large number of refugees. If you find a rich businessman, you may be able to do it alone. Thinking about the 3-month deadline, she didn't plan to complete it in a hurry. While there is time, do more business with the victims. Of course, you have to contact 1 or 2 rich businessmen to ensure that the task is completed in excess. She retracted her thoughts, lay down next to the children, and went to sleep. Get up in the morning. Because the 2 children have enough food. Their faces are not so sallow. Although they are still very thin, they are in good spirits and have strength. Their body functions are functioning normally. As long as they have enough food, there will be no problem in the future. Without special circumstances, Yin would not use her special powers to help them regulate their bodies. The 3 of them went out, and Guzi was sitting on the steps, eating dim sum in one hand and soy milk in the other. Seeing Yin coming out, he hurriedly stood up, took a big sip of soy milk, and slurped the food in his mouth. Miss Yin, you're up? Our boss is waiting for you in the lobby. I know. Cook these 2 bags of dumplings and take them to the lobby. She handed over 2 flavors of dumplings, and then led the child to the front hall. Guzi held the cold dumplings and blinked hard. Is this dumplings? But why is it so cold? Wait, there are dumplings to eat? Looking at the pattern on the bag, full of meat filling, it makes people hungry, and instantly feel that the snacks in their hands are not fragrant. Brother, there are dumplings to eat. The next second, Guzi shouted and ran towards the hall. When he ran halfway and received Yin's cold light, he shrank his neck and turned to the kitchen. In the hall, Guzi didn't come, but his voice came. When Yin came over, Brother Chong greeted her with a smile and said flatteringly, Miss Yin, can I buy other food? First of all, I declare that I don't dislike snacks. He raised his hand to guarantee righteously, and then changed his face in the next second, saying with a smile, but if there are dumplings, it would be better, no matter how expensive it is, and I don't want too much. During festivals, let the brothers taste it. He mistakenly thought that Yin deliberately didn't sell him dumplings. Yin snorted lightly and said in a high-handed manner, Brother Chong, it's not that I don't want to sell it to you. You know, the immortal has the final say on what can be sold to you. Brother Chong nodded repeatedly. I know. So please ask Miss Yin to ask the immortal. What conditions do you need to sell me some dumplings? The dumplings are frozen, and they won't last long even if I sell them to you. I can cook them all and then dry them. Yin gave him a thumbs up. A good idea. Why the immortal doesn't let you eat meat? You should know it in your heart. Right? Brother Chong's expression dimmed, and most of his previous excitement disappeared. He took a deep breath and said, I understand. It's my problem. I am a sinner. But the immortal didn't despise me, and even gave me a membership card, which is the blessing I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. From now on, I will be a vegetarian. It's good that you have this awareness, and it's worth the immortal's painstaking efforts. There are also vegetarian dumplings, with 3 fresh fillings, fungus, cabbage, and eggs. 10 coins a bag. Do you want it? Brother Chong's eyes lit up, and his face immediately showed joy. Yes. Yes. I want it. Give me 500 taels. Yin rolled her eyes. 500 taels of dumplings. Before you cook much, they will all melt and become inedible. Brother Chong touched his head embarrassedly. I forgot about it when I was happy. Then give me 100 taels of silver. I have a storage cabinet here that can be used, and it can hold a lot of it. Deal? Yin transferred 100 taels of silver from his account, and then put 500 bags in his storage cabinet, and the rest were piled in the shade of the lobby. After the piles of dumplings appeared, the cool air hit Chong Ji's body, which was so comfortable. Is your well water dry? So many dumplings require a lot of water. Didn't I buy milk and soy milk? Can't I cook them? Yin rolled her eyes. You can think of using milk to cook dumplings. Hey, I'm a good person to the end. Water is 5 cents a bottle. I only charge you 100 taels of silver for 30,000 bottles. Use it to cook dumplings. After cooking, keep the dumpling soup and drink it slowly. Don't waste it. Yin, oh, Ning Yuan is right. I am too soft-hearted. I only earned 55 taels of silver in tears for this order. I can't be so kind in the future. Thank you, Miss Yin. Thank you very much. Brother Chong was so grateful that tears welled up in his eyes. Oh my God! He met a good man. Supermarket. God. Next, the bandits started to cook the dumplings in a pot. When they were cooked, they put plates, bowls, baskets, and other useful objects to remove moisture. When the moisture was almost gone, they spread them directly on the clean bluestone slabs and began to dry them. At first, some people stuffed dumplings into their mouths while working, and they were so happy eating. But after the 10th pot, no one ate anymore, and the excitement was gone. Brother Chong couldn't eat anymore. So he handed the job of drying dumplings to Guzi and prepared to take a walk. Guzi nodded and took it, but turned around and handed it to his subordinate. He felt a little nauseous when he saw dumplings. The two found Yin Yin in the lobby, and Brother Chong said, "Miss Yin, I plan to release all the arrested people. Do you want to go and see?" Yin Yin understood that this was a favor to her. "Then go and see." She waved to the two children who were helping to dry dumplings. The two children put down their work and ran over happily. "Mom, are we leaving?" Siodan raised her little face. Her big eyes were particularly bright. Speaking of leaving, Xiaoyong frowned, with a worried look on his face. He called Mom softly, but still didn't say what he wanted to say. "Is it fun?" Yin Yin looked at Xiao Dan tenderly and raised her hand to wipe the sweat off her face. "It's fun. Mother, will we have dumplings to eat in the future?" "No danger. There is food and drink. And there is Mother to protect her. The innocence of the child is back. At this age, he only eats and plays, and doesn't think too much. In comparison, Xiaoyong, who is the same age as her, has aged a lot and doesn't look like a 5-year-old child." Yin Yin smiled and pinched her little face, which didn't have much flesh. "Yes, you can eat as much as you want. I will try to make Xiao Dan fat and white in a month." "Great. You don't have to go hungry." Xiao Dan cheered. Xiaoyong quickly winked at her, asking her to mention Grandpa and Grandma. Xiao Dan snorted proudly, then turned her head and hugged her mother's arm and rubbed it intimately. She was so happy, seeing that his sister deliberately ignored him. Xiaoyong scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. He had told her in vain before. This stupid sister only knew how to eat. Chapter 24. Oh my God. Is this a 5-year-old child? Xiao Dan wrinkled her nose at him. She didn't want to be with Grandpa and Grandma. She only had Mother. Brother is the idiot. If Grandpa and Grandma come back, they will bully Mother again. I don't want that. Looking at Xiaoyong's anxious look, Yin Yin decided not to tease him. "Xiaoyong, do you want to be with Grandpa and Grandma?" Mother finally asked. Xiaoyong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up straight and replied seriously, "Mother, this is not a question of whether I want to or not. But we must be with Grandpa and Grandma." This answer surprised her a little. "Why?" "Mother, we haven't separated yet. The household registration and identity information are all under the name of Grandpa and Grandma. If we don't take them with us, even if we go to the provincial capital, we will not only be unable to enter the city, but also cannot receive relief food. We are considered illegal households." At this point, he paused and his face became serious. "Even if Grandpa and Grandma die, Mother, you also need to bring your household registration over, and then go to the government office to apply for a new household registration for the separation of the family. It will be convenient whether you settle in the provincial capital or go to other places. And you will not be bound. Unless all the Song family members except the second branch are dead. You can't just leave like this." Yin Yin was shocked by his words and opened her mouth wide. "My God, is this still a 5-year-old child? Isn't this too much?" Xiao Dan turned her head to look at her brother and blinked. Did she misunderstand? Xiaoyong thought. "What do you think? How Grandma treats you and Mother? Don't I know? It's just that he is too young. Apart from pleasing Grandpa and Grandma to get some food and send it to Mother, he can do very little. Of course, he still had some selfish thoughts. And he didn't tell his mother and sister." Yin Yin touched the child's head. It was really hard for him to consider so much. "Xiaoyong, Mother knows your painstaking efforts. But Mother doesn't plan to abandon your grandmother and others. After all, they are your father's parents." Although she misunderstood the child's meaning, she still wanted to set a good example for the children. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyong shook his head and said earnestly, "Mom, you are not an ordinary person now. But you are carrying the heavy responsibility given by the immortals. You have to do big things. You can't be soft-hearted, let alone sentimental. Ah? Yin Yin was confused. Did she hear it wrong? Was her son advising her to be cold-blooded? Xiaolong thought she didn't understand. So he had to say it more clearly. I mean, except for me and Xiaodin. You don't have to care about anyone. Just separate from them. Damn. Yin Yin's heart was full of grass mud horses running through her heart. What on earth had she experienced that made a 5-year-old child say such words? And she was willing to admit defeat. Xiaodin also said, Mom, my brother is right. You are just too kind. You have to change this bad habit. If you are not ruthless, you can't stand firm. After saying that, he pointed to the bandits, who were busy cooking dumplings outside, and shook his head regretfully. How much less money will this make? Oh my god. Yin Yin was shocked again. She thought she was evil enough. But in the eyes of her daughter, she was just a sucker. Xiaoyong nodded in agreement, indicating that he agreed with his sister's words. Brother Chong and Gozi lowered their heads in embarrassment. They did take advantage of a lot. So much food and water. Now it can't be bought with tens of thousands of taels of silver. And they only spent less than 2,000 taels. Which is not a bargain. Ahem. Yin Yin coughed twice and found her voice. The two little ones looked up at her, with indelible worry in their eyes. Yin Yin thought to herself, how unreliable the original owner was. Look how worried the two children were. If they had not experienced the vicissitudes of life and tasted the warmth and coldness of human nature, how could they have such insights and say such words? Good children, come to your mother for a hug. Looking at the warm scene of the mother and her children hugging each other, Brother Chong thought of his wife and children, and couldn't help but redden his eyes. If he hadn't been so kind at the beginning, they wouldn't have been taken away by the disaster victims. If he had met Miss Yin earlier, he could have enjoyed the joy of family. It's a pity that life can't be repeated. The prison in the mountain village is underground, with 3 sides made of stone, and the prison door made of wood. There are more than 10 people in one cell. When Yin Yin came over, she found that it was surprisingly quiet here. Most of their vitality had dissipated, and many people were still dead. Only the children still had a lot of vitality. This kind of dead air is not because their bodies are terminally ill, but because of psychological problems. When they feel that they can't live anymore, it will affect the whole body, and the originally healthy cells will quickly lose vitality. This is how dead air comes. This shows how much influence emotions have on a person. Yin Yin observed silently, then cleared her throat and signaled Brother Chong to speak. Brother Chong immediately understood and said loudly, Miss Yin, please be careful on the steps. Hearing the 3 words Miss Yin, the people in the cell stood up one after another, and their originally drowsy eyes gradually brightened. They didn't hear hallucinations. Right? When footsteps sounded, everyone came to the door of the cell and looked outside by clinging to the wood. Miss Yin, is that you? Are you here to save us? Fairy, we are wrong. Please save us. I don't want to die. Yin Yin, I am your mother. Please save us quickly. Second sister-in-law, we are here. Miss Yin, I am Daniel. I know I am wrong. Please give me a chance. I am willing to repay you. I am Ernu. I will be like my brother in the future. Please have mercy and save us. I don't want to be eaten. They shouted at the top of their lungs to the outside, which can be said to be their only hope. What are you arguing about? Who is shouting? Just drag him out and kill him, Brother Chong shouted. And the cell became quiet instantly. Yin Yin was quite satisfied. Where is the Song family? Take me there. Guzi hurriedly led the way. The Song family was in the 4th cell on the left, and Song Dania's family was next door. The 2 families were next to each other. When they saw Yin Yin and the 2 children dressed neatly, and 2 bandits carefully waiting beside them, the Song family cried with joy, knowing that they were saved. Old Mrs. Song was the first to rush over, waving her arms excitedly at her through the prison door. Second wife, hurry up and save mother. Mother doesn't want to be eaten. De Zhang led the 3 children and knelt down directly. Second sister-in-law, I don't ask for anything else. I just hope you can take my 3 children out. Please. Song Laosan held the child's hand. He didn't want to die. But if the second sister-in-law could only save a limited number of people, he hoped that the child could survive. As for Old Man Song and Song De Zhuang, although they didn't say anything, their eager eyes said it all. Only Xiao Zhang sat against the wall, looking at the ground quietly. She was also the only one who didn't beg to go out. Father-in-law. Is the household registration posted with you? Yin Yan's question made Old Man Song stunned. Why did he think of the household registration? What's wrong with me? Separation? Separation? Now? The Song family didn't expect her to bring up separation, especially at this critical moment. Chapter 25 determined not to divide the family. Old Lady Song frowned and was the first to object. Second brother's wife. You should have a conscience. When the second brother was killed by you, I didn't separate you and even raised your child for you. Now that you have made it, do you want to abandon this family? You want to get rid of them after having a fairy? No way. Old Man Song's face was so ugly. He was still counting on Yin Yin to make the Song family prosperous. This family cannot be divided no matter what. How can the family be divided when the old man is alive? Isn't this a poke in the spine of the old Song family? So, I don't agree to divide the family. Song Lao also persuaded. Second brother and sister-in-law. The world is too chaotic. It's not safe for you, a woman, to take care of the child. Besides, the second brother went to the army because of this family. If he is gone, my third brother and I have the responsibility to help him raise the child. This is his root. The implication is that you can separate, but the child must stay. This is to threaten her with the child. Hee hee. This made Yin Yan laugh. Anyone in the Song family can say this. But you, Boss Song, are not qualified to say this. Who wanted to trade Xiao Dan and Xiao Yong? Do you really think she didn't remember? Boss Song blushed and murmured. I didn't have any choice. It's not easy for a woman like you to raise 2 children. So you want to lighten my burden? Thank you so much. Second brother's wife. Why are you cursing? I'm still beating people. Get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll let Brother Chong kill you for wine. Facing such a person, she was really afraid that she would not be able to suppress her anger and take action, and get the first kill. Boss Song immediately shut up, hid behind in fear, and dared not speak. How come the second brother's wife has become so rude? Not only does she curse, but she also kills people at every turn. How can she be a woman? Yin Yin suppressed her anger and glanced at the Song family. I'll ask again. You all don't agree to split the family, right? No. The Song family shook their heads in a surprising unanimous manner. Well, since you are willing to share the debt of 2,000 taels of silver with me, I would love it. What debt? The Song family was confused. How did the debt of 2,000 taels appear? Their first thought was that the second brother's wife was bombing them, and they must not be fooled. Let alone 2,000 taels. Even if it was 20,000 taels, they would not split the family. Yin Yin pointed at the 200 people in prison. I exchanged you from the bandits, each of you for 40 sets of food. Each set is 250 coins. 40 sets is 10 taels of silver. 200 people is 2,000 taels. Oh my god. So much? Is my worthless life worth 10 taels of silver? Miss Yin is kind. I blamed you for not saving me before. We were wrong. Thank you, Miss Yin. When the victims heard that Yin Yin spent so much money to save them, they were moved to tears. Old Lady Song rolled her eyes and asked, Second daughter-in-law, you owe the supermarket money because you saved everyone. So isn't it right for everyone to help? If I say this family cannot be divided, we have to help you get the money back bit by bit. Who said I owed the supermarket? Yin Yin raised her eyebrows slightly. Without money? Don't even think about taking a piece of snack out of the supermarket. Old Lady Song asked, puzzled. Then who do you owe 2,000 taels? She pointed at the people next to her. Brother Chong. I borrowed 2,000 taels from them to buy your lives. This? Using the bandits' money to buy food for the bandits? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? She didn't understand what this operation was. Brother Chong didn't like to hear it. What are you talking about? Old man? It's my own business that I have money. I have so much meat to eat. Why should I spend money to buy it? Gozi echoed. That's right. If it weren't for Miss Yin, my eldest brother wouldn't spend money to buy it. The other party kept talking about eating meat, which made Old Lady Song feel sick. You are simply not human. Brother Chong snorted disdainfully. Don't talk about how noble you are. As if you haven't eaten it. Uh-huh. Everyone is the same. No one should despise anyone. Old Lady Song was speechless. But it was impossible to split the family. Okay. Even if we owe you bandits, we should all pay it back together. We can't let the Song family bear all the responsibility. You wouldn't cheat your own family like that. After hearing his words, the victims all shrank their necks. Each person owes 10 taels of silver. And a family of at least 5 or 6 people. That's 50 or 60 taels of silver. They can't earn that much money in their lifetime. How can they pay it back? But they can't say. Don't save them. Let them fend for themselves. Why don't you talk? Didn't you scream loudly before? Old Lady Song shouted at them. That's not what I meant. How can we pay it back? That's right. Not to mention that all the money was used to buy food. Even if we didn't spend it, we couldn't get so much money together. Besides, if you hadn't stayed in the village for a day, we wouldn't have met the bandits. That's right. This disaster was caused by your Song family. Yin Yan looked at the 2 people who spoke and remembered them. Old Lady Song was so angry that she cursed loudly. Bah! You bunch of ungrateful people. Why didn't you say this when you had something to eat? Who begged and pleaded to follow the Song family. Now that you are being robbed, you blame others. Why don't you just die? What's wrong with us? If you want to pretend to be a living bodhisattva to save people, why don't you just save them to the end? Why do you want us to pay back? We are just poor diggers in the fields. Where can we get money? You said you were saving people, but you made us pay for it. You earned a good reputation. Who wouldn't do such a good thing? Don't pretend that you are so great. If you are really capable, don't make us pay back. That's right. Maybe the immortal asked her to save people. She was a good person in front of the immortal. And then she asked us to pay. Isn't this like a whore trying to build a memorial archway? Big liar. I really don't know why the immortal chose her. Some people with malicious minds said particularly unpleasant words. Some even knelt on the ground and begged her. Miss Yin, we know you are kind-hearted, but we really don't have the money to pay you back. You have the immortals to look after you. So 2,000 taels is not too much for you. Why don't you have mercy on us and forgive us? We will definitely be grateful to you for the rest of our lives. We will set up a longevity tablet for you and wish you a long life. We are all poor people. We really can't take out this money. If you don't show kindness, we can only wait to die. With so many people, can you really bear to ignore them? I think the immortals chose you because they value your kindness. In this chaotic world, you are a living bodhisattva who saves people from suffering and is the hope for us victims to survive. You are a bright light in the darkness, illuminating the direction we are going. You are a lighthouse in the sea, guiding us home. You are the reincarnation of the compassionate bodhisattva, who came specifically to save us. Meeting you is our blessing for 3 lifetimes. Chapter 26 Send you to heaven to be immortals. A lot of nice words started to compliment her, putting her on a high place. Everyone can say nice words, and it doesn't cost money anyway. No. Now nice words can make money. If the other party is happy to waive their money, wouldn't that be profitable? Thinking of this, everyone said nice words as much as they could. When they were excited, they knelt down and kowtowed twice to express their gratitude and respect. Longevity tablets and incense offerings are also indispensable. The Song family was so angry that their faces turned blue. They had never seen such a shameless person. Yin Yan asked with a smile. Do you think I am an immortal? Her voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. Everyone thought that the method of flattery really worked. Yes, they shouted in unison. Second wife, don't be fooled by them. They are just a bunch of ungrateful people. They are not worth saving at all. Old Lady Song was worried that she was being drugged, so she hurried to speak, but was interrupted by Yin Yin. Don't say that. I think what they said makes sense. As she said that, she looked at the victims again with a face full of compassion. Do you think I am the reincarnation of a bodhisattva? Yes. Everyone shouted again in unison, as if they had seen hope. Yin Yin nodded with satisfaction. Since I am a god, I plan to ferry 20 people to the paradise. 100 taels per person. Exactly 2,000 taels. Who wants to go to the paradise? Raise your hand to sign up. What do you mean? Why do I feel bad? The victims asked cautiously. Miss Yin, isn't it said that only the dead can go to the paradise? Can the living go there too? Yin Yin smiled and said, Of course you can't go if you're alive. But don't worry. As soon as you die, I will immediately take you to heaven. You can't be a god for the time being, but you can be a fairy boy or something. Who wants to go? When everyone heard this, they immediately became confused. Only fools would go. This is not going to heaven. It's clearly sending yourself to death. Yin Yin smiled and encouraged them. Don't be afraid. I'm the reincarnation of a bodhisattva. I will definitely keep my word. You will never be hungry in heaven. Believe me. Believe in you. How can you be hungry after death? The victims rolled their eyes one after another. It's impossible to deceive them. They would never sign up. Yin Yin smiled coldly. They had to go even if they didn't want to. You, and the two hiding inside? The four of you have great merits. And you have a chance to go to heaven this time. She pointed out the person who just scolded her. The four were stunned for a moment. They wanted to slap themselves twice. Can't they just scold in their hearts? Why do they have to scold out loud? They fell to their knees with a plop. Immortal. We are wrong. We are just stinking shit. How can we have the blessing to go to heaven and enjoy the blessings? Please choose someone else. Yes. I secretly killed 2 people along the way. Trash like me is not qualified to go to heaven to be an immortal child. I can't do it either. I slept with my second brother's wife. And the child next door is also mine. I am just a scoundrel and a second-rate person. I don't deserve to go to heaven. Fuck you. As soon as he finished speaking, a man next to him kicked him angrily. I thought you were just a talker. But I didn't expect you to not let go of your second sister-in-law. I'll beat you to death today. Ah. Second brother. Don't blame me. Ah. Who let the second sister-in-law hang around in front of me every day? Ah. My kidneys. The man screamed. And then, there was no sound. I don't know if he was pretending, or really fainted. Wang Lao. Don't beat him to death. Leave me a few kicks. A man next door shouted angrily at this side, while clinging to the cell. And a woman next to him was crying with her face covered. Yin Yin winked at Brother Chang. And he immediately understood, and asked Gozi to take the man to Wang Lao's cell. Then the screams rang out again. TSK TSK. Mixed doubles. Yin Yin pinched her chin and watched with relish. Xiao Yong couldn't help rolling his eyes. He didn't expect his mother to have such a hobby. But the business was not done yet. He pulled his mother's sleeve to remind her. Yin Yin immediately put away her expression of watching the show and looked serious. Where were we just talking about? By the way, I'll give you 1 stick of incense to select 20 people to go to heaven. Of course, I can't be partial to one over the other. I can't forget my family members for such a good opportunity. As she said that, she turned her head and looked at the Song family, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, don't say I'm unfilial. This is a great opportunity to become an immortal. I'll leave 2 places for you. Of course, if you want to go, I'll definitely help you. Big brother and third brother. Oh my god. Old Song was so scared that her legs went soft, and she almost fell to the ground. Old Song's face was ashen. He was really filial to death. Thank you so much for your filial piety. No need. Let's leave this opportunity to them. Don't worry. I can negotiate with the immortals, and add 2 more places. I will definitely let you 2 go up. I promise. Thank you so much for your promise. The 2 were so angry that they couldn't speak. Are you in such a hurry to send them away? Brother Chang, tell your men to ask the 2 to go out and wash up. I will send them away as soon as the time comes. Wait. I think I'm old. It's better to separate the family. Old Man Song said righteously, and immediately took out the household registration sticker. Big brother. Third brother. You bear witness that we must separate the family today. Yes. Separate the family now. We are not a family anymore. Old Woman Song said hurriedly, fearing that she would be sent away if she was a second late. The 2 brothers of the Song family also saw that if they didn't separate the family today, their parents might not be around. And they would still have to separate the family at that time. Let's separate it. Even though the 2 of them were reluctant, the situation was stronger than people. Besides, they are still a family after the separation. And they can slowly make plans later. Immediately, a younger brother came in with a pen and paper, on which was a written separation document, in duplicate. With this document, they can have an independent household registration. Looking at the long-prepared separation documents, Old Lady Song was so angry that her teeth itched. This bitch. If she said she didn't do it on purpose, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. Why? Mother-in-law, you are so angry. Don't you want to separate the family? Then we won't separate. No. I am willing. Very willing. Old Lady Song forced herself to squeeze out an ugly smile, and her teeth itched with hatred in her heart. Wait. Sooner or later, she will take revenge. And she will never stop until she kills this little bitch. Xiaoyong looked at his grandmother's hateful eyes, and sighed secretly. This was the last thing he did for his father. The grace of giving birth had been repaid. From now on, their life and death had nothing to do with him. Old Man Song read the separation document again. The content was very simple. The second room was separated, and the family didn't want anything, and no responsibility was assumed. Moreover, except for the surname Song, there was no relationship with other people in the Song family. Old Lady Song was the first to object to this condition. How can you divide the family like this? It's clearly breaking off relations. How can you not provide for the elderly? Have we supported Old Second for so many years in vain? Yen Yen said. Then go ask Old Second Song for pension money. The man is dead. Where can I find him? Downstairs. I'll take you there. It's quick. Chapter 27. A big bull who sells himself as a slave. The corners of Song's mouth twitched with anger. Damn. This is a scoundrel. He threatens when he can't win the argument. It's too bullying. Yen Yen rolled her eyes. He threatened me. What's the matter? Do you have the guts to hit me? Divide or not? If not, go to heaven. Stop wasting my time. The Song family was very angry. Especially the old man Song. His family's dream of prosperity was shattered. It was all caused by this bitch. How could he face his ancestors after his death? He tried his luck and said in a deep voice, Sign, but I have a request. Xiaoyong will always be a member of the Song family and cannot change his name. This is his last chance. If Xiaoyong becomes rich, it means that the Song family will become rich. Okay. Add this. Yen Yen did not object. It's just a name. If it weren't for the two children, she would have asked for a divorce letter directly. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Song Erzwang is dead, and she doesn't plan to marry again. Xiaodan pouted slightly, snorted at the people around her, and hugged her mother's arm. She didn't care. She had a mother. Xiaoyong looked at his sister helplessly. Isn't this for the purpose of dividing the family? Besides, he has the final say on who he represents, and Grandpa can't control it. Soon, the separation document was signed and stamped with handprints. In duplicate, Yen Yen put the document in the package and waited to the provincial capital to apply for household registration. Second daughter-in-law. Look, since the family has been divided, what about the matter of heaven? Old Mrs. Song asked uncertainly, fearing that she would regret it. Yen Yen waved her hand. Since you abandoned me and my two children, then of course you have no share in the good things of heaven. The Song family members were all upset. Who abandoned you? Didn't you force them to do that? But no one dared to argue with her. Brother Chong, send someone to watch over here. When the time comes, take the people away. The 4 I designated must be taken with you. Miss Yen, don't worry. Leave it to me. Second sister-in-law. Little Jean suddenly stood up and looked out the door. Yen Yen was stunned for a moment, then responded, What's wrong? Little Jean looked at her for a while, then asked faintly, Is it true that you can be a fairy child in heaven? Why are you joining in the fun? Song Lao-san hurried over and scolded her. This matter has finally passed. And you are still mentioning it? Why? Do you have to send 1 or 2 away? Seeing that his wife was about to say something, Song Lao-san quickly covered her mouth, then smiled and said to Yen Yen, Second sister-in-law just suddenly got sick. Don't pay attention to her. After the people left, Song Lao-san let her go and begged her helplessly. It's been so long. The matter of the second sister has passed. Right? You still have Xiaobao and me. Can we live a good life together in the future? The response to him was still silence. Besides, not long after Yen Yen brought the child out, Guzi chased after her. Miss Yen, there is a man named Dania who wants to see you. Do you want to see him? Bring him here. Give him another chance. If he still seeks self-protection when encountering trouble, he has no right to be with her. After a while, Dania came out with Guzi. His mental state was not very good, and his face was full of guilt. When he came close to Yen Yen, Dania fell to his knees with a plop. Miss, I am willing to sell myself as a slave. Please give me a chance. After saying that, he knocked his head to the ground and never got up again. Yen Yen's heart moved, and she asked, You want to sell yourself as a slave? Do your parents agree? Agree. The lives of our family are all given by the young lady, let alone selling myself as a slave. If you want to take my life away, I will not be a man if I say anything. He was determined this time. The reason why he wanted to sell himself was that he didn't want his family to influence his thoughts. If he was no longer the young lady of the Song family, but just a servant of the young lady, the decisions he made would only be based on his own young lady. Please take me in. Young lady. He kowtowed 3 times. Yin Yin observed and decided to take him in. Daniel, I will give you another chance. I hope you will not live up to this trust. I would rather die than betray the young lady. Dania was delighted and kowtowed to her 3 times again. Get up. I will tell you my rules. Dania quickly got up, stood up straight, and listened attentively. I have only one rule. Absolutely obey orders. From now on, you are my Yin Yin's person, and you only obey my orders. No one else has the right to order you. Do you understand? I understand. Danyo answered loudly. What if your parents, wife, and children come to you? I will refuse directly. Although you have sold your body, you are also their son, husband, and father. If they come to you, help them if you can. If you can't make up your mind, come to me. But remember, they have no right to ask you to do anything. Understand? Danyo's eyes moved slightly, and he shouted loudly, I understand. What if Xiaoyong and Xiaodan tell you to do something? My master is a lady, and no one can order me. But, Dania hesitated, but still expressed his thoughts. Although the young lady and the young master cannot order me, they are the young lady's children and half of my master. If it does not involve the interests of the master, I will help. But I will tell the young lady as soon as possible afterwards. Yin Yin was not satisfied with this answer. I don't restrict you from having your own ideas. But you forgot your identity. You are my servant and only obey me. No one, including the 2 children, can order you. Understand? Dania was stunned for a moment. Doesn't he care about the 2 little masters? Yin Yin shook her head slightly. You still don't understand your identity. Miss, I don't understand. If the 2 little masters need me to do something, should I turn a blind eye? Xiao Yong couldn't stand it and reminded him. Uncle Daniel, my mother means that I can't order you to do anything. Not that I can't ask for your help. My mother's first assumption is to tell you that you can't destroy your humanity and forget the basics of being a human being. The second assumption is to tell you that you are no lower than anyone else. You are only my mother's servant. To anyone, us, or even the high imperial power, we are not servants, but subordinates of the immortal agent. This identity does not allow you to kowtow to others. Do you understand now? Dania opened his mouth wide. Is that what he meant? He looked at the young lady, wondering if what the young master said was right. Yin Yin was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a straight face. That's what I mean. You are the servant of the immortal agent. Miss, Dania choked with excitement. How could this be a humble servant? This identity should not be too awesome. Okay. A perfect reward. Why didn't he understand this truth before? He was just worried about his ridiculous self-esteem. Afraid that he would never be able to straighten the joystick again if he was inferior to others. Now I understand that the identity of this servant is incomparable to those high and mighty people. Chapter 28. You are a dog. You change your face so quickly. Miss, I will swear to be loyal to you until death. You are my Danyo's heaven. He is not good at speaking and can't say anything nice. But this is definitely what he said from the bottom of his heart. Helping the person who was kneeling on the ground again. Yin Yin continued. I will give you a 3-month probation period. If you fail the probation, you can leave on your own. Dania didn't say anything, but his eyes were extremely firm. He would definitely pass it. This date is right. Yin Yin is quite satisfied. This is the first subordinate she has recruited here. She waved to Gozi. Please take him to have a full meal, and then wash and change clothes. Okay, Miss Yin. Gozi looked at Dania with envy. If it weren't for Brother Chong's life-saving grace, he would have wanted to switch to Miss Yin's side. Besides, Gozi led Dania to wash first. Although the village lacked water, it didn't need his bucket. She was about the same height as him, so she found a relatively clean piece of her own clothes for him to change. He was still thin, but once he was clean and energetic, he looked different instantly. He didn't look like a refugee from famine at all. You are really lucky. Guzi's mouth was full of sourness. Dania disagreed. This is not called luck, but the blessing I have cultivated for 8 lifetimes. Okay, I won't argue with you. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. Dumplings are being cooked outside. Guzi wanted to take him out, but when he opened the door, he saw Xiaoyong. Young master. Does your mother have any instructions? The bandits also changed the way they addressed the two children. Xiaoyong shook his head and looked at the person behind him. I want to talk to Uncle Daniel. Then you guys chat. I'll go get the dumplings. The dog left very tactfully. Daniel stood there a little stiffly. He was usually smart and smooth. But for some reason, he always felt like he was being seen through when facing the young master, which made him nervous unconsciously. After staring at him silently for a while, Xiaoyong had already created psychological pressure. So he spoke. Uncle Daniel, please sit down. Oh, okay. Daniel sat on the steps. Xiaoyong stood and looked at him level, and said, Uncle Daniel, do you want to pass my mother's inspection? Daniel said quickly. Yes, of course I do. Is there any way that the young master can teach me? In fact, it is not difficult to pass the inspection period. You just need to listen to my mother's orders. But, have you ever thought about it? My mother can't have only you as a little brother. You are the first person to follow her. Don't you want to lead the later ones? Or do you want to be led by them? Of course, I don't want to be led by them. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. He obeys the lady. But it doesn't mean he will obey the little brother accepted by the lady. Besides, he was the first to follow the young lady. So his status was naturally different. Young master, just tell me what I should do. Simple. Just 8 words. Cold and ruthless. Cruel and merciless. His mother was too kind. And he couldn't force her to change. So he reformed her subordinates and eliminated the trouble. Cold and ruthless. Cruel and merciless? Daniel read these 8 words. Then nodded heavily. I remember them. Uncle Daniel. It's easy to read these 8 words. But the difficult part is how to do them? For example, what do you think of my mother spending 2,000 taels to help the victims this time? That's a good thing. Mississippi. He blurted out. Xiaoyong shook his head with some regret. Think about it carefully. I'll give you a day to think about it. If you still give me the same answer tomorrow, then you'd better give up the idea of staying with my mother. After that, he patted his shoulder and walked away with his short legs. Thinking of the disappointment in the eyes of the young master, Dania felt very guilty. How could he forget the 8 words that the young master just said to him, but answered in his mind? At this time, Guzi came over with dumplings. Dania wanted to know his opinion. Brother Guzi, what do you think about the young lady spending money to rescue the victims? What do you think? Use your eyes to see. What can he think? The money belongs to Brother Chang. And the things he bought are for them brothers to eat. What does it have to do with the victims? It's just that Brother Chang has figured it out and doesn't want to kill people. So he gave Miss Yen a favor. If he really wanted to see it. He thought Miss Yen's trick was amazing. Not only did she win the hearts of the victims without spending a penny, but she also established her authority. But he couldn't say this to Daniel. Brother Chang had already ordered that everyone should say that the food was bought by Miss Yen to redeem the victims. Daniel was not satisfied with his answer. Didn't you see how kind my lady is? If it weren't for her, we would all be dead. Guzi nodded. That's true. If it weren't for Miss Yen, my brother would really kill you and dry you into jerky. This is the fact. Then you still don't have an opinion? Dania said unhappily. Why are you angry? Guzi touched his head. If I really have to say an opinion, it's that you victims are so lucky to meet Miss Yen. That's a human thing to say. Daniel was satisfied and brought the dumplings over, eating one at a time. How long has it been since he last ate white flour dumplings? It's been so long that he can't even remember what dumplings taste like. Oh, my God. They smell so good. Dog, you were frowning 1 second and smiling happily the next. Are you born in the year of the dog? Why do you change your face so quickly? An incense stick passed quickly. At this time, Daniel had returned to the young lady's side. Brother Chang brought out 20 people from the prison, except for the 4 people named by Yen Yen who had sad faces. The other 16 people were actually very calm, without a trace of being forced. Yen Yen was a little surprised. Brother Chang explained. These 16 people came out voluntarily. Yen Yen found that there were 2 people in it. The man and woman she had found before. Do you know the consequences of coming out? The 16 people nodded. I know. They will die. Since they knew it, they were still willing to come out. It's interesting. Did she see it wrong? Then try it again. Now I've changed my mind. I only need to send 10 people to heaven. The other 10 will be released. Who do you think should be released? Me. Please release me. I don't deserve to go to heaven. Please release me. And me. They all volunteered. Why do you want me to die? The 4 men who were named by Yin Yin shouted immediately. Excited? Yin Yin didn't answer, but looked at the other 16 people. What do you think? They looked at each other. No one wanted to die if they could live. But they didn't care much about whether they could live or die. Since they stood up, they had already made the worst plan. At this time, a woman raised her hand. I object to releasing these 4 people. Yin Yin looked over and saw the woman she had found before. What's your name? Miss Yin. My name is Liam Onyang. You can just call me Onyang. Onyang. Why do you oppose releasing the 4 of them? Because you don't want to die? Liam Onyang shook her head. I'm not afraid of death. In fact, if I had died voluntarily at the beginning, there wouldn't be so many people suffering today. She was referring to the initial encounter with the bandits. I have figured it out in the past 2 days in prison. No matter who dies, it is impossible to exchange for everyone's life. We really rely on you, Miss Yin. And only you can save everyone. We were chosen, but we were not saved by you. How can we say that we saved everyone? We don't have the ability to do so. So no matter who survives, they should be grateful to Miss Yin for saving their lives. Chapter 29. Sour grapes are not to be had. Her words shocked the others, and they suddenly realized. Yes, what virtue and ability did they have to exchange for the survival of 200 people? They relied on Miss Yin's help. So how could they say that they saved everyone? In an instant, the 15 people lowered their heads in shame, and no longer felt that their death was great and glorious. Liam Onyang pointed at the other 4 people, and her originally gentle expression became cold. The 4 of them were disrespectful, and did not thank you. And they insulted you. So they are not worthy of your rescue. So they must die. Insulting our Savior. They deserve to die. Yes, they deserve to die. We do not agree to let the 4 of them go. Disagree? The 16 people said in unison. Yin Yin showed a satisfied smile on her face. This Liam Onyang surprised her. She put her hands behind her back, coughed lightly, and said, Your sincerity moved the immortal. The immortal just said that as long as the 4 of them go up to accompany him, let the others go. Yeah. Everyone was stunned. Liam Onyang was the first to react, and fell to her knees with a plop. Thank you, immortal. Thank you, Miss Yin. Your kindness will never be forgotten. With her leading the way, the other 15 people immediately knelt down to thank her for not killing them. No, it should be thanking Miss Yin for saving their lives. The other 4 were dumbfounded. Why did this happen? In the end, only the 4 of them were going to die. Miss Yin, we know we are wrong. Please give us a chance. I'm a bad mouth. I deserve to be beaten. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, slapping themselves in the mouth to repent. Xiaolong frowned slightly and glanced at Daniel. Daniel was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the dissatisfaction and coldness in the young master's eyes, he reacted and said hurriedly, There is only one chance, and there is no second chance if you miss it. Brother Chong, please take the people away. Brother Chong did not respond, but looked at Miss Yin. Yin Yin nodded slightly, and Brother Chong asked his men to block their mouths and drag them away. The victims were soon released. A day in the cell was longer than a year. After experiencing death and rebirth, it felt like a lifetime ago. Even the sun above their heads became so rare. When they saw their relatives who were supposed to be sent to heaven standing in front of them, they cried with joy and hugged their families. The Song family looked very dark. What about the 20 people who were supposed to be sent to heaven? In the end, only the 4 who spoke rudely were gone, and the others were fine. Old Lady Song, this bitch definitely did it on purpose. Just to divide the family. Yin Yin, I did it on purpose. What can you do to me? It's useless for them to be angry. The family has been divided. And most importantly, they have no choice. They still know the difference between losing their lives and losing their money. At about 1 p.m., the victims left the mountain village under the scorching sun. Originally, Brother Chong wanted to keep them for one more night, but the victims said they would not agree to it. What if the bandits regretted it? Staying for a moment longer would be a joke with their lives. After leaving the mountain village, the victims drove for more than 10 miles before they stopped to rest. Among the group of people, originally only Yin Yin and her son were clean. And now there was another Song Dainyu. Many people sneered at him for selling himself as a slave. thinking that he was not a man. He was servile to a woman for a stutter. Even if he was an agent chosen by the immortal, it could not change the fact that the other party was a woman. It was one thing for them to respect and be grateful to the other party, and it was another thing for them to be her slave. Dania didn't care about the opinions of those people at all. What did they know? As long as his family understood and supported him, it was fine. Yes, Uncle Song's family supported his approach. Originally, Ernie also wanted to be with his eldest brother, but was rejected by Daniel. First, he felt that his younger brother was not smart enough and was afraid of ruining the young lady's business. Second, slaves and servants were different. The power of life and death was completely controlled by the master. He didn't want his younger brother to be like him, although he didn't sign a contract to sell himself. Dania had already regarded himself as the young lady's servant. He followed the young lady very consciously. When he saw a stone, he would run over and advance to kick it away. He would hold up a cardboard to block the sun for the young lady along the way. He was as servile as he could be. Many people looked down on him and gossiped about him in front of Uncle Song's family, saying that he was servile and shameful to men, and mocked and ridiculed him. Uncle Song just smiled and ignored them. Finally stopped to rest. Dania built a simple shed and asked the young lady to sit down and rest. Then came to the family with a few bottles of cold water. Dad, Mom, this is what the young lady gave you. Drink it. Seeing the water, the Song family's eyes sparkled and their throats were about to smoke. Although the bandits returned the food and water to them, they still had a long way to go, and they didn't dare to drink water wantonly, especially the cold water. Drinking a sip on a hot day was absolutely refreshing. Uncle Song suppressed his desire for water and shook his head. We are not thirsty. You can take it back. Daniel, remember, you are Miss Yan's servant now, and you are no longer a member of the Song family, and you have nothing to do with us. You should work hard for Miss Yan and don't worry about home. Mrs. Song also said, we still have money here, so we won't be thirsty or hungry. You are not allowed to take things home anymore. If you do this too much, the master will be dissatisfied. Master, don't worry. I will take care of your parents and children. Don't worry about home. Dania's wife also advised him. Dania was a bit amused. I didn't ask for it. It was given by the young lady. The master gave it to me. Should I refuse it? No. I can't offend the master, let alone say no to the master. Uncle Song shook his head. Then we will take it. But you are not allowed to mention us in front of Miss Yan in the future. And you are not allowed to ask for rewards in various ways. Understand? Dad? Am I that kind of person? Is he so unreliable? Uncle Song then instructed him. Go back and kowtow to the young lady to express our gratitude on our behalf. This is the etiquette for receiving rewards. Understand? I understand. Giving the mineral water to his parents. Dania left. The people around him looked at Song Dania's family with envy. Miss Yan just gave them some things, which was enough for them to eat and drink. Some people gave them thumbs up and said sarcastic words. Your Song family is awesome. You thought of this idea. You exchanged a child for the whole family to have enough food and drink. Why didn't we think of it? It's not that we didn't think of it, but we are not as cruel as their family. They let their sons sell themselves into slavery for their own glory and wealth. Absolutely. After hearing what they said, Ernie stood up angrily and wanted to argue. Uncle Song glared at him fiercely and scolded him in a low voice. Sit down. Ernie was full of anger. Dad, listen to what they said. It's too bullying. Let them say whatever they want. Whether it's envy, jealousy, or ridicule, they are all sour grapes. Why do you care about them? But, my elder brother, if you really want to do good for your elder brother, you must not conflict with others. Understand? Chapter 30 The Correct Way to Eat Ice Cream. Ernie was not stupid. He understood what his father meant. He sat down a little disappointed. If I had known this would happen, I would have gone in place of my elder brother. Uncle Song couldn't help laughing. You? Forget it. Miss Yan probably won't accept it. Ernie looked at his father dissatisfiedly. What's wrong with him? Except that his brain is a little slow. What's wrong with him? Not far away. Mrs. Song looked at the bottles of water, feeling unbalanced, and couldn't help cursing. I've never seen such an outward elbow. We are a family with her, and we have nothing. But she is diligently delivering water. Those who know, Dania is her servant, and those who don't know think he is her man. Humph. I wonder if there is something hidden between them. Can you be quiet? Old man Song glared at her. If you don't want to repair the relationship, why do you provoke her? Do you want to be sent to heaven? Song Dajwan also persuaded. Mom, she is no longer the Yin Xiaohua of the past. When she is ruthless, she doesn't recognize her relatives. She is as barbaric as a shrew. My chest still hurts now. Don't provoke her. Old woman Song understood this truth. But she couldn't swallow this breath. Is there no way to deal with her? At least we can't do it on the way to escape the famine. And we still have to rely on her. If we really want to deal with her, there are plenty of ways to deal with her when we get to the provincial capital. There is no need to rush now. He couldn't take this beating in vain. Song Lauda had already thought about how to take revenge. The lightest punishment was to put her in jail. Song Lao San didn't say anything. He held the child in one hand and held his wife, who was like a walking corpse, in the other hand. He didn't know when it would end. To be honest, he regretted it. If he had known that the second sister's matter would be such a big blow to his wife, he would have insisted on keeping the child. If he had insisted for half a day, his family would not have become like this. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world, and his family can never go back. Yin Yin was eating ice cream with the children, on the road of escaping from famine. The cold ice cream and the big sun are more suitable. The two little ones ate ice cream for the first time. It was like snow in winter, but more delicious, sweet and fruity. They were reluctant to bite it, so they licked it with their tongues. Daniel also got an ice cream, and he imitated the two children. So Yin Yin's ears were filled with slurping sounds. Suddenly, she had the illusion that she should eat it this way, as if that was the correct way to eat ice cream. Don't be so useless. Eat it up in big mouthfuls. I still have some here. She decided to change them. Who knew that the three of them slurped and shook their heads? One big and two small. Their movements were in unison. And the funny scene of licking the ice cream made her laugh. She didn't bother to care about them. Let them eat whatever they wanted. Seeing how they were eating, Yin Yin took out another ice cream and peeled off the bag. This time it was milk flavored. After taking a bite, it was icy and full of milk flavor. Taking another bite and chewing it. Why did it not taste good? How about I try licking it too? 5 seconds later, another person joined the licking team. After resting for half an hour, they continued on their way. They didn't see the village until dark, so they had to rest on the spot. They took out food and drinks, ate some simply, and put the food away when they were not so hungry. After the incident with the bandits, no one wants to ask Yin Yin for food anymore. Everyone is very honest. Yin Yin asked Dania to find a big stone. After a few punches, a stone pot appeared. There was no crack, and the strength was just right. On the road of escaping from the famine. Besides clothes, pots and bowls are necessary. But now they have separated and don't need anything. So if they want to cook, they can only make a pot first. She also got 4 stone bowls, which are just a punch away. I don't know when the supermarket will sell daily necessities. Looking forward to it. The two children helped to build the stone stove, and Dania lit the branches he picked up along the way with a fire starter and put them underneath. Then he set up the pot, added water, and cooked dumplings. When the steaming dumplings came out of the pot, some people couldn't help but gather around. Miss Yin, how much are these dumplings? They also wanted to eat. They couldn't remember how long they hadn't eaten dumplings. Just smelling them was so delicious. Yin Yin said, the original price is 10 won. Today is the last day of half price. 5 won a bag. Hurry up if you want to buy. Looking at the amount of dumplings in a bag, there are about 20 dumplings. 4 for each person. Enough for a family of 5. No need to eat a lot. Just try it. Thinking of this, many people paid. I'll buy a bag and a bottle of water. Cooking water and soy milk together is a luxury. Water will evaporate and become less when it is boiled. At this juncture, drinking water is a luxury. You need to have the conditions at home to use it to cook dumplings. Yin Yin thought for a while. Anyone who buys a bag of dumplings and a bottle of water, I will give a bottle of water. Only today and tomorrow. The store anniversary is coming to an end tomorrow. So why not give the victim some more benefits? This sentence made many people who originally did not intend to buy hesitate. 8 went for a bag of dumplings and 2 bottles of water was a good deal. The bandits did not take away the money on them, so they still had some assets. But those who had no money really had no money and could only watch. After a while, pots were set up all around. and the steaming dumplings soon came out of the pot. Everyone held the bowls and ate while crying. Damn. It was too difficult. The Song family waited for a while. And seeing that Yin Yin had no intention of sending it, the old man Song had to ask the eldest daughter-in-law to buy 2 bags back. As for Uncle Song, he was afraid that Dania would take it back again. So he quickly asked Ernia to buy it. And as a result, he brought back 3 bags of dumplings and 5 bottles of water for 10 won. The people around him were envious, jealous, and sour again. Some people even thought in their hearts, should they also send a servant to Miss Hien? This is not nice to say, but it tastes really delicious. If there were no natural disasters, if there were no displacement, sitting on the ground, looking up at the stars, feeling the breeze, and eating delicious dumplings would be a kind of enjoyment. Night fell quickly, and the temperature dropped. Although the clothes worn by the victims were relatively thin, they had already thought about spending the winter outside when they fled famine. So most of them brought thick clothes, and they were not cold at night. Yin Yin glanced at the Song family and remembered that on the night when she first arrived, she and her child had only 2 thin clothes, and the 2 children slept together in the cold at night. Where did the thick clothes go? She searched the original owner's memory. Did Song Lao-san use it to grill meat? Her almond eyes were slightly cold. There was no good person in this family. The journey ahead must not let them feel comfortable. Yin Yin took out the bedding from the package, spread it out for the 2 children to sleep, and continued to repair her body by meditating. Dania wanted to keep watch, but she refused. There were no wild animals or even insects in this place. Even if someone came, the victims outside would find it. It was not a war, so there was no need to keep watch. As everyone fell asleep, the night became very quiet. Yin Yin got up quietly. Midnight. Ah! A scream cut through the night sky, and everyone was awakened. They sat up and rubbed their sleepy eyes. What happened? I don't know. It seems to be the cry from the Song family. What's the matter? What the hell? It's possible. That old lady Song has been talking nonsense these 2 days. Chapter 31 Plague appears. Yin Yin, who was meditating, opened her eyes and said to Dania, "You keep an eye on them. I'll go over and take a look." She disappeared in a flash. Xiao Yong sat up and looked at the opposite side not far away. His clear eyes were slightly absent-minded. I don't know what he was thinking. Song sighed. Old lady Song covered her neck with one hand and pointed at Xiao Zhan with the other hand. She was so angry that she couldn't speak clearly. You bitch. You want to kill me. Xiao Zhan put her hands on both sides, lowered her head, and stood quietly. Song Lao-san came over and asked, "What did you do? Do you want to kill your mother?" Xiao Zhan raised her head slightly. The slap mark on her face was very obvious. She stared at her husband in a daze and didn't say anything. Seeing her like this, Song Lao-san's heart softened. "Mom, did you make a mistake? How dare she kill you?" Mrs. Song was so angry that she jumped up and down. How could I have seen it wrong? Such a long knife was pointed at my neck. She pointed at the length of the knife, and she broke out in cold sweat when she thought that she was almost beheaded. Song Lao-san said helplessly, "But where did she get the knife? Not to mention that you pointed so long. Even the kitchen knife is kept by my eldest brother." He asked his eldest brother to check if the kitchen knife was still there. As expected, the eldest brother Song found the kitchen knife in the package. "Mom, you must have been confused and had an illusion." The eldest brother Song also spoke for the third brother's wife. "I was very sober. It was really such a long machete. And she was holding the knife and smiling at me." "Okay. Even if it is true, where is the machete? There must be a murder weapon." Mrs. Song pointed in a direction. She saw that I woke up and threw the knife over there. Old man Song gave the old ambassador a look, and he took his wife to look for it immediately. "Did you use the knife to scare mother?" The third brother of Song took the opportunity to ask in a low voice. Little Jean lowered her head and still didn't speak, which made him helpless. He could only think about how to help her get over the matter if he found the knife. After a while, the eldest brother and his wife came back empty-handed. "Didn't you find it?" Old man Song asked. The eldest brother of Song shook his head. "Nothing. Although it was dark, it was still clear with the moonlight, and there was nothing on the ground." "Impossible." Old wife Song was furious. "You must have helped her hide the knife. You teamed up to harm me." "Right. Mother. How is this possible? You must have been scared in jail before. And you were tired after traveling for a long time. So you had hallucinations. Yes. It must be that mother dreamed that the bandits wanted to harm you. And she happened to see the third brother's wife. So she misunderstood. The eldest brother of Zhang spoke well for her cousin. Old lady Song still didn't believe it. She was sure that what she saw was Xiao Zhang. Especially the sinister smile. Which made her remember it clearly. It was definitely not a dream. Maybe I remembered it wrong. Go over there, and see if there is a knife. Old man Song's face was not very good. No one could sleep well after such a scene in the middle of the night. And they were laughed at by others. Don't make a fuss. Go to sleep quickly. We have to travel tomorrow. Do you think I'm kidding? Old lady Song was anxious and aggrieved. Go and find them. I don't trust these ungrateful people. In order to make her give up, Old man Song had to go out in person and searched everywhere. But of course he found nothing. He came back with anger and said, Go to sleep. He ignored his wife and lay down directly. Mrs. Song hurriedly pulled him and asked, How is it? Did you find it? The anger in old man Song could no longer be suppressed. And he yelled at her. Enough. Why are you tossing and turning in the middle of the night? You don't want to sleep. But we still need to sleep. She didn't expect the old man to be so angry. And her mouth pursed with grievance. And her eyes were red. She was almost killed. And her husband didn't comfort her. And he got angry at her. Which was too much. The eldest brother Song pretended not to see it, and signaled his wife to coax the child to sleep. The third brother Song breathed a sigh of relief. Pulled the child and his wife away from his parents. So that his mother would not have a nightmare, and see his wife, and wrongly accuse her again. The farce was quickly settled. It was still early before dawn. And everyone laid down to sleep after watching the show. And kept up their spirits, so that they could travel tomorrow. Yin Yin came back quietly, and met her son's clear and inquiring eyes. She had to explain. Your grandma just had a nightmare. Go back to sleep. Mom, do you know about this? Although Xiaoyong used to question, his tone was very firm. Yin Yin was slightly embarrassed. Then shook her head to deny. What is it? I don't know. Don't guess. Xiaoyong stared at his mother for a while. And when he saw her eyes flickering, he smiled, with a hint of doting in his smile. Okay. I guessed. He laid down and went to sleep. Xiaodan frowned, looked at his mother, and then looked at his brother, wondering what they were talking about. Dania would not ask. He had time to think about the 8 words that the young master said to him. The second half of the night passed safely. As soon as the sky was light in the morning, the disaster victims got up, packed up and prepared to leave. Xiaoyong paid attention to the Song family and found that grandma had dark circles under her eyes and was in low spirits. She yawned while walking. It seemed that she didn't dare to sleep in the second half of the night last night. At this time, Xiaodan came over and asked in a low voice, Brother, what did you and mother play yesterday? Nothing. He shook his head slightly, hoping that his sister could always remain simple. TSK. Forget it. I'll ask mother. Xiaodan rolled her eyes and ran away, looking at his sister's cheerful figure. He smiled and retracted his gaze, eating breakfast with a bite of snacks and a mouthful of milk. Not long after the team left, an old man fell down. Dad? Wake up. Dad. His family members surrounded him and cried. And it seemed that the old man was not okay. Everyone stopped to mourn in silence, which was very common on the road of fleeing famine. Yin Yin frowned. No one should starve to death anymore. Let me see. She strode over. The old man's lips were pale, and his face was too dirty to see the color. But he was shivering all over, breathing hard, and sweating a lot on his face and neck. Yin Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, and she stepped forward with a serious look, and put her hand on the old man's forehead. He caught a cold, and it was not an ordinary cold, but a severe flu. She sighed. It's a cold epidemic, and it is contagious. The words exploded in the crowd like a bomb. Is it a plague? Oh my God. Stay away quickly. Don't get infected. God damn it. How could there be a plague? Let alone this difficult time. Even in normal times, when a plague occurs, they have no choice but to endure it or wait to die. And this is a cold epidemic that is more serious than an ordinary plague. Miss Yin, is this cold epidemic serious? Uncle Song asked with forced calmness. Yin Yin's face has become solemn. It's serious, highly contagious, and the onset time is short. The first symptom is chills. followed by high fever, a lot of sweat on the face and neck, and finally difficulty breathing, pale face, convulsions, and then there is nothing else. Chapter 32. Everyone should go to hell. This disease is usually caused by a virus mutation caused by an acute illness, and it is highly contagious. In other words, because there are special medicines, this disease will not kill people. But it is different here. How could this happen? Uncle Song took 2 steps back in a trance. Not only him, but everyone couldn't believe that the bad news had come again. They just had a little hope for their lives. But God couldn't bear it anymore and had to kill them. Miss, how did you get this plague? Dania asked puzzledly. He originally had ordinary typhoid fever, and he could get through it by drinking more hot water. But he ate spoiled food or water, which caused acute inflammation of the stomach and intestines, and then caused the virus to mutate, which led to this plague. Is the immortal going to harm us? When everyone heard her words, the first thing they thought of was the food they bought from her. Dania scolded. What are you talking about? It's obvious that this old man ate unclean meat before. Meat? What other meat could it be? One of them stood up and pointed at the Song family with a ferocious face. You are the ones who want to harm our family. Right. As luck would have it, it was the Gao family who got into trouble. They actually traded the sick child. What a vicious mind. They clearly want to harm us. Mom, I ate it too. Am I going to die? I ate a lot too. If I had known, I would rather starve. Who the hell knows this? I think the Song family has bad intentions. The Gao family immediately became confused. The Song family was also confused. How could they know that the second sister was sick? Boss Song defended. There were people who died of illness along the way, and no one was hurt. Maybe you drank unclean water. We all drank the well water. So why did my father get hurt? It's obvious that you deliberately traded the sick child. The Gao family believed that it was the Song family's fault. Ha. Little Jean suddenly laughed up to the sky, and the whole person seemed a little crazy. Second sister, is it you who appeared? Ha. Let them go to hell with you. The Gao family was very angry. What are you talking about? Are you innocent? If you have to die for this reason, how many people here can be alive? Even you will go to hell together. Yes, no one is innocent. So the plague appeared. Little Zhang smiled strangely and looked at everyone with a creepy look, as if she was going to sentence them to death, although they knew that she had mental problems. These words still scared many people. Is it really because of this reason that God wants to punish us? But if we don't change our children, we will still die. They have eaten everything they can eat. There is not even a dry grass or tree root on the road. They are really desperate. Everyone panicked and didn't know what to do. But Xiao Zhang smiled and kept muttering to go to hell. No, I can't die here. Suddenly someone shouted, threw away the bag in his hand, and ran away. Yin Yin stepped forward, grabbed his shoulder with one hand, and controlled him. Calm down. Running out in this situation is seeking death. No. Staying here means death. I even abandoned my child. I can't die. Absolutely not. The man struggled to get out of her control. Without food, you will starve to death. And if you are infected, you will die of illness. If you survive and reach the provincial capital, if they know that you ran away from the source of the plague, they will catch you immediately, and you will either be burned to death or buried alive. Instead of that, it is better to stay. Isn't staying here waiting to die? Maybe I am not infected? The man yelled at her. In his opinion, staying is a dead end. His words made everyone feel heavy. Everyone ate together and traveled together. Maybe they had been infected long ago. Could they really only wait to die? Yin Yin said coldly. Although this cold epidemic is serious, as long as prevention is strengthened and the source of infection is isolated as soon as possible, it is not necessarily infected. Hearing that there is a way, everyone rekindled hope. Miss Yin, what should we do? Looking at the eyes of the 200 people looking at her, Yin Yin took a deep breath and knew that she had to pay the capital. Otherwise, they might really be finished. Everyone, listen to me. First, spread out as a family unit, 5 meters apart, and don't contact others. As soon as the voice fell, everyone ran away in a group. About a quarter of an hour later, with her as the center, more than 30 families spread out and took their own positions. Yin Yin continued. Now let's go back to the place where we rested before. After we get there, we will build a temporary resting place. put cardboard boxes and thick clothes on the ground to avoid catching a cold, and then set up a pot to boil water. The reason for returning to the place where they rested last night was that they had just started not far away, and it would not take long to get back. Second, many families built stoves to cook dumplings last night, and there was some dry firewood that had not been burned, which could be used directly when they returned. Everyone didn't understand why they had to go back to boil water, but they still followed her arrangement and started to hurry back. As for the old man who died in the Gao family, Yin Yin burned him herself. She didn't agree when Dania wanted to do it, fearing that he would be infected. On the way back, Xiaoyong asked, "Mom, can you treat illnesses? I know a little, but it's useless if I don't have medicine. Not to mention medicine for treatment. There is not even any prevention. It's really hard for a good cook to cook without rice. What is Mom going to do?" Xiao Dan asked with her head raised, with a worried look on her face. "Reduce the possibility of infection, and then leave it to fate. Don't worry. Mom is here, and she won't let you get into trouble." She patted the children's heads and comforted them. Her special energy is limited and cannot be replenished. She can only ensure the safety of herself and her 2 children. As for others, she has no time to care about him. She can't make selfless contributions, and she doesn't want to watch so many people die. She can only do her best to help them. If they can make it, it's their good fortune. If they can't make it, it's their fate. Xiaoyong heard that his sister and mother would be fine, so he let his mother go. After saving his life several times, he believed that these people could be used by his mother completely. Dania's low mood was full of sadness. He was worried about his family, but he couldn't ask the young lady to take care of them. He seemed to understand what the young master said. Soon they returned to the place where they rested last night. Everyone started to build a stone stove and then set up a pot as a family unit. Yin Yin left mineral water for each family according to the population, and then asked them to boil it. Everyone had to take a hot bath to keep their bodies clean. Fortunately, every family had a bucket of water. Most of the buckets of water needed about 20 bottles. If one person washed twice, it would be 40 bottles. Then the clothes were boiled in boiling water. Apart from other things, the mud on them needed to be boiled twice. Chapter 33 Old Man Song, You Can Just Say My Name. She bought a total of 20,000 bottles of mineral water, spending 10 taels of silver. That's not all. Food and drink must be cooked and nutritious. Not to mention 3 meals a day. At least 2 meals a day should be eaten to enhance everyone's immunity, which costs a lot of money. This situation will last at least 7 days, and it will cost her at least 100 taels of silver. For this kind of acute disease, 7 days is a cycle. Those who should win the prize have won the prize, and those who don't win the prize don't have to worry. Fortunately, she looted some silver from Brother Cheng, and fortunately the incident happened during the store celebration. Otherwise, it would not be a matter of spending so little money. The store celebration will end tomorrow, and she needs to stock up more goods. Yin Yin sighed again. The storage cabinet of the senior member is really fragrant. It is simply life-saving. Miss Yin, can you not be infected like this? Someone asked uncertainly, with fear in his eyes. Yin Yin actually didn't know how to prevent the plague. In the TV show, in addition to boiling clothes and boiling water and keeping the body clean, people also use vinegar, lime and other things to disinfect. And there are soups to clear heat and detoxify. Only after a set of procedures can it have a preventive effect. Hers can only be regarded as a simplified version. Whether it can be effective is still to be determined. But now people are in a panic. So you can't answer like this. She also understands the importance of mental hints. Don't worry. It will definitely work. Remember to boil all the clothes, including pots and pans, and don't miss them. With her words, the victims' hearts fell down, and they were not so panicked. The men in the family boiled their shirts with their bare chests first, then put them up with sticks and surrounded them on all sides, allowing the elderly, children, and women to take a bath. While they were taking a shower, their clothes were boiled. When they came out, whoever's clothes were almost dry would wear theirs. At this critical moment, there was no need to be so particular. As for the men, they were the last to take a shower, and they still came out shirtless, not caring whether it was immoral or not. Everyone understood it now. An hour later, all the victims were washed, not to mention how clean they were. At least the original color of their skin could be seen. As for the clothes, they were exposed to the sun and roasted around the fire, so they were almost dry. And there was no need to worry about catching a cold. From now on, everyone's drinking water and food must be cooked. Even milk and soy milk must be cooked at the same time. Yin gave science popularization while distributing food and drinks to each family. Each family needs 10 bottles of water and 6 bags of dumplings a day. I will distribute them to you in 2 batches. Also, you need to take a shower and boil your clothes every day. This process cannot be skipped. Thank you, Miss Yin. You are the one sent by God to save us. Thank God. Thank you, Miss Yin. It can be said that her existence gave this group of people the confidence to survive. This time, the thanks were more pious than every time before. Less hypocritical and perfunctory. Because every time they were in desperate situations, Miss Yin would hold them back and prevent them from falling into hell. This was no longer a thank you that could express their feelings. As Xiaoyong guessed, as long as they could get through this life and death checkpoint, this group of refugees who were originally selfish and almost losing their humanity would be completely conquered by his mother. And they would be willing to do so. After 3 years of drought, these people lost their humanity and conscience in desperate situations in their repeated struggles. The idea of living crushed all fears, righteousness, and morality. The appearance of his mother pulled them out of hypocrisy, selfishness, and barbarism, and brought back their conscience that had been thrown out of the sky. For them, his mother is the light in their hearts. And it is not an exaggeration to say that she is their reborn parents. His mother has a supermarket given by the immortals. And now she has manpower. He has to think carefully about how to make good use of both so that they can survive safely in the next natural disaster. Yin didn't think as much as Xiaoyong. She just felt that the trip to the village made her think that these people were still worth saving. For an afternoon, everyone's emotions were relatively stable. Until the sun was about to set. 2 people from the Gao family, who were isolated alone, showed symptoms of fever. An old man and a child. The former has more basic diseases, and the latter has a lower immunity, and is the most susceptible to infection. Yin took the 2 to the quarantine area 50 meters away, and then asked the Gao family to select a stronger young man to take care of the 2. Seeing that someone was sick again, the victims were a little panicked, especially those who had contact with the Gao family before, who were worried about being infected. At this time, someone raised his hand and shouted, "I demand that the Song family be driven over there as well. What if Song Ermei is really sick? Then the Song family will definitely be infected. And those who live next to the Song family will not be safe." The other 3 families next to them also echoed, "Yes, take the Song family out separately. And don't let them stay with us." At this time, the Song family looked very unhappy. Did they treat them as a plague? They were afraid to avoid them. Song Dajwang said with a dark face, "If we really have a problem, Yin can't escape either. Do you have the ability to not eat the food and water she took out? That's different. Miss Yin is blessed by the gods. How could she be infected? That's right. Miss Yin is protected by the gods. How could she be the same as ordinary people? You are different. You are stupid people who have no sense to separate from Miss Yin. No matter why they separated. In the eyes of outsiders, they are just mentally ill. You? Who are you calling a fool?" Song Lao was so angry that he stuttered. "Didn't you see that it was Yin who forced us to do it?" The people around him curled their lips and rolled their eyes at him. "Who is stupid?" Song Lao rolled up his sleeves and was about to argue with them, when Yin came over. "Brother, stop making trouble. Epidemic prevention is the most important thing at this stage." With her words, Song Lao's words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't get them up or down. It was so uncomfortable. He was very upset. It was obviously those people who were deliberately looking for trouble. So how could he be the one making trouble? "I think they are right. You are close contacts. You should pack up and go to the close contact area in the east." Second wife. Old man Song wanted to say something, but Yin turned around and said loudly, "From now on, anyone with symptoms will be a close contact. And the whole family must go to the close contact area for observation. This is responsible for others. If you disagree, please leave. We don't welcome people who don't follow the rules here. Old man Song, you can just read my name." Yin continued. "Once there are symptoms of chills and fever, everyone should report it immediately and cannot hide it. If you find someone who hides it, you should expel him immediately. Please supervise each other. Miss Yin, don't worry. We will abide by the rules. We will supervise each other. And no one will hide it." Everyone promised. which made Yin Yin nodded with satisfaction. Now this team is much easier to lead. After some covert persuasion, the Song family followed Yin Yin to the close contact area. She divided the area into 3 parts. One was the outbreak area, located downwind. One was the close contact area, located above the outbreak area. And then a large area was the observation area, which was where most people were. Chapter 34 Unreasonable Emergencies. There are also toilets. The 3 areas are also separated. In the observation area, 10 points are set up, each of which is allocated to 3 families. Try to go to the toilet together as much as possible, and the interval is more than 1 hour. In order to reduce the chance of infection, she also spent a lot of brain cells. Soon the night fell. The fires in each family were not extinguished. The fuel was bottles. Although it polluted the environment, there was no other way. They could not walk around to collect firewood. The adults took turns to watch the fire to dispel the cold of the night and prevent their families from catching a cold. In the second half of the night, Yin Yin suddenly heard crying. This time, 10 people got sick, including 6 elderly people and 4 children. They were all in the early stage of the disease, involving a total of 3 families. So, there were 10 more patients in the disease area and 3 more families in the close contact area. Although the movement was not big, everyone woke up. Looking at the sick people, they felt a little heavy and didn't know when it would be their turn. Yin Yin settled the people and said to everyone, "The current situation is still within control. Don't worry. Just continue to sleep. Only by eating well and sleeping well can we better fight the plague." Having said that, many people are still worried. The only good news is that, except for the elderly over 50 and children under 10, people of other ages have not been infected. There is still more than an hour before dawn, and everyone lies down to continue sleeping. What can they do if they don't sleep? They have done everything they can, and can only leave it to fate. The day came as promised, and the sun rose as usual. But the victims were not happy. In less than 2 hours, 5 more people had fever, and this time one of them was a woman in her 30s. 2 more families were added to the close contact area. That's not all. In the outbreak area, another old man from the Gao family got worse, twitching all over, having difficulty breathing, and was about to die. It's been less than a day since the old man got sick. It's faster than anyone imagined. Does this mean that as long as you get sick, you will die? Everyone felt like there was a big stone on their chest, and they were uncomfortable. But there was no way to do it. Everyone, I have a way to prevent it. Yin Yin felt that the atmosphere was very low, and had to divert everyone's attention. Miss Yin, if you have any way, please tell me quickly. When they heard that there was a way, everyone immediately cheered up. I will teach you how to make a simple mask to cover your mouth and nose, which can prevent the plague from entering your mouth and nose through the air. In fact, whether it is cotton or linen, it cannot prevent droplet infection. But with a few more layers and a relatively long distance, it is better to have it than not. The most important thing is the psychological effect, which makes everyone think it is effective. Everyone brings needles and thread. Sacrifice 1 piece of clothing, and the whole family has masks. The moment I put it on, my sense of security increased instantly. Then I boiled clothes in water and took a bath. And then I moved my hands and feet in place. The whole morning was spent safely. The supermarket store anniversary event was also over, and all items returned to their original prices. Even if she bought them as an employee, it was only half the price. But now it is only the second day of isolation, and most of the empty spaces in the storage cabinet are filled with mineral water. Why only store water? Because the consumption of water is too high, which is a huge expense. Although not as much as on the first day. 8,000 bottles a day is the basic guarantee. Even if it is half price, it will cost 20 taels of silver a day. She really can't afford it. As the store celebration ended, Yin Yin also found that the authority column on the employee information page had changed. 1. A special offer event can be held once a week, with a validity period of 3 days. Interns can designate 2 products as special offers, and the minimum discount can be 20%. 2. During the special offer event, interns can designate a product as a gift. Note that the value of the gift shall not be higher than the value of the special offer, and the quantity shall not be greater than 1. 3. Limited sales. Internship employees can designate 2 of the products for limited sales, and the price can fluctuate up and down by 20%. 4. Membership Day. Internship employees can designate one day of each month as Membership Day. All products can enjoy different discounts according to the membership level. There is a line of small words at the bottom, and employee benefits can be superimposed with the benefits of the above activities. Seeing this line of words, Yin Yan's eyes lit up. This is a discount. For example, a bag of dumplings costs 5 cents when she uses her employee card to buy them. But if she sets dumplings as a special offer, she will cut the price to half the 20% discount, which becomes 4 cents. A bag is discounted by 1 cent, which seems to be no big deal. But if you buy more, the difference will come out. If everyone consumes 200 bags of dumplings a day now, they will save 200 cents. And the special offer for 3 days will be 600 cents. This money can buy another 120 bags of dumplings at half the price. She directly said dumplings as a special offer. As for the gifts, they are designated as steamed buns, which are sold together with dumplings. The second special offer is soy milk. Once there is not enough water, she will drink soy milk to reduce her stress. As for the membership day, she will wait until the special offer day is over. The special offer is set, but she is not in a hurry to start it now. Instead, she plans to start it tomorrow and postpone it for one more day. Alas, it is all because of poverty. We must make more money. Another person fell ill in the afternoon. Fortunately, they were all families in the close contact area. Yin Yan breathed a sigh of relief. In 2 days, if no one in the observation area falls ill, then it will basically be over. On the 3rd day of the epidemic, the number of cases became 25, of which 5 died, all of whom were elderly people with underlying diseases. Among the remaining 20 people, there were 10 elderly people, 7 children, and 3 women. There are 8 elderly people in serious condition, who have already had symptoms of difficulty breathing and blurred consciousness. The others have fever and are still conscious. There are currently 9 families in the close contact area. Every once in a while, someone is cremated. Everyone's mood is complicated. They are glad that they are not infected, but they are sad for those who died. Everyone feels the fragility of life. Now, Yin Yan no longer needs to tell everyone what to do. They are all very conscious and have gradually adapted to today's life under this life and death pressure. People are very fragile, but also very strong. Yin Yan is very pleased with everyone's desire for life. She estimates that the epidemic will soon be over. Who knows? At noon on the 4th day, more than half of the people in the observation area suddenly had a fever. What's going on? Not only everyone was confused, Yin Yan was also confused. For such an emergency, once the virus sneaks in, it rarely lurks for such a long time before it breaks out. What's more, it is such a large-scale outbreak. The remaining 20 or so households all had people with fever, and no one was spared. The victims were all panicked. Did God really want them to go to hell? Second brother and sister-in-law, please save Debao and Erbao. De Zhang knelt on the ground and cried and begged her, for people in the Song family were infected, including the old man Song and his wife, and the 2 sons of the eldest brother Song. Song Daniel, who was standing by, clenched his fists tightly. His parents and one of his children were infected. He knew he shouldn't ask the young lady for help, but he couldn't be cold and cruel. At this moment, he was suffering in his heart. Xiaoyong looked around solemnly. He had heard his mother talk about this epidemic. It was obviously unreasonable for this situation to occur now. So what was the problem? Chapter 35. How can life be perfect? Miss Yin, what should we do? Everyone looked at her, their backbone and hope. Please ask the gods. What can we do to cleanse our sins? Or do we have to go to hell to pay for it? But if we are to die, why do we need you to save us? Are you giving us hope and then making us despair? Are we going to die in agony? You pulled us out of hell, and now you push us back. God, are we really so sinful and unforgivable? Many people have been awakened by Yin Yan's conscience and decided to be good people, facing the punishment of God, which makes them suffer in their hearts. I have said that eating children will be punished. Ha ha. Go to hell with me. Little Zhang laughed up to the sky, and was the only one who looked forward to death. Since you want God to forgive you, then go to God. Ha ha. Even though many people were unhappy with little Zhang, her words hit their hearts hard. Is this the purpose of the immortals coming to the world? First, find their conscience, and then send them to God to repent and get forgiveness? This idea made many people give up struggling. rather than being whipped by conscience and making oneself miserable. It is better to die. But some people are unwilling. I deserve to die. But my child is innocent. Yes. God. Please transfer the child's disease to me. I am the one who deserves to die. He is so young and doesn't understand anything. The evil is ours. It has nothing to do with the children. Please let them go. Anyone whose children are sick at home kowtows to the sky and asks for forgiveness. Yin Yin frowned, took a quick look at the sick people, and then checked their food, water, and clothes. There must be a source of infection. After checking, everything was normal. As if this plague was really a punishment from God. She didn't believe it. There must be something missing. Mom. Xiaoyong came over. Everyone is infected. It must be not simple. So someone must have passed the source of infection to every family in some way. Yin Yin pinched her chin and worried. I know that every time I come back from close contact and quarantine, I use fairy energy to disinfect myself. But except me, no one has the opportunity to get close to everyone. Xiaoyong also said, whether it is day or night, there are people watching, and it is impossible to take action. The wind direction has not changed in the past 2 days. It's strange. Is it really God's will? She scratched her head helplessly, and she was powerless in this situation. Miss, what should we do next? Danielle couldn't help asking. What if Miss has a solution? Yin Yin shook her head. First separate those who are sick from those who are not sick, and save as many as you can. Danielle's heart sank. Is it possible that Miss has no solution? What about his parents and children? He clenched his fists tightly, feeling mixed emotions for a while, not knowing what to do. Yin Yin helped everyone send the sick people to the east outbreak area, while the others sat in the observation area. Their spirits seemed to be drained away, listless and lifeless. De Zhang was still kneeling on the ground, begging her second sister-in-law, I know you must have a solution. Please, save my 2 children. They are also your nephews. Yin Yin didn't say anything. She could save them. But if she saved them, what about the others? The most important thing is that her energy is limited. If her energy was 10 at the beginning, it is only 8 now. Saving one person requires a little energy. How many can she save? Moreover, she also needs to prevent herself and her children from being infected. If they are infected, she needs energy to save them. Not only that, she also needs energy to protect herself and her children. Many factors prevent her from taking action. Second brother and sister-in-law. Please, I am willing to exchange my life for their lives. Please have mercy and save them. De Zhang cried and begged her, as if she was sure that she could save them. At this time, Song Dazhuan also came over and knelt down to her. Second brother and sister-in-law. I know that daddy and mommy treated you badly before. But after all, they are the parents of the second child and the grandparents of the 2 children. Please save daddy and mommy for the sake of the second child and the 2 children. After speaking, he kowtowed. Song Sanjuan also knelt down, although he didn't say anything. The meaning was very clear. Yin Yin said coldly, no matter who they are, I can't do anything. You go back. The 3 of them looked at her stubbornly, as if they would not get up unless she agreed. Yin Yin frowned slightly. This was forcing her. If she didn't want to get up, she could just kneel down. I can't do anything. But maybe the supermarket fairy has a way? So you hold on, and let the fairy see your sincerity. After saying that, he turned around and left. The 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know whether to get up or kneel down. Brother, my parents need someone. And you have 2 children. How about I kneel down, and you go over to take care of them? Song Lao San suggested. Song Lao Da's face was so ugly. Isn't this asking him to die? He was about to let his wife go, but he saw De Zhang muttering that the immortal had pity on my son. While kowtowing sincerely, Song Lao Da, damn horse. The afternoon was spent in a dull atmosphere until the sun was about to set, and Dania finally knelt in front of the lady. Xiaoyong was a little disappointed, because he knew that if Dania spoke, his mother would definitely not stand idly by. Afterwards, his mother would not say anything. But she did not allow Dania to stay with his mother. A servant who is too selfish and cannot regard the master as the sky is unqualified. At least not worthy of staying with his mother. However, the next second, what Dania said surprised him. Miss, is there any fruit for sale in the supermarket? I want to buy one. As he said, he raised his hands above his head, with more than 20 copper coins in his hands. My Nyonya is dying. She wants to eat red fruit. I want to fulfill her last wish. He watched the child suffer, but was powerless. This was the only thing he could do for the child. Yin Yin felt a little uncomfortable. She had actually been waiting for Dania to speak. But he did not ask for treatment. But a fruit. Dania. If you ask, I can still save your child. Dania shook his head. His expression painful, but he had already let it go. If I ask today, what about the future? People's desires are endless. And then, I will not be worthy of being the young lady's servant. Since ancient times, benevolence, filial piety, loyalty and righteousness cannot be achieved at the same time. Let alone me. How can life be as you wish? Not to mention that he sold himself as a slave. From the moment he made the decision, the young lady was his heaven, and his family could no longer be his concern. Xiaoyong nodded slightly. Dania had basically done the first step. Next, he would talk to him, and then proceed to the second step. Xiaoding glanced at her brother, and felt that with him around, she didn't have to worry about anything. But she was quite surprised that her mother didn't have the kindness to save her grandparents. Digression. The protagonist said from the beginning that her heart was soft. 3 years in another world made her see too much, forcing her to be hard-hearted and cold-blooded. But under the cold and hard appearance, her heart was still soft after all, and she wanted to find the kindness and beauty of the world. Would a person living in a safe and happy environment deliberately look for these? No, because there is no lack. Only when you can't see it, you will look for it. You say you dislike it, but you have a yearning in your heart, which shows your love for this world. This kind of feeling is hidden, deep and contradictory. I don't understand why the heroine is called a saint, because she is a little nice to others. Does she have to be cold-blooded and ruthless and kill people everywhere? Does she have to watch more than 200 people die? We are experiencing a plague now. If there were not so many people's efforts and concerted efforts, would we have the current environment? Would we be able to go to school and work safely? If my heroine is kind-hearted, ignores herself and her children, and uses up her supernatural powers, you can comment on her being a saint, and I will accept it. But I didn't write it like that. In fact, the heroine's ideas are similar to mine, on the premise of ensuring herself and her family. She can save them if she can, and there is no way if she can't save them. Of course, these people were bad at the beginning, and it's okay to say they are not human. But under the heroine's series of operations, they have found their human nature, and no one wants to be a beast. In addition, their evil is forced. Everyone has different views on the definition of life, but the desire to live is the same, and kindness disappears under repeated compromises. Whose fault is it? God, the ruler, or the victims? Finally, I'll give you a spoiler. These people will be useful later, so they can't die now. Finally, if you don't agree with the heroine in my novel, we will never change, and we will meet again if we are destined to. Who doesn't want to get help when they are in trouble and meet noble people when they go out? Chapter 36. When did I become so awesome? Speaking of Yin Yin, she was surprised by what Dania said. From his perspective, it was cruel, but from her perspective, it was completely in her interest. Fruits were not sold in the supermarket, but they were in her package. I have apples here. I'll give them to her myself. Mom. The two little ones called her at the same time, with disapproval written all over their faces. Mom, I just felt more assured about you. Can't you hold on for a while? Xiaodian said helplessly, holding her arm with her little hand to prevent her from leaving. Xiaoyong thought for a while and said, Mom, we don't know when the natural disaster will end. If we don't have strength, we will all die. Because he asked his mother when the plague started. He learned that his mother's immortal power was limited and could not be replenished. So he said this to remind her. You two worrying little guys. Yin Yin rubbed her hair. Her eyes were gentle, and she smiled faintly. I know what you said. Although Daniel is my servant, I treat him as my younger brother. When my younger brother is in trouble, how can I, as the elder sister, stand by and watch? Xiaoyong pursed his lips slightly. His eyes were firm. Human power is limited, and the law of nature is determined. Yin Yin was quite surprised. Where did the little guy hear this sentence? He has never been to school. Human power is not limited. Don't worry about it, or you will not grow tall. She patted his little head. Little adult. Dania was moved and knelt on the ground wiping his eyes. Miss, I appreciate your kindness. Just give me the fruit. Don't listen to the two children's nonsense. Although I can't save everyone, it's still no problem to save your child. If you only seek to protect yourself, how can you expect others to be devoted to you? Besides, Daniel is the younger brother she wants to train. He is loyal to her, so she will give him a hope. After saying that, Yin Yin walked towards the outbreak area regardless of the three people. Daniel quickly got up and followed. Looking at the young lady's back, he swore in his heart. Xiao Yang's face was full of disapproval. But when his mother turned and left, a smile appeared on her face. Brother, why are you still laughing? Don't you think your mother is too soft-hearted? Xiao Dan asked in confusion. Xiao Yong glanced at her. This silly sister. The good or bad of being soft-hearted depends on how you use it, where you use it, and whether it is worth it. If you use it well, it is more useful than a sharp sword. Do you understand? Xiao Dan frowned slightly. She was still too young. She only knew that those who were soft-hearted along the way had no good results. If she didn't harden her heart, she wouldn't have lived to this day. She was just afraid that her mother's soft-heartedness would hurt her in the end. But she felt that what her brother said made sense. As for how it was more useful than a sharp sword, she couldn't understand. Xiaoyong gave her a hint. Although Mom is soft-hearted, she is not a bad person. Otherwise she would not have saved only Danyo's child. Nyo is not the only one who is sick. Xiao Dan's eyes lit up, and she figured it out immediately. I know. So, brother, did you say those words just now to Uncle Danyo? Half and half. His mother also needs to be scolded. Brother, you still see things clearly. I am not as good as you. Xiao Dan shook her head with a sigh. Xiaoyong smiled and patted her little head. I am here. Don't worry about it. Be careful not to grow tall. Brother, I will leave it to you in the future. With her brother's mind, she should not be needed. Brother, what do you want to do when things settle down? She asked suddenly. Xiaoyong did not answer directly. Sister, who suffered from this natural disaster? The people? Yes, whether it is a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. The first to suffer are the people. He put his hands behind his back, and all he saw were the victims struggling to survive. She was slightly touched by her brother's expression, and vaguely guessed what her brother would do in the future. She pinched her chin like her mother and thought, what should she do to help her brother? Besides, Yin Yin didn't know that the two little brats who were just 5 years old were already thinking about very profound problems. She came to Dania's family. His parents and little daughter were infected. They were shivering even though they had a high fever. Seeing Miss Yin coming over, Uncle Song was so angry that he picked up his crutches and was about to hit Dania. You bastard. Didn't I tell you not to go to Miss Yin? Dania didn't hide, and the crutches hit him hard on the back. Yin Yin explained. Uncle, don't be angry. I just came to see Nyo. Uncle Song waved his hands repeatedly. No need to see. Nyo is fine. Miss Yin, please go back. Dania's wife hugged the child, who was already a little confused, and quietly wiped away her tears. Mother Song struggled to sit up, with a forced smile on her face. Miss Yin, thank you for coming here. We are all fine. Nyo has been tough since she was a child. She doesn't need to see a doctor when she is sick. She will be fine after a good sleep. Dania's wife tried hard to suppress her crying, not wanting the other party to see the clues. My mother is right. Nyo. She will be fine after a good sleep. She will definitely be fine. Tears suddenly burst out uncontrollably, and she turned her head away quickly, with tears dripping on the child's face. Fruit. Sweet. The 8-year-old Nyo was already talking nonsense. Woo. Dania's wife couldn't hold it back any longer, and cried while holding the child. The eyes of the other people in the Song family were red. Death was the inevitable ending for everyone. But seeing such a young child leave before life even began, they felt very uncomfortable. Nyo. Is it? Annie brought you sweet fruit. Yin Yin squatted down, and a big red apple appeared in her hand. She put the apple to the child's mouth. Perhaps she smelled the fragrance of the apple. Or perhaps it was the only obsession before death. Nyo actually opened her eyes slightly, and took a bite. She chewed slowly, with a satisfied expression on her rosy little face. Yin Yin put her hand on her forehead, and a soft white light flashed from her hand. Dania and the others immediately held their breath. Is this the power of the immortal? Huh? She was suddenly stunned. How could the vitality in the child suddenly become stronger? She hadn't started yet? At this time, Nyonyo's eyes were fully open, and her big dark eyes looked at her curiously. Aunt? Yes, I am your aunt. Nyonyo. How do you feel? No more cold. No more dizziness. As she spoke, the child actually sat up by herself. Yin found that the vitality that was broken in her body had basically recovered, and it could circulate independently. And the vitality was still increasing. Without any surprise, the child recovered from the illness. She scratched her head. What happened? Even if she was awesome, she couldn't have cured the patient before she started the healing spell? Thank you, miss, for saving Nyonyo. Dainu and his wife knelt on the ground and kowtowed to her, thanking her for saving their lives. Uncle Song and his wife burst into tears, and were so moved that they couldn't speak. They owed the young lady too much, and couldn't pay it back. Get up. Yin was too embarrassed to say that she had done nothing. Suddenly, she glanced at the bitten apple in her hand. The gap was filled with a faint vitality, and an idea came into her mind. No. Go back and verify it. Chapter 37. No. Energy is used to show off. She said a few words to Dainu and hurried back to the temporary residence. Mom, why did you come back so soon? Xiao Dan asked curiously. There is something special. I need to verify it. She took out another apple, which looked the same as an ordinary apple. Nothing special, and there was no trace of vitality. She took a bite lightly, and a large amount of vitality energy poured into her body, making her moan, and she felt comfortable all over, as if all her illnesses had disappeared. Sure enough, it's the problem of fruit, she said. How could ordinary fruit be used as salary? It was really extraordinary. Looking at the big red apple, Xiao Dan couldn't help swallowing her saliva and wanted to eat it. Yin took out 2 more and gave them to the 2 children. So the family of 3 ate the crispy apples with a crunch. Not to mention how cool it was. After eating an apple, the 3 of them were full, and they had endless energy and were very energetic. Wait. Yin suddenly thought of something and tried to guide the extra vitality in her body to the supernatural core. The next second, a smile appeared on her face. It worked. This kind of vitality energy can actually be absorbed by the supernatural core. The energy of an apple is equivalent to 1/10 of the energy she consumed before. The lack of energy replenishment has always been her concern, which has constrained her hands and feet. Now she can finally rest assured. She looked at the fruit basket in the package. There were a total of 10 apples, and now there are 6 left. Mom, can fruit cure diseases? Xiaoyong felt the changes in his body, and guessed based on his mother's abnormality. Yes. Yin laughed happily. Even happier than when she got to the supermarket. The source of supernatural energy has been solved, and she doesn't have to be restrained anymore. Xiaoyong's eyes moved slightly. It seems that it is more than just curing diseases. Mom, is this fairy fruit? He tried to ask. Yin thought for a while and nodded. I guess so. This fruit is the salary given to me by the fairy. That is, salary, monthly money. Fruits related to fairies are called fairy fruits. Then the answer is obvious. Mom, your fairy power problem has been solved? Only this answer can explain why his mother is so happy. Huh? Xiaoyong is so smart. You actually guessed it. She patted the little guy's head with a smile. Xiaoyong, it's already obvious. If I can't guess it, I'd be a fool. What fairy power? Xiao Dan was a little confused. What kind of riddle are the 2 of them playing? Why are they hiding it from her again? Yin pinched the little guy's face, which has grown some flesh. It's nothing. Anyway, Mother can save them now. The plague that makes everyone panic will become a thing of the past. Xiaoyong frowned slightly. Mom, I don't agree with you using immortal power to cure them directly. What he wants is that these people obey his mother. Not immortals. Yin smiled and said. Don't worry. Mother knows. Energy is used to show off. Fruit is enough to save people. Mom, when we get to the provincial capital, there are tens of thousands of disaster victims there. And there are many who have no money. The system here will not work there. And it is easy to be used by people with ulterior motives. Whether you work alone or cooperate with others, you need your own team at this time. And these people are the most suitable at the moment. Xiaoyong's face was tense, and there was a worry between his eyebrows. Seeing him like this, Yin pinched his little face distressfully. Didn't I tell you not to worry about it? Mother has thought about these things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the apple back. She pointed to the bitten apple. The reason why she didn't keep it was because she was afraid that the fact that she used her magic power to save Nyonyo would be exposed. Xiaolong, I believe that mother can support you. You and Xiaodan are only 5 years old. Mother hopes that you will grow up happily like ordinary children. Leave these troublesome things to mother. Okay. Xiaolong pursed his lips slightly and didn't speak. But Xiaodan couldn't help but speak. Mom, ordinary children are either taken away to exchange for food, or on the way to be exchanged for food. None of them can grow up happily. Yin Yin was speechless because it was the truth. Even if there were no natural disasters, it would be impossible for children from ordinary families to grow up happily and carefree. Those who can be happy are the young ladies and masters of landlords, who have no worries about food and clothing. Starving and freezing are the norm in rural areas. There are no people in the village who can eat 3 meals a day and wear cotton clothes and trousers. Sister, Xiaoyong called her, and a cold color flashed in his eyes. Xiao Dan pouted. She didn't say anything wrong. Besides, brother only thought about it so much for mother. Mother didn't praise brother, and she said he was worrying about nothing. Don't blame Xiao Dan. It's my problem. Yin Yin held the 2 children in her arms and patted their backs gently. It's mother who didn't think it through. I don't mean to blame you, but I want to protect you. Xiaoyong looked up at his mother and murmured. But mother, we want to do it too. Looking at the child's tender face with admiring eyes. Yin Yan's nose was sour and her eyes were slightly moist. Then let's protect each other. I take back what I said before. You can tell me if you have any ideas or don't understand. But you are not allowed to get stuck in a dead end. Understand? The 2 little ones nodded obediently. A quarter of an hour later. No matter whether they were sick or not. As long as they were still awake. They looked at Yin Yin. She was kneeling on the ground and praying to the sky. Supermarket immortal. I know that they have committed heinous crimes and lost their humanity. So God sent down the plague as punishment. They are not worth saving. But no one is born evil. The drought lasted for 3 years. Everyone was struggling on the edge of death. Who has not experienced the pain of losing a loved one? Whose heart is not bleeding? If there is a slight possibility, no one is willing to lose their conscience and turn themselves into the people they once hated and despised. God has the virtue of loving life. He sent you, the immortal, to save everyone. Not only did he let everyone return to the right path and see the hope of life again, but he also found his conscience, so that everyone can live like a human being. In this case, please give everyone another way to live. I am willing to offer my pious heart and all my immortal power, just asking for your mercy, and send down the medicine to treat the plague. As she said, she counted slowly. A large amount of white light emanated from her body, and then she slowly flew into the air. This gave people the feeling that she handed over her immortal power. Everyone's pupils shrank slightly, staring at the people who prayed for them, and they were very shocked. It was the appearance of the immortal. No, to be more precise, it was the appearance of Miss Yin, which made their once numb hearts warm again and their dim lives colorful. What is the biggest difference between humans and animals? It is not wisdom, but the bottom line that humans claim for themselves. That is, morality and conscience. Everyone knows that their previous behavior is similar to that of animals. When the last bottom line as a human is not maintained, they don't care about anything. In their eyes, people are just food. When someone dies in the family, they are not sad but secretly happy. The broken pot is broken. Chapter 38. Regrets are so severe that they turn green. At this time, Yin Yin appeared, gave them life-saving food, rescued them from the bandit's nest, and when she found the plague, she did not stay out, but took great pains to help everyone fight the plague. Now, even God has given up on them. But Miss Yin would rather give up all her immortal power to help everyone survive the catastrophe, to pull them back from self-exile and depravity. Miss Yin, please take back your immortal power. I would rather die. We are obviously a rotten life. What virtue can we have for you to stay with us? I thought I would live like an animal, but you made me a human again. I would be content even if I die now. Please give up on us. Don't annoy the immortal for us. Once someone starts to dissect his own heart, it will touch more people to reflect on themselves. Everyone knelt on the ground, crying and begging her to take back the immortal power. They knew too well how difficult it was to travel on the road to the disaster, without the immortal power to protect her. How could she walk to the provincial capital? How could she live well? It was not a pity for them to die. But she could not die. At this moment, she almost became everyone's sustenance. They pinned their desire for life and their vision for the future on her, hoping that she could live well in this world for them. Ah! An ethereal and distant sigh passed by everyone's ears. They all looked up in shock. 2 apples appeared out of thin air. The immortal power offered by Miss Yin was absorbed by the apples, and the red apples turned into immortal fruits shining with white light. Yin Yin was overjoyed. Supermarket Immortal is merciful and compassionate. Yin Yin, thank you for the immortal fruit on behalf of everyone. She tried to get up, but stumbled and almost fell. Fortunately, Daniel was quick to catch her. Miss, be careful. You have no immortal power now. Do you want to take a rest? Daniel advised with concern and distress. Yin Yin shook her head with a tired look. There are still many people suffering from illness now. What's the big deal about my problem? Hurry up and set up the pot and cook the immortal fruit for everyone to take. Miss Yin. Woo woo. How can we repay you? Woo woo. Many people were moved to tears by her selfless words. Yin Yin. She straightened her back and tried to look gentle. You should thank the supermarket fairy. If it hadn't given me the fairy fruit, I would have been powerless to save everyone. That was because the fairy was moved by your sincerity. You gave up your fairy power to save us. Yes, it was you who saved us. From now on, you are the most respected eldest lady in our family. You are also the eldest lady in our family. Ours, everyone shouted, and the emotions boiled instantly. Yin Yin glanced at her son with her peripheral vision. She thought the words were a bit disgusting at first. If Xiaoyong hadn't insisted, she would have just said a few words and pretended. However, it seems that her son is right, and the effect is unexpectedly good. The emotions were aroused, and everyone looked at Yin Yin with fiery eyes, wishing that they could go through fire and water for her. It can be said that if she said someone to die now, the other party would not hesitate. Thank you for your kindness. Let's boil water and cook the fairy fruit first. I can rest assured when the plague is over. Okay. Listen to the young lady, and boil the water. Everyone was in high spirits, as if they had already defeated the plague. As their spirits changed, a lot of vitality flowed through their bodies. Even those who were a little confused due to fever felt much clearer in their heads. Soon 2 large pots were set up, and the water on top was steaming. Yin Yin put the glowing apple into the water, and instantly a layer of white smoke floated on the water surface, mixed with a faint apple fragrance. Wow! I feel so refreshed. Me too. My head doesn't hurt anymore. It's worthy of being a fairy fruit. Just smelling it makes me feel smooth all over. The onlookers sighed and marveled, and couldn't wait to drink a sip. As the temperature rose, Yin Yin controlled the apple to melt in the water, and the pot of clear water turned light green, and a lot of vitality escaped. Hurry up and serve the soup to the sick people first, then to the elderly and children, and finally to the adults. If it were before, they would definitely object. They are all human lives. Why should they be given priority? But now they think the eldest lady is right and have no objection. At the Song family, the old lady's Song has been delirious with fever, but the old man's Song is still sober. He witnessed the whole process of how the second daughter-in-law convinced these people. He regretted it, not because of how he treated her before, but because of why he wanted to divide the family. If he had known this, he would rather send the old lady to heaven than leave her in the Song family. He would never divide them. There was once an opportunity for the Song family to prosper and bring honor to the family, but he did not cherish it. Now he regrets it. If he is given another chance, he will tie people to the Song family no matter what. If he has to add a time limit, it will be for life. The eldest brother Song also regretted it. It was said that the state master of the neighboring country could only call the wind and rain, and he became in existence above 10,000 people. His younger sister-in-law could actually communicate with the gods and ask for immortal fruits. Isn't that more awesome than the state master? If the second brother's family became prosperous, he, as the eldest brother, could just follow a little bit of the light and enjoy endless wealth and glory for the rest of his life. But in the end, everything turned into bubbles because of a separation letter. Regretted so much that my intestines turned green. What to do? The father and son looked at each other, with deep reluctance in their eyes. Start with the 2 children. Steal the separation document back. The 2 spoke at the same time, each saying a method. The 2 nodded at the same time. It's feasible. Old man Song thought for a while and said, as long as the two children are coaxed, it will be very simple to steal the separation document. When the time comes, just let the two children steal directly. Yin Yen will not be on guard against them. Then I'll let Dabao and Erbao go to Xiaoyong and his sister. They're both children, so they have a good relationship. Well, you go call the third child over. And let his Xiaobao go too. His sister is gone. And his mother is like this. So she's the easiest to get sympathy from others. Okay. I got it. The father and son secretly discussed the countermeasures. And Song Lao took the bowl and left. Soon the 2 pots of water were divided up. And everyone got half a bowl. So that those with illnesses could be cured. And those without illnesses could be strengthened. In less than a quarter of an hour. The symptoms of the seriously ill people were alleviated. And those with mild symptoms had no symptoms at all. And they were full of energy. Even those with other problems drank this magic water, and their diseases were cured. Song Lao was the most touched. He had chest pain every time he breathed for several days. But today he finally recovered. After another quarter of an hour, all the patients were cured. Even those who were dying of illnesses came back to life. And the whole area was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Chapter 39 Disadvantages of Supermarkets. In the temporary shed on Yin Yan's side, she ate an apple to replenish her energy while listening to Xiaoyong planning the way forward. According to our pace, it will take less than 4 days to reach the provincial capital. How will everyone survive these 4 days? Mother, I don't recommend that you provide it for free anymore. Giving too much will make them take it for granted. Yin Yan nodded. You are right. But everyone has little money. If they are hungry, they can't survive for 4 days. Do they have to buy on credit? Not to mention that I don't know many of these people. Even if I do, they will hide among the disaster victims when they arrive in the provincial capital. And I won't be able to find them. These people have been conquered with great difficulty. So they naturally cannot leave easily. So we have to use another way to let them exchange food. For example, she already had some ideas in her mind. That is, points. Xiaoyong said confidently. Work points. Let them get work points from you through labor. And work points can be used to exchange for food. Xiaodan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Brother, your idea is good. When we get to the provincial capital, there are so many disaster victims. It's good to get a bowl of porridge a day. But it's different with our mother. As long as they are not stupid, they know who to cling to. Yin Yan nodded. Xiaoyong's brain is really smart. She continued to ask. The idea of work points is good. But what do I need them to do? There is no land to plant, and no house to build. Can you make a sedan chair to carry us? Why not? Xiaoyong asked back. It's just a way to provide them with work. Also, there is no land now. But can't there be one in the provincial capital? It is difficult for disaster victims to enter the city. It's okay to sleep in the open now. But as the days get shorter and the temperature gets lower, there will be no place to shelter from the wind and cold. How can everyone survive the winter? Go on. Build a house and give them work points. Then rent the house to them to earn work points back, so that the work points can be circulated for a short time. The next step is to use the supermarket to get more people to join in. We can't keep paying for food. After all, work points are not real money. However, there is a disadvantage of the supermarket. That is, the money cannot be circulated, resulting in the inability to form a closed loop. So human intervention is required. Yin Yin was shocked. The child thought longer than she did. She started to think about turning these people into sales staff to promote her products. But she forgot that no matter how much money there is in the world, it is limited. And her supermarket only collects money but does not pay it out. So her future tasks will be difficult. Now her task is 50,000 taels of silver. But what about when she becomes a formal employee? Will she issue tasks with higher amounts? For example, under normal circumstances, it takes 5 kilograms of wheat to make a box of snacks. But when it comes to her, wheat is no longer needed. Only the money for 5 kilograms of wheat is needed. This is just one box of snacks. What if there are tens of thousands of boxes? If everyone's food cannot be sold, where will the money come from? If there is no money to buy food from the supermarket, they can only eat the food they grow themselves. Then the food in her supermarket cannot be sold, and her mission cannot be completed. This is why a complete closed loop cannot be formed. What should I do to form a closed loop? Mother, I think you can't rely too much on the supermarket. It is only used by immortals to help disaster victims through difficulties. Now there is no food. So it doesn't matter how much you take out. Of course, this is also an opportunity. You can use food and water to build your own initial forces. When the disaster is over, we have people and money, and we can do whatever business we want. The items in the supermarket can be upgraded by several grades, with price increases and sales restrictions, and ordinary people can be ignored. He positioned the supermarket as an auxiliary. And in future plans, the supermarket does not account for a large proportion. Yin understood what he meant. So is the route she is taking wrong? Should we focus on those rich people? She used inertial thinking and directly defined the supermarket as a consumer product for the general public, but forgot that this supermarket is different from the real supermarket. It does not require any raw materials, and the things inside appear out of thin air. When the food in the supermarket appears in large quantities and is not higher than the market price, there will be food saturation. And then the food price will fall, and a series of chain reactions will occur later. This is not alarmist, but it is very likely to happen. Sure enough, Xiaoyong saw it clearly and pointed out that the supermarket, the disadvantages of the supermarket, and its positioning is not so important. However, the child does not know the importance of the supermarket. She really thinks that there is a fairy behind her. These are all made up by her, just for the monthly salary. She can't help but do the task. Moreover, what Xiaoyong doesn't know is that the supermarket does not only sell food. It will be fine when daily necessities are sold in the future. These things should not affect the market. Fortunately, the supermarket appeared on the road of fleeing famine, providing her with convenient conditions. She still did the regularization task, first to ensure that her salary could be received every month, and then make adjustments according to the changes in the supermarket. It is better to give her the right to set prices. The price given by the supermarket is too low. If it is not popular, it will not be able to sell so many things. She withdrew her thoughts and looked at him with strange eyes. Are you Xiaoyong? When asked this question, Xiaoyong rolled his eyes helplessly. Yin was slightly embarrassed. Don't you think you know too much? Is it difficult? Xiaoyong asked back. Part of the wheat grown at home will be sold for money, and the sold grain will be turned into another kind of food such as steamed buns and noodles, and sold again. Isn't this simple and clear? It's not that complicated. He can understand it at a glance. But, Bauer, the sales process you saw should be 3 years ago. That is, 2 years old. After the drought began, the family's grain harvest was poor, and they never sold it again, let alone going to the town to buy steamed buns to eat. Xiaoyong nodded. It's 2 years old. What's wrong? What's wrong? You remember the 2-year-old things, and you can still think? Don't you think it's strange? No. I still remember that my father went to the army. It's just 1 year old. Yin opened her mouth in surprise. Who can remember things when they were 1 year old? Not to mention 1 year old. There is almost nothing that can be remembered before the age of 3. And she can only remember things after the age of 6. No wonder this little guy always speaks shockingly. No wonder his ideas are so mature. He is a little genius. Xiaoyong, when we get to the provincial capital, I will definitely find a way to get a few books and then teach you to read. With this ability, it would be a complete waste if you don't study and take the top scholar exam. Xiaoyong looked at his mother's excitement and swallowed his words about reading. That was when he was 10 months old. He went to the academy with his father several times and learned the 1,000 characters and 3 character classics. Not only did he remember things early, he also had a photographic memory. Forget it. I won't say it. So as not to scare my mother. Xiaodan puffed her cheeks and refused to admit defeat. Mom, I started to remember things when I was 3 years old, which is also amazing. Very amazing. It was a bit perfunctory. With Xiaoyong, a child who could remember things at the age of 1. It was not surprising that her daughter could remember things at the age of 3. Chapter 40. Oh, so touching. In the evening, everyone habitually waited for the eldest lady to distribute food and water. Miss Yin didn't come, but Dania came. Everyone, my lady has something to say. Please gather in front. Yin's temporary residence is the best, but it just has a roof and a larger area. Soon everyone gathered together, without missing a single one. The 3-day supply of food and the half bowl of apple water made them in good spirits, and the paleness on their faces disappeared, even better than before they fled. Yin stood on a big rock and looked at the 200 people in front of her. Regardless of gender, age or young, there was a light called hope in their eyes, which was the most rare. Everyone. We come from different villages. And fate brings us together. I hope we can go to the provincial capital together, and work together to overcome difficulties. Work together to overcome difficulties. Work together to overcome difficulties. Dania took the lead in shouting. And the others followed suit. And they were instantly full of confidence. Yin Yin raised her hand. And everyone soon quieted down. The plague has passed. And it is less than 4 days away from the provincial capital. I could have continued to provide free food to everyone in the next few days. But what about after we get to the provincial capital? There are so many disaster victims. To be honest, I can't provide them for free. If we don't have to worry about food and drink, what will tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of hungry disaster victims think and do? I dare not imagine the consequences. So I called everyone here today to solve this problem. Miss, you tell us what to do. We will listen to you. Let's continue to spend money to buy it. There is no reason to give it for free. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Yes, these 2 days are special cases. We can't keep going like this. If everyone spends money, no one will complain. Someone suggested spending money, and many people nodded, thinking it was right. Even the dozen or so households without money didn't say they were in trouble, and asked her to give it for free. Yin Yin was quite satisfied with everyone's answers. Fellow villagers, we have experienced life and death together several times. Although we are not a family, we are better than a family. I can't bear to see you starving. So I came up with a solution. Miss, what solution? Everyone looked at her expectantly. Work points. I hire you to work for me. I give you work points. And you can exchange work points for food from me. Everyone understood that it was just changing the form of money. They were all fleeing with their families. And no one had much money. So this method could solve the problem of having no money. Miss, we use work points? What should you do? It's too bad. Yes. With so many people. It costs too much money. How can this go on? We have already caused you to lose your immortal power. We can't let you offend the immortal for us. Absolutely not. The 2 people who stood up for her were Ernie, who was arranged, and Imonong. When the 2 made it clear, everyone understood and shook their heads. Disagreeing with this, Yin Yin was moved to tears and wiped her eyes with her sleeves. I am very touched that everyone can think of me. To be honest, although I am the agent of the immortal, my ability is limited. I can only borrow 100 taels of silver from the immortal. So when I arrive in the provincial capital, I need everyone's help. Miss, we will do whatever you tell us to do. Yes, we will listen to you. We will go through fire and water. When they heard that Miss had bought from the immortal for them, they were deeply moved and excited. This is what I thought. 1 work point is equal to 10 coins. The food I borrowed for 100 taels of silver is equivalent to 10,000 work points. It's not a small amount. But it will run out eventually. So I thought of another way to make money for everyone. There are many disaster victims in the provincial capital. And there will definitely be many people who will come to buy food from me. I plan to take out half of the commission given to me by the immortal and give it to everyone. Anyone who introduces 1 person to buy food can get a commission of 1 coin. When these words came out, many people's eyes lit up. Don't underestimate this 1 coin. You should know that there are many disaster victims in the provincial capital. Hundreds of thousands of them. They don't need to take more. If they bring 100 people a day, that's 100 coins. If they were working in the past, they couldn't even make 100 coins a month. This is definitely a welfare for them. Yin Yin continued. Except for everyone present. If other people want to buy food from me, you must bring it here. This is decentralization. Treating it as a benefit for her team, which others do not have, so that they can be proud of being her people. Another point is that when the rules are formed, everyone follows the rules to avoid chaos or incidents such as snatching people. In Xuyong's words, it can also ensure her safety. Of course, she thinks this is redundant, and her special ability is not for show. Sure enough, the last benefit is everyone's favorite, and a sense of pride arises spontaneously. If they meet other disaster victims, their noses will be so angry that they can't stop. From now on, they also have a backer, the agent of the immortal. How awesome is this identity? Those who envied Dania before now want to grin to the back of their ears. Yin Yin coughed lightly, pulling everyone back from their joy. Dania is my little brother. You can go to him directly if you have any problems in the future. Those who look down on Dania now dare not say a word. What's wrong with being a servant? They still stand above them. And this confidence is given by the eldest lady. So the identity is not important. The key is to see who they follow. This is also the reason why Yin Yin fabricated a supermarket immortal. To improve her own grade. Even if she meets the ruler, her identity is useful. Strictly speaking, the agent is also a servant. Why no one said anything to her, and was respectful to her? Isn't it because her boss is an immortal? Next, Dainyu assigned work to everyone. Those with skills should stand up first. For people stood up soon. Someone in the crowd hesitated, raised his hand and asked, "Does weaving baskets count?" Dainyu looked back at the young master, then thought for a while and said, "Yes, but you need to have good skills. You need to know how to make bamboo mats, baskets, and baskets. Every farmer has some weaving skills, so he has to limit it." 10 people stood up in the crowd this time. The eldest of the Gao family also raised his hand. "Does killing a pig count?" Dainyu rolled his eyes. "Do you want me to find you a pig to kill?" "Okay." He lowered his head in disappointment. In the past, his skills would definitely be popular. But now he can't show them off. "You, come out." Xiaoyong suddenly pointed at him and said. Boss Gao's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over and bent down. "Young master, you're looking for me. Have you learned hunting?" "Yes. I can use a bow and arrow. From now on, you follow Dainyu," he said, looking at Dainyu. "Uncle Dainyu, you pick a few good fighters to form a guard team. People make mistakes. Horses stumble. And double protection is the safest." "Okay, young master," Dainyu replied. Boss Gao was left behind. Chapter 41. I want to divorce her for the second son. There are 14 people with crafts, including 10 who can weave. 10 work points per month. 2 who are carpenters. 15 work points per month. And 2 who are bricklayers. Also 15 work points. As for the guards, 50 work points per month. The guards have the highest work points, because the selected people cannot do sales in the provincial capital, which cuts off their way to get commissions. As for the other people, their jobs are actually temporary, and the work points are only used to maintain their temporary lives. There are more than 30 households, and 24 households were selected. This is because when Dainyu selected the guards, he deliberately averaged them so that each family could have someone who could get work points and ensure that they could eat. Work points can be advanced. There are still 8 households left, including the old man Song's family. The Song family's face is so ugly. It is one thing for them not to join the guards and want to get commissions, but it is another thing not to select them. Don't you think highly of them? It's not that Dainyu thinks highly of them, but the young master means that the guards are there to ensure the safety of the young lady, and the Song family cannot use them. "Dainyu, what should we do with the rest of us? Will we starve to death?" Song Lao asked unhappily. Dainyu snorted coldly. "You are incompetent, but you blame others for looking down on you? Ha! You are so shameless." Song Lao Da's face darkened, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He gritted his teeth and said, "I won't tell you these things. I just want to ask, what are you going to do if you are not selected?" "What do you mean, what should we do? My young lady doesn't owe you anything. If she starves to death, it's because she is incompetent. You..." The elder Song was furious at his mocking and disdainful look. The elder Song coughed, and he barely suppressed his anger. It was Yin Yin who said she would give us work points. And now she doesn't care about our lives? If you can't do it, don't talk to me. Hypocrisy? How can you talk like that? If I didn't see that you are the relatives of the eldest lady, I would have scolded you long ago. That's right. The eldest lady owes you? You are incompetent, and yet you are poor and arrogant. If you have the ability, you can be arrogant to me, and I will beat you with my shoe soles. No wonder the eldest lady wants to separate from you. A bunch of shit? Everyone couldn't stand it anymore, and they scolded the old Song family. I tell you, Mr. Song, the eldest lady is the lifesaver of my family. If you disrespect the eldest lady again, don't blame me for being rude. The elder Gao is tall and strong, with a ferocious expression, which is very oppressive. Boss Song was very angry, but even more cowardly. He dared to confront Yin Yin, but he didn't dare to go against so many people. He shrank his neck and made excuses for himself. I didn't say anything. I was just worried that there would be nothing to eat in the next few days, and my parents and children would go hungry. Besides, I was also speaking up for the other 7 households without work points. The 7 households named immediately stood up. You don't need to speak up for us. Even if my family has no money, we won't ask the eldest lady for food. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Well said. My family has money. And when the time comes, we will share the food we buy. His words touched many people. And my family? I earn a lot of work points as a guard, so I can be responsible for the food of the 3 families in the next few days. I am still a guard. I can also be responsible for 3 families. Leave 2 for me. I also have 50 work points. And me. Except for the Song family. You can come to me if you have nothing to eat. 10 guards stood up and divided the 7 families without work points. As for the Song family, no one cared. The Song family was so angry. At this time, Old Lady Song pushed through the crowd and walked in angrily. You are all as cheap as dogs. When you are given a bone, you wag your tail excitedly. We don't want charity from you dogs. Fuck. Who are you calling a dog? You old thing? Old Lady Gal wanted to beat him up. I am scolding you. Aren't you trying to please her bitch for the sake of stuttering? What's the difference between you and dogs? Old Lady Song was very angry for some reason. Old thing. You can scold me, but you are not allowed to scold the eldest lady. Old Gal held back his anger and warned her that if she was not the eldest lady's mother-in-law, he would have slapped her. Yes, you old woman. You can scold us dogs. We won't argue with you. But you are not allowed to insult the eldest lady. It can be said that Yen Yen is already a sacred and inviolable existence in their minds. Bah! Old Lady Song spitted and cursed loudly. Bullshit eldest lady. She is a slut who seduces men. A bastard. Yen Xiaohua. Come out here. I want to divorce you. A slut who doesn't keep her husband's chastity. For the second son. What are you going to do? Old Man Song felt something was wrong and immediately stepped forward to stop her. Old Lady Song pushed him away. I want to divorce my wife. Yin Xiaohua actually hooked up with a wild man and gave birth to someone else's bastard. Such a lowly woman is not qualified to be the second son's wife. Who told you that? The second son's wife is not that kind of person. Let me ask you. When we were sick, did Yin Xiaohua come to see us? Not to mention seeing us. She didn't even ask a question. But she actually went to treat a child who had nothing to do with her. And cured him. Do you dare to say that she didn't have any selfish motives? Facing the old woman's questioning, Old Man Song's face sank. Who told you? At that time, she was already confused by the fever. And didn't know these things unless someone told her. He also asked the family not to tell her about the second son's wife going to treat Nyonyo, for fear that she would make a fuss and push the second son's family further away. But she still knew about it. Don't worry about who said it. I just want to ask you if it's true. Old Man Song didn't say anything. Not many people knew that Nyonyo was cured. But the 2 neighboring families knew about it. And the eldest son was secretly watching from the side at the time. And he did use his magic power to cure the person. Old Lady Song sneered. You actually hid it from me and watched Heir Zhuang being cuckolded. Are you still his father? She was just treating a child. Are you overthinking it? Debao and Erbao are her nephews. Why didn't she come to see a doctor? Why did she go to treat Dainya's daughter? She had long suspected that there was something between Hu Yin Xiaohua and Dainyu. And now it was confirmed. I was wondering why Dainyu always helped this bitch at the beginning. And later, he even rushed to be a slave to this bitch. It seems that the 2 of them had a shameful affair. Poor my second son. He was kept in the dark until he died. She slapped her thigh and shouted. And everyone was attracted by her. Except for a few people. Everyone watched quietly without saying anything. Dainyu was so angry that his face turned black. And he said with gritted teeth, Aunt, you can make up whatever you want about me, but you are not allowed to insult Miss. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Mrs. Song was not afraid of him at all, and spat at him fiercely. Bah! You jerk! Tell me, when did you get together with that bitch Yin Xiaohua? Chapter 42. Haha. She finally caught me? You're talking nonsense. There's nothing between me and the young lady. That was his master. How could he dare to disrespect her? Nothing? You've been serving her blatantly. And you've done so many XL things behind her back. And you still say you're not a bitch? You? If you dare to insult the young lady again. Danyo raised his arm. But he couldn't do it. Old Lady Song was his elder. And the education he had received since childhood made it impossible for him to do anything to his elders. What do you mean? You're angry because I hit the nail on the head. Are you going to do it? She curled her lips in disdain, pushed the person away, and shouted at the crowd. Yin Xiaohua. Come out. Yin Yin had been listening without saying anything, with a calm expression and no emotional fluctuations. As if old lady Song wasn't scolding her. The two kids on the side were very angry. Xiao Dan was so angry that she wanted to bite her and tell her she was talking nonsense. Xiao Yong held her arm tightly and didn't let her move. After all, they were their elders. If she moved, it would become a handle for others to attack her in the future. Even if no one would use this incident to attack her, he would not allow such an obvious handle to fall into the hands of others. Besides, there were so many people present who could guarantee to be loyal to his mother for life. Brother, I want to bite her to death. Xiao Dan gritted her teeth, and her eyes were red with anger. Xiao Yong comforted his sister softly. I know. But now is not the time. She cursed her mother so much. How can you be so calm? Although the brother had a tense face and a bad look, he was too calm. Xiao Yong glanced at her. It's enough if you are impulsive. If I don't calm down, we will fall into someone else's trap. What do you mean? She was stunned. What trap? Didn't you hear Grandpa ask how she knew that mother treated Nyonyo? Obviously, someone deliberately told her and misled her, saying that our mother and Uncle Dania had an improper relationship, and guessed that Nyonyo was their child. This was obviously to anger her, make her offend us, and be rejected by everyone. He even called Mrs. Song her, which showed that he really hated her to the extreme. The brother's speculation calmed Xiaodan down. What is the other party's purpose? No matter what, no one can kill her. Speaking of death, Xiaodan's eyes flashed a cruel light. Don't say that 5-year-old children are innocent. It's not just the two brothers and sisters. I guess none of the children who can survive at the scene are really innocent. Xiaoyong shook his head slightly. The other party's goal is not to kill her, whether his mother was divorced or not. Everyone will have a lot of opinions about the Song family after today's incident. So the other party's goal is to isolate the Song family from everyone. And it would be better if they can exclude the main force. He already has a candidate in mind. Don't be angry. Just see how your mother handles it. Besides, Yin Yin walked slowly and smiled faintly. It seems that you have recovered well. And you are so full of energy when scolding people. This sentence made the old woman startled at first. And then her face blushed. If I had known that you, a bitch, were not faithful to your husband, I would rather die of illness than drink that bowl of water. I think it's dirty. Yin Yin pinched her chin and nodded approvingly. You are right. The elixir I asked for is not worthy of your backbone. Daniel, give her a knife. Let her die. No one is allowed to stop her. Okay. Mississippi. Daniel, who was so angry that his veins were bulging, immediately calmed down because of Miss's words. Miss still had a way. He went to get the knife. Old Lady Song's face froze. Why didn't he play by the rules? Shouldn't he ask her why she didn't keep her husband's chastity? Here comes the knife. Daniel shouted and walked through the crowd with a machete. Here. Die. The knife was handed over very happily. And the tone became much happier. Old Lady Song, damn. Are you so happy to let me die? She smiled so hard that her teeth were exposed. Her face changed from black to white. I'm going to die. This question, is not right. I'm here to divorce Lao Er's wife. When did you two hook up behind Lao Er's back? And, is Nyonyo your bastard? As she spoke, her momentum was restored. She came here to ask for punishment. How could she be led astray by Yin Yin? A bitch. Yin Yin raised her lips slightly. If you answer this question, can you die without regrets? I'll ask you about your relationship with Daniel again. Don't keep changing the subject. I said, after I answer, will you die? She kept on talking about that. This made Old Lady Song not know how to answer. Didn't she just say that she would rather die than drink that bowl of water? But wasn't she just trying to show that she thought she was dirty? Why didn't she get to the point? Yin Yin shook her head regretfully. I thought you were so strong-willed. But it turns out you were just bragging. Old Lady Song was so angry that she jumped up and down. But she really didn't dare to continue what she said. So angry. This bitch. She is so angry. No. She must be ruined. Let's see if these people still support this bitch who can be fucked by anyone. Yin Xiaohua. I won't talk to you. Just tell me when did you and Dania get together? Yin Yin kindly answered her. No. Then why is he so good to you? Taking care of you carefully along the way. I haven't seen him treat his wife so well. He is my servant. Bullshit. Which grown man is willing to commit himself to being a slave? It's obvious that they are hooking up. Is that so? Everyone present. Is there anyone willing to sell themselves to become my slave? As soon as she spoke, someone immediately raised his hand. I am willing to be the servant of the eldest lady. I am also willing to serve the eldest lady for life. And me. In the past, they thought it was a shame to be a slave. But now they feel proud. Let's not talk about the distant past. In this plague, the only person that the eldest lady saved was the child of Dania. What does this mean? The benefits of becoming the eldest lady's servant are immediately apparent. As for the improper relationship that this old man said, they didn't believe it at all. Yen Yen smiled and said, Look, I don't know these people. I can't have an affair with all of them. Right? Old Lady Song had a dark face. She didn't expect that there were so many people vying to be servants for this bitch. They were not good people. Then why did you only save Nyo? Shouldn't you save Dania's parents? Children are the future of the country. Nonsense. Nyo is obviously your child with Daniu. I am 23 years old. Nyo is 8 years old. When I was 14, I didn't even know where your Song family was. How could I have children? Even if you say that the twins are not the second child. It is more reliable than this. Uh-huh. You finally told the truth. It turns out that Xiaoyong and Xiaodan are not the second child. They are your bastards. Old Lady Song laughed, thinking that she finally caught her handle. Chapter 43 Song Erzwing. You are really my biological father. Yen Yen did not refute. Well, they are not the children of the second son. You should divorce me quickly, and drive the three of us out of the Song family. Of course I will divorce you. A bitch. And how can those two bastards match? Are you crazy enough? Old Man Song's face was livid, and he glared at her unkindly. If they divorced, their plan would be ruined. Old Woman Song felt wronged. Old man, didn't you hear her admit it herself? Those two little bastards. Dania was not at home during the time when the second son's wife was pregnant. Old Man Song interrupted her and asked her to use her brain. Even if Daniel was not at home, it can be guaranteed that they were not someone else's. This kind of fickle bitch. Who knows how many dogs she has outside? Pa. Old Man Song couldn't help but slap her to wake her up. Not to mention that the two children are the second son's children. Even if they are not. People can't divorce. For the future of the Song family, what's wrong with letting the second son wear a green hat? Song Erzwing, you are really my father. Old Song covered her face with a hideous look. She didn't expect that he would hit her for this bitch. Are you also fascinated by this bitch? Pa. Old Song was so angry that he raised his hand and slapped her again. She really dared to say anything. Is there anyone who would destroy the reputation of her man like this? Big brother. Third brother. Take her away. Don't let her talk nonsense here. I won't leave. I will expose the true face of this bitch today and let everyone see who you respect. Uh-huh. The two brothers of the Song family quickly covered their mother's mouth and dragged her away. Mother just woke up and didn't know anything. They would tell her the plan behind and ask her not to provoke Yen Yen again. After getting rid of the old woman, Old Man Song breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and smiled at Yen Yen. Second daughter-in-law. Your mother has just recovered from her illness and her mind is still a little confused. Don't bother her. I will punish her when I go back. Yen Yen smacked her lips. A little regretful. What a good opportunity. If the two children had nothing to do with them, she could deal with them without any worries. To be honest, it's normal for a few people to die in this remote place. And there is a shortage of food. What's more, nothing can be left. Whether it's the mouthy old woman Song or the calculating old man Song. She wants to send them to see the Buddha. But these can't be shown in front of the two children. Alas, they can only be kept around to annoy people. She was about to wave her hand and let them go away. Dania spoke. Song Dashan, you are destroying the reputation of the young lady. And you can't just say sorry and let it go. Daniel, what did you call me? Old Man Song was stunned. This kid actually dared to call him by his name. Dania frowned, making himself look fiercer. I am the young lady's servant. I have nothing to do with the Song family. What's wrong with calling you Song Dashan? In the past, he called him uncle for the sake of his father. Now they are bullying the young lady so much. If he still treats them as relatives, it will be the greatest disrespect to the young lady. Cold and ruthless. Cruel and merciless. The first thing he has to do is to be ruthless. If there is no young lady, can your Song family eat? If there is no young lady, can your Song family escape from the bandit's nest? If there is no young lady, can your Song family avoid the plague? If it weren't for the young lady, you would have died several times. It's fine that you don't appreciate the young lady's kindness, but you are actually slandering her here. I, Daniel, am the first to disagree. I, Ernyo, am the second to disagree. The eldest lady is our benefactor. If you slander the eldest lady, you are slandering us. This matter cannot be let go like this. Ernyo stood up to support his eldest brother's statement. Yes, slandering the eldest lady is slandering us. Just apologizing is not enough. The Gao family and the Li family also stood up. The expression of Old Man Song can no longer be described as ugly. The worst result has appeared. This group of people are like crazy defending Yin Yin. The bitch. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and prepared to make a ruthless move. It's my old woman's fault. I will bring her here and let everyone deal with it. Dania sneered. You are a family. She insulted the young lady, and you can't escape the relationship. Old Man Song was so angry that his teeth itched. He thought that he could just find someone to vent his anger on. But he didn't expect that the bastard Dania would not give up. Daniel, I am your father's cousin after all. We are from the same family. It's none of my business. My master is the young lady. Before he could finish, Daniel interrupted him. Daniel, I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. You bastard. Old Man Song was so angry that if it were any other time, he would not be satisfied unless he used filial piety to suppress him severely and let his father slap him a few times. Then what do you want us to do? Kneel on the ground and kowtow to you to admit your mistakes? Dania said directly. If you want to kowtow, you should kowtow to the young lady. You are going too far. I am her father-in-law. How can a father-in-law kowtow to his daughter-in-law to admit his mistakes? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Old Man Song was shaking with anger. He just said something casually, but he dared to continue. Daniel sneered. Hee. Those who casually destroy others' reputation will be punished by God. Be careful not to fall to death when walking. Choke to death when eating. And choke to death when drinking water. He deliberately increased the volume of each word you. At this moment, Old Man Song wanted to curse. But in terms of verbal skills, he was really not as good as the unreasonable old woman. He regretted letting the old woman leave too early. He should let her curse this bastard to death. Bear. I bear. Old Man Song told himself in his heart. And suppressed his anger. Then what do you say? Simple. Since you don't remember the lady's life-saving grace. Then leave. We don't welcome you in the Song family. Yes. Leave. We don't welcome you. Ernyo echoed his brother's words at the right time. Liamonyan said. If you are not the relatives of the eldest lady, and you deliberately destroy the reputation of the eldest lady, do you think you can leave intact? If you dare to insult the eldest lady, you will be disabled if not dead. We must beat them up to vent our anger. Yes. Let them remember the consequences of speaking rudely to the eldest lady. And see if they dare to talk nonsense in the future. I support it. Beat them up and drive them out. The others followed suit. And they had long been dissatisfied with the Old Man Song's family. What a jerk. Especially the old man, who was full of shit. If it were 8 days ago, they would have beaten her up. At this time, Song Lao pushed through the crowd and came over. He didn't expect that they would be driven out while he was comforting his mother. His father's face was very ugly. And there was still hidden anger. The disaster victims around him shouted to drive them away. How can they leave? If they leave the team, let alone the plan, it will be a question whether they can reach the provincial capital alive. Everyone. My mother was confused before. My second brother and his wife have a good relationship. How could she do something to let my second brother down? Here. I apologize to my second brother and his wife on behalf of my mother. Please forgive me. As he said this, he bowed deeply to Yin Yen. Chapter 44. Why do you want to drag everyone into this? Ernia snorted disdainfully. Who do you think you are? Your father can't even apologize. Are you more powerful than your father? Song Lao Da's face turned red after being criticized. Second cousin. We are a family after all. Shouldn't we stick together to keep warm in times of disaster? Ernia raised his hand to interrupt him. Stop. Who are you a family with? Anyone who insults the eldest lady is my enemy. Ernia is right. From today on, I will sever my kinship with your Song Dashan family. Uncle Song supported the decision of the two children with his actions. Big brother. Old man Song was anxious. If the big brother didn't help him, he would not be able to escape today. Don't call me big brother. I can't afford it. You should take your people and leave quickly. Uncle Song didn't give him a chance to get close to him. Dania said coldly. Song Dashan gives you a cup of tea to take people away. If you haven't left after that, I will ask you to leave. I won't care if you bump into anything. Threat? Naked threat. Old man Song was angry and aggrieved. But he couldn't think of any good way for a while. Danu. This bastard. Actually killed his relatives for the sake of justice to please his master. It was really hateful. Song Dajwang didn't expect the matter to be so serious. Wasn't it just a few scoldings? What's wrong with a daughter-in-law being scolded by her mother-in-law? Why is Yanyan so hypocritical? Dad? What should I do? He asked in a low voice. Old man Song had a dark face. What should I do? He also killed his relatives for the sake of justice. Go back first. And then let your mother kneel down and apologize to Yanyan. If you still have to drive her out in the end, let her die to apologize. I just don't believe that they would be so cruel to drive them away even though the people are gone. The two spoke in a low voice. And no one else heard it. But Yin Yan's ears could hear it. She pinched her chin. If it weren't for the two children, she would have been looking forward to dying to apologize. What a pity. As the Song family returned to their temporary residence, the crowd did not disperse, but followed them. There was also someone who was good at handling things, keeping track of the time. There were only 3 people from the Yin family, mother and son, plus a big bull left here. Young master. How did I perform this time? Big Bull clenched his fists nervously, his eyes full of expectation. Xiao Yong nodded. Not bad. Your brother cooperated well. And that Liamon Yang can be trained. That woman did not receive any extra favors from his mother. But she was the most conscious among these people. The praised Big Bull chuckled. And putting aside those miscellaneous things, he was indeed more adept at handling things. He decided to think about the 8 words that the young master said when he had time. Yin Yin didn't care about what happened between them. But she was quite surprised by Dania's handling of the matter today. But the method was still somewhat gentle. If you really want to drive them away, you have to do it immediately. And you can't give them a chance to think of countermeasures. Otherwise it is easy to change. Uncle Danu, you go and keep an eye on them. Don't let them play tricks. Miss, then I'll go over there? The young lady is listening to the young lady. And only when the young lady is not around will she listen to the young master. Yin Yin nodded. And the person was sent away. The two looked in the same direction at the same time. Not far away. Next to a simple tent, a thin figure stood there quietly. Yin Yin sighed slightly and walked over. Xiao Yong put away the smile on his face and followed his mother. Looking at his mother and then at his brother. Xiaodan scratched his face and followed behind with some confusion. Xiao Zhang was still very thin. And the clothes that originally fit her looked particularly loose. She half lowered her head. And all her expressions were covered by the shadows. Only the gloomy atmosphere always surrounded her. Yin Yin walked closer, looked at her deeply, and then said, Are you satisfied with this result? Xiao Zhang did not move at all. Still lowered her head and said nothing. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Yin Yin's eyebrows flashed a hint of hostility. And asked in a cold tone, I can understand that you hate them. But why do you drag everyone into it? This sentence successfully made her body tremble. Although she still didn't speak, the gloomy atmosphere around her became thicker. And it was also mixed with hatred. Xiao Dan was a little confused. Mom, what do you mean? The plague is related to Aunt San? No way. She has such a great ability to make so many people fall ill. Xiao Yong explained to his sister. Before and after everyone got sick. Didn't you find anything abnormal about Aunt San? Abnormal? Which day was she not abnormal? Xiao Dan curled her lips, but still recalled carefully. Ever since the bad guy had a nightmare that day, he drove Aunt San out. She walked around with a skull in her arms every day. And she was still talking nonsense. After the plague appeared, Aunt San changed her walking time to the night. Then the plague broke out on a large scale. And Aunt San's walking frequency decreased. And Wait. I found the problem. Xiao Dan's eyes lit up. The skull is gone. Xiao Yong nodded slightly. His sister's observation ability is quite good. After the large-scale outbreak of the plague, I have been wondering who used what method to make so many people infected. Only my mother can contact everyone. And only my third aunt can contact most people. Or can be under everyone's nose. Xiao Zhang raised her head slightly. And her gloomy and cold eyes fell on him. If someone else was stared at like this by her, it would definitely be creepy. But Xiaoyong was not afraid. Brother, tell me quickly. How did third aunt do it? Xiao Dan asked curiously. I never thought that the person behind the scenes was third aunt. I thought she had been unconscious for a long time. Everyone thought the same as you, thinking that she was stimulated and unconscious. So they didn't guard against her. In the first few nights, she often wandered around everyone, letting everyone get used to it first, and then secretly sprinkled the plague powder on their clothes when the night watchmen were sleepy and dozed off at night. Xiao Dan thought thoughtfully. So that's how it is. Where did the plague powder come from? The skull? Yes. She couldn't touch the sick people. Even the excrement was specially treated to prevent infection. So she had only one chance to touch the source of pollution. The cremation of the corpse. And the excuse was the skull she always carried. I understand. Third aunt used the excuse of burning the skull. And then took the opportunity to get the pollutants. And then secretly did it at night. She admired third aunt a little bit. The calculation was very good. And she succeeded. Yin Yin added. Not only clothes, but also those 10 toilets were tampered with by her. Just to ensure that everyone was infected. Some people may not wear clothes. And most men are shirtless. And they boil clothes every day. So it is easy to miss people. But everyone will definitely go to the toilet. Xiao Dan took a breath. Third aunt, you are really crazy. In order to avenge the second sister, do you want so many people to be buried with you? There is a perpetrator for every injustice. And you can just kill those 2 families. Hee hee. Xiao Zhang suddenly laughed. And the laughter made people feel depressed and uncomfortable. Chapter 45. If you dare to say that about his mother, kill her. Xiaodan was a little scared and hugged her mother's arm. No matter how she looked at her third aunt, she was not normal. Could she really kill so many people? But, if she was so powerful, why couldn't she save her second sister? Soon. Xiaoyong explained her doubts. You didn't have any idea about the second sister's matter. It can be said that your heart is numb like theirs and fell into darkness. Otherwise, you would not let go, even if you risked one life for another. Xiao Zhang suddenly looked up at him, with a pair of dark eyes full of hatred. Yes, I am numb, and I am a beast like them. But why did your mother show up? She stared at Yin Yin like an angry and violent beast, with strong hatred mixed with boundless anger. Everyone can live in sin. Why do you want to save them? Why? I hate God, the Song family, the Gao family, and I hate you even more. Why didn't you meet the gods earlier? So that my second sister wouldn't die? Since my second sister couldn't be saved, why didn't you come later and let them all taste the pain of having their hearts torn out? Why do you save them again and again? And pull them out of the darkness? I won't allow it. Either live like an animal. Everyone is a sinner. Or go to hell with me. I won't allow anyone to be saved. No! She screamed at Yin Yin, venting her strong reluctance and anger. Yin Yin frowned slightly, not expecting that this reason stimulated her. Xiaodan hid in her mother's arms, looking at the third aunt like this. Her heart was in a panic, and there was sadness and reluctance. Shiyong's face was tense, and his eyes were cold. If you have a dark heart and can't stand the condemnation of your conscience, then just die. What qualifications do you have to blame my mother? His words were already very unpleasant to listen to. Not to mention that this was just his third aunt. Even his own father couldn't say that to his mother, who asked her to save people. She is a living bodhisattva. Why didn't she save my second sister? You saved all those beasts. Why didn't you save my second sister? My second sister was killed by you. Xiao Zhang seemed to be stimulated and shouted hysterically at Xiao Yong. Xiao Yong sneered, staring at her deeply, and said word by word, my second sister was killed by you. You killed her with your own hands. You are the executioner. No, I'm not. Xiao Zhang shook her head violently. You are the murderer. If she is not your daughter, how could she die? Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame God for not raining. Blame your mother for not taking out the supermarket earlier. Blame that old thing for choosing the second sister. Blame the Gao family bastards. What does this have to do with her being my daughter? She denied that the fault was someone else's, not hers. Excusing herself? Xiaoyong didn't intend to let her go. If the second sister was not a Zhou national, what would God have to do with her whether it rained or not? Even if she was unfortunate enough to be a Zhou national, if she was born in an official family, she would not have suffered from drought. Even if she was unlucky enough to be born in the countryside and reincarnated into the Song family, if she was the child of my uncle's family or my mother, how could she be chosen to be cannibalized? In the end, she would only die if she became your child and a girl. And you still say it was not you who killed her? Xiaoyong's every word was a strong attack, extinguishing her last bit of thought. He had no pity for her at all. She could either live without a purpose or kill her enemies to avenge her child. It didn't matter if she implicated so many people. The only thing she shouldn't do was blame his mother. If it weren't for his mother, she wouldn't have been able to keep her other child. If it weren't for his mother, she would have died in the hands of bandits. Not only is he ungrateful, but he dares to say that about his mother. He's courting death. Xiao Zhang was stunned, thinking about Xiaoyong's words over and over again. So, did she kill her second sister? She murmured to herself. Not as crazy as before. But she fell into self-doubt. Yanyan shook her head at her son, not agreeing with him. Xiaoyong pursed his lips tightly, his eyes stubborn. Hey. Yanyan sighed slightly, squatted down, and looked at the child at eye level. I'm not blaming you. Nor am I feeling sorry for her. But there is another child who needs her. Xiaodan spoke for her brother. A mother like her is dispensable to Xiaobao. Yanyan touched her daughter's head. She was still simple, unlike her son, and could be described as a demon. She's just pretending. She can't get over it. So she pretends to be crazy and stupid to escape. It can also make other people in the Song family feel guilty. So they will treat Xiaobao better than before. Xiaodan thought that she was pretending well. And she believed it. What about now? Yanyan glanced at her son and said helplessly. Thanks to your brother. He's probably going crazy this time. Xiaoyong wrinkled his nose and didn't say anything. He was too angry and forgot that there was a little kid who needed his mother. Okay. I know you're saying this to protect me. I'm actually very happy. Whether the other person is an adult or a child. The feeling of being protected is the same, which makes people feel warm. Although the little guy still had a tense face. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Yanyan gently patted the heads of the two little guys, then stood up and looked at Xiao Zhang. There was already a death intention in her eyes. And she had a tendency to commit suicide. Third sister-in-law. You don't have to take Xiong's words to heart. In fact, the second sister doesn't blame you. Xiao Zhang looked at her slowly, with a glimmer of hope in her gray eyes. I asked the immortal to find the second sister. She has no hatred and has already reincarnated. Xiao Zhang suddenly grabbed her hand and asked excitedly, Did you really see the second sister? Does she really not blame me? Yanyan shook her head. No. She was reincarnated into a very good family. She will have no worries about food and clothing in her next life. And her family is happy and complete. Woo woo. Xiao Zhang couldn't help crying. She first suppressed her tears, and then cried loudly. The movement here actually attracted the attention of many people. But no one came over because Dania was watching. Until Xiao Zhang burst into tears. She released the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time. And this emotion infected everyone. They are actually no different from Xiao Zhang. They ignore the death of their relatives, abandon their conscience, and live just for the sake of living. Just like animals. Conscience is not something you can have on the road of fleeing famine. If you have it, you will torture yourself to death. Each of them is Xiao Zhang, either pretending to be stupid or escaping from reality. The appearance of Yan made them full of malice towards her at first, and even wanted to drag her in, because they are too eager to be redeemed. They are afraid of being redeemed. This is a contradictory feeling. I don't know who started crying. And then the crying became louder and finally became one. Even Dania secretly wiped tears. Yanyan just wanted to say at this time that living is not easy. Think about the world you live in. How many people died in their sleep without any pain? And some were bitten to death by alien species. The pain was only a moment. Only those who survive will always experience the difficulty and hardship of life. Chapter 46. If you really want to deal with her, you have to go to the provincial capital. I don't know how long they cried, but the crying gradually subsided, and everyone felt a lot more relaxed. Not so depressed and choked. The gloomy aura on Xiao Zhang's body also dissipated a lot. When she looked at Yanyan again, There was no hatred in her eyes. Second sister-in-law. In fact, I never thought of harming you. Yin Yin nodded slightly. I know. Because the plague can't infect her and her 2 children. If she really wants to harm her, Xiao Zhang will not use the plague as a method. No matter whether it succeeds or not. I don't understand a little bit. You did the old man of the Gao family. Right? Where did you get the spoiled rotten meat? Xiao Zhang hesitated. She lifted the hem of her skirt, rolled up her pants, and tied a few circles of gray cloth on her thighs, with blood stains that had dried not long ago. If it weren't for the bowl of fairy water, the wound would still be bleeding now. Yin Yin closed her eyes and adjusted her emotions. Xiao Dan shuddered. This man is definitely a ruthless person. I admire him. Xiao Yong had no expression. How could someone who planned to kill so many people not be ruthless? Yin Yin untied the cloth, revealing the hideous wound inside. The wound had already festered, and the flesh inside was rotten. After drinking water, the wound was getting better, but it was impossible to grow a new piece of flesh. She placed her hand on the wound, and a faint white light covered it. The missing piece of flesh quickly grew out, and then the wound scabbed and fell off. Except for the skin color being different from the surrounding area, everything else was the same. Xiao Zhang didn't know what to say. She had said so many excessive words before, but now her second sister-in-law was treating her wounds. They were so lucky. Really? Thank you, sister-in-law. But can the Song family be kicked out? She had to do something for her. At least take the 2 old people away. Yin Yin guessed what she was going to do and didn't stop her. Then let Xiao Bao follow me. Thank you, sister-in-law. She bowed deeply to Yin Yin and left with a smile as if relieved. When the Song family saw her coming back, they hurried forward and asked, How is it? Did she let us stay? They thought that Xiao Zhang was crying and making a fuss to plead for the Song family. Xiao Zhang looked at them. Whether it was the 2 old people, the 2 brothers, or her cousin Zhang, each one was so hypocritical and full of calculations, and even saw malice on the faces of her cousin's 3 children. This group of people. She has to take them away personally. She lowered her head and said nothing. Old man Song frowned, looking like a ghost again. But it seemed that Yin Yin didn't agree. He looked at the old woman and whispered, You know what to do later. Right? Old woman Song was very reluctant. It was more painful than killing her to kneel down and apologize to that bitch. But if she disagreed, she would be divorced. If she really had to divorce, what would she have to live for? She had no choice but to nod and agree. Remember? Don't wait for her to speak. Just kneel down and slap yourself in the face. If she doesn't let go, kowtow. If she still doesn't let go, just grab the knife from the boss's hand. Do you hear me? Listening to her husband's ruthless words, old woman Song felt cold all over. This was the other half she had been with for decades, and his heart was darker than she had imagined. At this time, Dania led his men over. It's time. Let's go. Old man Song lowered his posture and said flatteringly, Daniel, can you let us see Xiaong and Xiaodan again before we leave? This request was not excessive, and Daniel agreed. Sure. Before old man Song showed joy on his face, a group of people suddenly rushed over and held him on the left and right without saying anything. Except Song Xiaobao. All the other members of the Song family, including the 3 children of the old family, were held. What are you doing? Before they could say the last word, their mouths were blocked by rags. Take them to see the young master and the young lady, and then drag them out. Want to beg for mercy? Want to force death? Sorry. No way. Woo woo. The Song family struggled, and waves of despair rose. Finally, they were thrown 5 miles away with great reluctance. If you dare to catch up, I will break your legs. If you don't believe it, try it. After saying this, Dania led his men away. When Mrs. Song saw that she didn't have to kneel and kowtow, she immediately became energetic. It's not my fault. It's that bitch who didn't give me a chance at all. Pa. Old man Song slapped him hard. Old man, why did you hit me again? Mrs. Song was about to argue, but when she looked up, she met her husband's fierce and gloomy eyes, and she was so scared that she swallowed the rest of her words. She stomped behind the eldest brother, feeling that the old man's eyes were too scary. Old brother Song sighed. After all, this was his mother. Dad, this matter can't be blamed entirely on Mother. Who else should I blame if not her? I told her not to provoke Yin Yin, but she refused to listen. Now, our whole family has been kicked out. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have stopped her. If she had been beaten to death, at least she would have had some value. Old Lady Song defended herself weakly. I was too angry, thinking that she was not a good wife and cheated on the second son. It would have been better if she had really done something to let the second son down. What do you mean? Do you have a brain? Don't you understand such a simple truth? Old Man Song was so angry that he didn't want to pay attention to her. But he still had to explain it to her, so that she wouldn't make mistakes again in the future. Don't believe everything you hear in the future. Those people deliberately said bad things about Yin Yin in your ears just to make you make a fuss. Otherwise, with our relationship with Yin Yin, who wouldn't think highly of us? But she is too arrogant. She doesn't take me, her mother-in-law, seriously at all. She was too angry. Do you think she is still the Yin Xiaohua of the past, who will let you beat and scold her? If you really want to deal with her, you have to wait until we get to the provincial capital. Who can touch her now? You are a pig-brained person. You ruined my plan. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Old Man Song slapped her again. Old Woman Song covered her face and dared not say a word after being beaten. The eldest brother of Song felt that it was almost enough, and said, Dad, after this time, my mother will definitely not mess around. Let's think about what to do next. Huh? Old Man Song took a deep breath. Take the things and chase them quickly. Otherwise, if we meet another group of disaster victims, we will be in danger. The third brother of Song asked worriedly. Didn't Dania let us go back? I didn't say I would go back, but I just followed them from a distance. By the way, third wife, why did Yin Yin want to leave Xiao Bao behind? Xiao Zhang finally spoke, her voice a little hoarse. I begged her. Will she agree if you beg her? Old Lady Song obviously didn't believe it. When did Yin Xiaohua, that bitch, become so easy to talk to? Yes. Xiao Zhang nodded. Old Lady Song still didn't believe it. But Old Man Song figured it out. Song's second sister. Now the whole family understood. If she begged for the second sister's matter, Yin Yin would probably agree. Big Zhang couldn't help complaining to her. Why don't you help De Bao and Heir Bao to beg for mercy together? It's so comfortable to follow Yin Yin and never worry about food and drink. My cousin is really selfish. Chapter 47. The team of Swoke Ice Cream has grown. Xiao Zhang lowered her head and ignored her. Song Lao San felt that he had misunderstood his wife. She still cared about Xiao Bao. Song Debao was the son of Song Lao De. He glanced at his eldest sister beside him, wondering what he was thinking. Okay, Daniu and the others are almost far away. Let's catch up quickly. Old Man Song called everyone. Fortunately, they still had some food in their hands. If they saved some food, they could walk to the provincial capital. They just had to prevent being beaten by clubs. This was also the reason why they had to follow them. The night passed peacefully. At dawn the next day, Yin Yin asked everyone to burn the cardboard they had used before, just in case. The clothes were boiled for the last time and dried quickly under the fire. Yin Yin selected 24 people based on Daniu, and each of them advanced 10 work points in advance. They were using their work points to exchange for food. The dumplings they ate in the morning were exchanged for work points. They ate them very deliciously, and were full of energy. As for the remaining 7 households, 2 of them said that they still had some money to support them to the provincial capital, so they would not borrow work points from everyone. As for the remaining 5 households, according to what Gao Laoda and his team had said before, each of the 10 guards would take out 5 work points, which is 50 work points, and lend them to them. Each household could get 10 work points, which was enough for them to use to the provincial capital. After the sun came out, everyone packed up and set off. 5 of the 10 guards led the way in front, and 5 were at the back of the team, each with a weapon on his waist. Others were not idle either, especially the 4 carpenters and bricklayers. They picked up the suitable wood when they saw it, holding what they could hold and dragging what they couldn't hold. The 4 of them discussed before that they couldn't just take the young lady's work points for nothing. They had to do something. A bricklayer can also do half the work of a carpenter. So the 4 of them joined together and planned to make a wheelbarrow first, which could not only push the luggage, but also allow the young lady to sit on it, so that they wouldn't have to travel so hard. So on the road, they would pay special attention to suitable wood, seeing them actively looking for wood. The other 10 weaving craftsmen couldn't sit still. Should we also start? I also want to weave a straw mat for the young lady. But on this road? Let alone bamboo. Even reeds and weaved straw can't be seen. There is nothing we can't weave. It would be good if we could meet a village. At least, there would be no shortage of reed stalks. In the past, branches could also be used. But now branches have no moisture at all. And they break if bent. So we can't weave a rattan chair or something. They really can't make a good cook without rice. One of them looked at the snow cake in his hand, and suddenly had an idea. This bag is very strong. Why not use it as a rope to weave a mat? The eyes of others lit up. What a good idea. Then let's go buy bags now. And then splice and twist them into long ropes for use. How to buy? Each family probably has 10 of these things. They kept the dumpling bags that Yin Yin gave them before. So they had a lot of them. How about 1 bag for a snow cake? It's a bit small. How about 10 bags for 1 bag of dumplings? It's equivalent to 1 penny per bag. 10 bags can be twisted into 2 ropes. And then twisted into 1 strand. It is estimated that a small mat will require 50 strands. Which means 50 bags of dumplings. Equivalent to 50 work points. Each of us will take out 5 work points. It's not like that. We don't need to pay for the bags at home. It's equivalent to taking 10 less work points. That is, for work points per person. Okay. Let's do it this way. Everyone will act separately. During the lunch break, someone suddenly came to collect the bags. Everyone was confused. What are they going to do with these things? They even exchanged them for dumplings. They were so full of money. But when they heard that they were going to use the bags to weave a mat for the young lady, everyone took out the bags they had accumulated. And they didn't want to pay. They also wanted to do something for the young lady. And the opportunity finally came. If they had to exchange them for dumplings, they would not give them. Why can you do something for the young lady? But we can't do it. This sentence made them speechless. Yes, whether they were craftsmen or not, they had the same idea. In the end, more than 2,000 bags were collected. And more than half of them were sponsored by Yin Yin. She collected them from the village. At that time, she was bored and put them in the space, thinking that they could be used as firewood. But she didn't expect that they could have other uses. The bags became abundant all of a sudden. And the 10 people danced with joy. They could not only weave a mat, but also a mobile tent. The eldest lady could open it at any time when she was resting, which was much better than cardboard. The sun was very strong at noon, and they usually rested for 2 hours. They processed some bags first, 5 twisted ropes, and 5 wove. And soon a 2-meter by 2-meter plastic bag mat appeared. Yin Yin tried it, and found it very comfortable. Enough for her and her 2 children to sleep. Another half an hour later, the top of the tent was also done, with loops left on the 8 sides. As long as they hooked it with wood, and then inserted the wood into the soil, the tent was formed. During the day, a long stick is used to cover the top of the head for cooling off. At night, a short stick is used, except for a door. Everything else is closed. It can be said to be both convenient and practical. Yin Yin had decided that the wisdom of the working people is endless. What made her happiest was that these people did these things for her spontaneously. Happy. Give out ice cream. Everyone got an icy cold ice cream, which had milk flavor, fruit flavor, red bean and mung bean flavor, chocolate flavor, and vanilla flavor. Everyone was a little overwhelmed with the ice cream. In their cognition, eating ice in summer was only enjoyed by the super rich. They didn't expect that one day they would be able to eat such a precious thing. This is ice cream. Tear open the bag first. Seeing that everyone was not moving, Yin Yin thought they didn't know how to eat it. So she started to teach them. With the ice cream in her hand, she took a bite, and her heart was so cold and happy. It was indeed the most comfortable to eat ice cream in this weather. Bite like me. She stopped talking suddenly, and everyone followed the example of Danu and the twins, squatting on the ground and sucking the ice cream with their tongues. Then she looked intoxicated and enjoyed herself. And no one looked at her at all. Yin Yan's forehead was black, and she hesitated as she looked at the ice cream in her hand. Slurp. Slurp. Soon the slurping sound came one after another, and she persisted for less than a second, squatted down, and joined the team. Song Xiaobao, who was beside Xiaoyong, was eating ice cream while thinking about what his mother suddenly said to him yesterday. Let him follow his cousin honestly. Do whatever he asked him to do. And don't have any doubts. He was still worried at first. How could the second ant take him in? let alone follow his cousin. But his mother said she had a way. And sure enough, his mother succeeded soon. He confessed to his cousin last night. He told his grandfather and uncle their plan, one of which was to let him get close to his cousin and win his sympathy. These were also what his mother asked him to say, and she told him to be honest and not to hide anything. As expected, his cousin asked him to follow him. Mother's plan succeeded again. Chapter 48. Mother, you are covering up the evidence. Okay. In fact, from the beginning, Xiao Zhang pretended to be crazy and stupid without hiding it from Song Xiaobao, just to make him pretend to be afraid of her, so that the Song family would pity him, sympathize with him, and feel guilty and make amends, and would unconsciously treat him better. She had no other choice but to protect her other child in this way. Song Xiaobao thought, Mother is so powerful. There must be a way to find him alive. Definitely. Xiaoyong glanced at him from the corner of his eye, and then concentrated on eating ice cream. In the last half hour of rest, the wheelbarrow was made. It would take a day normally, but with 4 people working together, it was done in 2 hours. The whole car is made of mortise and tenon joints, and the wheels are also very strong. In the end, Xiaodan and Xiaoyong sat on it, but Yan didn't. First, the place is not big, and second, she is not tired. She doesn't care about her image. Absolutely not. The carpenter thought it was his own negligence that he forgot about the 2 children. He discussed with his companions and decided to make a simple sedan chair with chairs and a sunshade roof. They started to pick up wood on the way. When the sun was about to set, they saw a village in the distance. Miss, there is a village ahead. Dania came to report. Let's spend the night in the village tonight. By the way, let Lida and the others weave more mats. Preferably 1 for each family. When they arrived at the provincial capital, it was impossible for these people to enter the city. The weather would get colder and colder at night. It would be easy to catch a cold if you lie on the ground directly. It would be better to have a mat. There are ready-made materials, so it would be a waste not to use them. Everyone's eyes lit up. If there was a village, why would they worry about wood and reeds? They could finally show their skills. I know. Mississippi. After a while, except for Dainu and 5 guards, the others had already run away. Yin was not in a hurry and walked slowly behind. Who knew that after a while, Boscow ran over panting. Miss, there are people in the village. Another wave of disaster victims. Yin asked. No conflict? Boscow shook his head. No. But some of them asked us for help. And we don't know whether we should intervene. Oh! What's the situation? Tell me. She became interested. It was a dozen elderly people who said those people wanted to kill them. I asked and found out that these elderly people were their relatives. Before, we used children. At this point, Boscow paused, still feeling guilty and embarrassed when talking about the past. They are killing the elderly. The team originally had more than 300 people, but now there are less than 200 people left, and there are only a dozen elderly people left. After saying that, he glanced at Yin and found that the eldest lady's eyebrows were slightly twisted, and a sense of hostility rose, mixed with a hint of murderous intent. Although he knew that the eldest lady was not targeting him, he still shrank his neck, a little scared. Daniel also noticed that the young lady was angry. That's right. The young lady is so kind at heart, and she must be very sad to hear such a thing. Yin was angry and wanted to kill people. Boscow, tell everyone to retreat. They are a group of bandits. Ah? Bandits? Boscow was stunned for a moment. He didn't look like them. They were far from Brother Chang's group. Seeing the young lady narrowing her eyes in displeasure, Dania hurriedly said, Young lady, I'll go and deal with it. After saying that, he quickly pulled the still dazed Gao Lada away. Xiaoyong looked at his mother, who was emitting coldness and a rare murderous aura, and knew that she had murderous intentions. Mom, is it because that group of people killed their parents? When it was the child, I didn't see my mother so angry. Yin suppressed the murderous aura in his heart and looked down at the child. His eyes were still clear and bright, but he understood her anger. Yes, those who kill children are beasts, and those who kill parents are worse than beasts. No, comparing them to beasts is an insult to beasts. She gritted her teeth, and every time she said something, her murderous aura became heavier. These people were sentenced to death by her, and they must die. Xiao Dan asked in confusion. This kind of thing happened along the way. Xiao Yong shook his head slightly. It's different. Starving to death, dying of illness, and being killed by their children are two different things. As he said, he looked up at his mother. Mom, are you going to go alone? I suggest that Danu and 10 guards go with you, even if they are watching from the side. Yin Yin tried to discuss with her son. It's not necessary. I can do it soon. Xiao Yong's face became serious, full of disapproval. Intimidation. He only said 2 words, leaving Yin Yin unable to refute. Hey, can't you be like a child? She pinched his cheeks hard. Worried, Xiao Yong tried to keep a straight face. Even if his face hurt, he couldn't beg for mercy. A man's dignity. Boring. Yin Yin touched his face, and a white light flashed, and the little face that was originally pulled red returned to normal. Shi Yong's mouth twitched. Is this to cover up the evidence? Xiaodan looked at her brother, and then at her mother. Mom, are you going to do business with them? She could only read this. In her opinion, her mother was so kind that she would never do it. As for killing, she would never think about it. Xiaodan is still smart. Yin Yin patted her daughter's head gently. Finally, there was a child who was not so evil, and she could still comfort her. Xiaodan thought for a while and said, Mom, I think my brother is right. Let Uncle Dania and the others follow. What if they don't want to pay and change to robbing? We have to be on guard. In her eyes, except for her mother and brother, everyone else is bad. Xiaodan is right. If you don't agree, the 2 of us will follow. Xiao Yong had a trick. Yin Yin had to compromise. Okay, let them follow. There is really nothing we can do to you. Xiaodan raised her chin proudly. See, her words are still effective. Mom agreed immediately. Xiao Yong couldn't help but curl up his lips, and a smile flashed at his eyes. Soon, Dania brought everyone back. Everyone was confused, mainly because those people didn't look like bandits. But if the eldest lady said yes, then they were. Fellow villagers, you can rest here for a while. I will take a few people to check it out. After confirming that there is no danger, we will enter the village. Miss, the bandits are extremely vicious. How about we go with you? Yes, we can protect you. Let's go together. Everyone was worried. If something happened to the eldest lady, they would regret it to death. Yin Yin was moved to tears. I am so moved by your love. Woo woo. As she spoke, she wiped her tears with her sleeve. After so many days of getting along, I deeply felt the care like that of my family. We are like a happy big family. Woohoo! I am so happy. When she cried, many people followed her to cry. Some were moved. Some were infected. Miss, you are so kind-hearted. We must protect you well. Yes, protect Mississippi. Everyone raised their hands and shouted, and their emotions were instantly ignited. Woohoo! Yin Yin cried with everyone. Xiao Dan frowned in confusion. She didn't want her mother to be too kind. But looking at this scene, she felt that her mother was good like this. Xiao Yong had a wooden face, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help twitching. Chapter 49 for Spying and Selling. The sensationalism was almost over. Yin Yin raised her hand, and everyone quieted down. I understand what you mean, but it's really not necessary. I have the protection of the immortals, and I am also protected by Danu and others. Nothing will happen. Everyone, just wait for us here. When she left the main group, the smile on her face disappeared and gradually became cold. Dania secretly looked at the young lady, and he was a little undecided. So he asked in a low voice, Miss, are you going to make a deal with the bandits? It doesn't matter whether the other party is a bandit or not. If the young lady says yes, then it is. Yin Yin sneered. Trade? Yes. Do a big deal. Let me see how they choose. She suddenly changed her mind. Isn't it to live without conscience? She wants to see what those people will choose when she provides food? In the village, nearly 200 people gathered together. 16 old men were tied up and knelt in front of everyone. Some of them looked sad. Some were angry. And some were lifeless. Brother Gui, are we going to solve it all at once? A thin man, with a pointed face and monkey cheeks asked. The man called Brother Gui had a loyal and honest face, but there was an indelible murderous look between his eyebrows. He thought for a while and said, Still according to the plan. For a day. He paused at this point, to prevent them from running away again. Tie their hands and feet. Yes, Brother Gui. In the group of people, whether men, women or children, They obviously followed him as the leader. And whatever he said was what mattered. The thin monkey was a little worried. Brother Gui, will the group just now come back? Brother Gui shook his head. No. The number of people on both sides is about the same. They don't have to conflict with us for irrelevant people. But even if they come, it's still uncertain who will live and who will die. The skinny monkey picked out 4 from the crowd and looked at the crowd. Which 2 families are going to do it this time? 2 men stood up. Okay. Leave it to you 2 families. Be quick. In order to avoid encountering biological parents who can't do it. And to make everyone become executioners and not be able to be immune. A rotation system was adopted. There are still 16 elderly people here. Which means that there are still 4 families who have not done it. But they have long been numb. And at the same time, they are holding back a fierceness in their hearts. They saw their biological parents being killed by others with their own eyes. And that kind of hatred has been suppressed in their hearts. Only when they become executioners can they vent that hatred. It is precisely because of this that no one can't do it. And they are not their own parents. And there is even an inexplicable pleasure in their hearts, which is indescribable. 2 families, including more than a dozen children, walked towards the 4 elderly people with kitchen knives. An old woman was so scared that she asked for help from the crowd. Brother Chio, Brother Dong, save me. I am your mother. I gave birth to you and raised you with great effort. Are you just going to watch me being killed by others? In the crowd, 2 men turned their heads away cruelly, seeing that her 2 sons were indifferent. The old woman was disheartened. She looked up to the sky and howled. You beasts! You will be punished. I curse you. I curse you to be struck by lightning and die a bad death. I curse you to be disemboweled and burned by fire. Old thing. Shut up. The skinny monkey slapped her in the face. Even if we are to be punished, it will be you who will be disemboweled and burned by fire first. The people present watched expressionlessly. This kind of curse happens every day. They are used to it. Even numb. And it doesn't cause any waves in their hearts. The adults are numb. But the children's eyes are bright. Since grandparents can die for them. Isn't it normal for parents to die for them? Don't waste time. It's getting dark. Have a rest after dinner so that you can travel tomorrow. Brother Gui spoke. And Shoho didn't dare to delay and immediately asked someone to fetch water. There is a well next to the village. As soon as they arrived here, they saw a group of people coming from the opposite side. Shoho found that they were the group of disaster victims who left before. This time, a few people came, but the number was much smaller. Why are they back again? His heart was immediately lifted. Who are you? We occupied this village first. You can go somewhere else. Danyo stepped forward and replied. My young lady is here to do business with you. Young lady? Do business? He found that a group of men respected a woman and even protected her in the middle. The woman looked pretty good, dressed cleaner than these people, and had a faint aura of a superior. With a cold look, Shoho thought for a while and asked, What kind of business do you want to do? Exchange for food? Danyo replied. Yes. My young lady can provide a lot of food. Do you want to exchange? When Shoho heard this, he automatically translated it into that they wanted to exchange people with each other. After all, they couldn't kill their own relatives. Are you willing to exchange the old man? He tried to ask. Yen Yen narrowed her eyes and said coldly, I can give you food equivalent to the old man. What do you mean? The skinny monkey didn't understand what food equal to the value of the elderly meant. 2 children? Guegu had always been against hitting the children. If he still took them over, he would inevitably be taught a lesson. He didn't want to make trouble for himself. Thinking of this, he shook his head. Forget it. We won't do this deal. Think about it. Our food. Danyo wanted to persuade the other party. But Yin Yen lost his patience. Why waste your words with him? After saying that, the man stepped forward and kicked them. Bang! The skinny monkey flew backwards and hit the ground hard. His face twisted in pain. You actually hit people? The man with him didn't expect the other party to hit him after a disagreement. Seeing this, he rolled up his sleeves and rushed over. Danyo led them and rushed up immediately. These people were no match for Danyo and his men. Soon, the 5 of them were twisted. Skinny monkey cursed angrily. How can you do business like this? You beat people up if you don't agree. Are you bandits? No. You are? Yen Yen retorted coldly. Let's go and meet your main force. Guegu and his men were burning fire and waiting for water. As a result, a group of strangers came, and Monkey and his men were beaten up. Guigu immediately stood up vigilantly. When he saw that the other side had only 12 people, he felt relieved. With a wave of his hand, the men took knives and stepped forward. Monkey, what's going on? He asked in a deep voice. Seeing Guigu, Monkey was emboldened. Guigu, they wanted to do business, and I didn't agree. So they beat people up. Guigu looked at the newcomers with an angry face. And finally his eyes stopped on Yin Yin. Friend, what do you mean by this? Force buying and selling? Dania said. Don't get me wrong. We are. Yin Yin waved her hand. And he immediately shut up. You're right. It's a forced sale. Chapter 50. Why don't you go and rob? Guiji's face darkened instantly. And then he sneered. Who gave you the courage to force buying and selling? Do they think they are easy to bully? Since there is food coming to your door, don't refuse it. Take it. He waved his hand. And dozens of men rushed over waving kitchen knives. The 10 guards were immediately shocked. How could they fight with 40 or 50 people? Protect the young lady. Only Dania reacted instantly, and stood in front of the young lady with a machete. Before the 10 people did anything, Yin Yin had already moved. She was like a shadow. And in a breath, she kicked the 10 people who rushed in front away. The scene was dead silent. The shock came from both sides. Guigu, damn! Is this a human? 10 guards, damn! Is this the young lady? Only Dania was very calm, thinking that you haven't seen the young lady's superb flying knife skills yet. The 10 people lying on the ground were holding their stomachs and wailing in pain, unable to get up. It was obvious that Yin Yin showed no mercy. Dozens of other people held up their knives, not knowing whether to continue. Brother Gui's face changed again and again, and finally waved his hand to let everyone retreat. They would be defeated if they went up. No wonder you dared to bring so few people here. It turns out you have learned martial arts. Yin Yin ignored his rhetoric and spoke coldly. Let's do business. Exchange people for food. Being ignored, Brother Gui felt very aggrieved. But the situation was stronger than the person, so he could only suppress this frustration and anger. Okay. How do you say the exchange? Yin Yin waved her hand, and 20 boxes of snacks appeared on the ground. Snacks for the elderly. Oh my god! How did this thing appear out of thin air? The crowd was in an uproar, as if they had seen a ghost. Guiji's expression became solemn. So many things appeared out of thin air? Was it a magic trick? I want to check the authenticity of the food. Yin Yin made a gesture of please go ahead. The other party carefully stepped forward and opened the top box, showing the snacks with a faint sweet fragrance in front of him. It's real? And such exquisite snacks? Everyone felt incredible. Not to mention the means of conjuring food out of thin air. Just such exquisite snacks that ordinary people can't afford to eat at all are not something that ordinary people can do. So who is this person? Guigu had to take it seriously. This was not a question of martial arts. Friend, I agree to exchange. But how do you plan to exchange? Regardless of the precious snacks or the other party's skills. Guigu chose to agree. Yin Yin said coldly. How many old people do you have? Bring them to me first. Guigu calculated that it would be best if one person could exchange 10 boxes of snacks. If not, 5 boxes would be acceptable. If it was lower, it would not be cost-effective. Thinking of this, he asked people to bring all the living ones here. Soon, 14 old men were brought in, and 2 of them had already gone to see the Buddha. I have a lot of people, but I'm afraid you don't have enough stuff. The implication was that it couldn't be too cheap. Yin Yin smiled faintly. Enough? Then take them all out. Guigu thought she meant that she had brought enough, so he didn't have to worry. Yin Yin shook her index finger lightly and said faintly, 1 box of snacks per person. These are enough. What? Guigu screamed strangely and looked at her like an idiot. Why don't you go and rob? Yin Yin nodded in agreement. Good idea. Gai's face turned black and white, and it looked very ugly. This guy is not here to do business. He is obviously a bandit. Friend, we don't want to do this business anymore. Please go back. He suppressed his anger and didn't want to have a conflict with the other party. Yin Yin smiled, and her smile was very beautiful. If you say you don't want to do it, then don't do it. Isn't it a waste of my coming here? Don't go too far. Gai's face was dark and full of anger. If it doesn't work, then fight. No matter how good this woman is at fighting. How many can she deal with at once? I don't believe that so many people can't deal with just 12 people. Yin Yin raised her chin slightly, tapped her temple with her index finger, and made a thinking gesture. Hey, who made me kind-hearted? Let's do this. The elderly still have a box of snacks per person. But? She pointed her index finger gently at Gaige and spoke slowly. You can exchange for 10 boxes of snacks. Fuck you. Are you making fun of me? Guigu was angry, and pulled out the kitchen knife from his waist with a swish. Yin Yin still smiled calmly. Why are you angry? Do you think it's too little? Make an offer. Or you make an offer. She swept her eyes to the crowd and showed a charming smile. 20 boxes. 30 boxes. It's not a problem. In order to prove her words, another 20 boxes of snacks appeared in front of everyone. There were a total of 40 boxes of snacks in front of him. If one person could exchange for 40 boxes of snacks, they would definitely make a lot of money if they could hold on to the provincial capital. Listening to everyone's heavy breathing and looking at their burning eyes, Guiji's face could not be described as ugly. He was very angry and felt aggrieved. They actually wanted to exchange him for food? Everyone. This guy is here to cause trouble. Let's take him down together. If it were before, many people would definitely respond. But now everyone's eyes are on the snacks. Guiji's heart skipped a beat, and he felt something was wrong. No. If he continued like this, he would be in trouble. Fellow villagers, as long as we take them down, won't these 40 boxes of snacks still be ours? And there will be so much more food. This sentence changed everyone's consciousness. Yes. If we take the guy down, won't the things be theirs? Yin Yin laughed and pointed at the person who was still lying on the ground and couldn't get up. Do you want to be like them? If you get hurt, you will have to bear the consequences. If you accidentally break your hands and feet, it will be a lifelong problem. And you may even die from infection. You can exchange food peacefully. So are you sure you want to fight? After saying this, they hesitated again. Yes, they can get food peacefully. Why do they have to fight? Guigu hurriedly shouted. Don't listen to her lies. She is obviously lying to you. Yin Yan's smile became more charming. Whether it is a lie or not, you can try it and make a decision. It has to be said that many people were tempted. Many people began to whisper and discuss whether to try it. Some people thought it would be bad to exchange Guigu for food. What's wrong with that? Didn't Guigu say that anyone can die for the children? Why can't it be okay for him? Besides, if it weren't for him, their parents wouldn't die. If there was anyone present who didn't hate him, it might be only the children. Why don't we ask the children? Gui's anxious face instantly turned into expectation. He was the best to these children, and they would definitely protect him. But when all the children unanimously agreed to exchange him for snacks, his heart instantly fell into an ice cave. And it was so cold, especially when his own children agreed. He was very sad. Chapter 51 One thing for one thing. I didn't expect you to agree. I even killed my own parents to save you. His two children blinked innocently. Dad, you said that for us? Grandpa and Grandma can be killed. So why can't you hand yourself over for us now? Besides, we didn't do it ourselves. The children's words hit him like a critical hit, and Brother Gui spit out blood. He didn't expect that the children he tried his best to protect would say such words without being grateful to him. What about you? Do you agree to exchange me for food? He looked at the two brothers. The two shrank their necks as if they were afraid of him, just holding the children and not speaking. But this already showed everything. Brother Gui felt that his previous feelings were all thrown away. If it weren't for me, your two children would have died long ago. You actually want me to die like them? I'm your real brother. One of the men whispered. But you killed your parents. This sentence can be regarded as the voice of most people present. We are grateful to you for saving the child. But we will never forget the hatred of killing my father and mother. Let's put it one thing at a time. Brother Gui pointed at everyone present with anger and hatred. I didn't see you hesitate when I started. And it tasted better than anyone else when I ate it. How dare you blame me? Everyone was silent. Talking about conscience? Do they have that thing? Yin Yan's face became colder and colder. She picked up a piece of dessert and took a bite gently. It's soft and sweet and delicious. I suddenly feel that it's a loss for one person to exchange for 40 boxes. She thought seriously. I've decided that he can only exchange for 30 boxes of desserts. Do you want to exchange? What? How can you change it at will? Many people were very angry and felt that she didn't keep her word. Yin Yin blinked innocently. The things are mine. I can change them however I want. And I suddenly changed my mind. He could only exchange for 20 boxes of snacks. Do you want to exchange? Don't go too far. Many people wanted to argue with her. In their opinion, the 40 boxes of snacks were already theirs. The other party suddenly reduced them, which was no different from robbing them. Yin Yin smiled harmlessly. 20 boxes won't be exchanged. It seems that I still gave too much. Exchange. We will exchange. Don't lower the price anymore. In a moment of carelessness, the food was reduced by half, which was too much. Yin Yin sneered in her heart and continued to lower the price. One price. 10 boxes of snacks. Do you want to exchange? Exchange. We are very willing to exchange. Guiji's two brothers, as well as the few people who supported Gui in exchange for food from the beginning, were all very active. Because, if Gui stayed, they would die. Brother Gui is very fierce. And the only one who can control him is the woman in front of him. So let alone 10 boxes of snacks. They would exchange even 1 box. Yin Yin clapped her hands. Okay. Deal. As soon as she finished speaking, Brother Gui suddenly jumped up, holding a kitchen knife, and chopped at Yin Yin with a ferocious look on his face. Before Danyu and the others could make a move, Brother Gui flew out and fell to the ground with a bang. The knife slipped out of his hand and fell to the side. Yin Yin retracted her foot with disdain in her eyes. Danyu, tie him up. It's Mississippi. In just 1 round, Brother Gui, who everyone feared, was taken down by the other party. Everyone looked at each other, and fear rose in their hearts. Fortunately, the other party was doing business. If they were robbing openly, they would not have the power to fight back. Suddenly a woman asked, Miss, since you have so much food, what do you do with the people who are exchanged? Yin Yin said, food for food. No one was lucky now, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Yin didn't care about their little tricks. The transaction continues. Who else do you want to exchange? A man stood up and pointed at the 14 elderly people next to him. Although they are old, they can at least exchange for 2 boxes of snacks. Right? Several families looked at the man with hatred in their eyes. The man was not afraid at all. So many families who had lost their parents would stand on his side. If it weren't for Guiji's promise that all the elderly in the family would not be spared, how could they agree to hand over their parents and die together? Yin Yin shook her index finger. No bargaining. The man's face froze. These people could make them persist to the provincial capital. But if they were exchanged for 14 boxes of snacks, they would not be enough for 2 days. Just when he was about to back out, Yin Yin spoke up. Although the price is lower for the elderly, it is not lower for adults and children. 10 boxes of snacks for adults, and 20 boxes of snacks for children. So many? They were all stunned. One child actually caught up with 2 adults. How could this be exchanged? The older children already understood what it meant. They looked at their parents with innocent eyes. Mom and Dad, didn't you even give up your grandparents to protect us? One sentence woke up those who were wavering. Yes. In order to save the children. They didn't even want their parents. It has come to this point. If they hand over the child for the stuttering, what will they do before? Did their parents die in vain? The most important thing is that their firm ideas will be shaken. By then, many people will probably go crazy. Forget it. Let's not change. We can hold on to the provincial capital. Everyone has the same idea. It is impossible to ask them to hand over the child. And it is unrealistic to hand themselves over. It is better to maintain the status quo. But the 10 boxes of snacks exchanged for Gui are unexpected gains. Yin Yin's mouth curled slightly. Whether to change or not is not up to you. She waved her hand, and many items appeared, including snow cakes, milk, nuts, orange juice, and ice cream. They will still be shocked to see the other party take out food out of thin air again. Yin Yin opened the snow cake and waved to a little boy. Do you want to eat it? My sister gave it to you. The boy, who was about 8 or 9 years old, hesitated. Are you really giving it to me? Yin Yin showed a friendly and kind smile. It's a gift. Take it and eat it. The boy couldn't resist the temptation of food, and took the snow cake despite his parents' obstruction. He took a bite, and his mouth was full of rice fragrance. It's delicious. He couldn't help but sigh with enjoyment. The other children licked their lips and wanted to eat. Yin Yin gave out another box of milk, a bag of chestnuts, and ice cream, and a bottle of orange juice. There were dozens of children, and maybe only 5 of them got to eat the delicious food. The others could only watch, and they were dissatisfied. Why can't we eat it? Why only give them 5? It's unfair. We want it too. Dozens of children chattered, all wanting to eat it. Yin Yin smiled brightly and took the bait. Sorry. My sister's things didn't come from the wind. If you want to eat them, you can only come and exchange them. How to exchange? The children asked. Yin Yin said. 1 adult can exchange for a bag of snow cakes, a box of milk, a box of snacks, a box of nuts, 5 ice creams, and 5 bottles of orange juice. As long as 1 person can exchange for everything you want to eat. Don't envy others anymore. The adults were shocked and thought they were in trouble. Chapter 52. Use money to trade with people. Use animals to trade with animals. Sure enough, the next second, these children shook their parents' arms. Dad, I want to eat ice cream. You go and change it for me. Mom, I want to eat snow cakes. You go and change it. Let my aunt go and change it. She always beats me behind my back. Let my brother go. He always bullies me. Let my sister go. What can she do as a little girl? For such a little food. You want to change me? This is the confusion and anger of all parents. In the eyes of children. Are they so worthless? Ha. Retribution. This is all retribution. Guigu suddenly laughed. Let you also experience my previous mood. Go Sheng. I am your father. You actually let me die. Do you still have a heart? Dad, why do you ask this question? Didn't you say that the child is older than the father? The man was stunned. Yes. His father asked this question at the beginning. And his answer was that the life and death of the child is more important than the father. Now that this sentence is said by the child, it is really retribution. Bauer, mother loves you the most in this family. What will you do without mother? I have a father. My father and I are members of the Sun family. You are an outsider. Didn't you say that? The woman burst into tears. When she pushed her mother-in-law out, she used the outsider argument. Now the retribution has come to her. Similar situations have occurred in many families. In order to get over the hurdle of pushing their parents out in their hearts, adults have found many reasons and excuses for themselves. Unexpectedly, today those excuses are used on themselves. Brother Gui was still laughing, and he started to cry. He regretted it. The children were saved, but they were no longer those innocent children. Yin Yin was still smiling, but her heart was getting heavier. There were so many children, but none of them passed the test. Although she was so angry, she still held a glimmer of hope. Maybe there was a child who could be saved? In the end, she was disappointed. Dainu and the guards felt a chill in their hearts. It turned out that the behavior of adults would have such a big impact on the children. At the same time, they were glad that they had not thought of pushing their parents out. Some people even felt that they could die for their parents. The grace of raising children is greater than heaven. No matter how the children made trouble, the adults would never hand themselves over just to satisfy the children's appetite. Of course, they were reluctant to hand the children over. However, they regretted it very much. Even if the children had not grown up yet, they could already foresee their miserable future. Yin Yin felt that it was almost done. Her goal had been achieved. Let them repent before they died. Just as she was about to do it, Brother Gui next to her suddenly asked, What is your purpose? To do business. I don't believe it. It's obvious that adults are the most profitable. Why do you collect so many children? According to her trading rules, children can be exchanged for the most food. So of course, the most children are exchanged. Because not everyone is like this group of disaster victims, who are mainly concerned with protecting children. Most of them are exchanging their children for food. Yin Yin looked at him suspiciously. Who told you that I always use people to exchange for food? Huh? Everyone looked at her. What do you mean? What else can I exchange? Yin Yin said. Money. Huh? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, then rolled their eyes at her. It's just money. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Guigu was very excited. How much is a box of snacks? I'll use the money to redeem myself. Who wants to die when they can live? I have money. I'll spend it to buy a box of snacks? There are really rich people here, who took out a tael of silver at once. Yin Yin smiled and shook her head. Sorry. I only trade with people with money. What do you mean? Aren't we human beings? Someone questioned her dissatisfiedly. Yin Yin's smile became more charming. When you trade with people, you use money. When you trade with animals? Of course you use animals. You call us animals? This angered many people. It's fine if you don't sell things. But why do you call people animals? Yin Yin shook her head with some regret. You think too highly of yourself. You are worse than animals. Fuck. Don't go too far. No. It's bullying things that are worse than animals. So it's okay to go too far. Yin Yin corrected them. No matter old or young. They were all extremely angry. Especially the men. Their faces were full of anger. Their hands tightly holding the kitchen knife. As if the volcano would erupt at any time. Yin Yin added fuel to the fire. Oh! It turns out that animals can get angry too. I thought they were heartless. You? I'll fight you. Some people couldn't bear it anymore. First, they were very sad because of the blow from their children. And then, they felt guilty and regretful for their parents. Their hearts were already suffering. Now someone suddenly calls them worse than animals. It's like the last piece of fig leaf has been torn off, making them feel ashamed, angry and manic. At this time, there was only one thought in her mind. To kill her, so that everyone can return to the past. Live in a muddle. And no one can wake up. A group of people rushed towards her waving kitchen knives. You step back a little. Don't get hurt. Yin Yin told Daniel and a few others. And rushed into the crowd the next second. People flew out one by one. And some people came in. No longer afraid to rush in like before. The women also joined in. And were kicked away by Yin Yin mercilessly. In a cup of tea. Among this group of disaster victims. Except for Gui Gui, who was tied up. Everyone else, regardless of gender, age or young, piled up into a small mountain. No one wailed. Because they were all knocked unconscious by her. Yin Yin clapped her hands. Using less than 1/10 of her supernatural power. Not bad. With improved physical fitness, she can save a lot of energy. Miss, are you okay? Daniel ran over with admiration in his eyes. The same was true for the other 10 people. They didn't expect the eldest lady to be so powerful. With the skills of the young lady, she didn't need guards at all. But she still hired them, and gave them such high work points. Why? Isn't it just sending them food in different ways? Woohoo! The young lady is too kind. They will be loyal to the young lady for the rest of their lives. Yin Yin didn't know what they had in mind. Go find more firewood. Okay. Young lady. 10 people plus a big bull went to find firewood. Gui Ji's eyes were shocked. His heart skipped a beat. And he looked up at her, with a trace of panic in his eyes. What are you going to do? Yin Yin asked back. Didn't you guess it? Gui Gui shook his head violently. No. You can't? We didn't kill your parents. Why do you kill us? Because you are unlucky to meet me. Because you have touched my bottom line. Those who eat parents will be killed. The last word contained a strong murderous aura. She was really angry. Brother Gui pulled his neck and yelled at her. Who do you think you are? Even if you are from the government, you can't control us when we are fleeing from famine and people are eating each other. Chapter 53. What does the immortal have to do with the sin you committed? My young lady is a fairy. Daniel came back with a bundle of firewood and heard his words. Fairy? Gui Gui was stunned, thinking about her ability to take out food out of thin air. Her unrivaled skills. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a fairy's method. Suddenly, he laughed up to the sky. Haha. What a bullshit fairy. Why didn't you show up earlier? Why did you wait until our hands were covered in blood and our crimes were unforgivable before showing up? What are you doing now? To show your greatness and kindness? Bah. I'll hack your 8 generations of ancestors. He became more and more excited as he cursed. His eyes red. And he looked a little crazy. Anyone present here can sentence me to death and beat me to death. But you, a hypocritical fairy, are not qualified. Hearing him scold the young lady like this, Dania was very angry and kicked him hard. What does the gods have to do with your own sins? He is also a sinner. It was the young lady who saved him. The young lady is his heaven. He insulted the young lady and deserved to die. It's really funny. You did something wrong. But you blame the gods for not helping? Are the gods your father or your mother? Who the hell do you think you are? How could a beast who killed his father and mother be qualified to ask the gods to save you? Not satisfied with scolding, he kicked the other party a few more times. Gui Gui lay on the ground and let the other party kick him. But he didn't accept it. I am a beast. I deserve to die. Was I like this from the beginning? Who is not forced? Yin Yin asked Dania to stop. She bent down slightly and looked down at the man lying on the ground in a mess. Life is hard. But did it force you to kill your parents? What do you know? Brother Gui yelled at her. Just because they are my parents. Can they do whatever they want? Can they take my child to exchange for food? Yan Yan sneered. You can resist. You can take the child away. Or even beat them up. There are obviously many ways. But you chose the inhumane one. Using the life they gave you. Depriving them of their lives. It's really ironic. You are said to be worse than animals. And you still don't accept it? Without them, where would you be? And where would your children be? Brother Gui was stunned for a moment. But still stubbornly believed that he was right. What if there is no food on the way? I can't starve to death. I can't help it. My palms and backs are all flesh. They have lived most of their lives. And the children are still so young. So he was forced. And he had no choice for the sake of the children. He was not really worse than animals. Yan Yan looked at him with irony and ridicule. Why don't you count yourself? What? Brother Gui was a little confused and didn't react for a while. It's not his fault. In fact, most people will signal to exclude themselves. This is the hidden side of people and a subconscious self-protection. Yan Yan wants to start from this aspect and break his defense. You said that you will die if you don't have food on the road. But the people you think of are either your parents or your children. Why don't you count yourself in? You can not only fulfill your parents' kindness in raising you, but also protect your children. In the end, it's all your selfishness. No, I'm not. Brother Gui shook his head violently. But his eyes were erratic, and he was obviously shaken. Yan Yan continued. What do you mean you can let your parents down for the sake of your children? You are just looking for excuses for yourself. Putting the blame on the children to make yourself feel at ease. No, I'm not like that. He still denied it. But his tone was not as firm as before. You not only harmed your parents, but also your children. You kept telling your children every day that you pushed their grandparents out for them. What do you think they will become? Do you still think it was an accident that they pushed you out? You originally wanted to numb yourself and not let yourself be condemned by your conscience. But you ended up harming your children. No. It should be said that these dozens of children were harmed by you. Do you still think you are innocent now? I scolded you as worse than a beast. Do you still feel angry and wronged? Every word she said was pearls. And Gui Ji's emotions were close to collapse. He recalled the appearance of these children before, and then looked at them now. It was really him who harmed them. The tears finally couldn't help but fall, and he regretted it. At this time, the guards came back one after another with firewood. Yan Yan asked them to use firewood to surround the crowd. Brother Gui didn't have time to cry. He got up and kowtowed to Yan Yan. I was wrong. It's all my fault. But the children are innocent. Please let them go. Please. He kowtowed so hard that soon blood came out of his forehead. But he still didn't stop. The guards of Boss Gal couldn't bear it and tried to plead for mercy. Miss, these children. Let me ask you. If you put his children and your children together, who do you think will survive? And you? Aren't you soft-hearted? Let me ask you. Who dares to put the children here together with your own children? Who can guarantee that they will be taught well? If you dare to guarantee it and take them away, I dare to let them go. Yan Yan's cold eyes swept through them one by one. Her voice was not loud, but it hit the hearts of the 10 people heavily, and they all lowered their heads in guilt. Boss Gal admitted his mistake. Miss, I'm sorry. I was wrong, she said seriously. Some people can be saved, such as you. But some people cannot be saved, because kindness to them is evil to others. We know, the 10 people said in unison. Yan Yan's eyes softened a little. I know you are kind. But kindness is for kind people, not evil people. You should learn more from Daniel. Dania performed very well, without reluctance or pleading. The praised Dania tried to keep his face tight, but the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed. Brother Gui knew that there was no possibility. He looked at the villagers with blood on his face and regretted it. It was not a pity for him to die, but he was a sinner for implicated so many people. Light the fire. With Yan Yan's order, the fire quickly burned, and the flames danced in everyone's eyes. The strange thing is that those people didn't wake up. Brother Gui was still thinking that if someone woke up, maybe 1 or 2 people could escape. Miss, be merciful, Dania suddenly said. Brother Gui was stunned for a moment, then understood. He looked calmly at Yan Yan, a person who claimed to be a fairy. Are you really a fairy? Yan Yan didn't answer, but opened her arms. and the whole person slowly rose into the air, surrounded by white light. Looking at the sacred and inviolable light, Brother Gui cried loudly, crying heartbreakingly, "Let's go!" After landing on the ground, Yin Yin said something to Daniel and the others, then turned and left. Daniel was stunned for a moment, looked at the lady who left, and then looked at the person kneeling on the ground. "Miss, aren't you taking the people away?" Yin Yin shook her head slightly. When he asked calmly whether she was a fairy, it was no longer necessary. Daniel scratched his head in confusion. Although he didn't understand why, he didn't ask again, but caught up with the lady's pace. Chapter 54 The Biggest Punishment. Ah! Just after walking a few steps, Gui Ji's shout suddenly came from behind. Daniel and the guards turned back and saw Gui Gu resolutely rushing into the raging fire. Daniel looked at it in a daze. Is this the reason why the lady didn't do it? Did she know that he would commit suicide because of guilt? What he didn't know was that jumping into the fire in a sober state and feeling every inch of the body being engulfed by the flames was the biggest punishment for this person. Of course, it is also the self-salvation of the soul. This is Yin Yan's purpose. When they came back, everyone rushed to surround them. "Miss, what happened?" They saw the fire in the direction of the village from a distance, and they were all very worried. If it weren't for the eldest lady saying that they were not allowed to go there, they would have gone to check it out. Yin Yan waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. Let's stay here tonight, and go to the village to fetch water early tomorrow morning, and bring everything we can use." Although everyone was puzzled about what happened, they didn't ask. In the village, two families hid far away and watched the fire. When they were sure that the group had left, the two families left quietly. At night, in the tent, Yin Yin took out an apple, one for herself and one for the two children. Xiaodan's eyes lit up when she saw the apple. After eating this apple once, she couldn't forget it. Xiaoyong shook his head slightly. "Mom, you should eat it." "I don't like it." Yin Yin gently touched his head. "This apple can strengthen the body and eliminate all diseases. You will be healthy after eating it, and then Mom will be relieved." Xiaoyong still didn't take it. "Then it's enough for me to eat it once a month." Xiao Dan, who was about to put the apple in her mouth, heard the meaning of her brother's words, and she also offered the apple. "Mom, you eat it. My brother and I are in good health now. You too." Yin Yan's eyes were really moved this time. "Don't worry. Eat it. Mom has a lot here." Xiaoyong pursed his lips slightly. Many of the three people also share one apple? According to the character of the mother, she must reserve 1 or 2 apples to replenish energy. So he guessed that including this one, the mother's hand would not exceed 4 apples. Moreover, they have food to eat now. They can eat enough, and there is no need to eat apples. Seeing that the two children still refused to eat, Yin Yin had to tell them the truth. "As a monthly salary, I can get 10 apples every month. I ate 6 before, and now I have 4 left. There are still 20 days before the next salary, so I only need to reserve 2 apples." Xiaoyong asked, "Mom, didn't you fight today? The implication is that you need apples to replenish energy." Yin Yin pinched his little face. "Your mother is very powerful. It doesn't take much energy. Can you eat it this time?" "Little housekeeper." Hearing his mother call him little housekeeper, Xiaoyong blushed and lowered his head a little embarrassedly. Housekeeper means the head of the family. Although there is a little word, he is still very happy. "Mom, I want to learn martial arts." He was not interested in this originally, but he wanted to protect his mother and sister. Yin Yin agreed. "Okay, I will write down the martial arts skills in the next 2 days, and then teach you to read. I took a lot of things from the mountain village at the beginning. In addition to bedding, there are also pens, ink, paper and inkstone." Xiaoyong thought for a while and said, "Mom, I actually know a lot of words. It should be no problem to read the secret book." How did you learn to read?" In the original owner's memory, he had never been to school, nor had he hired a teacher. So Xiaoyong told him about the time he went to the academy with his father when he was 10 months old. Yin Yin opened her mouth in shock. It was enough for her to have memories at 10 months old, but she could actually learn to read. She was too monstrous. Xiaodan pouted, unhappy that she was outdone by her brother. Looking at his mother's surprised look, Xiaoyong couldn't help but curl his lips and continued. "Mom, you don't actually need to write the secret book on paper. You just need to read it once, or write it on the ground once." "What?" Yan Yan's brain suddenly short-circuited. Shocked by her son, Xiaoyong smiled and replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to remember everything I see." Wow! The big and the small exclaimed at the same time. This time, Xiaodan didn't compete with her brother. She couldn't compare. The rest was full of admiration, looking at the shocked and admiring eyes of the two women he cared about the most. Xiaoyong curled his lips and was very happy. Now he is like a child. Finally, the mother and the three of them happily divided the apples. Not long after eating the apples, the two children felt a little sleepy, and Yin Yang coaxed them to sleep. When the children fell asleep, she sat cross-legged and meditated, using the energy just now to repair her body. The next day, before dawn, everyone got up and went to the village to find something useful. Yin Yang wrote the martial arts skills she learned on the ground. Sure enough, the child not only knew how to read, but also remembered it in one go. She didn't know how powerful the martial arts in this world were, and whether her set of skills was really awesome. It was developed by a professor in another world to increase attack and accelerate energy absorption. In another world, it is a very suitable mental method, but it is not clear in this world. However, she felt that even if she could not cultivate internal strength, it would be good to strengthen her body. If it really doesn't work, give the child more apples and let him use the energy of the apples as internal strength. At worst, he can do the same as her. He can replenish it after it is used up. At least the child can protect himself. Thinking of this, she decided to let her daughter practice with her, and at the same time told herself to be more relaxed in the future, not to be too extravagant, and save the apples for the children to eat. Although Xiaodan's memory is not as abnormal as her brother's, it is only a matter of reading it twice more to remember it. Half an hour later, the sun appeared on the horizon, and the two children practiced the mental method under her guidance. At this time, the villagers came back with a lot of things. Wood, thatch, reeds. None of them can be missing. Some people also carried broken ladders, broken chairs and so on, and did not let go of anything that could be moved. The carpenter and the bricklayer said that they would build a house for the young lady in the provincial capital, and they would take as much wood as they could. If mud bricks were not easier to make, they would have demolished the house. After returning, Dania secretly handed over a bag. "Miss, here are 10 taels and 4 cents of silver. I have washed them all." Yours?" She didn't know what to say. It was inappropriate to dig up the grave, and it was not appropriate to dig up the corpse, which turned to ashes. Dania scratched his head embarrassedly. It would be a waste to leave it there. I thought that the young lady owed the gods so much money, and I would pay back as much as I could. Okay, I'll keep it. Yin Yin didn't say anything and directly deposited the money into the account. Dania had a silly smile on his face. "Miss, I will help them with the work." After getting the young lady's consent, he left in a happy mood. Looking at his back, Yin Yin couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that a person can change so much. Thinking back to the time, Dania wanted to hit her with a club. "Mom, did Uncle Dania pass the inspection?" Xiaoyong asked. Chapter 55. You must not lead the child astray. Yin Yin nodded. As early as that time when he would rather watch the child leave than ask me to save him. I assumed that he had passed the test. As expected, Xiaoyong didn't say anything. He planned to find time to talk to Dania to see if his mind had changed. If he still had the same idea as before, he would take the child away from his mother for a while and reform him. In the morning, everyone didn't even have time to eat. They were busy all the time. They made straw mats and sedan chairs, and they also made a wheelbarrow to load the wood to reduce the burden on everyone. While the men worked, Liamo and Yan organized the women to cook, and the children went to collect firewood. Xiaodan and Song Xiaobao also joined the team to collect firewood. As for Xiaoyong, he stayed with his mother. Yin Yin sat aside and watched, and couldn't help but sigh that this atmosphere had been missing for a long time. "Mom, what are your plans when you get to the provincial capital?" Xiaoyong suddenly interrupted her thoughts. She turned her head and looked at Xiaoyong. Although he was still so young, she could no longer treat him as an ordinary child. "Do you have any ideas?" she asked him in a discussion tone. Xiaoyong immediately sat up straight, trying to shorten the gap between him and his mother. "Mom, this is what I think. Although there are many disaster victims in the provincial capital, it is not realistic to do business with everyone. There are too many people. It is impossible to do it without sleep for a day, and it is easy to cause riots. Once it is not controlled well, riots will occur, and the problem will be serious. Yin nodded. You think it's more thoughtful. And then what? I was thinking about it yesterday. The problems that I can think of. Mother can't think of them. Why do you ask everyone to bring people over to get commissions? This is what he was confused about. This question made Yin correct her attitude. It was not easy for a child to think of this level. What do you think Mother thinks? She did not give the answer, but wanted to see how much he could guess. Xiaoyong pinched his chin and thought like his mother. I once read a book of miscellaneous notes, which said that major disasters are prone to cause unrest. In order to prevent the victims from rioting, the court would take various measures according to the actual situation. For example, drought. First, the court distributed grain, and later the county town distributed porridge, which consumed the food and money in the people's homes bit by bit. Just when everyone thought they couldn't survive, someone said that they would not have to worry about food and drink when they arrived in the provincial capital. So everyone set out to escape the famine. This is also part of their plan, which can give people hope and consume some people, no matter whether it is a month's journey or half a month's journey. Even the strongest people will be skinny when they get there, not to mention unrest. I am afraid they can't even lift a big stone. I have reason to guess that the provincial capital is not as good as everyone thinks. It's good to have a bowl of porridge a day. Not having so much food may be one aspect, but I am more inclined to not let the victims have enough to eat. Yes, you can think of these things, which surprises me. Yin couldn't help but praise him. In fact, his guess was almost right. There's also the queue for porridge. Even though we haven't reached the provincial capital yet, I can guess that it's impossible to get this bowl of porridge without spending a whole day. Consume the victims' bodies and energy, leaving them no time to think about anything else? Xiaoyong's eyes lit up. Yin nodded. Yes, there are hundreds of thousands of disaster victims over there. If they are not controlled, the consequences will be disastrous. They don't have so many troops. The only way is to control them through food. It's just like what the book says. Xiaoyong was thoughtful. And suddenly he thought of something. Mom, isn't it contrary to the court's plan if you sell food to the disaster victims? Yin smiled and pinched his little face. Well, your little head is turning quickly. It is indeed contrary to the plan. Then why is Mom still doing this? Xiaoyong frowned and thought. If from the perspective of the disaster victims, Mom is doing it for the good of the disaster victims. But if from the perspective of the court, Mom is likely to be noticed by the court, and prohibiting her from buying and selling food is a good thing. But I'm afraid that Mom is suspected of plotting something bad. Not right. He shook his head. No matter how much money the disaster victims have, it is limited, and it is impossible to buy food all the time. So the court people should not be too worried, let alone take action against Mom when she is supported by most of the disaster victims. Besides, with so many disaster victims, it is impossible for everyone to buy food. In addition, a large part of them have no money, and they still have to rely on the government. So what is the point of my mother's action? After thinking a lot, Xiaoyong felt that it was wrong. In the end, he was a little dejected and admitted that he could not guess what my mother was thinking. Mom, I can't guess. Looking at the wilted child, Yin smiled and touched his head. What if my mother only wants to do business? And the object of the business is not the disaster victims, but the people in the city. Even if she does business with those people, she must take the initiative. Oh, I understand. Xiaoyong figured it out instantly. Mom, you want to use the disaster victims to let the city officials find you. Right? The court has money but no food now. The food price is so high, but your things are so cheap. Anyone who is not a fool knows what to do. No wonder Grandpa said that he would rely on you to bring honor to the family. I thought it was your identity as a fairy agent. So that's it. He always thought that he had thought very comprehensively. But in the end, he was not as good as his mother, nor as good as his grandfather. Xiaoyong lowered his head in frustration. He had too much to learn. Yin patted his little head and said gently, You have done very well. But you are still young after all, and your experience is limited. So it is normal that you can't think of some aspects. Take your time. There is no rush. Speaking of old man song, she had to say a few more words. Do you know why Mother wants to split up? Not only is it an independent business, but also I don't want them to do anything under my banner when they go to the provincial capital. As for other purposes, you can't tell the child. You have to establish the correct 3 views for the child. When she thought of Guiji's group, her nerves jumped immediately. Well, it must be correct. And absolutely not crooked. Especially since both children are so smart. To bring honor to the family, you must rely on your own ability. Not to take advantage of natural disasters and my identity to make profits. Understand? Xiao Yong nodded vigorously and said solemnly, Don't worry, Mother. I won't do that. I will rely on my own ability to make mother and sister proud of me. Good boy. Yin Yin smiled and pinched his cheeks, feeling that she had successfully educated him. Besides, I will definitely do business with wealthy businessmen or government officials in the provincial capital. But I will not give up the business with the disaster victims. When the time comes, I will let Dainu and others set up several points outside the city to sell food. This is why we have to cultivate our own team. Mom wants to balance prices? Yin Yin was stunned by her son's words. Yin Yin, can I say that I have never thought about this problem at all? Can I say that a penny is also money? Chapter 56. We have arrived at the provincial capital. Xiaoyong sighed. Mom is worried about those people buying low and selling high. Sure enough, Mom's heart is still soft. He guessed how Mom would handle yesterday's incident. To be honest, it was beyond his expectation. He thought that his attempt to reform Dainu was unnecessary. But now, looking back at the treatment of the disaster victims, he has learned a lot. That is, be kind when you should be kind. Be evil when you should be evil. And be kind but not necessarily soft-handed. With another memory, Mom not only became very skilled, but also had a bold personality, acted decisively, and was also very smart and good at planning. Of course, Mom's kindness and beauty did not disappear. This kind of mother is his favorite, and he hopes that Mom can always be like this. Yin Yin looked at the child kindly, and planned to buy more books for him to read when she arrived in the provincial capital. It would be a pity if such a smart head did not become an official. And she would train him well, make him positive, united and friendly, and be a good youth with 4 qualities. Of course, martial arts cannot be neglected. You need strength to reason. Otherwise, why would people listen to you? The meal was ready soon, and everyone stopped what they were doing and started eating. After eating, they continued to work. After half an hour, 60 mats, a simple sedan chair, and a wheelbarrow were all taken out. As for the wood that could be disassembled, they were disassembled and tied to the cart, which was full. It looked like a lot, but it was not enough to build a house. They picked up a lot along the way. The next time was to travel, then eat, rest, make carts, and travel again. When it got dark, they rested on the spot. Now that they had mats and a fire next to them, they would not feel cold when sleeping at night. After 2 days of traveling, they encountered 2 villages. On the 3rd day, which was also the 12th day since Yin Yin came to this world, they entered the territory of Jinchuan, the provincial capital. Seeing the landmark, everyone felt relieved. In the past, they thought they could survive here. But now they think they can not only survive, but also make money. Maybe after the disaster is over, they can make a lot of money. Life has both hope and expectation. Stop! The person sitting in the sedan suddenly shouted. Yin Yin's position is relatively high and her vision is relatively wide, so she can see the scene in the distance. What's wrong, miss? Dainu came over and asked. Yin Yin looked at the southwest direction, and her eyes gradually became solemn. At this time, everyone noticed her abnormality and looked towards the southwest. The fireworks in the daytime were not as bright as those at night, but everyone still saw that there was a fire over there, and it should be very big. They even heard faint screams. What's going on? Everyone whispered. They didn't know what happened, but their intuition told them that something bad must have happened. Yin Yin couldn't actually see what happened because she was too far away, but she could see a lot of dead air appearing over there. Who could set fire so blatantly and still ensure that the other party couldn't escape? The answer was already obvious. She retracted her gaze and said calmly, "Let's go." Everyone continued on their way, but the excitement they had before was much less. The number of carts increased from 2 to 6. 1 with 2 children, 2 with wood, and 3 with buckets, which they filled up when they took turns on duty at night. After walking about 5 miles, a sentry post appeared in front of them, with about 50 soldiers guarding the official road. Stop and accept inspection. A cavalryman stepped forward to stop the team. He held a long spear in his hand. and his dark face was cold and fierce. He looked like a man who had been on the battlefield and killed enemies. Yin Yin waved her hand, and the large army stopped. They signaled to move closer to her. The cavalry observed this group of disaster victims. He had intercepted so many disaster victims. At least 8,000 if not 10,000. And this was the most special group. It's not that there were no groups, but it was the first time I saw a group led by a woman. With men, women, old and young. And all of them had strong steps, bright eyes, and clean clothes. Even if they were thin, they didn't look pale. Also, it's okay to bring a family with you. And it's understandable to carry a mat on your back. But what's the matter with bringing 2 carts of wood? For firewood? As the lady's servant, Damien naturally stepped forward to ask. Hello, sir. What do you want me to do? The cavalryman withdrew his doubtful gaze and looked at Damien. Which county and town are you from? Sir, we are villagers from Sanchi town, Zhao County. If anyone feels unwell, we have a doctor here who can take a look at you. Damien shook his head. We are all in good health, not sick or unwell. The cavalryman looked down at the group of victims one by one. They didn't look sick, but they still had to let the doctor take a look just in case. Everyone line up. He waved his hand, and soon a middle-aged man came forward. He was wearing gloves and his mouth and nose were covered tightly. Seeing his dress, everyone frowned in confusion. What's going on? Why don't you move when I asked you to line up? The cavalry saw that they didn't move, so he shouted coldly, and the long spear in his hand was in attack mode. Everyone was startled, but still didn't listen to the other party, but looked at the eldest lady. Yin Yin waved her hand, and the 4 people responsible for carrying the sedan chair put her down. Listen to the official and line up. She waved to the 2 children, and then led them to the front one by one. Dainu and the guards lined up behind her. If anything happened, they would come forward to protect the eldest lady at the first time. Others consciously lined up at the back according to the family unit, without a trace of panic or noise. The cavalry's face was a little solemn, and his intuition told him that this group of disaster victims was not ordinary. Could it be the local gentry or landlords? The woman is the master, and the others are their servants? Only in this way can it be explained why they all regard her as the master. Then the question arises again. Where is the food? It's okay if there is no carriage, but there must be food. Otherwise, how did they get here from Yao County? So many people must eat. But apart from pots and pans, 2 carts of wood and 3 carts of water, there is not a single grain of food. They can't just finish eating when they arrive in Jinchuan City? It's really strange. He scratched his head and couldn't figure out why. But he thought this group of disaster victims was strange. Then he had to pay attention. If there was any accident, no one could bear the responsibility. The doctor quickly checked and found that the 200 people were very healthy and had no problems. The cavalry waved his hand to let him go back, then looked down at Yin Yin. What's your name? Madam? Ordinary people would never dare to be called madam. They would definitely say that they don't deserve it. This sentence seems normal, but it's actually a simple test. Yin Yin glanced at him lightly and replied calmly. Yin Yin. There's no need to deliberately show momentum. The cavalry saw the momentum of the superior from her. He didn't hear that the Yin family had any big family, but he still turned over and dismounted, threw the spear to his men, and then asked politely with a fist. I'm Lin Hai. May I ask what the name of Madame Yin's husband's family is? Are these disaster victims your servants? If you meet a master who is not like an ordinary person, you should ask clearly. There may be someone like the eldest young master of the Ning family who mixed with the disaster victims. Chapter 57, It's always right for him to be careful. To be honest, it's not an easy job to intercept disaster victims at the border, let alone the heat. Just look at the group of disaster victims who are suffering from fever today. You may get infected one day. That's fine. But if someone is as unlucky as his captain and meets a child of a noble family, he will be self-destructive if he accidentally offends the other party. If their captain hadn't been demoted, he wouldn't have been temporarily promoted to work here. Yin Yin naturally understood the other party's thoughts and answered ambiguously. My husband's surname is Song, and my husband has died on the battlefield. As for these people, I hired them. People from the Song family? I haven't heard of anyone joining the army. Could they be from a branch? Lin Hai couldn't make up his mind. But even if they were from a branch, he couldn't afford to offend them. Madam Yin, please wait a moment. According to the prefect's regulations, Everyone entering Jinchuan needs to hold a registration card. He asked people to the awning beside him, and moved a chair over. Yin sat down without hesitation. And the two children stood on her left and right. What is the situation in the provincial capital now? She asked casually. This chatty tone made Lin Hai subconsciously less guarded. The situation in Jinchuan is okay. My general brought half of the people here. And no one dared to make trouble. It's just food. Everything is under the control of the court. I just hope that this drought will pass soon. When he talked about food, he realized that he had said too much and quickly avoided the sensitive topic. Yin nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Hai shook his head quickly. This is what we should do. Excuse me. Sir, are there checkpoints around here? Since half of the garrison troops have been dispatched, and checkpoints have been set up dozens of miles away from the city. And thinking about the fire they encountered when they came here, she guessed that there must be more than 1 or 2 checkpoints. Lin Hai said truthfully. To be honest, madam, we have set up checkpoints on all the roads, big and small, for anyone who wants to enter the city. There are at least 50 teams on my side. At this time, the sign has been made. It is a wooden sign the size of a palm, with the county and town engraved on it. These were all engraved early in the morning. The only number 7 was added to their sign, which means that they are the 7th wave of disaster victims in Sanchi Town, Jiao County. Madam Yin, I can only provide a registration card here. If you plan to enter the city, you can find Deputy General Han at the boundary point outside the city. He will handle the procedures for entering the city for you. Others can't get in, but it's different for those with identity. But by then, you need to provide complete identity information, instead of just asking for the name like him, and not even daring to ask for the pass. Yin accepted the registration card and said with a smile, Thank you, Captain Lin, for your advice. I'll take my leave now. Lin Hai sent the people to the sedan chair and watched them leave. The subordinate asked uncertainly, Captain, what is the origin of this person? Lin Hai touched his chin and guessed. It should be a branch of the Song family in Beijing. But no matter which branch it is, we can't afford to offend it. The subordinate then asked, What if it's not? No, it's not. I don't have any loss. Think about our captain. Who knew that there would be the eldest son of the Ning family among the refugees? At that time, the captain almost killed the other party. If he hadn't been struck by a dry thunder by chance, the captain would not be as simple as being demoted, and his whole family would probably be wiped out. The eldest son of the Ning family. If something happened in Jinchuan, it would be a big earthquake. Thinking of this, he shook his head with lingering fear, and was glad that he didn't encounter it. The subordinates murmured in dissatisfaction. Who knew that the eldest son of the Ning family would be with the victims? Not only was there no servant around him, but he was also so embarrassed. Not to mention the captain. Even if the general came, he probably wouldn't believe it. Hey, the affairs of this big family are complicated. We just need to stand guard. The rest is not our concern. Hey, General, someone is back. Another subordinate shouted. I saw Dania coming over with a big package. Seeing this, Lin Hai hurried forward. Brother, does Madame Yin have any instructions? Dania said. My lady said that all the soldiers have worked hard, and I will send some food and drinks to all the soldiers. As he said, he put the package in his hand on the table. Inside were 2 boxes of snacks, 4 bags of snow cakes and sabe gift packs, and 2 boxes of real fruit grains. Lin Hai and the others were stunned by the pile of things. What is this? I have never seen it before. I'm leaving now. Dania put down his things, turned around and left, trying to catch up with the young lady's team. Lin Hai wanted to call him to ask what it was, but the other party walked too fast, and he didn't have time to call him. 50 people surrounded the small table in 3 layers. Curious. Captain, what is this? Is it food? This is the first time I have seen this packaging. It's so novel. I have seen paper and board, but not cardboard. Look at the words on it. The red one is a snack, and the transparent one is a gift pack. What is a gift pack? These 2 are real fruit drinks. They should be drunk. This is the first time I've seen this kind of thing since I was a child. You are indeed from a big family. Yes, if it weren't for the disaster, we wouldn't have seen such a precious thing. And the other party actually gave it to us. The soldiers were talking to each other, all wanting to get in to take a look. Lin Hai couldn't stand the crowd anymore, and said loudly, Okay, don't squeeze. since it was sent by Madame Yin. I'll open the things and share them with everyone. Captain, are you really giving it to us? They asked uncertainly, but their eyes were full of expectations. Lin Hai hesitated, looked at the things on the table, and then looked at everyone's expectations. He gritted his teeth. Share it, but keep a portion of the snacks, the big gift bag, and the real fruit. This thing must be sent to the general anyway. He can't eat it alone. Great. Thank you, Captain. Everyone cheered. Besides, Yin Yin and the others had walked for more than half an hour, and the scenery on the roadside had changed. It was no longer bare. The trees on both sides were more than a person's thickness. There were leaves growing on the high branches. Although the leaves were a little wilted, at least they were still there. Huh. After so many days, I finally saw green. Yin Yin sighed. And everyone had the same idea. I have never liked green as much as I do now. It is the color of life. At the beginning, I could see a little bark from time to time on the trees I saw. The further I walked, the more complete the trees were, indicating that there were fewer victims who ate the bark. Of course, the small trees were still bare, and could not escape the fate of being eaten. The ground was also bare, without a single green grass. It was soon noon. Yin Yin did not let everyone stop to cook, but gave each person 2 snacks and 5 snow cakes, and ate them while walking, trying to reach the provincial capital before dark. Not long after walking, they met the patrolling army. There were about 100 people in the team, all riding horses, wearing armor, with swords hanging around their waists, looking majestic. Chapter 58, I suspect you are a mob. When passing by Yin Yin and the other victims, the team stopped. A thin man rode over and ordered condescendingly with his chin slightly raised. Take out the registration card and let me see it. Gao Lao Da, who was leading the way in front, hurriedly took out the registration card and raised it above his head. The man lowered his eyebrows and looked at it, making sure that they were not smuggled in, and hummed lightly. Anyone without a card will be killed without mercy. This is the death order from the prefect and the general. The man waved his hand to let them go, but he glanced at the woman sitting in the sedan chair a few more times. This was the first time he saw a group of victims holding a woman like this. Sure enough, strange things happen every year. Suddenly his eyes moved. Wait a minute. Everyone stopped and looked at each other in confusion. The man drove his horse forward 2 steps, and pointed at the snow cake in Yonyo's hand. What is this? He was referring to the bag of food. It was the first time he saw such a strange thing. Yonyo hid in her mother's arms out of fear, and Dania's wife hurriedly said, to answer the military commander, this is a snow cake. A kind of food. What is a snow cake? The man suppressed his doubts and ordered in a cold voice, hand it over for me to see. Dania's wife did not dare to neglect it, and quickly handed over the 4 snow cakes in the child's hand. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this group of disaster victims? At this time, someone in the team next to him asked in a deep voice. The man drove his horse over with a snow cake. General Lee, what kind of food do you think this is? General Lee took it and looked at it. He had never seen plastic before, and the texture was strange. What is this? He asked. The man replied, the disaster victim just said it was a snow cake, which can be eaten. As he spoke, the man tore open the bag of snow cakes, and the strong fragrance instantly hit his nose. What a nice smell. The two couldn't help but sigh. Take a bite, and the rice fragrance filled the taste buds. Is this made of fragrant rice? General Lee shook his head as soon as he guessed. Fragrant rice was a tribute. How could a disaster victim, who was almost like a beggar, eat it? Who cares? General, do you want it? The man whispered, and then pointed to the snow cakes in the hands of the disaster victims. At least 2 pieces per person. So many are not a small amount. The general immediately understood and nodded. Okay, Herr Detzi, I'll leave this matter to you. Deal with it cleanly. He patted his chest and promised that there would be no problem. As for Herr Detzi, he looked down at the group of disaster victims, as if he was looking at a dead person, with murderous eyes, and he pulled out his sword with a bang. Others immediately drew their swords when they saw this, and then rode horses to surround Yin Yin and the others. The cooperation was very tacit, and it was obvious that this was not the first time. The victims immediately panicked and huddled together in fear. What was going on? Seeing this, Danielle hurried forward and asked, General, is there any misunderstanding? We are all good citizens. Erdetsi glanced at him with contempt and said loudly, "The court has ordered that anyone who enters Jinchuan without a registration card will be regarded as a mob and killed without mercy." Daniel immediately took out the card. "General, we have a registration card. Please see." Erdetsi sneered. "What card? It's obviously a piece of wood. And you want to pretend to be a registration card. It's simply abominable." As he said that, the man raised the knife and shouted, "Brothers, arrest this group of mobs. And kill them on the spot if they resist. Kill." 100 people raised their swords and shouted in unison. The sound was deafening. The villagers were so scared that they sat on the ground. They never thought they would encounter such a situation. They were afraid that they would die. The children were so scared that they cried. "Wait a minute." Yin Yin spoke softly. Her voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. The villagers' panic and fear were immediately settled. By the way, they have the eldest lady with them. The eldest lady has the gods behind her. What are they afraid of? Not to mention the adults. Even the children are not so scared. The words of the eldest lady seemed to have magic power, giving them a reassurance. Erdetsi looked at Yin Yin. He squinted slightly. This temperament and determination, at first glance, are not simple. However, since it has been done, there should be no future troubles. Are you the leader of this group of mobs? Let's decide the crime first. Yin Yin pinched her chin in confusion. Don't you just want the food in our hands? Why don't you just ask for it directly? We are not giving it to you. Nonsense. Erdetsi scolded her coldly. Why would we want things from you mobs? Yin Yin seemed to have figured out something. Do you have a rule that you can't take things from the people? Erdetsi kept a gloomy face and didn't say anything. But she was sure. No wonder you have to use this method. I understand. I guess you have done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Being guessed by the other party. Erdetsi looked a little angry and looked at her unkindly. I don't know what you were talking about. I'm just following the orders from above. Well, I haven't exercised for several days. Yin Yin smiled faintly and flew down from the sedan lightly, landing on the ground with her toes, her skirt fluttering, without any sound. Lian Jiazi? All the soldiers looked solemn. Such a powerful Qinggong. At least at the same level as their generals. They looked at Erdetsi and General Li. What should they do? In just a moment, General Li thought a lot about what the consequences would be if he took action or not. Suddenly he smiled. As long as the other party dared to fight back, then today's incident was not her fault, but also her fault. And the disaster victims directly became thugs. Even if the general knew about this, he would not be afraid. He signaled Erdetsi to take action directly. Erdetsi also figured it out. He smiled grimly. Brothers, take action. No mercy. There are so many disaster victims. So if you can kill one, it's one. Anyway, they will be defined as thugs in the end. And the death and injury don't matter. Yin Yan's eyes were cold. And then the figure moved. Plop. Plop. Then the horses neighing sounded one after another. Then, there were cries of pain and screams. 100 horses, all lying on the ground without exception. The soldiers fell down without warning, and their knives accidentally injured many teammates. The opponent's speed was too fast. They didn't see clearly at all, and their fighting power was half destroyed in just one encounter. Erdetsi rubbed his painful shoulder and stood up, pointing at her with one hand, shouting, You dare to attack the soldiers. It's rebellious. I can kill you now. Yin Yin sneered. It's as if I won't die if I don't fight back. The other party didn't intend to let them go at all, since she would die whether she resisted or not. Why didn't she resist? I won't argue with you. I can leave you a whole body if I kill myself now. Otherwise, when our army comes, I will tear you into pieces. General Li had already run away with a soldier to get help. Yin Yin snorted disdainfully. Do you think I'm stupid? Just standing there waiting for you to call for help. Since she dared to take action, she had already thought about how to deal with it. Chapter 59. A few disaster victims beat you to pieces? At worst, you can just not enter the city. Hide everyone first, and then sneak in by yourself. Didn't Lin Hai say that the food in the provincial capital is almost gone? Unless the other party is a fool. How could he refuse the food that was delivered to his door? Then I will send a membership card, and it will not be difficult to smooth over today's matter. The result is nothing more than making myself more passive and earning less. But it is still no problem to complete the task. Erdetsi laughed. Who do you think you are? You want to run away after injuring the soldiers? Haha. What a joke. Unless you escape abroad, you will die. Seeing his arrogant look, Yin Yin gritted her teeth and considered whether to destroy their bodies and then deny it. At this time, the sound of horse hooves came not far away. So fast? Yin Yan's heart sank. And she thought it would take at least half an hour to get reinforcements. Under the surprised gaze of the soldiers, she slowly rose into the air and looked towards the people coming. She saw a carriage and more than 50 guards riding tall horses, rushing towards this side from the direction of Jinchuan. The direction was wrong, and the number of people was wrong. She felt relieved and landed slowly. What kind of magic is this? No matter how powerful your qigong is, you can't fly vertically like this. Right? Except for the villagers. Everyone else looked like they had seen a ghost. Mainly because it was too weird. Yin Yin ignored them, but thought about how she should deal with this group of people if they wanted to meddle in her business. Soon a group of people came close and stopped. The curtain of the carriage was opened, and a middle-aged man came down from it. What's going on with you? The middle-aged man looked at the horse lying on the ground and the messy soldiers, frowning and looking a little unhappy. Erdetsi didn't know the person, but he saw the sign on the carriage. The Song family in the capital. He trotted over and saluted. General Zhang Erda greets you. Are you soldiers of Liu? What's going on? The middle-aged man's tone was not very good, and there was a hint of disappointment. Erdetsi hurriedly explained. Your Excellency, we are General Liu's subordinates. Today we encountered a group of thugs during our patrol. We wanted to take them down, but they were so skilled that they looked like what you saw. Thugs? Where did they run to? The middle-aged man ignored Yin Yin and his group. How could they be thugs if they were so skinny and weak? Zhang Erda immediately pointed at Yin Yin. Sir, they are. This woman is the leader of the mob. Nonsense. The middle-aged man glared at him and scolded him coldly. How could these people, who have no swords or knives, hurt so many of your troops? Do they think I am a fool? Or are his soldiers so weak that they can be defeated by a group of hungry disaster victims? Zhang Erda was speechless. If he admitted it, it would mean that he admitted that the general was not good at leading the troops. If this was used as an article, he would be a sinner and would not be able to let the general down even if he died. If he did not admit it, it would mean that he lied about military intelligence and deceived his superiors and subordinates. He would not have a good ending. According to military regulations, he would be beaten with 50 military sticks and be directly disabled. Sir, I really did not lie to you. They are just mobs. This woman is very powerful. She is definitely a martial arts master. She can fly up to the sky slowly, and then fly down slowly. Erdetsi gestured. His expression was so sincere. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Do you really think I'm a fool? No matter how good my qigong is, I can't fly slowly. I didn't. He was about to cry. Desperate. Tell the adults. Did you beat these people? Yin Yin blinked innocently. I don't know what you were talking about. We wanted to help you with good intentions, but you called you a mob. Juanshou, you hurt our hearts so much. How can we do good things in the future? How can we trust the soldiers who defend our country? Yes, it hurts our hearts so much. We trusted you so much. It's really hurtful. Yes, it's too bullying. Dania was the first to agree, and other villagers also said one after another. Everyone looked at them with disappointed and sad eyes. Erdetsi, I want to die. No one can stop me. Other soldiers, did we lose our memory? Why did it happen differently from what they said? Erdetsi wanted to explain something, but it was obvious that the middle-aged man didn't believe him. On one side were fully armed soldiers, and on the other side were weak victims. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker, and people believed what they saw more. Sir, you have to make the decision for us. We are all good citizens. Yin Yin would naturally not let this big man go. He could call the name of the garrison general directly, which showed that this person was not simple. Maybe he could rely on him to fool the matter of beating the soldiers. It was over. Erdetsi collapsed on the ground. Even if this woman mentioned the matter of snatching food, she didn't mention it at all. In this way, even if General Li brought people over, it would be useless. Maybe General Li would turn the tables and put the charge of falsely reporting military intelligence on himself. At this time, Xiaoyong came over with a snow cake. Uncle, this is our food. For you. Huh? Erdetsi was stunned. What was he doing? You worked hard. Although you didn't catch the mob. Although you almost killed us as mobs. Although everyone was wronged and sad. But thank you for protecting us and this country. Shi Yongjiang's face was very serious. Erdetsi and other soldiers were stunned. The last sentence of thank you for protecting us and this country was like a thorn in their hearts. They all forgot that the victims are also people. For more than a month, they have helped the government deal with so many victims. They are numb and regard them as troubles and burdens from the bottom of their hearts. And forget that these victims who are struggling to survive are also the people they vowed to protect. Yes. I'm sorry. One soldier began to bow his head and admit his fault. And then, like a chain reaction, more than 100 people bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. Only Erdetsi felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't put it into words. Only when he felt that he was wrong would he feel better. I'll give you mine too. Xiao Dan took out the snacks in his hand. And mine. Count me in. The villagers took out the food consciously. The middle-aged man was deeply moved. Look at these people. Even if they are sad because of being slandered, they are still willing to believe you. And look at you. In order to get the job done, you actually took ordinary people to take the blame. Aren't you cowardly? More than 100 soldiers bowed their heads and were scolded. The middle-aged man scolded a few more times before he stopped. Okay. Since the people have forgiven you, I can let go of today's matter. But it won't happen again. No. Never again. Erdetsi and the others swore quickly. And finally let go of their worries. Yin Yen didn't expect that the matter would be so simple. It was too easy. Chapter 60 Didn't Ning Yuan come? Yin Yen didn't mean to pursue the matter to the end. Xiao Yang's behavior was already giving the other party a way out. And she acquiesced. Moreover, this gentleman was obviously not an official of Jin Chuan. If he held on to the mistakes of General Lu's subordinates, it would be easy to cause trouble. So it was good as it is now. The middle-aged man asked. Is the eldest young master of the Ning family in the city? Erdetsi replied. He is recuperating at the prefect's house. The man continued to ask. Has anyone from the Ning family come? Erdetsi shook his head. No. But I heard that the news has been sent out. It is estimated that it will be a matter of 2 or 3 days. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment. You go to Luyu now, and tell him that Song Jiwen is looking for him, and ask him to wait for me at the prefect's house. Song Jiwen? Song Yin? The young marquis of the Song family? Erdetsi finally knew who the person in front of him was. He was so scared that his legs went soft, and he almost knelt down. Fortunately, he was smart, and didn't offend the other party. This person is more valuable than the eldest young master of the Ning family. Don't worry. Young Marquis. I'll go now. As he was about to go and get the horse, he remembered that the horse was lying on the ground and couldn't get up. He looked at the young Marquis in embarrassment. It was still more than 30 miles away from Jinchuan City. He couldn't just run back. Yin Yin kicked the horse in front of him unintentionally. The horse shuddered immediately, and then stood up. This made Erdetsi, who wanted to borrow a horse, a little embarrassed. Soon, the Song family galloped towards the city. And Erdetsi also left, leaving about 100 brothers. It's not that they don't want to leave, but there are still 100 horses lying on the ground. These are their war horses. If they stay here, they will become food in half a day. Yin Yin was still thinking about the young master of the Ning family. For some reason, she always had an urge to meet him. Military. Let me ask you. What is the name of the young master of the Ning family? Everyone shook their heads. Why would they ask about other people's names? For children of such aristocratic families, men should call them young masters, and women should call them young ladies. Calling them by their names would be rude. Yin Yin was a little disappointed. Did she think too much? When the supermarket exploded, she could still feel the captain by her side a second before she lost consciousness. So is it possible that he also traveled through time? Although she hoped that he could survive. It would be nice if he could travel through time. Then do you know what is special about the young master of the Ning family? For example, his skills are better than mine? The soldiers shook their heads. The young master is a sickly person. He takes 3 steps and breathes for every step he takes. Not to mention his skills. His physique is not even as good as that of the victims. This is also the reason why the captain did not believe his identity. To be honest, if they met him, they would think he was a liar just to enter the city. Is your body in bad condition? Yin Yin frowned. It shouldn't be like that. As long as you have superpowers, you can recover even if your body is in bad condition. Did she think wrongly? Ning Yuan didn't come? She was suddenly disappointed and her mood became low. Xiao Yong looked at his mother and didn't understand where her mood change came from. Was it because of the young master of the Ning family? Let's go and get into the city early. She absent-mindedly asked everyone to hurry up. Xiao Yong held his mother's arm and spoke under his mother's puzzled eyes. Mom, shouldn't we take the 2 military masters with us? Yin suddenly remembered that there were 2 more people going to ask for help. If they didn't meet that Erdetsi, they would still be thugs. Fortunately, Xiao Yong reminded her that her brain had short-circuited because of Ning Yuan's matter just now. Yes, please come back to Jinchuan City with us. Both generals, she said to the 2 soldiers who were approaching. The 2 soldiers had no objection, but they couldn't leave their war horses behind. Yin immediately understood. Which 2 are your war horses? Under the guidance of the 2, she went over and kicked one horse. And then the 2 horses shivered, stood up immediately, and jumped up. The soldiers opened their eyes wide. What is this operation? It's just a kick. Some people tried to kick their horses, but it didn't work. They tried again according to the position where Yin kicked, but it still didn't work. Hey, it's weird. Everyone sighed, and at the same time understood that the horse lying on the ground motionless was the hand and foot of this person. Some people clasped their fists and bowed to Yin. Madam, we were wrong before and offended you. Please forgive us. Yin blinked. What offense? What happened? You can't get me to say anything. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. This woman is too smart. Madam, we have already known our mistakes. So you. Stop it. Yin raised her hand, and her face darkened. The young Marquis personally proved our innocence. You don't want to cheat and accuse us of being rioters, do you? The soldiers shook their heads and waved their hands quickly. No. Absolutely not. They really realized their mistakes. Yin face looked better. In that case, let's hurry up. If we are late, we won't be able to drink hot porridge. Soldier, you have so many delicious foods. Why would you care about the relief porridge? But they also understood that it was not so easy to get the other party to help. One of them clasped his fists and asked politely, I wonder what Madam wants to do to help us cure the horse. Yin suddenly realized. So it's to treat the horse. You should have told me earlier. I know how to do it. 1 horse for 1 tael of silver. Don't miss the business that comes to your door. The soldiers' faces turned as black as coal in an instant. It's obvious that a kick can cure it. But they are asking for 1 tael of silver from them. Why don't you rob them? They didn't want to give it. But the horse was kicked so hard that it cried and couldn't get up. This problem can only be cured by her. This trip, not only did they get nothing, but they also lost 1 tael of silver. Just thinking about it makes me angry. I'll pay. Please help Madam. Someone handed over 1 tael of silver. The most important thing for cavalry is the warhorse. Why are they superior to infantry? Isn't it the warhorse that they rely on? If there's a problem with the warhorse, it is unknown how long it will take to wait for the next one. Besides, a warhorse is worth dozens of taels of silver, and it is not too much to spend 1 tael of silver on medical treatment. One person took the lead, and the others did not hesitate to pay. It was just a month's military pay, so they gave it. Yin asked Dania to collect the money, and then kick the horses one by one. After a while, all the warhorses were full of energy. 2 hours later, before the sun set, Yin and his team finally arrived outside Jinchuan City. It was said that they were outside the city, but in fact they were still far away from the city gate. They could only see the shadow of the city and were stopped by the soldiers. Registration card. Dania quickly took out the card. The other party looked at it, said, "Follow me," and then turned and walked in one direction. Everyone followed behind and soon saw a large number of disaster victims, many of whom were leaning under the trees, lying or leaning, and no one was standing. Then long lines came into view. The line for porridge was very long. After taking a quick look at the situation here, Yin felt a little depressed. The worst situation had happened. Chapter 61 Double Suppression. Yin found that although there were many disaster victims here, they were very quiet, except for those who were queuing for porridge. Everyone else stayed quietly, and almost no one moved back and forth. Soldiers could even be seen patrolling in the distance, which showed one thing: the high-pressure control of the court. I just hope she is overthinking it. In less than a cup of tea, they came to an area. The soldier who led the way pointed to the designated area. This is the area belonging to Zhao County. You are the seventh wave of disaster victims living together with the previous wave. The area he pointed to was marked out separately. The area was not large. Only about 400 square meters. And about 200 people had occupied half of the place. In other words, more than 400 people had to live in such a small place. And each person had only 1 square meter. No wonder many people had to rely on each other. There was not enough space. The man didn't care what they thought. He continued, I want to tell you about the rules here. Counties cannot communicate with each other. And you cannot walk out of the area of the county you belong to at will. Once discovered, you will be killed without mercy. Remember? When it comes to killing. Everyone's face changed, and they nodded repeatedly. The man was quite satisfied. These unruly people would not be honest unless they were scared. There is a porridge distribution point every 2 counties. The porridge distribution time starts at Mao time and ends at U time every day. Each household must send 2 people to get porridge. Remember? You can't make loud noises. You can't cause trouble. You can't gather more than 10 people. And report it immediately if someone is sick. The toilet is over there. And one household is responsible for cleaning the toilet every day. There are many rules. Yin Yan's heart sank a little bit every time he said one. Control in different areas and adopt a high-pressure policy at the same time, so as to minimize the possibility of riots. Even if half of the garrison troops came, there would only be 50,000 people. Adding the existing troops in the city, there would be less than 60,000. 60,000 people against hundreds of thousands of disaster victims. Even if the other side kicked them one by one, they could drown them. In order to prevent this from happening, the best way is to cut off their communication. And dividing the area according to counties is a good measure. In normal times, the total number of people in a county is less than 100,000. Not to mention the disaster years, when 40,000 or 50,000 people from a county are considered many. In this way, it is 60,000 against 40,000. No, maybe 10,000 soldiers can handle it. Even if civil unrest breaks out in many places at the same time, the government can easily handle it. Looking at those who are still queuing up for porridge at this time, you can guess that people have spent most of their time queuing up, working hard to get the porridge back, and lying down to sleep after drinking it. So how can they have the energy to make trouble? The double suppression of the spirit and body almost eliminates the possibility of making trouble. Alas, she sighed, it seems that the original plan has failed. There were less than 30,000 people from Zhao County, which was about 4,000 households. Even if one household could take out 1 tael of silver, it would only be 4,000 taels, which was far from her goal. The key point was, what if the government misunderstood her? Could she fly directly to the sky and tell the government that she was a fairy and wanted to do business with them? To be honest, this was the worst way, which would make her lose a lot of initiative. That was the government, not the victims. So she could just fool them. Looking at the current situation in Jinchuan, you can see how strong the other party's desire for control is. At this time, the soldier who led the way had left. Everyone did not move, but looked at Yin Yan. Miss, this is different from what we thought. They originally planned to come here to find an open land, then build a house, and then go out to attract people to buy things. Who knew that they were dumbfounded when they saw this? How can it be so strict? It's almost like being in prison. The only difference is a house. No, being in prison is better than now. What should we do? She is their backbone. Yin Yin estimated that other cities are similar to this place. So even if they change places, it will be the same. They might as well stay here first and think of a solution. Don't panic. Put your things down first. Then have dinner. Go to bed. And wait until tomorrow. Then are we still going to get porridge? Liam Onyang looked at the queue. It was less than half an hour before the hour of you. And there were still so many people. It was estimated that many people would not get food. Yin Yin shook her head and changed her mind. Let's not line up for porridge. Let's have a snack tonight. Get up early tomorrow to clean up the place we're going to live. And then cook for ourselves. I believe that the officers and soldiers will pay more attention to the new victims. Since we have to do it, we should make it special from the beginning. Set a smaller target. And start with the soldiers. Everyone almost blindly followed the eldest lady's words. No one hesitated or asked why. And just did it. The place is not big. Even if their side is open, they can't just go there casually. 200 people put down the big and small bags, and then spread the mats on the ground. Basically, there are 2 mats per family. enough for the whole family to sleep, leaving space for walking. And the rest of the place is covered with mats. And there are still many stacked together. As for the wood and water that they had collected along the way, they had to put them aside for now. Boss Gao and his men distributed snacks and soy milk to each household, asking everyone to eat and rest. They were tired after a day's journey. Besides, when the disaster victims in the same area smelled the sweet fragrance of the snacks, they all sat up and stretched their necks to look here. What are they eating? Why don't they go to get porridge? What are they drinking? It looks so expensive. They are dressed very cleanly. Are you sure they are disaster victims? Out of respect for the rules and fear of the soldiers, no one shouted loudly, and no one came to look. They just whispered and were extremely curious. Look at others, then look at yourself, and the difference will come out immediately. When the other party finished eating and laid down to sleep, the discussion here stopped. The soldiers in the distance kept paying attention to them, and even the patrolling army stopped nearby. If anyone violated the rules, they would directly take action to deter them. As a result, after waiting for a while, nothing happened. However, they were also curious about what the new group of disaster victims were drinking. The food was fine, just high-end snacks, but it was the first time they had seen anything to drink. They suppressed their curiosity and continued patrolling. After half an hour, the porridge distribution stopped, but the people in the queue did not come back. They would stay overnight. If they came back to rest, they would not know when they could get food the next day. If the situation got worse, they might get nothing like today. The key point was that Yin Yin found that neither the officers nor the patrolling soldiers drove them back, which meant that they tacitly agreed to their behavior. During this half hour, she made a special observation. It took about 4 seconds for the staff at the porridge stall to serve porridge to one person. It seemed that they were deliberately slowing down the process. If 2 people from one family went to get porridge, there would be 7,000 to 8,000 people in one county, and about 15,000 people in the 2 counties combined. According to the speed of distributing porridge, it would take nearly 17 hours, or 8.5 hours, to serve these 15,000 people. The time given by the government was from Mao to Yu, which was only 7 hours, a full 1.5 hours less, which meant that at least 2,500 people could not get food. Behind these 2,500 people were more than 1,200 families, which meant that nearly 10,000 people were hungry. Chapter 62, They don't eat as well as the disaster victims. What should we do if we want to eat? It's actually very simple. Either ask the government to extend the time for distributing porridge, or ask the government to add a porridge distribution point, or ask the government to change the regulations so that one person from each family can go to get porridge. It's okay if the above changes any one rule. But is it possible? You can figure it out with your toes. The government deliberately made such a rule. She even guessed that if a county has a smaller population, the speed of distributing porridge would be slower. The purpose is to delay. It basically guarantees that about 2,000 people will not get porridge every day, so they will starve in turn. In the words of the government, lying down all day and doing nothing. What's the point of eating so much? Once people are full, they will easily find trouble. So it's okay as long as they don't starve to death. Soon, night fell, and everyone wrapped in thick clothes lay on straw mats and spent the first night in Jinchuan. Everyone was worried. This place was completely different from what they thought. Xiaolong had a lot to say to his mother, but without a hidden environment, he had to give up. For the first time, Yin Yin did not practice, but slept with the children in her arms. At midnight, just after the hour of Z, some disaster victims got up and lined up. Until the hour of Mao, disaster victims continued to move around. Yin Yin could not sleep at all, so she had to stand up and stretch her muscles. Looking at the disaster victims, she could not help but sigh that life was not easy. She looked up at the sky. The moon was full and then waned, but it was still very bright, except for its surroundings. Other places were full of stars. If you don't look at the human world, the starry sky is beautiful. She didn't understand. How could a place not rain for such a long time? With the geographical location of the show, there is no shortage of cold and warm air currents. How much ability does it take to control most of the country from raining? Is this the world of immortal cultivation? So science can't explain it? That's not right. Isn't it said that the world of immortal cultivation has abundant spiritual energy? Why didn't she feel it? Junior member Li Chang requested to shop. Please ask the staff to set the items and prices that can be purchased. Suddenly, the voice of the supermarket came into my mind. It turned out that today was the 10th day that Li Chong became a member. Yan Yan collected her thoughts and opened the supermarket page. There was a red question mark in the middle. She clicked it, and an empty shelf appeared. The shelf has 3 layers. 5 grids on each layer. Yan Yan used her consciousness to select the first grid. And then the item options appeared. All the products owned by the supermarket can be selected. She selected the snacks and then set the price. A line of small words appeared below. The price can float up by 20%, of which 10% of the profit is the commission for employees. Yan Yan set the price of the snacks to 36 won/box without hesitation, and chose milk at 60 won/box in the second grid, followed by nuts, snow cakes, and real fruit drinks. In the second and third rows, she selected ice cream, dumplings, steamed buns, soy milk, and various beverages, all of which were priced 20% higher. After selecting all, she clicked Done. There was a small page at the bottom left of the supermarket page, which was the shopping page that was just open to members. She stared at the shopping page, and soon, 1,000 boxes of snacks were bought, followed by 1,000 boxes of milk, nut gift packs, snow cakes, beverages, and water. The only things that were not bought much were dumplings and steamed buns. Soon the amount of consumption reached 300 taels. Strange. Yan Yan didn't understand why Brother Chong bought so many things. It was said that he bought so much money last time, and he couldn't finish it even if he ate it all up. Why did he buy again? Too much money to burn? Of course, this was just her guess. There must be some reason that caused him to start buying a lot of food. Forget it. Who cares? It won't hurt me anyway. After closing the supermarket page, she called everyone to get up and work. There were several big trees in the area where they were. Because of the limited space, they didn't need so many mats. So Yan Yan asked everyone to use half of the mats as the top of the tent. Fix both ends on the big trees, and use wood as support at both ends. Soon, the top of the head was connected into one piece, and there was no need to be exposed to the sun during the day, although it was ventilated on all sides. With this top, there was a feeling of home, which was different. After the shed was built, they started to set up the pot. There were no stones here, so they used water and soil, and then made 10 simple stoves. Originally, they prepared so much water to make mud bricks and build a house for the eldest lady. Now they didn't need it, so they just took it out. Then they used the branches picked up on the road as firewood, dried the stove a little, and finally set up the pot and poured water into the pot. Everyone worked in an orderly manner, very skilled. The people on the side were stunned. Are they really fleeing? Are they sure they are not going on a picnic? Why are they setting up a pot? Don't you know how to save food when you have so much food? You should know that you will often be hungry in the future. No, this is not the point. The point is, where did they get so much food? Those who fled here were all penniless and even had to eat. If they had enough food, why did they come all the way to Jinchuan City? Isn't it better to live by guarding a well? These people were puzzled. But forget about persuading them. After they finish eating, they will queue up like them. And they may even be hungry. Humph! You are so arrogant when I tell you to have some food. You will cry sooner or later. Many people have this mentality, so no one reminds them. 2 soldiers came over soon. What are you doing? They looked serious. Their tone was a little heavy. And of course, there was a hint of doubt. Facing the soldiers' questioning, everyone was a little at a loss. And they were instinctively afraid of the power of the officials. Yan Yan waved her hand and asked everyone to do their own things, and she would deal with it. To answer the official, we are cooking. Does Jinchuan have a rule that you can't cook by yourself? The 2 were stunned for a moment. And there was really no rule that you can't cook by yourself. The main thing is that the higher-ups didn't expect the disaster victims to cook by themselves. One of them reminded them, it's better to save some food. Didn't you see that many people lined up overnight last night? Yan Yan smiled and replied, thank you for the reminder, official. But we still have a lot of food. We don't need to get porridge in the short term. It's better to give the court's relief to those who need it more. Oh! She gave herself full marks for this wave of answers. The soldier opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. It's up to you. Just don't make trouble. After saying that, the 2 left. However, a quarter of an hour later, the 2 came back. this time followed by a patrol of 20 soldiers. They were all attracted by the smell. "Where did you get the dumplings?" Soldier A asked in surprise. And the chubby dumplings made him drool. "It's meat stuffing." "How did you bring it here?" Soldier B was very puzzled. The weather couldn't keep it for 2 days, but they didn't make it fresh. "Are you sure you are disaster victims?" Soldier A looked at these people suspiciously. If the disaster victims could afford white flour and meat dumplings, they would be worse than the disaster victims. Yin Yin said with a smile on her face. "You officials haven't had breakfast yet. Do you want to eat together? I'll ask them to cook a few more pots of dumplings." The 22 people looked at each other, wanting to say they didn't want to eat, but they couldn't take their eyes off the dumplings, let alone dumplings. They almost forgot what flour tasted like. The drought area was expanding, and flour was being sold at a price of 1 ounce of silver per liter. And even that was limited. They really couldn't afford it. Chapter 63 Lin Hai's relatives? Yin Yin did not wait for their reply, but asked on her own. "How about pork and cabbage?" "Corn and pork. I have mushrooms and pork here. How about cooking 2 pots of each? And you can have whatever you want." Mo Nyang. "Cook 6 more pots of dumplings." "Okay." Mississippi. Mo Nyang immediately asked a few people to start boiling water and cooking dumplings. Whether they were officers or soldiers, they all swallowed their saliva and could not resist the temptation to refuse. It was so smooth at the beginning, which surprised Yin Yin a little. It seems that not only the victims, but everyone is having a hard time. Xiao Yong brought a small stool to each of them with the children and asked them to sit and wait. Sitting down and standing up are 2 different mentalities. As long as they sit here and eat this bowl of dumplings today, they will have their first backer here, and they will be distinguished from other victims. Although his mother did not tell him her plan, he could guess roughly. The high-pressure policy made his mother's plan difficult to implement. If he wanted to break the dilemma, he would start with the law enforcers. Sure enough, the mother and son were in tune with each other, and the mother's approach was similar to what he thought. The officers and soldiers didn't think much about it. They sat on the small stool and looked at the pot, swallowing their saliva from time to time. Soon the steaming dumplings came out of the pot. One person took a full bowl of dumplings with soup and water, and ate them up. While eating, they shouted that it was hot, but no one slowed down. After a while, the dumplings were finished. They wiped their mouths and ate so happily. They hadn't eaten so happily for a long time. "What is this lady's name?" Soldier A's tone was much softer, not as cold as at the beginning. "My name is Yin Yin, and everyone calls me Mississippi." "Miss? This is not a title for rural people. Besides, married women all take their husband's surname. So why doesn't she have one?" But think about it. If someone can get so many dumplings to eat in such a bad situation and share the food with the victims, this person must be very simple. Then it's okay to call her Miss. There was still a big bowl of dumplings left in the pot, and Yin Yin asked Mo Nyang to serve it. "Sir, this bowl of dumplings is my filial gift to Deputy General Han." Soldier A was a little surprised. "Miss Yin knows our Deputy General Han?" Yin Yin chuckled. "How can I know him? I just heard Captain Lin Hai mention him." This is a very sophisticated statement. Mentioned and mentioned. Even if there is one more word, it sounds different. It turns out that she is a relative of Lin Hai. This is everyone's unanimous thought. Lin Hai was an infantryman, originally 1 level lower than them, but he was lucky enough to replace his boss and become the captain, managing 50 soldiers, which made him 1 level higher than them. "Miss Yin, we will take the dumplings to Deputy General Han. If you have any problems or needs, you can come to us directly. We are responsible for several counties here." Since she is a relative of the brothers, everyone's attitude towards her instantly became friendly. "Miss Yin, you can move around nearby, as long as you don't make noise. If you have any problems, just come to the sentry post to find us." The 2 officers and soldiers on the side also expressed their opinions and even relaxed the policy. Captain Lin's relatives also knew Deputy General Han, so this was not an ordinary disaster victim. The leading soldier A planned to apply for a position for Yin Yin when he returned, which was considered a favor to Lin Hai. The families of soldiers were in a specific area. After everyone left, Yin Yin asked Dania to lead everyone to make 2 long low tables and 30 more small benches. It was just right to use the wood they brought. Everyone did not rest and work directly. The villagers were now so convinced of the eldest lady. In 1 round, so many people were taken down. It was amazing. The disaster victims in other places were confused. What was going on? Was the other party a disaster victim? If so, how could he be so familiar with the officials? If not, why did he stay in the place where the disaster victims were resettled? To experience life? At noon, soldiers came to collect knives. These things should be controlled. Just wait until they leave and take them away. The axes were also supposed to be taken away. But the soldiers turned a blind eye and did not care. They continued to make tables. The queue stretched from before dawn until the sun was about to set. And there were still many people. As for the porridge they brought back, it was very watery. And the rice grains could be counted. Most of it was bran. Rice bran, soil, and sand. If a pot of porridge weighed 500 kilograms, water would account for at least 300 kilograms. Rice would account for at most 50 kilograms. Rice bran or bran would account for 100 kilograms. And soil and sand would account for 50 kilograms. It was still good for her to calculate it this way. But she was afraid that there would not be even 50 kilograms of rice. But no one complained about the sand and soil in the porridge. After the porridge was brought back, the whole family immediately gathered around. It was better for those with fewer people. 1 bowl per person. As long as there were more than 6 people in a family, they could only get half a bowl at most. Even so, they would hold the bowl and drink carefully, for fear that a drop would spill. At the end of the drink, pick out the large grains of sand and stones. Drink all the remaining bottom, and lick the bowl clean. This bowl of porridge is the basis for a day's food and water. Alas, Yin Yin sighed slightly. Then she turned around and told Imo Nyang to eat steamed buns tonight. Imo Nyang and the others quickly found the comb and washed it. It was made on the road and was used to steam steamed buns. The first step is still to boil water in a pot. The second step is to eat 2 steamed buns per person, and eat whatever fillings are assigned. Not long after, the soldier A team came over, and there were 5 officers and soldiers with them. Yin Yin invited everyone to come and sit, and the benches and tables made in the afternoon came in handy. Soldier A looked at each other with complicated eyes. He had already asked Lin Hai, and this woman was not his relative at all. Lin Hai thought Yin Yin was from the Song family branch, so he was very polite to her and introduced Deputy General Han. On the other hand, Detzi, one of the other patrolling brothers, made it clear that Yin Yin had nothing to do with the Song family in Beijing. In Detzi's opinion, if Yin Yin was a member of the Song family, even if it was a branch, she should have complained to the young Marquis Song the first time she met him. Even if she didn't know Song Yin as a branch family, she would have known the unique symbol of the Song family. So Detzi guessed that this woman was not from a big family at all, and it was most likely that she was a country lady. As her identity changed, the attitude of these people towards her also changed. Although they were not cold, they were no longer as enthusiastic and friendly as in the morning. Thinking about the order of Deputy General Han, the 25 people sat down without hesitation. Miss Yin, what are you going to eat tonight? Soldier A asked with selective blindness. Yin Yin smiled and said, as if she didn't notice the change in the other party's attitude. Because we don't have enough water. We eat steamed buns. Have you had dinner, sir? If not, just have a bite here. Soldier A replied politely. That's not good. There are so many of us. Even if each person eats 4, it will take a lot. Dania couldn't help rolling his eyes. I think it's inappropriate. And he said that each person eats 4 buns? How shameless. Chapter 64. Everyone came to eat shamelessly. Yin Yin was still smiling. There's enough food. You sit down for a while. Imo Nyang. Steam 7 pots of steamed buns. 2 portions of each flavor. Okay. Mississippi. Imo Nyang put down the buns in her hand and asked everyone to start cooking. Soldier A stood up and strolled around casually, but his eyes fell on the woman named Imo Nyang. Imo Nyang walked to a wooden box and took out boxes of steamed buns from it. The box was not big, and there was only enough space for 2 people. The dumplings in the morning should have been taken out from it. And with so many people eating now, there shouldn't be much stock in it. They will come again tomorrow, and the mission will probably be completed. After he had a plan in mind, Soldier A walked back and waited to eat the buns. After the buns were cooked, they were much bigger than a fist. There were white, yellow, and purple ones. They all took one and took a big bite, and the filling inside was revealed. It's actually sugar? Mine is sesame and peanut. What's the filling? It's purple and quite delicious. It was a surprise to have a white bun, but they didn't expect it to have fillings, which was double the joy. As soon as they finished eating the bun in their hands, they hurried to take another one and take it first. Soon the 3 buns were finished, and they kept the last one, not wanting to eat it. But they were afraid that the other party would take it back, so they secretly stuffed it into their arms. Yin Yin pretended not to see it, and asked Mo Nyang to pack the remaining 12 buns. Military. This is a tribute to Deputy General Han. Please help carry it. Okay. Okay. The soldiers looked much better. After eating, they got on their horses, and prepared to continue patrolling. Yin Yin called Soldier A. Soldier, we are going to eat dumplings tomorrow morning. If you come to eat, can you bring a few buckets of water? We don't have much water. Soldier A was stunned for a moment. Is this man really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? He actually took the initiative to invite them to a breakfast? They shouldn't have much food. He was silent for a moment and nodded. No problem. I'll bring water at 7 o'clock. After agreeing on a time to eat tomorrow, they rode away. 5 officers and soldiers were left, one of whom was the one who received them at the beginning. Miss Yin. The officer and soldier hesitated. Actually, there is no need. Hey, you should just leave the food. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me. Jean de Quan. I will definitely help you if I can. In the end, he didn't say anything, but made a promise. Yin Yan's smile deepened. Except for Yin Yin and her friends. Everyone present was waiting for the moment when their food was finished. The 3rd morning in Jinchuan, the soldiers came again. And this time, they not only brought 10 bottles of water, but also doubled their number. Soldier A explained embarrassedly. Miss Yin, this is another patrol team. They heard that there are dumplings here, and they are clamoring to come and see. What do you think? The implication was, can we entertain them together? Yin Yin was not displeased or refused as he expected, but smiled and said, sure, as long as there is enough water. Everyone sit down. I will let Mo Nyang and others cook dumplings. She actually agreed? 40 soldiers and 5 officers looked at her in surprise. It was beyond their expectations. Danyo asked Gao Laoda and the others to take down the buckets, and then wash the pots and boil water. Soldier A set his sights on Mo Nyang again. She and several women came to the wooden box and took things out from it. 1 bag, 2 bags, 3 or 4 bags, 5 bags, 6 bags, 7 or 8 bags. She took 24 bags before stopping. He frowned, puzzled, and had to go forward to check. Miss Yin, can I see the box with food? Yin Yin didn't say anything but made a gesture of invitation. He nodded slightly, then strode towards the wooden box. The first thing he felt when he came here was cool. I didn't notice it from a distance. It turned out that the dumplings were frozen. Then the question is, how can they be frozen without ice? He checked the wooden box. It was made of wood, without interlayer and ice cubes. Since there is no ice, how can the dumplings stay frozen? This is strange. He pinched his chin and frowned. Since there is no answer, just ask the person involved directly. Miss Yin, I see that the dumplings are still steaming. I wonder where they came from. Yin Yin asked with a smile. Excuse me, sir, is it illegal for me to eat food by myself? Soldier A shook his head. No. Yin Yin shrugged and stopped talking. The meaning was very clear. I won't tell you. Soldier A looked a little embarrassed and frustrated. But it was understandable. If I were her, I wouldn't say it easily. Dania really wanted to say to them, it's good to have something to eat. Why do you care where it comes from? Soldier A had to sit back down in dismay. Although he didn't understand the source of the food, there were only 30 bags of dumplings in the box. He believed that so many disaster victims could finish them in the morning, and his mission was half completed. The dumplings were cooked soon. They brought their own bowls and chopsticks this time, which showed that they had planned to come here to eat. These days, you can't even eat white flour dumplings during the Chinese New Year. So today is equivalent to the Chinese New Year. The 45 people were sweating, and their faces were red. According to convention, before these people left, Yin Yin packed another portion for Deputy General Han. After sending them away, Xiao Yong asked his mother softly, Mom, how long do you think Deputy General Han will see you? Yin Yin estimated, if I add a chip in the afternoon, I guess the other party will see me after 2 attempts. Xiao Yong thought so too. Xiao Dan on the side was puzzled and dissatisfied. Mom, Why don't you tell them the identity of the immortal directly? They have eaten a lot of food for nothing. They are shameless and come to eat. Dania was also confused. Yes, miss. If you tell them your identity directly, wouldn't that Deputy General Han appear? Why bother to beat around the bush with these soldiers? Yin Yin smiled and pinched her daughter's little face to calm her emotions. Mom's identity cannot be told for the time being. At least not before meeting a bigger figure. Which is why I don't let you tell it. When she found that the control here exceeded her expectations, she warned everyone not to tell the immortal about it. Judging from the means of control, the other party is not stupid. And ancient people are not idiots. She continued. As for what they eat, don't worry. I will definitely double the money back. She doesn't do business that loses money. Xiaodian raised her little face and asked curiously, Mom, do you have any plans? Yin Yin nodded. Yes. First, I want to take you away from here. Only by standing outside the rules can you have equal negotiation qualifications. It is easy and convenient to use the other party's identity to control the bargaining chips. So before the showdown, she must first take the initiative. Money, status, power, responsibility. As long as you are attracted to any one of them, it is enough. Chapter 65. Deputy General Han's share is gone? Xiaodian still didn't quite understand. But it didn't stop her from looking at her mother with admiration. Dania didn't ask any more. He just had to obey the young lady's orders. As for the others, he still had to warn them. And they must not cause trouble for the young lady. When it was almost noon, the city gate was seen opening from a distance. And more than 100 cavalrymen escorted a carriage out of the city and then headed north. Yin Yin asked Zhang Dequan. And it was the eldest young master of the Ning family who was taken away by the young Marquis Song. It was said that he was seriously ill and had not woken up yet. Did he leave? She originally wanted to wait until she entered the city to see. But she must have thought too much. Ning Yuan couldn't be that weak. You know, his ability is level 4. 1 level higher than hers. In the afternoon, the sun was very strong. Some people lined up endlessly for a bite of food. And some people lay on the ground half dead, with no hope for the future. Of course, there were also people squatting under the pergola, slurping ice cream bite by bite. The victims in other areas nearby were so jealous. They are all human beings. But why is there such a big difference? Damn. Why are they not in the same group with each other? Jealousy. When the soldier team A came to Zhao County for patrol, they saw Yin Yin and other victims squatting on the ground and licking a strange thing. Their expressions were so enjoyable. The victims next to them looked at them eagerly. So envious. Slurp. Slurp. The slurping sounds came into their ears one after another. They swallowed their saliva and wanted to eat it. Just when they were hesitating about how to speak, Dania ran over. Military. You have worked hard. My lady invites you to take a rest under the tree and have an ice cream. Ice cream? The little thing you eat? Soldier A asked curiously. Dania nodded. Yes. My lady said that in summer, ice cream and the sun are the best match. Ah? They didn't know what it meant. But it didn't stop them from getting off their horses and sitting in a row. Mo Yang took out 20 ice creams from the wooden box. That box again? Soldier A covered his mouth in surprise. Wasn't there only dumplings in it? No. The dumplings were eaten by the disaster victims in the morning. So it should be empty. How come there is ice cream again? Soldier A, damn. What the hell? He didn't bother to ask for the owner's consent. He stood up and ran to the wooden box. It was empty. Nothing. But there was still cold air inside, indicating that the ice cream was indeed taken out of it. On the other side, all 19 soldiers got ice cream. When the bag was torn open, a cold air rushed to their faces. They took a light bite, and it was icy and cool. The thing was too small, and it was gone before I could eat much. The soldiers finally understood why those people were sucking. Thinking of this, they moved the bench away and squatted like the other party and started licking. Slurp. Slurp. Oh! It's so delicious. No wonder Miss Yin said that in summer. Ice cream and the sun are the best match. And it's true. Although they kept licking, the ice cream will always be finished. 20 people sucked the ice cream sticks reluctantly. And happy times are always short. Before getting on the horse, Soldier A waited for a while. As usual, the other party would bring it to Deputy General Han. But this time he didn't wait. Seeing Yin Yin sitting there motionless, he was too embarrassed to say, Please give me another one. He touched his nose awkwardly and continued patrolling. For 3 consecutive days, the soldiers came to them, which made the surrounding disaster victims talk about it. Finally, it was no longer dead. Gossip is always people's spiritual food. Some disaster victims next to them came to ask quietly, wanting to know what their relationship with the soldiers was, and where the food came from, and whether they could share some with them. Because of Yan Yan's order, everyone said that they didn't know, although it caused some commotion. No matter whether it was the disaster victims in Zhao County or the disaster victims in other counties, they didn't dare to move. No one dared to challenge the rules, because they had seen with their own eyes that the soldiers killed the disobedient people. And they did it so quickly. They didn't care what the reason was. As long as you broke the rules, you would be killed. The bloody lesson was the most shocking. At night, the soldiers and officers came to punch in at the appointed time. And this time, they brought 10 bottles of water. Yin Yan accepted the water, but didn't open fire. She asked Him Yang to get some snacks. Tonight we won't eat dumplings or steamed buns. Let's try the snack. The snack box was bright red, and the packaging material was still something they had never seen before. Soldier A asked tentatively, Miss Yin, are there no more dumplings and steamed buns? I finally ate them all for you. I don't know why, but the mission was completed. But he felt a little regretful. Yin Yin shook her head. No, just a change of taste. Soldier A, so you still have some? His eyes were on the box from a distance. Could the secret be related to the box? The snacks are also delicious. Let's eat one box first. If you are not full, I will call Him Yang to get more. The box was opened, and the exquisite snacks inside made everyone's eyes widen. This thing is definitely not cheap. It can be said to be more expensive than the dumplings and steamed buns they eat. If Yin Yan knew what they were thinking, she would definitely say, yes, it is 20 cents more expensive. 45 people surrounded the table. They ate more than 10 bites of the snacks that could be finished in 3 or 4 bites, and savored them slowly, because it was too rare. Dainu and the others sat on the straw mat and ate the snacks in big mouthfuls. Seeing their careful appearance, I couldn't help laughing, and remembered how they looked when they just ate the snacks. The soldiers ignored their laughter, but I couldn't help feeling sour in my heart. They didn't eat as well as the victims. So jealous. I don't know if I can come to eat tomorrow. Thinking so, someone really asked, Miss Yin, can we come here to eat tomorrow? After saying that, the other party lowered his head a little embarrassedly. Yin Yin smiled and said, sure, we'll have snow cakes and soy milk tomorrow morning. And you don't need to bring bowls. The 45 people stuffed their bowls into their arms embarrassedly. As for what snow cakes and soy milk are, we'll know tomorrow. After finishing the snacks, they didn't leave immediately, but talked to her for a while. The general meaning was, is there anything you want? Or is there anything they can do to help her? And do you need anything else besides water? Yin Yin shook her head one by one, indicating that she didn't need anything. Just let them owe it, and don't give them a chance to repay the favor. Before leaving, Soldier A waited again. When he knew that Deputy General Han had no hope, he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't have the nerve to speak, and left with his brothers. Everything in the entire disaster area remained the same, except that they were a little special. On the morning of the 4th day, the 45 people reported on time, eating snow cakes and drinking sweet soy milk with satisfaction. But before leaving, Soldier A finally asked shamelessly, Miss Yin, don't you have anything to bring to Vice General Han? Yin Yin blinked with an embarrassed expression. Sir, it's not that I'm not respectful. I just don't have any extra. Soldier A, nonsense. I looked at the wooden box before asking, and there was clearly a snow cake gift package. But he couldn't say such shameless words, so he had to leave in disappointment. Chapter 66 Xiaozhang is here. In the evening, they arrived as scheduled, but there were 20 more soldiers. A total of 65 people. Soldier A was very embarrassed, but he had no choice. It was arranged by his superior. He was really afraid that the other party would look at him with contempt. It's okay to eat by himself, but he brought so many people. What's the face? He also specifically told everyone to eat less. As a result, when the dumplings were served, they were all full of a big bowl. Even the victims were no exception. Soldier A, it seems that there should be a lot of dumplings this time, and there is hope for Deputy General Han's share. When they finished eating and were about to leave, He mentioned it again. Yin Yin still had the same reason. There was no extra. And she couldn't take it. Soldier A, do you think I believe it? I'm worried. How should I explain to Deputy General Han later? I should have eaten less earlier. No. I should have brought less people earlier. He left with a frown. I thought this day would just pass like this. After the sun went down, Yin Yin was ready to coax her child to sleep. But she had no choice. The victims lined up too early. And she would be woken up in the middle of the night. So she had to go to bed early and get up at midnight. Just then, Jean de Quan came over with a man. Miss Yin, can you take someone else in? In the past, there was no need to discuss with the victims. But now it was different. This person is also from Sanji Town. She got separated from the team halfway. She is the only one in the family. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. I will place her in. Mom? Song Xiaobao suddenly shouted, then rushed to the person whose face was almost invisible and whose hair was messy, and hugged her. Woo! Mom, you are finally here. Sister-in-law? Yin Yin looked at her in surprise. Her hair covered most of her face. She was dirty, and her clothes were more tattered than before. The most important thing was that her temperament had changed. She was gloomy before, as if she was covered by a haze. She felt cold at the pores when she looked at her. But it's different now. How should I put it? She is very sensitive to a person's own breath. Now Xiao Zhang is very peaceful, without any anger or depression. That's why I didn't recognize her at the first time. What happened? Why did she change so much? And why did she come here alone? Dirty. Xiao Shang's voice was hoarse, trying to avoid the child. Yin Yin found that her movements were a little wrong. So she reached out and grabbed her arm. The arm below the elbow was empty. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and a fierce light flashed. Where is your hand? Second sister-in-law. I'm fine. Compared with a pair of hands, I am satisfied that I can come here alive. Xiao Zhang's eyes were calm, as if she didn't care about the hands. Mom, it hurts? Woo-woo. I should have known I wouldn't have separated from you. Woo-woo. Song Xiaobao cried loudly, crying very hard. Others watched and didn't say anything, but they felt bad for her. Xiaong frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. Jean de Quan didn't expect that this man was actually a family with Miss Yin. But it was a coincidence. Miss Yin, since you know each other, let her stay with you. If there is nothing else, I will go first. Thank you, Brother Zong. Yin Yin thanked him and asked Daniel to bring a bag of snow cakes as a thank you gift. The other party refused a little, and then accepted it and left. Mo and Yang took Xiao Zhang to wash up. They used curtains to make a simple bathroom, mainly because Yin Yin was not used to not washing for several days. After half an hour, the water was changed 3 times, and Xiao Shang came out wearing Mo and Yang's clothes. During this time, Yin Yin went in to see her arms. They were knife wounds, both of which were cut directly from the elbow. The wounds healed very well, and new flesh had already wrapped the broken bones. Yin Yin checked her body. Except for her hands, there were no other problems, and her vitality was still sufficient. The effect of apple water is continuous. Not only Xiao Zhang, but all the villagers who drank apple water are in very good health. As for her hands, she couldn't do anything. Even if the healing skill was restored to the original level, it couldn't make the broken limbs regenerate, unless it was upgraded to another level. There would be hope. Seeing his mother come out, Xiao Bao ran over and hugged her tightly, and his tears never stopped. Xiao Zhang wanted to touch the child's head, so he raised his arm and put it down again. Let's go. Eat something, and then tell me what happened to your hand. And where are they? Little Zhang nodded. Her expression was calm. 10 meters away from the designated area, Dania put the table and benches in place, and there was a large bowl with 5 steamed buns in it. They were allowed to move around, but they could not go too far from the designated area. Xiao Bao took the steamed buns and fed his mother 1 bite at a time. Yin Yin sat opposite the 2 of them with Xiaoyong and Xiaodan, waiting quietly. Little Zhang ate 2 steamed buns and stopped eating, and began to tell her own story. Originally we followed you, but later we met 2 families. They said they were left alone and wanted to go with us. Dad and Mom agreed without thinking too much. At this point, she sighed slightly. In order to win the favor of the Song family, they also took out a lot of meat for us to eat. I felt that the meat was not chewy when I took a bite. I saw that there was no old man in the 2 families, So I asked the third son to test it. They eat the old man? Yin Yin asked, and at the same time thought of Gui Ji's group. Could there be any fish that slipped through the net? It's really possible. After all, she didn't search the village. Xiao Zhang nodded. Yes. My first thought at that time was to let. She looked at the three children and didn't say the rest. But Yin Yin understood that she should want to keep the two old men of the Song family completely. Seeing that Yin Yin understood what she meant, she continued. It went smoothly afterwards. Just a few hints, and the eldest son of the Song family sent the people out personally. Hee. She didn't know whether she was laughing at the old man and the old woman of the Song family, or at the eldest son of the Song family. But there was a sense of irony in her laughter. Yin Yin didn't sympathize with the two old people at all. What happened to your hand afterwards? It was old third Song who did it himself. Little Zhang's expression was still very calm, and there was even a smile in her eyes, and tears in her smile. Yin Yin did not see any hatred or resentment in her expression. So was the hand-cutting planned by her? Little Zhang suddenly smiled a little sadly. It's just a pity for my cousin. She may never understand why her man would hand her over. Yin Yin frowned in thought, and gave her own guess. After they ate the old ones, they wanted to attack you. So you suggested that you and your cousin sacrifice? Little Zhang shook her head. No. They actually wanted to deal with old third Song. Or to be more precise, they wanted to treat all of us as food. But they were afraid of casualties in the fight. And they were afraid that we would run away. So they used this one-for-one method to get rid of the men on our side first. The two families they met were demons. But it was too late when they knew it. Chapter 67. Two pieces of news. Song Lao De is so afraid of death. How could he agree? So I secretly gave him an idea. To exchange him with my sister-in-law in my hands. Ha. Song Lao De didn't hesitate at all. And agreed immediately. And didn't let me tell my cousin. After all, she is his wife who gave birth to his children. After 10 years of love, he can abandon her if he wants. But when I think about it, he can push his parents out. So why would he care about his wife? The other party agreed without hesitation. One person for two people. It's a good deal. Xiao Dan was a little confused. Aunt San. Why two people? Isn't it one person plus a pair of hands? Yin Yin touched her daughter's head and explained softly. Without hands, it's equivalent to having no resistance. For those people, it's no different from being dead. Xiao Dan seemed to understand. Oh, just like a fish on a chopping board. Let people slaughter it. Yes, that's what I mean, Xiao Zhang replied, without any dissatisfaction with this metaphor. It's a fact. Then, third aunt, why do you want to help uncle? Xiao Dan asked in confusion. Xiao Zhang shook her head slightly. Not to help him, but to help me and your third uncle. If Song Lao De died, the other party's next target would be the third uncle. And she and her cousin would still not be able to escape. If the third uncle took over, when the eldest uncle and his wife wanted to run away, she would definitely be abandoned by them, and would definitely die. The best way was to leave Song Lao De behind and kill De Zhang, leaving him isolated and helpless, and having to rely on the third uncle and his wife. As for why she disabled herself, it was to let the two families and Song Lao De relax their vigilance, so that she and the third uncle could escape. In her words, a pair of hands in exchange for 2 lives is worth it. The last step is to plan to escape. She uses the 3 children of Song Lao De as a condition, and promises to take his children away, so that he and Song Lao San are willing to be the last one behind. Of course, in her plan, her husband will push Song Lao De out halfway, and then use the 3 children as a scapegoat, and she and her husband will escape. Don't say she is cruel. In the case of life being in danger, she can only take care of her own people. She didn't say these because the children were there, but Yin Yin and Xiaoyong can understand her plan after thinking about it. Then the question is, why are you the only one here? Are they all? She didn't ask the rest of the question, but everyone knew it. Xiao Zhan looked a little sad. Yin Yin frowned slightly, and had a bad guess. Song Lao San? Xiao Zhan was silent for a while, and then slowly spoke. He was killed by his brother in order to save me. Mom, my father is dead? Xiao Bao was confused at the beginning, but understood the last sentence. The tears that had finally stopped fell again. Although he was sad, he didn't cry as much as before. Xiao Zhang wanted to hold the child in her arms, but in the end, she could only rub her head against the child's head. Your father was still thinking about you before he left. He asked me to tell you that I'm sorry that I can't grow up with you. Wow. Song Xiaobao finally burst into tears, listening to the child's cry. Xiao Zhang's mood was also a little low, and she wiped tears with the child. After a while, Xiao Zhang explained the reason. On the way to escape, the eldest brother Song was injured. In order not to die, he begged for mercy from the other party, saying that as long as he left him a child, he would help them chase the third brother and his wife back. Song Lao San desperately stopped them and bought her time to escape. After escaping, she ran towards Jin Chuan like crazy, and the other party gave up after chasing her for a while. Maybe they didn't expect her to run so fast and not tired. With the support of a strong will and a special body, she ran to Jin Chuan without sleep for 2 days and didn't eat a bite of food. Yin Yin could see that her spirit was always tense. Let Dania make a place for her, and then let her take the child to rest. Only the mother and the child were left here, and they didn't expect the ending of the Song family to be like this. Yin Yin didn't feel anything except sighing at the fragility of life. These people were familiar strangers to her. But the 2 children were different. After all, they were relatives who had lived together for 5 years. She was just about to enlighten the 2 children. But the expressions of the 2 little ones were normal, and they were not sad at all. Especially Xiao Dan. There was still some regret on her face. Yin Yin asked curiously, "My daughter, can you tell me what you regret?" Xiaodan said directly, "I regret that my uncle didn't die." In her eyes, his uncle deserved to die. Xiaoyong added, "If nothing unexpected happens, uncle and his 3 children will die." "Why?" Xiaodan asked puzzledly. "According to Aunt Sen's pace, they are not far from Jinchuan. They should arrive in 3 days. They can't eat so many people." "No. You shouldn't consider human nature. They are no longer human beings." "Don't consider human nature?" Listening to her brother's words, Xiaodan was stunned for a moment, thought about it again, and finally understood why her brother said that uncle and his 3 children would die. "Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaodan and Xiaoyong, you should play with Xiaobao more in the future." Xiaodan, you should play with Xiaobao more. Understand?" Seeing her son's expressionless face, Yin Yin skipped him directly. The 2 of them were not suitable, and they were not on the same level at all. It was better for the innocent daughter. Xiaodan didn't know that she was a simple and easy-to-deceive image in her mother's heart. She nodded happily. "Don't worry, mother. I will play with Xiaobao." "Yeah." Xiaodan, be good. Looking at the innocent sister, Xuyong's expressionless face showed a smile. It's good to have mother and sister around. In the middle of the night, Xiao Zhang suddenly woke up. She sat in a daze for a while, and after making sure it was safe here, she laid down and continued to sleep. This happened 3 or 4 times, and she fell asleep until the Mao hour, the 5th day in Jinchuan. In the morning, the soldiers did not come. Only Zhang Dequan and his 4 brothers came to eat breakfast. Yin Yin asked, and Zhang Dequan said he didn't know. They were not from the same department. After the meal, they left. When it was almost noon, some soldiers pushed wooden barrels to sprinkle medicine powder on mats and clothes to prevent the plague. Once the plague happened to so many people, the whole army would be wiped out. Yin Yin and the others actively cooperated. When she was free, Yin Yin asked Danyo to line up and inquire about the situation with the victims. Danyo lined up for half an hour and then came back with 2 pieces of news. The first piece of news is that there is not much food in the city. The porridge they brought back not only had a few grains of rice, but also half of the bran. Many people panicked and worried that they would not be able to eat for a long time. This news was expected by Yin Yin. There are more than 50 counties and 3 prefectures in their province, and the provincial capital is Jinchuan. Even if there are victims from 30 counties who come to seek refuge, it is conservatively estimated that there are 30,000 people in one county, which means there are 900,000 people. How much food will be consumed in a month? The second piece of news is that a wealthy family will come tomorrow to select people. They said that if you are selected, you will get a lot of food. Who? At this critical moment, do they still think that there are not enough people in the mansion? Or are they finding ways to send food to the victims? Chapter 68, Vice General Han's Resentment. The children are selected every half a month. The time is up tomorrow. The wealthy families will select people next to the porridge distribution point. There is no limit on gender. As for age, The probability of being selected is the highest for those aged 5 to 10. Yin Yin raised her eyebrows. At this age, they can't do any work. So what are they going to do with them? Eat them? This was her first thought. And then she shook her head. It's not something delicious. Since so many people came to select, there must be other uses. Daniel, you and Mo Nyan will go and find out tomorrow. What do they want the children for? Anything that is unreasonable must be a trick. In the afternoon, the patrol team changed, and it was no longer the team of Soldier A and his team. Yin Yin greeted them. Soldier, do you want to take a break and have an ice cream? The 20 people were very tempted, but shook their heads and refused. Thank you, Miss Yin, for your kindness. We still have to patrol. They nodded slightly to her, looking at the ice cream in each other's hands reluctantly. This must be the ice cream that A and the others had eaten. It's a pity. There was an order from above, so they could only leave reluctantly. Xiao Yong was a little worried. Mom, what is that Deputy General Han going to do? Doesn't he want you to get too close to his subordinates? Yin Yin looked at the departing team, thought for a moment, and shook her head slightly. No. Otherwise these people wouldn't be so polite to me. What is that for? It should be jealous. Thinking of the gloomy look on Soldier A's face when he left last time. It is estimated that Deputy General Han must be in a bad mood. Deputy General Han, you eat delicious food and drink spicy food, but you don't bring it to me. It's so annoying. Since I have nothing to eat, then no one should eat. This is the picture Yin Yin imagined, and it is almost accurate. Jealous? Xiao Yong was a little confused. In his eyes, Vice General Han was a high-ranking official. No matter what, he shouldn't do this for a little food. His vision is too small. The majestic image he imagined in his mind collapsed instantly. Yin Yin smiled and explained to him. If it were a normal time, it wouldn't be so bad. But now it is a disaster year, and they must not have much white flour and rice. Well, Xiao Yong felt that he should adjust his assumptions about those officials, at least to be more down to earth. If nothing unexpected happens, Vice General Han will see me today or tomorrow. Less than an hour after she finished speaking, Soldier A came to find her. Vice General Han wants to see her. Yin Yin asked Dania to take good care of the two children, and then followed Soldier A to the military garrison area. There are 3 border control points outside Jinchuan City, one of which manages 10 counties, and has 5,000 soldiers stationed. Vice General Han is the head of the border control points, and the right-hand man of General Liu. After Yin Yin entered the military camp, she looked around curiously, and suddenly heard a group of people cheering. Water is coming out. Water is coming out. Because of the military tents blocking her view, she couldn't see what was going on. But from their excited voices, it must be very important. Soldier, did something happen in front? She asked tentatively. Soldier A did not hide it. The previous well was almost dry, and Deputy General Han asked them to find a new well. They dug for several days, and finally found water today. Hey, he sighed. This is the 11th well, and it is nearly 15 meters deep. I don't know how long it will last. You know, in the past, wells would produce water after digging 5 or 6 meters, and the well point could be found at random. Not as difficult as it is now, although the drought only means no rain. It seems that it has no effect on the wells. But if there is no rain for a long time, the water level will drop, and they have abandoned many wells. At this time, they walked to the main tent. Soldier A stood at attention and shouted loudly. Report. Miss Yin has been invited. Come in. Yes. Soldier A lifted the curtain and invited people in. Yin Yin originally thought that Deputy General Han was the image of a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a beard. But he turned out to be a baby-faced man wearing light armor, with a strong body, and the aura of a martial artist in his every move. When she looked at the other person was also looking at her. Whether it was clothes or dress, they were the unique image of a peasant woman. But the calm eyes, calm expression, and momentum that could not be ignored all showed that this person was definitely not an ordinary peasant woman. Sit down. Deputy General Han was the first to break the silence. Thank you. Yin Yin thanked him. In addition to a low stool at the top, there were cushions on both sides, and could only kneel down to sit. Yin Yin glanced at it, and sat cross-legged on it. She was not his soldier, and did not follow his rules. Deputy General Han's eyes moved. Although he had never dealt with her directly, the two of them had fought secretly twice. and he was suppressed both times. Today, he said he wanted to get back the place. Miss Yin, do you know why Han asked you to come here today? He asked directly. Yin Yin shook her head. I don't know. Deputy General Han was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Then Han will get straight to the point. I want to know where Miss Yin's food comes from, and how much is left. Yin Yin blinked and said honestly, from the box? As for how much, that is not something I can decide. She was telling the truth. Every time Mo Nyang and the others did take the goods from the box, the quantity was determined by money, not her. Deputy General Han frowned slightly, pondering the truth of her words. Since the quantity is not determined by you, why is there enough food in the box no matter how many people Xiao Jia and the others go? Yin Yin shrugged innocently. It's enough. What can I do? Her innocent look and tone made Deputy General Han a little angry. Since there is enough food for a large or small number of people, why is it not enough to bring me one portion? Is it just this one portion? Yin Yin was stunned at first, and then suddenly realized. Oh, so Deputy General Han called me here for this reason. No. Deputy General Han denied. Yin Yin ignored him and continued. Deputy General Han misunderstood. It's not that I didn't bring you a portion, but the food in the box is determined according to the number of people on the scene. I said it's not that I want to eat. I'm just making an analogy. Deputy General Han explained with a stern face, saying that he definitely didn't. Yin Yin smiled and waved her hand. Oh, don't be embarrassed. Next time if you want to eat, you can go to my place with Shijia. If you feel embarrassed, you can send one more person to get it. Looking at the other party's teasing smile, Deputy General Han frowned. He shouldn't have said his resentment in a hurry. The main thing is that he felt sour. His subordinates were eating and drinking outside, and he was eating blackface steamed buns in the tent. How could he not feel sour? Or you didn't bring it to me before. After bringing it a few times, you suddenly stopped bringing it. I couldn't swallow the blackface steamed buns again. Deputy General Han frowned and pretended that nothing had happened before. Miss Yin, my men have eaten a lot of food at your place. I allow you to make a request. I will definitely satisfy you within my ability. No. If you really feel bad about it, then give me the money for the meal. Chapter 69, I stayed up all night for nothing. I'm so angry. Meal money? Deputy General Han didn't expect her request to be so simple. Don't you want to leave the disaster area? I can make an exception and let you and your children go to the city. Or I can give you a resettlement house. This condition is good. He even used the word exceptional, which shows that it is not easy. So he has to pay the corresponding reward. No. I am very familiar with the villagers. We are like a family. I can't bear to leave them. Talk about conditions. Okay. I will increase the difficulty for you a little bit. Unless all of them are arranged. There is no need to talk. Deputy General Han's face was a little ugly. It's no problem for him to arrange a dozen people. But 200 people are beyond his authority. Besides, it is still unknown whether the box is so magical. He can't take this risk without confirming anything. Yin Yin tilted her head slightly and looked at him with a smile. Deputy General Han coughed twice in embarrassment to ease his embarrassment. Miss Yin, how much is the meal money? Let's talk about money. 5 taels of silver. So cheap? Deputy General Han was a little surprised. He thought it would be expensive. You know, they eat white flour and ice cream, which is not something ordinary people can eat. Cheap? The person who quoted twice the price smiled brightly. This is a preferential price. Aren't the soldiers patrolling all day to protect our safety? So I gave half the price. I see. But even if it was 10 taels of silver, Deputy General Han still thought it was cheap. You know, flour is 1 tael of silver per liter now. And rice is even more expensive, almost catching up with 2 taels of silver. In the past 3 years, rice has basically been completely extinct, and rice is sold at a high price. At least half of the places where wheat can be grown are still available. But even so, the price remains high. What Xujia and his men eat is not only fine rice and noodles, but also meat stuffing. And there is so much of it. 10 taels of silver is really not much. Thinking of this, Deputy General Han directly took out a silver note and handed it to her in person. Miss Yin, this is 100 taels. If my soldiers still eat there in the future, please treat them to me. Miss Yin. Yin Yin did not take it. No silver note. Just silver or gold. Deputy General Han was stunned for a moment, and then understood. I was negligent. The current situation is indeed not as good as silver. In fact, silver is not as good as food. Then I will send someone to send you the money tomorrow. Okay. Yin Yen was not worried that he would regret it. Deputy General Han. If there is nothing else, I will go back first. She took the initiative to end the conversation, choking Deputy Han, who wanted to say something. So he could only wave his hand and let her go. After a while, he found his personal soldier and told him to do something. At midnight, several masked men with agile skills secretly appeared in the disaster area where Yin Yin and his friends were. When they saw the wooden box that no one was guarding, they were a little surprised. Before they came, they had planned how to knock people unconscious without being discovered by the disaster victims. But the plan was in vain. One of them looked at the bags of snow cakes in the box, and after confirming that they were correct, they gently lifted the box and disappeared into the night. Mom, Xiao Yong called his mother in a low voice. Yin Yin shook her head slightly at him. Go to sleep. Before dawn the next day, Dania found that the box was indeed gone. He called the carpenter to make a temporary box, because they had planned to build a house before. The wood boards were already processed, so the box was made quickly. And one more was made. When Soldier A led the team to patrol, Yin Yin greeted everyone as usual. Soldier, do you want to have breakfast together? Open the nut gift box today. Soldier A was about to speak, but his peripheral vision suddenly caught one. No. 2 boxes? If he and Deputy General Han had not stayed in the tent for most of the night last night, he would have suspected that the box had returned by itself. Miss Yin, how come there are 2 boxes? He stopped the car in time and almost asked how the box came back. Isn't this a confession? Yin Yin said with a smile. I asked Danu and the others to make it early in the morning, in order to prevent more and more of you from coming. I asked them to make one more. Soldier A frowned in confusion. Didn't you say that the food was taken out of the box? Yin Yin nodded as a matter of course. Yes, that's why I made one more. Soldier A's expression was hard to describe. After all this time, they were fooled. What special box is there? They squatted next to the box and looked for half the night, but they didn't see a single hair. It turns out that the special thing is not the box at all. Yin Yin smiled and asked with concern. Soldier, what's wrong with you? You don't look well, especially the dark circles under your eyes. Did you stay up late last night? Soldier A's mouth twitched. Don't say you don't know that the box was stolen last night. Look at the gloating expression that can't be concealed. It's almost like he was laughing at them for being stupid. Miss Yin, this is the money that Vice General Han promised to give you. Please keep it. He threw the purse into her arms in a bad mood. Yin Yin fell directly on the table and counted carefully. Soldier A rolled his eyes. Don't worry. 100 taels will not be less. No. I'll see if there is more. Vice General Han is such a high-ranking official. Maybe he will give me some tips. As she said, she shook her head regretfully. It's really 100 taels. Soldier A, hey. What's wrong with your regretful tone? As if we still owe you money. Miss Yin, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. When the person who quietly went to check the wooden box came back, Soldier A left immediately. Vice General Han was still staring at the box, and he had to go back to report the news. By the way, make up for the sleep. Stayed up all night for nothing. Damn. However, an hour later, Soldier A came again with dark circles under his eyes, not only walking but also carrying a small bag. Miss Yin, what are you doing? Yin Yin blinked in confusion. Fired? Soldier A's forehead was black. Can he speak? Miss Yin, it's like this, because there are more and more disaster victims. Deputy General Han is worried about Miss Yin's safety, so he sent me here to protect her closely. It's called protection, but it's actually surveillance. Yin Yan's face showed surprise. Oh, Deputy General Han is really good. Thank you for your hard work, military officer. My name is Jia Gui. Miss Yin, just call me Xiao Jia. Family rules? This name is interesting. Do your parents want you to remember the family rules at all times? It's Jia and Jia. He, Bing, Ding, and Guian returning home. Oh, then I'll call you Xiao Gui. Hee. It doesn't seem appropriate. Let's call you Xiao Jia. Soldier A, I don't want to talk. I want to be quiet. Miss Yin, food is the most expensive now, so I'm responsible for watching the wooden box. Right? He believed that the other party must know his intention. So he got straight to the point. Yin Yin said it was no problem, and asked Boss Gao to make room for him next to the wooden box. After a while, Dania and Mo Nyam came back. It turned out that today was the day when the wealthy families in the city selected their children. Some people took their children to line up early in the morning. Yin Yin asked the two to inquire about the situation and see what the other party was doing with the children. Chapter 70. Hearing the news about the Heavenly Palace again. Miss, it's really not easy for them to select children. Yin Yin asked. What is their purpose? Danyo glanced at the soldier next to him, and after seeing that the lady indicated that he was fine, he began to tell the news he had inquired about. It turns out that they are responsible for one county with 2 households. The children selected are those who have eaten meat first, then those who have been sick before, and finally those who are healthy. The age is 7 or 8 years old, and those who are over 12 years old are not accepted. There is no restriction on gender. It's the same over there. First, they ask if they have eaten meat. If they have, they will ask their age. As long as they are not sick, they will stay. Mo Nyang added. I also heard the 2 managers complain that there are fewer and fewer children to choose from, and in order to report to the head of the family, they can only relax the conditions. The selection conditions they mentioned are interesting. Anything else? Yin Yin asked. Yes, Danyo continued. I heard them say that many disaster victims want to leave a son to inherit the family line. As long as the disaster victims hand over the reserved child, they can hold on for another half a year. Xiao Jia's face turned not so good. Are they going to raise the price again? Danyo looked at him in surprise. How do you know? They really said so. These people are damned. Xiao Jia stamped his feet in anger, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Ah! Yin Yin had already guessed the general possibility. The government bought grain from them. Xiao Jia nodded. Unwillingly. Let's not talk about those big families. There are no less than 200 merchants in the city who have stored thousands of stones of grain, and more than 50 merchants who have stored tens of thousands of stones of grain. If these grains were taken out, even if the victims only ate 1 meal a day, they would be able to eat for several years. The generals have calculated. 900,000 disaster victims consume about 80 dan of rice and hundreds of dan of bran a day, which is 2,400 dan of rice a month. To be conservative, 2,000 dan can last a month, which is 24,000 dan of rice a year. Is it a lot? It is a lot. But for those big merchants, as long as each of them pays half, then the 200 households will have 100,000 dan, which can feed the disaster victims for 8 years. Besides, they will not take it for free. They will pay for it. Even so, those merchants disagree. Not only is the price of grain rising every day, but it is also limited, which is simply bullying. You know, the grain they hoarded was purchased at a low price at the beginning of the drought, and now they are selling it at a price 100 times higher, and they are not afraid of being struck by lightning. If the country had not protected these disaster victims and taken out all the money from the treasury, these people would have starved to death long ago. The merchants in Jinchuan are a good example of what it means to be a business without fraud. They have no feelings for their country and family, and they only know how to make money. Xiao Jia's face was full of sarcasm, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Yin Yin was a little puzzled. Why didn't your boss take you to borrow grain? Special situations should be handled specially. A general is not subject to the orders of the emperor when he is away from home. If it were her, she would just take up arms if she couldn't reach an agreement. Xiao Jia smiled bitterly. Why didn't they borrow it? But they were stopped by someone. Miss Yin, do you know why these people came to select children? Are the two related? The court could not stop it, so it must be in existence that the court had to obey. Heavenly Palace? She first thought of this so-called power that was above the country, and then thought about what Li Chong had done before. This guess was almost right. Miss Yin, have you heard of the Heavenly Palace? It's them. His sense of powerlessness was caused by this. No one dares to disobey the orders of the Heavenly Palace. Even our generals. It is said that. He paused, looked around, and then lowered his voice. It is said that the one above did not get the approval of the palace master, and he was unwilling to abdicate. So there was a punishment of 10 years of drought. Speaking of this, he was indignant. You said that the people above them were not in harmony, so they should find a way to solve it themselves. Or fight alone. And if it doesn't work, go to war. Why joke with the lives of ordinary people? What a shitty palace master. In the last sentence, he cursed very softly, and people could hardly hear it, although his family was taken care of by the army. What about others? Do they deserve it? Are the lives of ordinary people so cheap? As for why he didn't curse the one above, it was because that person took out all the money for disaster relief and didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. This was the second time Yin Yin heard about the drought. She always felt that it was abnormal that there was no rain for 3 years. But if it was man-made, how powerful that palace master would have to be. She planned to keep a low profile, especially when meeting people from the heavenly palace. She would try not to have conflicts before she found out what the other party was like. Miss Yin, I need to go back for a while. Xiujiao remembered that he had to report to Vice General Han and buy a batch of food before the price of food went up. Without waiting for Yin Yin to say anything, Xiaojiao ran away. Yin Yin pinched her chin, her expression a little serious. Xiaolong looked up at his mother, also with a worried look. Mom, will the plan conflict with that heavenly palace? I can't make up my mind either. In fact, 900,000 people are not a big deal, as long as there is money. The problem is, who would sell their children when the victims have something to eat? That would definitely conflict with the plan of the heavenly palace. Xiao Dian said fearlessly. Mom, you are all gods. Why are you afraid of him? Yin Yin touched her daughter's head, smiled and said nothing. Her family knows her family affairs, and her supermarket god is completely fictitious. Xiao Yong explained for his sister. Although Mom and the temple master both have gods to support them, one is a long-standing force that the 4 major countries are afraid of, and the other is a newly formed team of 200 people. Do you think this is comparable? Oh, that's right. Xiao Dian realized what she had overlooked. Mom, then we should also develop our power. There are so many disaster victims. Impossible. Xiao Yong explained for her again. How could the government watch so many disaster victims become their own subordinates? I remember Master said that individuals cannot have private soldiers. Even guards or servants are limited. The number of people must be limited according to their status. Once exceeded, it violates the law. Then why is the heavenly palace so powerful that even the army is afraid of it? Xiao Yong couldn't answer this question for a while, so he could only shake his head. I don't know either. Maybe the other party's identity was not simple from the beginning. Maybe the other party has the ability to penetrate the sky and the earth. Maybe the other party was not a person from the beginning, but a force? If you want to know why, you must learn more. Now all ideas are speculations. Yin Yin gently touched her son's head and said softly, Don't worry. I'll just change the plan. Mom, Xiaoyong was a little unwilling. This is a good opportunity. Yin Yin didn't feel sorry. There will be more opportunities. As long as the task is completed, I can change to another place at worst. Originally, she wanted to play a big game, change the sales model from retail to wholesale, and then give her identity to Du Buijin. But due to the existence of this Tiantian, she still wants to be safe. But I will try it. I believe that these people are more willing to do serious business than picking children. Chapter 71 Even if. Why not go behind the scenes? Xiao Yong suggested that although the income is small, it is safe. Yin Yin thought it was feasible. Why not use boxes? The mother and son laughed at the same time. Although Xiao Dian didn't understand what her mother and brother were talking about, it didn't stop her from laughing. There are fewer people queuing up for porridge today. As long as the children are selected, they can get half a bag of food to eat, which is enough for them to eat for several days. As for the whereabouts of the children, as long as they don't die, staying anywhere is better than staying in the disaster area. Can those big merchants not give the children food? Based on this idea, the families whose children were picked up did not have any burden in their hearts. It's just that they don't have freedom, which is better than starving to death. In the evening, the wave of disaster victims in Sanchi Town, Jiao County, opened fire again. Other disaster victims are already envious. Others treasure a meal of porridge a day, but they can not only eat 2 meals a day, but also eat every meal. And they are also the flour and rice they are looking for. Oh, it's really annoying. The fire was ready here, and Xiujiao immediately ran to the box. I saw that the wooden box that was originally empty suddenly had dozens of bags of steamed buns. He rubbed his eyes. It really appeared out of thin air. He turned his head suddenly to look at Yin Yin. And the other party didn't even look here. Did I guess wrong? Xiujia scratched his head and suddenly felt a little confused. Soon, Mo Nyang came over and took out the food inside. Mo Nyang. Wait a minute. Xiujia hurriedly called her. Mo Nyang bowed and asked politely. General. What's the matter? Is the food inside conjured by your eldest daughter? No. The food was bought by the lady. This answer surprised him. Buy? Where? Mo Nyang pointed to the sky. Up there. I mean, how did she buy from there? With money. I know with money. I mean how to buy things from there. Through what? This is very important. Mo Nyang shook her head in embarrassment. I don't know about that. Anyway, you can trade with her through this box. Speaking of this, she glanced at the other party lightly. Do you think these foods were blown by the strong wind? Every time you come to eat. Mo Nyang snorted in dissatisfaction and left with the things. Xiujia touched his nose embarrassedly. And it was not his fault. It was all ordered by Boss Han. The task for the first 2 days was to finish their food and let them honestly line up to get food, and not to make special arrangements. As a result, the food could not be eaten at all. The task later was to find the other party's food source and test the bottom line. So later they would bring 40 people and 60 people. As a result, Yin Yin didn't seem to be struggling at all. Originally, they thought they could continue to come here to get free food. But because Deputy General Han's share was gone, all of them had nothing to eat. As for his current task, it is to find out where the food came from. If it came from the box, even the ghosts would not believe it. Xiujia observed for a day. Song Daney was very loyal to Yin Yin, so it is difficult to get him to tell a lie, no matter what other people asked. The answer was I don't know. Finally, he set his sights on this person named Mo Nyang, and indeed got useful information. First, the box is just a carrier for receiving, and it cannot produce food by itself. No wonder the other party was not in a hurry when the box was stolen before. Second, the food was bought with money, and the party in the transaction was an unknown entity. Of course, the possibility that it was Yin Yin herself was not ruled out. Third, assuming that Yin Yan's food was bought, how to trade with that unknown entity? Is there a limit on the quantity? And can others trade? This one is unknown, and the most important. Xiujia decided to go back after dinner. At night, Zhang Dequan and his brothers came to eat again. They were embarrassed, but they couldn't eat other meals. They also mentioned giving money, but Yin Yin refused and welcomed them to come here for dinner at any time. The atmosphere in the disaster area was good all day long. When the porridge was over, the queue was cleared, and no part was left like before. Yin Yin obviously felt that everyone's mood was much better. Just half a bag of food made everyone so happy. Alas, another day passed. The 6th day in the disaster area. They welcomed a distinguished guest. Vice General Han came in person, and brought someone with him. The other person was nearly 2 meters tall, with a burly figure, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a small tuft of beard. Even though he was wearing simple clothes, his aura and murderous aura could not be hidden in his gestures. Deputy General Han followed the man, introducing something as he walked. Yin Yin guessed the other person's identity, General Liu, and didn't expect him to come. It seems that the price of grain should have risen a lot. Otherwise, the big boss behind the scenes would not appear so quickly. Soon the two came to the area belonging to Zhao County. When Xiujia saw the man, he hurried to greet him. General, why are you here in person? Liu looked to be in his early 40s. If you ignore his aura, you can see that he was an approachable elder. Xiujia. Right? You did a good job. He patted his shoulder and remembered this soldier. Xiujia was so excited that he couldn't hide the smile on his face. Deputy General Han was also very happy. He was proud of the fact that his personal soldiers were praised. Yin Yin greeted them as before. Deputy General Han brought his friends here. Do you want to eat dumplings this morning? Miss Yin. This is... Deputy General Han was about to introduce them, but Liu waved his hand and interrupted him. I heard that, Miss Yin. You have delicious food here. I am shameless to come and bother you today. It doesn't matter. Deputy General Han has put a lot of money in my place. You can come anytime, even if it was for the 10 buckets of water each time. She was very welcome. The water in the pot was boiling, and a pot of dumplings was cooking in it. Looking at the dumplings rolling inside, Liu was quite emotional. What was once affordable for every family, now even they couldn't eat it. The country is in trouble. And the people are in even more trouble. He is His Majesty's minister. So naturally he can't say that His Majesty should abdicate. But when will it end? How long can His Majesty, the country, and the people last? While he was distracted, the dumplings came out of the pot, with a big bowl full of soup and water. He tasted one, and it tasted like he hadn't tasted for a long time. Dumplings, a food that he usually wouldn't take seriously, only realized today that it was so delicious. After eating one, he put down his chopsticks. Deputy General Han asked in confusion. General, are the dumplings not delicious? Lu Yu shook his head, smiling a little bitterly. This is flour. How can it not taste good? Then the soldiers and the people are still hungry. I really can't enjoy this delicacy alone. Deputy General Han put down his chopsticks a little embarrassedly. Lu Yu looked at Yin Yin and said, Miss Yin, can I talk to you alone? Yin Yin nodded. Sure. The two did not leave the disaster area, but walked slowly outside. After walking for a while, Lu Yu spoke. Miss Yin, do you know how many disaster victims there are outside Jinchuan City? Yin Yin shook her head slightly. I don't know. It should be a lot. There are nearly 900,000 disaster victims here. And new disaster victims come every day. And it will soon reach 1 million. Lu Yu looked at the endless disaster victims with a solemn expression. Even if each person can only eat one meal a day. Even if the food in the porridge is diluted again and again. Even if we put 30% of mud and sand in it against our conscience. Even if we deliberately let 300,000 people go hungry every day and cannot get porridge. Even if we turn a blind eye and let those people come to pick people every half a month. He looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. Chapter 72. Who can resist the temptation of textbooks? I have done everything I can, even against my conscience. But I am still at my wit's end. I hate. His tone and attitude suddenly changed, with a fierce murderous look between his eyebrows. I really want to lead the troops to raid those people's homes, to dissect their hearts to see if they are evil. But I can't. I don't know what the consequences of provoking the heavenly palace are, because I dare not gamble. I am not alone. I have 100,000 soldiers under my command, and nearly 1 million people behind me. That is why he hates so much. Hate his own powerlessness. Hate the hypocrisy of the heavenly palace. For a bullshit reason, it brought down a natural disaster and killed so many people. Yin Yin could feel his hatred and helplessness. It can be said that even Deputy General Han did not have such sorrow. She once said that power, status, money, responsibility, as long as you have one, it is enough. Understanding is understanding. But Yin Yin did not take the initiative to talk. Lu Yu calmed down for a while and smiled apologetically. Sorry. I lost my temper a little bit. Yin Yin shook her head to indicate that it was okay. Lu Yu had expected her reaction, and he didn't intend to beat around the bush and directly told her his plan. Miss Yin, I originally only had two choices. Either to be led by them or to die with them. Yin Yin didn't know whether they were merchants or people from the branch hall. However, she guessed that Lu Yu killed the people from the branch hall to intimidate the merchants in Jinchuan, making it more likely that they would voluntarily hand over the grain. He continued, Now there is a third way. I want to know if this way is feasible. As he spoke, he looked at Yin Yin, his eyes sincere and with a hint of hope. Yin Yin blinked, indicating that she knew nothing. She was just an ordinary citizen. Lu Yu suddenly laughed, thinking that he had thought too much. How could an ordinary peasant woman know these things? So he went straight to the point. Miss Yin, can I know who you bought these foods from? Yin Yin looked embarrassed. It's not that I don't want to say, but I don't know what that is. Really? Lu Yu didn't say whether he believed it or not, but asked the next question. I want to know how much food you can get. In principle, as long as I have money and the box for food is big enough, I can buy a lot of food. He was not satisfied with this answer. How much is a lot? 10,000 bags of dumplings. Or 20,000 bags of steamed buns? Yin Yin gestured towards the disaster area. Everyone can have food. Lu Yu's breathing suddenly became heavier, and he looked at her with wide eyes, wanting to know if she was joking. That's 900,000 people. Yin Yin nodded. I know. As long as there is money, and a box to put the food in. Lu Yu's eyes moved, and the other party mentioned the box twice, which made him a little puzzled. Miss Yin, can the food you bought only be put in the box? Yes. The other party asked me to specify a tool to put the food. And I chose the box. Is there a size limit for the box? No. But for our small number of people, one box is enough. See, I'm just a rural peasant woman. And my thoughts are so simple. As long as I can feed 200 people. Lu Yu pondered for a moment and asked, Miss Yin, if I want you to buy food for me, is that okay? I will pay you. Yin Yin agreed immediately. Sure. But I have conditions. Just make a request. You say. First, the box must be guarded by someone I designate. And you must get their consent and register to take the food. This step is not aimed at the government. After all, she plans to give this person a membership card, so that the box will not be used in the future. She is preparing to do business with those city people. First improve the status of Dania and Imonyang, and at the same time, fade herself out and not be noticed. Lu Yu agreed. No problem. But I hope they don't make things difficult for us. After all, there are so many disaster victims who need food. Don't worry. We are also disaster victims, and know the suffering of disaster victims. Second, we have more than 200 people to go to the city. You help arrange a place to live. Okay. No problem. These conditions can better show that she is a person who values friendship and loyalty. And it is reassuring to trade with such people. Then I have no conditions. But how much kickback do you plan to give me? Yin Yin asked with wide eyes. Lu Yu couldn't answer for a while. Miss Yin, please tell me the price of the things you buy first. I can buy dumplings and steamed buns. Each for 12 won a bag. How much? Lu Yu's voice suddenly rose. And he screamed, interrupting her directly. Yin Yin was shocked. Did he ask for too high a price? It was just a 20% increase. How could he be so scared? Well, the price is not set by me. Supermarket, that's a ghost who raised it by 20%. If you think it's too expensive and don't want to buy it, that's fine. Supermarket, I don't believe it. You have been secretly calculating for a long time. Lu Yu hurriedly explained. No. I'm not complaining about the high price. I just think it's too cheap. He wiped his face. His mood at this time was indescribable. A bag of dumplings only cost 12 copper coins? It was incredible. Is it really that God pities the people? How else to explain? A transaction with an unknown person would be so cheap? As long as you don't regret it. Yin Yin continued to introduce. Ice cream is 6 coins per piece. Snacks are 36 coins per box. There are 10 kinds of snacks in it. The pieces are not small. One person can be full with 2 pieces. Snow cakes. These are the only ones. Will you buy them? I will buy them. I will definitely buy them. None of them cost more than 100 coins. It's so cheap that only a fool would not buy them. Now the price of rice has risen to 2 taels of silver per liter, which is enough for a few people. If you use it to buy snow cakes, you can buy more than 80 bags. If there are really 40 small pieces in it, it will be enough for at least 200 people. If it is replaced with dumplings, it can be exchanged for nearly 170 bags, which can feed at least 500 people. The difference is revealed. That's why he thinks that God sent Yin Yin to save the people. General Lu, how much commission are you going to give me? Yin Yin behaved like a mercenary peasant woman, without such great ambitions and responsibilities. Lu Yu looked at her and shook his head slightly. Miss Yin, don't you know how great your ability is? If this ability is reported, it will definitely be no problem to be granted a title of nobility. And it will definitely bring honor to the family. If nothing unexpected happens, the Yin family will rise rapidly and directly cross the class to become a new noble. She herself will even squeeze out the tablets of the Yin family ancestors. And she will be worshipped by the family at a high level. At the very least, it will be no problem to enjoy incense on par with the ancestors. To put it in a bigger way, the drought will definitely be recorded in the history books. She, the legendary woman who helped the great Zhou solve the disaster problem, will definitely be written into the history books and read by future generations. Whether it is power, status, or glory, no one can refuse it. She actually only thinks about money? Even if she doesn't consider herself. Doesn't she consider the 2 children? Chapter 73. A lot of small money. This is the difference between the times and cultures. Yin Yin thinks that it is better not to have a reward without freedom, while Lu Yu thinks that the change of class is more important. Yin Yin shook her head. What's the big deal? It still costs money. I'm almost out of money. So, Let's talk about the commission. Lu Yu shook his head helplessly, and his suspicion of her was reduced a little. Miss Yin, do you think this is okay? How about I give you a commission of 200 taels for every 10,000 taels of goods you buy? It's not that I don't want to give more, but the amount he wants to buy is too large. If the situation in Jinchuan stabilizes, he will report to the monarch, and then she will make more money. 200? Okay. Yin Yin calculated that if 1,000 taels of silver could not upgrade to a formal employee, then don't blame her for the membership card. How much do you plan to buy? If the quantity is large, it's better to prepare a few more boxes. First, let's take 100,000 taels. Except for water, drinks and ice cream. All other edibles must be taken. 100,000. Yin Yin opened her mouth wide, her eyes wide open. Oh my god. I met a big customer. So much small money. An hour later, the military camp. In front of them were boxes of all sizes, occupying more than half of the training ground. It was said that there were small boxes, which were unloaded from the carriage and used as boxes temporarily. This was Xiao Jia's idea, so that it would be easier to transport when it was taken away, saving time. In an hour, they took out all the wood and boards that could be used, and ordered the largest box, about 50 square meters. It was called a box, but it was just wooden boards on the ground, surrounded by door panels. Looking at such a large box, Yin Yin couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Xiao Dan, who was standing by, finally understood why her mother and brother laughed when they mentioned the box last night. Dania brought Gao Laoda and 10 guards, as well as Imon Yang and Xiao Zhang, and each stood on a wooden box. At this time, the sound of wheels rolling came. The silver was transported. One box was 1,000 taels, and there were 5 boxes in a car. 20 carriages lined up in a row was still very spectacular. Miss Yin, can we start? Lu Yu was a little excited. Yin Yin reminded her. General Lu, dumplings and steamed buns are frozen. Steamed buns are fine. But if dumplings are thawed, they will easily break when cooked. So are you sure you want to buy 200,000 bags of dumplings? Yes. Dumplings are going to break anyway, so it doesn't matter whether they are thawed or not. Well, let's start. Yin Yin walked to a carriage, and the other party immediately opened the box, which was full of silver. Lu Yu found that the other party just put his hand on the silver, and the next second, a whole box of silver disappeared. Except for Daniu and his group. Everyone else's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. Yin Yin ignored them and directly collected the silver from the 20 cars, and 100,000 taels of silver were deposited. Then the next second, a gust of cold air rushed towards him, and he saw that the largest wooden box was piled full of dumplings. That's not all. The other boxes were also full of dumplings. Everyone opened their mouths wide and looked at the dumplings that appeared out of thin air, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After a long while, it was still Yin Yin who urged them to clear the warehouse quickly, and Liu Kai found his voice again. Huh? I have seen it. He didn't know what to say except to exclaim. Hurry up and deal with it. There is still half. Yin Yin urged him. Liu hurriedly asked the 2 deputy generals beside him to organize people to carry food. Daniu and the others took paper and pen to record. Even if they couldn't write, they just made a simple line. It was necessary to go through the formalities. The enthusiasm of the soldiers was no less than that of the bandits at the beginning, when they thought that they might eat dumplings in the evening. They were full of energy. Yin Yin took the opportunity to submit the task. Her internship task was a transaction volume of 50,000 taels, which was completed in one wave. The turnover of 50,000 has been reached, and there are still 2 quotas for developing members. Please keep up the good work. I forgot about this. Look, I completed the task in one go. Can you make an exception? At most, I will spend twice as much money to be promoted to a formal employee. She didn't plan to issue membership cards casually. At present, the only one who met her expectations was General Lu, and she really wanted to upgrade. The supermarket was silent for a while, and then replied, promotion conditions for formal employees, turnover of 50,000 taels, development of 2 junior members, and promotion requires payment of 20,000 taels of silver. Really changed. Yin Yin's eyes lit up. It seems that the supermarket is not so rigid and can still bargain. As for the 20,000 taels to be paid, she can save it by using her employee card to buy food at half price. It is not a problem. She retracted her thoughts and exchanged 100 taels for a membership card. With a thought, a golden membership card fell from Lu Yu's eyes. What is this? For the sudden appearance of something, Lu Yu instinctively reached out and clamped the membership card with 2 fingers. The next second, the information about the membership card entered his mind. Congratulations on becoming a junior member of the supermarket. Who is talking? Lu Yu looked around vigilantly. There was no one around him except Yin Yin and her son. And the soldiers were busy. What about the voice just now? What happened to General Lu? Yin Yin blinked and asked in confusion. Miss Yin, did you hear anyone talking? No. General Lu, what do you have in your hand? This? Lu Yu didn't know. The thing in his hand was light, and he couldn't tell what it was made of. It had the word Supermarket Junior Member written on it. Wait, isn't this what he just heard? He focused on the card, and the voice sounded again. Congratulations on becoming a junior member of the supermarket. Do you accept the information of the junior member? Lu Yu looked around and made sure that only he could hear the voice. He breathed a sigh of relief and tried to communicate with the voice in his mind. Receive. The next moment, the information about the member appeared in his mind in the form of a screen projection. He also understood that he had obtained something extraordinary. First, the supermarket is open to him once every 10 days, and he can buy items displayed in the supermarket. Second, he can enjoy a 10% discount on items, and he can also get a 20% discount coupon every month. Third, he has a temporary storage cabinet for items purchased from the supermarket, and the temporary storage time cannot exceed 12 hours. Fourth, he can deposit money into the account and withdraw it at any time. The supermarket charges a 1% handling fee, with a minimum of 1 tael of silver and a maximum of no more than 1,000 taels. There is a paragraph at the end. And consumption of a certain amount can be upgraded to an intermediate member, and the rights of members will be better. Lu Yu took a deep breath and felt that he seemed to have found the truth of Yin Yan's mysterious method. Although he didn't know what a supermarket was, the words by items inside made it easy to guess that it was something like a shop. Then, there was the temporary storage cabinet, which reminded him of the box Yin Yin used to store food. This should be the difference between him and her. She could buy food at any time, but she had to carry a box with her. Although he could only buy once every 10 days. There was no designated tool for loading food, which made it more convenient and practical. As for trading once every 10 days, there was nothing wrong with it. At most, he could buy more at one time. Another thing, he tried to deposit the money in his purse into the account. And sure enough, the silver disappeared instantly. And in his mind, the amount in the account in the column about his information became 50 taels. He tried to take it out, and it became 49 taels. The disappearance of the silver made him almost certain that Yin Yin was trading with this supermarket. As for whether the answer was correct or not, it would take 10 days to verify. Chapter 74 Become a Formal Employee. Lu Yu retracted his thoughts, spread out the card in his hand, and asked tentatively, Miss Yin, have you seen this thing? Yin Yin picked it up and looked at it, then shook her head. No. What is this? Did you receive any information when you picked it up and looked at it? No. What information can there be? Sure enough, it belongs only to him. Miss Yin, have you heard of a supermarket? Yin Yin shook her head again and asked in confusion. What is a supermarket? Food? Lu Yu stared at her for a while, then smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Yin Yin was a little puzzled. General Lu, why do I feel that your mood has suddenly improved? Well, because the food problem has been solved. If nothing unexpected happens, Yin Yin reminded him, don't forget my benefits. Don't worry. I won't forget it. The appearance of the membership card gave him confidence, and he no longer thought about letting Yin Yin cooperate with the court. To be honest, the sudden wealth may not be a good thing for a peasant woman without any knowledge. It is better to give her endless money, and at the same time, he and the prefect will be her backers, so that she will live a life of wealth and glory. It can be said that the appearance of the membership card changed his thoughts and plans. However, he still needs to be cautious and wait until 10 days later. He carefully put the card in his arms. This thing is a treasure. Seeing that Lu did not doubt himself, Yin Yin was relieved and began to submit the promotion task. Intern employee Yin Yin, do you want to spend 20,000 taels to be promoted to a formal employee? Yes, she said silently in her heart. A white light flashed on the supermarket screen, and the layout changed. There are 3 areas in total. Food area, daily necessities, and bakery. First of all, there are many empty shelves in the food area, and there are rows of freezers. Several kinds of food are separated and placed on an empty shelf. Behind the snow cakes, there are wafers tin-box, strawberry and chocolate flavors, and then oatmeal cookies tin-pack. Also with 2 flavors. Wafers and biscuits are all in large packages, with plenty of weight. Desserts are located in the first row of the shelf, with nothing next to them. The second row is instant noodles 15-pack 5 packs, with braised beef flavor and seafood flavor. And then ham sausage 15-bag, 10 corn flavor. Nuts are on a shelf opposite, and next to them are melon seeds, vacuum-packed chicken legs, and duck necks, all 15-pack. In the column below the nuts, there are canned food, peaches and pineapples, 15-bottle. The other rows of shelves are empty, and new food may appear after the upgrade. The previous counters did not disappear, and the dairy products were still placed on them. There was no change, except for a new yogurt with 3 flavors, priced at 50-box. Then there were rows of freezers. The drinks did not change, but there were more dairy cold drinks. There were 12 bottles of probiotics in a row, yogurt of various flavors, and 8 boxes of yogurt in a row. The flavors were red dates, yellow peach, and strawberry. The prices of these categories were not cheap. In the half-person high freezer, there were several more flavors of dumplings and steamed buns. There were also glutinous rice balls and rice dumplings, also with various flavors, priced at 10-bag, which was quite affordable. After looking at the food area, she clicked on the living area. Soap, towels, toothbrushes and toothpaste appeared, and they were on a shelf. Bowls, chopsticks and cups took up a shelf. And then, there were small clothes to wear inside, although there were only the ones below. She was satisfied. What made her regretful was that toilet paper and items needed during special periods did not appear. This body had not had a menstrual period 3 years ago. I believe that it is not just her, but many women are like this. So everyone does not have this worry. But she can't help but repair this body with the nourishment of apples, which are full of vitality and energy. It is estimated that it will not take long for the body to return to normal. She is so eager for daily necessities because of this. But the result has not yet come out. The last one is a bakery. At first, she thought it was a place selling bread, until she saw the price on it and found it was different. The food cabinet is very large and divided into 3 areas. One is the bread area, which has a variety of breads, and the price is not cheap. The most important thing is that each product has 2 prices. For example, one type of pineapple bread is sold at 20 piece, and another one is sold at an exchange price of 0.5 gin of wheat/piece. Supermarket, are you asking me to collect food? Yin Yin asked, but no one replied. In the pastry area, there are date cakes, tiger skin cakes, and honey cakes, each of which is 20 piece. The exchange price is 0.5 gin of wheat or 0.5 gin of red dates/piece for date cakes, 0.5 gin of wheat or 0.5 gin of white sugar/piece for tiger skin cakes, and 0.5 gin of wheat or 0.5 gin of honey/piece for honey cakes. Finally, there is the customization area, where you can customize pastries according to the ingredients you receive. There is a booklet next to it, and you can also choose a product and collect the items you need for making it. For example, a piece of cream cake requires wheat, sugar, eggs, honey, milk, and vegetable oil. Yin Yin skipped the customization area directly. Maybe she would use it in the future, but she didn't have the time to collect materials now, just to eat a bite of cream cake. The supermarket didn't change much after the promotion, but fortunately, there were more options in terms of food. There is also a bakery. By exchanging food for items, she can get some food from those merchants. However, if it is not included in the transaction amount, she will not choose to exchange food for the time being. Food is a sky-high price for people nowadays, but not for her. After reading about the changes in the supermarket, the next is her personal information column. She is finally a formal employee. The benefits of formal employees include a 10% discount on items purchased with employee cards. This completely eliminated her idea of using employee cards to make a profit, because it is too cheap, and it is easy to fail to achieve the performance specified by the supermarket if she uses it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. And her salary doubled. It's not that she stuttered. It's that her salary went from 1 basket of fruit as an intern to 5 baskets of fruit. She can finally eat as much as she wants and help the children practice their inner strength as soon as possible. To be honest, the salary was what she cared about most when she was promoted. And she was not disappointed. The funds are now 66 taels. A very auspicious number. Authority. 50% adjustment power on the price of goods in the store. Can set 5 kinds of special products every week. Authority to adjust the category of goods in the store, defined as gifts or limited sales. Can develop 10 members and have the right to recharge cash back. The cash back amount is less than 15%. This price adjustment right is quite to her liking. And it can be used when trading with those wealthy businessmen later. The next level promotion condition, star upgrade. Within 1 year, if you reach 10 stars, develop 5 junior members, 3 intermediate members, and 1 senior member. You can be promoted to foreman. Star upgrade task. Complete a monthly turnover of 50,000. You could upgrade 1 star. And if the task is not completed that month, you will be demoted by 1 star. Note, if you complete it more than 10 times, you will be awarded an extra star. Yin just wants to say that it is worthy of being a supermarket. Everything is aligned with the turnover. After entering the city, she will look for it carefully. Develop more members. And it is best to sign a purchase contract with a minimum of 50,000 taels. Chapter 75. This person must be controlled. And she must not be allowed to leave the city. Yin was about to close the message. And her eyes swept across the inventory. And she found 2 purple crystals. Promotion reward. Energy crystal can change the root bone bloodline. And improve the cultivation qualifications. Cultivation? Yin planned to give it to the 2 children, so that they could practice internal strength as soon as possible. Only with strength can you have the capital to dominate. Oh! And there is also a package. Yin opened it, and found that the package had indeed become larger, from the previous 6 grids to 12 grids. And it also had the function of stacking, which was not possible before. The first use she thought of was to stock up. No matter how large the storage space of the senior member is, it is time limited. Not as good as the package rewarded to her by the supermarket. After working for more than an hour, Luyu had delivered all the food she bought. And she took her own money and went back with the children. On the way, Xiaoyong pulled his mother's sleeve. Mom, did you give it to him? Yin nodded. Yes. I noticed that his attitude towards me has changed. And he is not testing me anymore. Before, Luyu had been testing him. And he was skeptical about what she said. Xiaoyong worriedly told him. Even so, you still have to be careful. Don't worry. He won't send anyone to watch me in 10 days. Yes. Apart from Xiao Jia, there are still people watching her. But she didn't expose it, and pretended not to know. Unless it is necessary. She will not show her martial arts side. For several days, she didn't let the children practice martial arts. But when they went to bed at night, she put her palms on their backs to help them widen their meridians. I believe that when they enter the city and have their own house, they will be relatively free. Mom, do you still have that card? Xiaoyong hesitated, but still asked. Yin touched his head and said softly, Now I can give you and Xiaodan 1 each. She didn't explain, but Xiaoyong understood how difficult it was for his mother before. She even gave them something as valuable as apples. Why wouldn't she give them membership cards unless she had to? He understood. But seeing that his mother was in such a good mood today, he guessed that his mother's mission was completed. So he asked, Mom, I just want 1 for Xiaodan. And I'm not doing it for fun. Mom understands your thoughts. Don't worry. The immortal gave me several this time. 1 is enough for both of you. Brother. Mother. What are you talking about? Xiaodan looked confused. Whispering behind her back again? Humph. Xiaoyong explained to his sister. It was the mission given to Mother by the immortal. Only by completing the mission can you continue to be the agent of the immortal. Xiaodan pouted and complained. Why didn't you tell me? You always have little secrets behind my back. It's not that I didn't tell you, but I didn't want you to worry. These things are okay for me and Mother to worry about. Besides, the mission is very important and can't be known to others. The less people know, the less danger there is. I didn't tell you based on various considerations. Is that so? I'm sorry. Brother. I was unreasonable. It turned out that Mother and brother had been bearing the danger for me. Xiaodan apologized immediately and stopped throwing a tantrum. Xiaoyong imitated his mother, patted her head gently, and said gently, "With brother and mother here, you can be unreasonable." Xiaodan's face immediately raised a happy smile. Yanyan watched without intervening, knowing that her son could handle the daughter. As expected, she only said a few words and won the little one over. She promised the two children that she would secretly bind membership cards to them at night. Having a membership card is also a kind of insurance, and it can help them to brush up their membership level. Now they don't need it. Who can say for sure in the future? As soon as the mother and her two children returned to the disaster area, they found that the victims were very excited, and some even danced with joy. After asking around, they found out that an hour ago, the officers and soldiers came to inform them that they would have an extra meal today. Dumplings. Dumplings. For the victims. It was a long time ago. They didn't even dare to imagine that they could only survive on a bowl of porridge. When more and more victims were affected, when the porridge became thinner and thinner, and when more and more people couldn't eat, they began to despair. Where was the yearning and hope that they had rushed here at the beginning? The queue was still very long, but the speed of getting porridge was nearly twice as fast as usual. Even though the dumplings in the bowl were broken, it did not prevent them from eating with tears in their eyes. For the first time, they knelt down in the direction of Jin Chuan from the bottom of their hearts, shouting, "Long live the great Zhou kingdom! Long live his majesty!" The mountains roared and the waves rose and fell. The scene was extremely spectacular. On the city wall, Lu Yu and the prefect looked at such a scene with great emotion. What crime have the people committed? How easy are the people to be content and grateful? General Lu, won't there be mud and sand in tomorrow's food? The prefect asked with some concern, trying to persuade him not to act on impulse. Master Zhu, do you know how much a bag of dumplings costs? 36 coins. You heard it right. That's 36 copper coins. There are 20 dumplings in a bag. Enough for 5 people. Only 180,000 bags of dumplings, nearly 6,500 taels of silver, are needed for 900,000 disaster victims. There is no need to add bran or mud, and the people can eat half full instead of starving to death. Zhu Shifu didn't need to calculate to know which one was more cost-effective. In the past, the daily expenditure was at least 10,000 taels of silver. Not only was rice expensive, but they even sold bran, which was fed to livestock, at a high price. You don't need to compare to know which one was more cost-effective. Lu Yu continued. Now that we have these foods, the previous plan can finally be implemented. 900,000 people, at least 500,000 people can be used as labor. In the past, could you imagine that you could gather so many people together? Mr. Zhu? Zhu Shifu shook his head. I dare not think about it. In normal years, we not only have to provide food and accommodation, but also pay wages. Even so, we can't find so many people. Lu Yu continued. Now as long as we provide them with food, they will work hard. As long as the food source is solved, the project can start immediately. It's good to start the construction. I'm really worried about so many disaster victims surrounding this city. Zhu Shifu wiped his face. He aged several years in this year, and his hair turned white. By the way, Yin Yin must be controlled and can't be allowed to leave Jinchuan City. Don't worry. I arranged a place for them to live. The neighbors are all my subordinates. And you need your handwritten order to leave the city. Once she enters the city, she can't leave. That's good. Zhu Shifu nodded. You must never let others know that she is special. You control the army, and I will be responsible for the disaster victims nearby. In fact, the people around her are easy to deal with. Just find a reason to execute them. But the 200 disaster victims with her are the most difficult to deal with. It takes some effort. Well, there is no problem with the military camp. I have arranged it long ago. The soldiers he brought out are absolutely reliable. Doesn't she have 2 children? Let them come to play with my grandson and granddaughter. As for Yen Yen, isn't she a widow? Let your men do their best to capture her. Only when she becomes one of your own can you feel at ease. I thought of that too. All the people I arranged were handsome guys in the barracks. I even changed the positions of Lin Hai and Xiao Jia. Zhu Shifu thought for a while and said, let Deputy General Han also be a neighbor. Lu Yu was slightly startled, and then explained, Deputy General Han has a wife. Chapter 76, Ning Xiang tried to help me delay. Prefect Xu retorted, So what? As long as she likes it. General Liu, you must know that she must not fall into the hands of the Heavenly Palace. Only the people closest to you are the most reliable. In fact, I hope you can go in person so that you can quickly take her down. Liu Yu frowned, obviously rejecting this approach. But he couldn't say that the prefect was wrong, because Yen Yen is too important. And controlling a person, especially a young woman, is the best way to control a person. Let's talk about Deputy General Han later. He still didn't agree. Prefect Zhu understood his temper and didn't insist. This matter is not urgent. I will ask my wife to help. But a peasant woman, who has no knowledge and vision, will be easy to attack from any aspect. Liu Yu agreed with this. Just look at how she has such a great ability. But she is hiding among the victims. I want to give her a great credit. But she only wants money. You can see it. By the way, there's news from Prime Minister Ning. I can't hide it for you anymore. Zhu Shifu suddenly said. Liu Yu frowned slightly. Can't we delay it a little longer? On and the others haven't gone far yet. Zhu Shifu shook his head in embarrassment. 5 days is already my limit. If I delay any further, I will be blamed by Prime Minister Ning. General Liu, I don't understand. Isn't Prime Minister Ning the father of young Master Ning Yuan? Why? Actually, I'm not sure either. Maybe it has something to do with that second wife. Is it necessary? Young Master Ning's health is like that. Realizing that the person next to him was a good friend of young Marquis Song, Zhu Shifu stopped talking. Who knows? Ning Xiang. Then you try to help me drag it. Okay. I'll try. As for Yen Yen, she and the children returned to the disaster area in Zhao County. The villagers had packed up their things. And when they saw her coming back, they hurried to greet her. Miss, an official came and asked us to change positions. Miss, do you know about this? Where are we going to be moved? They didn't know they were going to go into this city. Everyone looked confused and bewildered. But they were not worried. After all, even if it was bad, it wouldn't be that bad. Everyone, I won't tell you where to go. Everyone pack up and just follow the officers and soldiers in a while. There are still many disaster victims here, so they can't talk about going into the city. Miss, are you coming with us? My family wants to follow you. We still owe you a lot of money, so we can't leave like this. This is the issue they care about most. Yin Yin raised her hand and asked everyone to be quiet. Don't worry. I'm with you. With these words, everyone felt at ease. Soon, Xiajia came with a team of soldiers, and Yin Yin led everyone to leave the disaster area. The nearby disaster victims were not surprised. In fact, since the soldiers always came here to eat, and since they always had endless food, they were destined not to stay in the disaster area for too long. The biggest possibility is the special area over there in the military camp. Thinking about the dumplings and porridge they had today, anyone with a little bit of brains can imagine some scenes. Yin Yin and the others first came to the military camp, then changed into the clothes that the soldiers wore, and put the things they brought into the carriage. Deputy General Han told them twice to keep quiet along the way and not to look around, and then led these people into Jinchuan City openly. Jinchuan is the provincial capital. Very large, divided into 4 major areas, with a total population of more than 200,000 people. The main street is very spacious, and there is no problem for 4 carriages to go side by side. The street is paved with bluestone, and the ground is very clean. There are mostly 2-story shops on both sides, most of which are open, and only a small part is closed. There are relatively few pedestrians on the road, and there are almost no smiles on their faces. Bitterness and sorrow are the portrayal of the expressions of most people. They entered from the north gate, and were also arranged in the northwest area. On the road, they encountered a wave of patrolling troops. The other party saw that it was led by Deputy General Han, even though the people behind them did not look like soldiers. They did not ask, and honestly gave way and watched the other party pass. After walking along the main road for a while, they turned into the secondary road, and the road was half narrower. There were more people on the road, and they all walked towards one place with boxes in their hands. Yin Yin had some guesses in her mind, and soon a long line came into view. People queuing up to get porridge. It seems that whether in the city or outside the city, as long as the common people are difficult to get rid of the plight of food shortage. The only good thing is that the people in the city can get porridge twice a day, and the food is much better than that of the disaster victims outside. which preserves their dignity as city dwellers. Also, no matter their clothes or mental outlook, they are not comparable to the disaster victims outside. Yin Yin saw a business opportunity. With 200,000 people, even if 50,000 people come to buy her things, 1 or 2 silver coins per person per month, her guaranteed task can be completed. It is still better to have a big city with a large population base. The villagers who followed secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the porridge shed. They can't always rely on the eldest lady. As long as there is food, it's fine. It's not that they don't want to work. It's that the rules don't allow them to do so. Not to mention asking people to buy food. They are not even allowed to move around. So they have to rely on the eldest lady to provide food during the days they came to Jinchuan. After walking for another quarter of an hour, they turned 2 intersections and entered a residential area. Deputy General Han stopped. Miss Yin, there are a total of 30 houses in this alley, and the 2 houses are opposite each other. Do you think it's okay? Yes, Yin Yin said directly. As long as there is a place to shelter from the wind and rain. I don't care about other things. As she said that, she looked at the villagers behind her. Everyone, this is our new home. 1 house per household. Let's start choosing a house. After she finished speaking, no one moved, and they all looked at her in disbelief. Miss, did we hear it wrong? They knew they didn't hear it wrong, but no one dared to believe it. Yin Yin understood everyone's feelings at this time. Watching these people, from rejecting them at the beginning to slowly accepting them later. The reason why she didn't give up on them was not only because they supported and loved her, but also because she had brought them back. She couldn't bear to let them fall into hell again. Now that they have a family and a job, I believe they will live well in Jinchuan. Yin Yin didn't say anything. She came to the first house, opened the door, and waved to Mo Nyang's family. Mo Nyang's family held back their excitement and trembled in front of the gate. Looking at the shadow monument engraved with the word Fu, and the 2 pots of welcoming pines under the monument, they burst into tears. Welcome home, Yin Yin said gently. Mo Nyang's family cried and thanked excitedly. Thank you, miss. Thank you. As he said that, he was about to kneel down. Yin Yin hurriedly stopped them. Hurry up and take a look at the new house. Write down anything you need to buy, and I will go to buy it in bulk later. Okay, Mississippi. With Mo Nyang's family taking the lead, the others no longer doubted and happily began to choose a house. At the entrance of the alley, Yin Yin did not move with the child, and Denyo, the younger brother, naturally followed. Deputy General Han, when will I get the title deed of the house? Title deed? Deputy General Han did not expect her to ask for this thing. The key point is that the house is rented. Yes, the house will belong to them in the future. I will take them to the government office to register tomorrow. Only after registering and having an identity can they be considered as people of Jinchuan City. Chapter 77. Mother is going to find a stepfather for us. Deputy General Han looked at her in surprise. This idea was not that of an ordinary peasant woman. Ordinary people would be grateful to be arranged a place to live. How could they think of asking for the land deed? I will bring the land deed to you tomorrow. As for registration, just collect their household registration stickers, and I will do it. Yin Yin smiled slightly. I won't bother Deputy General Han. Anyway, we are fine. We can go by ourselves. That's it. Not giving him a chance to find excuses, Yin Yin made the decision directly, showing a strong attitude. Deputy General Han felt aggrieved again, just like when she first met. But he had something to ask of the other party, and he couldn't use his status to pressure others. Okay, I will go with you tomorrow. The identities of these people are quite special, and they can't be left to wander around the city. Yin Yin didn't refuse him to follow her, and he just didn't stop him when he wanted to register his household registration. Miss Yin, your house is in the next alley. I'll take you to see it. By the way, Shujia and Lin Hai are your neighbors. He said it directly, and the conspiracy became an open one. Yin Yin had no objection. Okay, let's go and see it. The layout of the house she lived in was the same as everyone else's. Nothing special. There was a shadow monument at the entrance, and around it was a small courtyard with 2 trees as thick as a person in a well. There were 4 main rooms and 2 side rooms in the east and west. The eaves extended long, and below the extension were half-foot-high steps paved with blue bricks. The windows were covered with oil paper and were all new. The house was cleaned very cleanly, and the tables, Chairs and benches were complete. The bed curtains, and bedding were all new in the bedroom. There was a new wardrobe next to it, which contained a lot of clothes, both for adults and children, and a dressing table. Yin didn't know what was in Imonyang's house, but her house was well prepared. She even found a bag of rice and a bag of flour in the kitchen. You've put in a lot of effort. Regardless of whether her words were a compliment or sarcasm, Deputy General Han smiled and said, as long as Miss Yin likes it. Everyone came to the yard, and Yin looked to both sides. Are my neighbors on both sides Shijia and Lin Hai? Shijia's house is on the left. Lin Hai's house is opposite. And on your right is Captain Chin. I believe you will know each other soon. This house has been requisitioned by us, and the safety issue is absolutely guaranteed. Yin only said that's good, which made Deputy General Han unsure of her attitude. Why didn't he continue to ask? After looking at almost all the houses, Yin began to drive people away. Deputy General Han, I want to take the children to rest. What do you think? I will come with the land deed around Chinshur tomorrow. If Miss Yin has any needs during this period, she can find Shujia and Captain Chin. We won't bother you. After giving instructions, Deputy General Han left with his men. When they got outside, the smile on Deputy General Han's face disappeared. Xiao Jia asked anxiously, Boss, what do you think Miss Yin meant? She asked about the land deed, but she didn't ask about the neighbors. Why didn't she play by the rules? Deputy General Han's face darkened slightly, and he glanced at the door behind him. I always feel that she knows everything, but looking at her expression, I feel that I think too much. Then, boss, do we want that? He didn't want to do the task of hooking up. He always felt that his IQ was not on the same level as the other party. He didn't know why, but he just had this feeling. It must be done. Whoever captures the person will be promoted 2 levels and rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver. Give them money and official positions. I don't believe they won't take it seriously. Sure enough, the eyes of several people around him lit up, and they were instantly full of fighting spirit. Isn't she just a little girl? And a married widow? I don't believe we can't capture her. Let's talk about Yin. She asked Dania to cook some dumplings. They haven't eaten lunch yet, and the pots and pans in the kitchen are ready. In the house, Xi Yong's expression was a little serious, and Xiaodan also rarely saw something. Her little face was puffed up, obviously angry. But Yin didn't care. Seeing that his mother didn't care, Xiaoyong had to worry about reminding her. Mom, they are one thing on the surface and another behind the scenes. They can't be trusted. Xiaodan and her brother stood on the same front and criticized them. Yes, it was agreed to arrange a house, but in the end, there was no title deed. Who knows when they will regret it and drive us out. Xiaoyong, sure enough, you can't expect your sister to grasp the key points. Mom, why don't we buy a house ourselves after the government transfers the ownership? Yin smiled and touched the child's head, understanding why they were angry. It doesn't matter where you buy a house. It's good now. At least their identities are known. If we move to another place, who knows who the new neighbors are? They put the conspiracy directly into an open conspiracy. I think they didn't plan to do anything behind the scenes. Xiaoyong suddenly pouted and frowned tightly. Mom, are you going to find a stepfather for us? Listening to the questioning and dissatisfied tone. If she answered yes, the little guy would probably give her a stern look immediately. What stepfather? Xiaodan realized it later. Her attention was on the house. When her brother mentioned her stepfather, she realized that there was something wrong with the neighbor. The little guy suddenly threw himself into his mother's arms, looking at her with his big eyes flickering. Mom, do I want a stepfather who is a general? Her tone and expression were different from Xiaoyong's. There was a hint of expectation in her curiosity. Xiaoyong's face darkened instantly. Sister, what are you talking about? We only have one father. Xiaodan turned her head to look at her brother and blinked in confusion. But didn't Dad die? What's wrong with Mom finding us a stepfather? You? Xiaoyong wanted to say that she was unfilial, but suddenly he realized that his sister was not like him. She had no impression of her father, so there was no question of affection or reluctance. Xiaodan continued, because of my father. My grandmother always beats and scolds my mother, saying that she is a jinx, that she does all the dirty and tiring work, and that she often doesn't eat. People outside call me a bastard and a child without a father. I don't know what the meaning of his father's existence is. I don't understand why you, brother, still protect him? In her impression, her father didn't show any love at all, but instead brought her and her mother all pain. She didn't like that father. Xiao Yong lowered his eyes slightly and was silent. He had no reason to blame his sister, let alone stop his mother from finding a new relationship. It was his fault that he wanted to impose his ideas on his mother. He almost hurt his mother. Mom, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xiao Yong knelt down with a plop, feeling very guilty and self-blaming. He loved his mother so much. How could he hurt her? It was simply unforgivable. What are you talking about? Yin Yin was at a loss for words and helped the child up. I never thought about finding a man. Why are you worrying about me? Xiao Yong's eyes were slightly moist, and he looked at her with color in his eyes. Mom is the most important person to Xiao Yong. I put my happiness first in everything. No one can stop me. His words were sonorous, and his expression was firm. Xiao Dan immediately puffed out her chest and said loudly, Mom is also the most important person to Xiao Dan. My happiness is the first priority. Whoever dares to destroy it, kill him. In the last sentence, her eyes became sharp, as if to say that she would definitely do it. Chapter 78. Don't you want to give me face? Yin Yin couldn't help but feel a little sour in her nose, and hugged them in her arms. I appreciate your kindness, and you are the most important people to me, although I know it's unrealistic. I still hope you grow up happily. Also, Xiao Dan, you are a girl. Don't say such words as fighting and killing in the future. Okay? She always thought that Xiao Yong was more ruthless, but she didn't expect that the seemingly innocent girl was a ruthless character, and she would kill people without saying anything. It seems that her education should be put on the agenda. Oh, Xiao Dan responded happily. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. At most, you can do it well. My brother is right. There are some things that can't be said to me. I am too soft-hearted. Mom, I have a sense of chi. Can I learn the moves? If you want to protect my happiness, you must have strength. Oh, by the way, my mother has completed her mission. The immortals have given me 2 good things as rewards. You 2 can use them after dinner. Mother, you can use them. No, I already have immortal energy to protect me, so I don't need them. Also, the salary given by the immortals has increased a lot. We can eat an apple a day in the future. The rest is for backup. Among all the things, fruits are the most important and can save lives. Xiao Dan was very happy to eat apples, and even Xiao Yong showed a rare smile on his face. Soon the dumplings were cooked and served. Yin Yin asked Dania to go to each household after dinner to count if anyone needed anything. There were so many neighbors around, so it would be a waste if they didn't use them. Dania was not stupid either. After knowing the plan of Deputy General Han and others, he had no pressure to order them around. After dinner, Yin Yin took out the crystal, which was the size of a fist and very pure purple. She asked the 2 children to sit cross-legged on the bed, put the crystal in their hands, and then practice the martial arts. The energy of the crystal was slowly absorbed into their bodies. It's a bit slow. Yin Yin touched her chin. At this rate, she didn't know how long it would take to absorb, and it would be easily interrupted. Thinking of this, she put her hands on the backs of the 2 children, and the energy of the supernatural power quickly entered the bodies of the 2 children to accelerate the absorption of the crystal. So, the original single-person cycle became a large cycle. The energy of the crystal entered the bodies of Yin Yin, Xiaoyong, and Xiaodan and began to circulate. Because of her joining, the consumption of the crystal accelerated. Yin Yin found that the originally milky white supernatural power core was wrapped in a layer of faint purple light. An hour later, she opened her eyes, with a gleam in her eyes. The supernatural power has recovered to level 3. The crystal is really powerful. She did not deliberately absorb the energy of the purple crystal, but just used her body as a transition. But she still benefited a lot. Not only did her ability upgrade, but her body was also cleansed by the energy of the crystal. Whether it was toughness, activity, strength, or vitality, she was restored to her peak state, equivalent to the level before she crossed over. It is indeed a supermarket. The 2 children have entered a state of meditation, and there is a faint purple light covering their bodies. Yin Yin quietly got up without disturbing them. When she came to the yard, she saw Dania sitting in the yard, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Dania, do they have anything to buy? Hearing the young lady's voice, Dania stood up quickly. Miss, you are awake. The villagers have everything they need. Deputy General Han and his men are well prepared. However, the preparations were not as exquisite as those of the young lady, and there was only half a bag of food. Well, let them have a good rest today. Get up early tomorrow, and we will go to the government office to register. Okay, young lady. I will give the order now. Wait a minute. Yin Yin stopped him and handed him a silver ingot of 50 taels. Buy 10 boxes back. Okay, young lady. Dania took the money and left. Yin Yin did not go out all afternoon, watching over the two children. In the evening, she took out 2 whole packs of instant noodles and a bag of ham sausage, and ate ham noodles in the evening. Before the noodles were out of the pot, there was a knock on the door outside. The door opened, and 5 people stood outside, namely Deputy General Han, Xiujia, Lin Hai, and 2 strangers. What's the matter with Deputy General Han? Dania did not mean to let them in. Deputy General Han smiled and said, "Let's go in and talk." As he was about to go inside, Dania did not give way. "If you have nothing else, let's talk about it tomorrow. My lady should have dinner, and it's not convenient to see guests after dark. It would be fine if we were in the disaster area, and it would be useless to be particular. But now that we have a house, they can't come whenever they want. This is private territory." Deputy General Han was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect to be stopped, and he looked a little angry. "Song Daniel, what do you mean by this? You won't let us in?" Hearing the other party's questioning words, Dania's face turned cold. "General Han, this is not a disaster area. Doesn't my lady have the right not to see guests?" Deputy General Han's face froze, and he apologized awkwardly. "I forgot. Sorry." "Humph," Dania snorted coldly. Did he forget or didn't take his daughter seriously? If it was those big families, I don't believe he would still speak in this tone. Seeing that he apologized, the other party still looked indifferent. Deputy General Han was very angry, but he had to remain friendly on the surface. Xiao Jia came out to smooth things over. "Daniel, what are you cooking? It smells so good. We can smell it from a long distance." Others nodded. They were indeed attracted by the smell. Instant noodles. What is instant noodles? Food. This answer made Deputy General Han and others roll their eyes. How could they not know that it was food? Xiao Jia asked shamelessly. "I wonder if Miss Yen has any extra here. We want to buy one to eat back?" If it was the disaster area, they would definitely eat it directly. But today, being locked out made Xiao Jia suddenly realize that they can no longer treat them like disaster victims. The minimum respect should be there. Dania refused directly. "No more. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. I still have to go cook." Dania couldn't give a good face to those who were either spying on or coveting the young lady. Besides, the young master said that he was the young lady's servant, and his status was not lower than anyone else. So he didn't have to feel inferior at all. The man with a feminine face next to him looked slightly depressed. Feeling embarrassed, "You are a lowly servant. Who gave you the right to talk to us like this? Get out of here." Captain Chen. Lin Hai behind him pulled him and shook his head at him. Vice General Han didn't say anything, which was considered as tacitly agreeing with the other party's words and attitude. Xiao Jia wanted to smooth things over, but Captain Chen glared at him and scolded him. "Why are you being polite to a servant? You're just wasting our reputation." Xiao Jia felt aggrieved. Although he was promoted to a team leader by the boss, he didn't dare to offend this person and could only swallow his anger. Captain Chen snorted coldly and scolded. "Why don't you report to your master quickly and tell her that General Han is here and ask her to come out to greet him? Forget about welcoming him." Deputy General Han waved his hand and said, "We can just go in by ourselves." As he said that, he raised his leg to enter the door. Who knew that Dania didn't move with a dark face, and didn't even mean to make way for him? Deputy General Han frowned, feeling embarrassed. "What do you mean? Don't give me face?" Captain Chen kicked him directly. Chapter 79 Ba. He deserves it? Danyo would rather get kicked than give up his position. Just when the other party was about to kick him, Captain Chen suddenly flew backwards. Bang! The other party fell heavily to the ground. "Captain Chen!" everyone exclaimed. Everything happened too suddenly. When they reacted, the person had already flown out. Deputy General Han, you brought so many people to break into my house today and beat my people. If you don't give me an explanation, I will take people away immediately. Yin Yin walked out from inside with an indifferent expression and a cold voice with questioning and threats. Deputy General Han, who was helping people, was stunned. He looked at the person lying on the ground, and then looked at Daniel, who had nothing to do. Who hit who? Miss Yin. Deputy General Han, please apologize to my servant Daniel immediately. Otherwise, I will take people away immediately. Yin Yin interrupted him, narrowed her eyes, and a fierce light flashed. Deputy General Han was dumbfounded, and at the same time felt a pressure that made him unable to ignore the other party's words. He had a feeling that Yin Yin would definitely do what she said. If she really left, he would definitely ruin the general's plan, and he would definitely be in trouble. Captain Chen staggered to his feet and stared at her angrily. Are you blind? It's obviously me who was beaten. Let him kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me immediately. Otherwise, I will arrest him immediately for assaulting an officer and put him in jail. Captain Chen, don't make such a big deal. It's better to take a step back and let it go. Lin Hai tried to smooth things over. Captain Chen glanced at him coldly. Lin Hai, don't you want to be the captain anymore? Threat. Lin Hai closed his mouth in embarrassment. He wanted to help Yin Yin, but his position was too low. Deputy General Han did not speak. He wanted to see what Yin Yin would do and what kind of resistance she had. Yin Yin nodded thoughtfully. Kneel down and apologize to my little brother. This is a good method. Deputy General Han, I ask you to let him do it immediately. Uh-huh. Are you an idiot? Before General Han could speak, Captain Chen laughed and looked at her like an idiot. Who do you think you are? No matter how awesome you are still an ordinary citizen, and I am an official appointed by the court. What qualifications do you have to ask me to kneel down or apologize to a slave who is not even a human being? Do I have the qualifications? A low, faintly angry voice came from the side. General? The 5 people immediately turned their heads and looked at the source of the voice. Lu Yu walked over with a serious expression, looking at his 5 subordinates with displeasure. Miss Yin is my honored guest. Who told you to go wild here? Get out of here right now. Yes, General. Captain Chen and Deputy General Han immediately behaved themselves and left in disgrace. Yin Yin raised her eyebrows and said unhappily, Captain Chen. Right? Who told you to leave? What do you mean? Captain Chen stopped and frowned. I don't even want to pursue the matter of being beaten. What else do you want to do? If the boss hadn't come, do you think I would let you go? Yin Yin picked up the hair on her forehead with her index finger and smiled slightly. It's your business if you don't pursue it. But if you want to leave without doing anything after beating my people, it's impossible. She said the last 2 words with a louder voice, and her eyes shot out like a sharp blade. Captain Chen felt a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. She was so stubborn for a servant. She was sick. I am an official. He is a slave. Is he worthy of asking me to apologize? His eyes were full of disdain. And he looked so superior. Not to mention a slave. He didn't even look at Yin Yin. A rural woman. Hee. Yin Yin smiled softly and suddenly changed her mind. She looked at Lu Yu with a charming smile on her face. General Lu. He is worth 10,000 taels per head. What? Not only Lu Yu, but everyone else didn't understand what she meant. The smile on Yin Yin's face deepened. How much food do you want me to buy? It depends on how many times he kowtows to Daniel. Starting from now. Lu Yu frowned tightly, thinking about the truth of her words. Deputy General Han and the others were dumbfounded. How could they play like this? Captain Chen was the last one to react. His face was distorted with anger. He pointed at people and cursed. Bah! Who the hell are you? You want me to kowtow to him? Do you know who my uncle is? Believe it or not, I will immediately wipe you all out with my soldiers. Yin Yin ignored his barking and turned around to call Dania home. With a bang, the door was closed heavily. Outside the door, Captain Chen was still cursing. This was a great humiliation for him. A group of low-class people. He could deal with them in a minute. Others looked at Lu Yu with a serious look. General. She won't do it for real. Right? Deputy General Han asked uncertainly. Lu Yu glanced at him unhappily. Do you think she's joking? This woman looks like she has no temper and is easy to talk to. But you can find out after dealing with her that she is very principled and sticks to her word. Ah. What should we do? Our food can only last for a few days. You ask me. Who should I ask? Didn't I tell you to please her? Why did you still have a conflict? Speaking of this, Lu Yu was angry. A bunch of idiots. At the same time, He regretted arranging Captain Chen to come here. Alas, the other party was not only not fascinated by his face, but also caused a conflict. It's not Captain Chen's fault. That big bull was stubborn and blocked the door to prevent us from entering. Captain Chen wanted to push him away, but the other party. Hey, Big Bull didn't seem to do anything? Then how did Captain Chen fly out? Vice General Han calmed down and thought of a question. Who beat Captain Chen? Xiao Jia and the others recalled that it seemed that Big Bull really didn't do anything. So the question is, who did it? Ghost? Ghost, I won't take the blame for this. Captain Chen. How did you fly out? Captain Chen, who was cursing, was stunned. What kind of question is this? Of course I was attacked by that servant. Kicked. Eh? He was a little confused. Why did he fly out backwards? Okay. What's the point of discussing these things? Let's think about how to make the other party calm down. Lu Yu said coldly. Xiao Chen, I will give you 3 days. No matter what method you use, you must get Yin Yan's forgiveness and let her agree to continue to take out food. Otherwise you will kowtow to me. After saying that, Lu Yu left with a cold face. Seeing that the boss had compromised, Captain Chen didn't have the energy to curse. He stared at the door in front of him with resentment, gritting his teeth. And he must avenge today's shame. Wait, it's just a woman. When he takes her down, he must humiliate her severely, and let her kneel on the ground, and lick his toes to relieve today's hatred. He snorted coldly and turned away. Deputy General Han and Xiao Jia looked at each other. If they had known, they would not have come over for a bite of food. Suddenly, they felt that the food on the other side of the door was not fragrant. Lin Hai looked worried, but sneered in his heart, thinking that he deserved it. Chapter 80 Strange Superpower Core. Let's talk about Dania. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the young lady, moved to tears. Young lady, I didn't expect you to conflict with them for me. In fact, it's nothing for me to be humiliated. Daniel, do you remember what I said? You are not inferior to anyone. I want to let them know that you, even if you are my Yin slave, are superior to them. Her people. Can you beat them and insult them whenever you want? Young lady. Woo woo. How can I be worthy of meeting you? Woo woo. Dania cried with his mouth wide open. At this moment, he was willing to die for the young lady. Mother, I didn't expect you to be so protective. Suddenly, Shi Yong's voice came from the room. And then he appeared at the door. Seeing her son, Yin Yan's eyes lit up. Xiaoyong, how do you feel now? Xiaoyong stretched out a hand. And after a moment, a light pink light appeared in his hand, wrapping his hand. Superpower? Son, have you awakened superpowers? Yin Yan was very surprised. The superpower core was a product of their time, and the result of genetic evolution. She didn't expect that the energy crystal would have such an effect. Xiaoyong tilted his head slightly, not understanding what his mother was talking about. Isn't this internal force? No. This energy is superpower. That is, fairy spirit. She changed the way she said it. Fairy spirit? Have I also been recognized by the fairy? Xiaoyong stared at the light in his hand in a daze, with a hint of excitement in his bright eyes. Yin Yan walked over, put her hand on his palm, and carefully sensed it. A superpower core the size of a soybean really appeared at the location of his pineal gland. The superpower core was light pink and had mild energy. She frowned slightly and checked it carefully again, but still couldn't determine the attribute of the superpower. Generally, the fire attribute superpower core is red, the wood attribute is green, and the thunder attribute is purple. Each attribute has a specific color, and it's the first time I've seen a light pink superpower core. Mom, what's wrong? Xiaoyong asked in confusion. Yin Yan retracted her hand, thinking that it was because his superpower had just awakened. And this was not another world after all. He activated his superpower by relying on energy crystals, not genetic evolution. So it was understandable that he couldn't find the attribute. It's nothing. Mom will teach you a set of moves later. And with the fairy spirit, you will have no problem protecting yourself. She didn't tell the child about her uncertain guess. Anyway, it's good now. By the way, where's your sister? She said she was sleepy and fell asleep. I'll go in and see you and Dania have dinner first. Yin Yan was worried. So she went into the house and saw Xiao Din half lying on the bed. She stepped forward and put her daughter's legs on the bed. Mom. Xiao Din opened her eyes tiredly. And when she saw that it was her mother, she called out and closed her eyes again. Yin Yin touched her head and said gently, "Mom is here. You can sleep." At the same time, energy entered the child's body. "Huh?" She raised her eyebrows. "A supernatural core similar to a crystal? Even stranger than Xiaoyang's. It has an unknown attribute." She carefully checked the child's body and confirmed that the girl was fine. She must be really sleepy. Back in the yard, one big and one small were squatting under the tree eating noodles. "Mom, is Xiaodian the same?" Xiaoyong said without any context. "Yes." The changes in the two children made her feel much more relieved. "I don't know what good things will be given for the next promotion. I'm looking forward to it." After a while, she squatted next to the child with a bowl of noodles. Soon, 2 bowls of noodles were eaten, and Yin Yin was very satisfied. Instant noodles are really delicious when eaten occasionally. "Mom, do you have any plans?" Although he didn't say it clearly, Yin Yin understood what the child was concerned about. She thought for a while and said, "Today's events are beyond my expectations. But if the other party gives me a way out, the plan still doesn't need to change. Miss, how about I go and apologize to that Captain Chin?" Dania lowered his head, thinking that he had caused trouble for the young lady. Yin Yin chuckled. "You said it the other way around." "Ah?" Dania was stunned for a moment. Xiaoyong also said, "Uncle Daniel, you did a good job today." Yin Yin nodded in agreement. "I am very satisfied." The praised Dania scratched his head embarrassedly. "Miss, as long as that Captain Chen comes to apologize to me, it will be fine." He still didn't want to ruin the young lady's plan because of himself. "Caodao, this condition cannot be changed." "But Caodao once is okay. Relax the condition a little." "Daniel." In the evening, Yin Yin gave Xiaoyong a membership card. Seeing the membership card, Xiaoyong's pupils shrank slightly, and he adjusted his mood and took it. When the sound of the supermarket sounded in his mind, the little guy's expression became serious. Yin Yin kept observing the child's expression. Nervous, serious, surprised, and then steady, which was particularly interesting. After a while, Xiaoyong came back to his senses and spread the card in his palm. "Mom, can I see the supermarket fairy in 10 days? He asked with a hint of excitement. Yin Yin hesitated, a little embarrassed. "Not yet. Only managers can see the immortal. How do I trade?" "I will put the items in the supermarket on the shelves, and then you can trade." As she said, she took out 2,000 taels of silver. "You recharge the money into the card. Wait for the transaction time. Spend the money, and strive to upgrade to an intermediate member." After Xiaoyong rushed in, he found that it had become 2,200 taels. How come there were 200 more taels? "Mom, the amount is wrong." "Yes, I have a recharge rebate authority. Others don't give it. You and Xiaodan must give this benefit." She directly opened this authority for her son's account. Xiaoyong looked at the card in his hand, thinking about how to use it, and he couldn't always rely on his mother to upgrade. In the second half of the night, Xiaodan woke up, hungry. Yin Yin gave each of them half an apple to let them get familiar with this energy as soon as possible. Then, she gave her daughter a membership card. Compared to Xiaoyong's calmness and stability, Xiaodan's surprise was like a child. "Mom, what should I do if the card is lost?" She carefully put the card into her arms. A little worried. "No, it's bound. When you want to check or trade, just recite the membership card silently, and it will appear in your hand." Xiaodan tried it, and found that no matter whether the card was placed in the house or in the yard, it would return to her hand as she called from the heart. "It's amazing. It's worthy of being a fairy baby." The mother and her 2 children didn't sleep in the second half of the night. Yin Yin taught them some moves. These can only be practiced in the house, because there are too many people watching outside. 2 hours later, the 2 of them not only mastered the moves, but also practiced sparring and responding to emergencies. Yin Yin said that talent is really important. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. "Miss, what do you want for breakfast?" It was almost noon before they knew it. "No need to light the stove. Let's have some biscuits in the morning and open 2 cans. "Mom, what are biscuits and what are cans?" Xiao Dan asked curiously, and her eyes sparkled when she heard there was something delicious. Soon, they knew what cans and biscuits were.